This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. April 28, 2038. Cloudy with light rain. Bailey drove to the largest market in the new district early in the morning to stock up on beef, mutton, spare ribs, chicken wings, drumsticks. Because she has a carnivorous child, she always buys a full selection of meats, ideally enough to last 2 weeks. This saves time, as she doesn't have to run to the market all the time. Then she buys vegetables and fruit. Seafood like fish, shrimp, and shellfish isn't on her radar, as neither she nor her son likes them. After buying everything, it took her 2 trips to load everything into the car. Before leaving, she glanced back at the market. For some reason, she felt something was off about the market today. The butchers were fine. They chopped, sliced, weighed, and calculated the meat, their movements smooth and fluid, seemingly no different from usual. But the vegetable and fruit vendors were all sluggish, weighing and counting. They seemed a bit off, more than 2 steps behind their usual pace. Their complexions were also a bit off, with dark circles under their eyes, as if they all gotten no sleep the previous night, or perhaps not enough. What was going on? The confusion lasted only a moment. After all, it wasn't her business. Her son was still sick at home, and she had to hurry back. Thinking of the little boy, who had been running a fever for a week, Bailey was filled with anxiety. This year's weather had been so inconsistent, with no seasonal or monthly changes. She caught a cold and fever for a week, and just as she recovered, her son had caught it. There was nothing she could do. It was just the 2 of them at home, and her son was so attached to her that he wouldn't keep his distance from her, and there was no way he could maintain it. Since the May Day holiday was coming up soon, and first-grade classes weren't too demanding, I decided to just take some time off and rest at home. The drive from the market to home usually only took half an hour, but today it took 2 hours. The reason was the constant collisions and rear-end collisions on the road, the honking of horns, shouting, and sirens everywhere, making Bailey's head ache. She had to take detours again and again, stumbling along until she finally got home 2 hours later. Ah! As she opened the door, she heard a familiar cry from the living room. Bailey entered, carrying 2 large bags. After changing her shoes, she didn't rush to take the groceries into the kitchen, but tossed them casually in the hallway and hurried to the bedroom. As she walked, she shushed a small yellow parrot with its feathers standing upright on its head. Keep your voice down. Don't disturb your brother. The parrot followed her example, shushing back, then shut up. The bedroom was utterly quiet. Bailey tiptoed through the door, and was suddenly stunned. She saw her 8-year-old son, sitting motionless on the bed. Chichi? Bailey quickly approached, bent down to touch her son's forehead, and softly asked, "When did you wake up?" "Mommy's out buying groceries. All your favorite meats. When your fever goes down, I make you tomato beef brisket, then braised spare ribs, and cola chicken wings, okay?" Her palm touched her son's forehead, feeling it cool. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, your fever's gone. Mommy, take your temperature again, to see how high it is." "Mom." The son, who had been silent until then, looked up at her, a rare look of panic in his eyes, mixed with a hint of embarrassment and awkwardness. "Mommy, I think I wet the bed." Bailey was stunned. Before even lifting the covers to check, she soothed him. "It's okay, just change the mattress." "It's okay, son. Who hasn't wet the bed as a kid?" After lifting the covers, Bailey remained silent. "This bed is a bit wet." She could tell without even touching it that most of the sheets were soaked, and the wetness was quite noticeable. She asked in disbelief, "Is this all your pee? Did he spill all the water in his body?" Then she remembered how she had coaxed him into drinking water several times last night. So much pee didn't seem out of the question. Forget it, he already peed. Didn't you see her son was embarrassed? Why were you asking so many questions? Your pants are wet, right? Take them off along with your shirt, and go take a shower. Mommy changed the sheets and mattress for you. You couldn't wear wet clothes after the fever had just subsided. Bailey pulled her son out of bed to put on his shoes. She went to the bathroom, immediately turned on the heater, and filled the bathtub with hot water. "Mom, my clothes are all soaked. I think I didn't just wet the bed, I'm sweating a lot too." Bailey turned and took her son's shirt. It was so damp, she could wring out water. She was surprised again, and quickly touched her son's chubby back. It was as cool and slightly damp as his forehead. Why was he sweating so much when he hadn't been given any fever-reducing medicine? "Are you feeling any discomfort?" "No, my head doesn't hurt at all." Bailey saw that his dark eyes were bright, and he looked quite energetic, a far cry from the slumped look he had yesterday. She breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling refreshed was good. Get in the tub and soak for a while before getting out, okay? Children naturally love playing in the water, so this was no problem for Chi-Chi. Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have some beef brisket with tomatoes? Not right now. You just recovered from your illness, so you need something light. I make you some white rice porridge. If you don't have a fever all day, I make you beef noodles tonight. I definitely won't have a fever today. I'm all better now. Bailey smiled and encouraged her son. Well, our Chi-Chi's health has always been great. It won't come back again. You soak first. Mom will make the bed and get your clothes. Bailey left the bathroom and returned to Chi-Chi's room. She quickly pulled off the sheets and pillowcase and put them in the laundry basket. Then, as usual, she leaned over to smell the mattress. No urine smell. She put her nose close to it, almost touching the soaked mattress, but there was no odor at all. It was like water, not urine. Strange, but Bailey didn't think much of it. After cleaning up, she still had to get clothes for her son and make porridge. There was still a large bag of vegetables in the car downstairs that she hadn't brought up yet. She didn't have time to think about anything else. As she carried the clothes into the bathroom, Bailey checked the time and told her son, soak for another 10 minutes. Call Mom if you need anything. Chi-Chi poked his little head out of the bathtub. Mom, can we take Xiaowu home after breakfast? Yes, Dr. N said yesterday that he needs to be observed overnight. If he doesn't have a fever, he'd be fine. Can I go with you? Bailey thought about how her son had stayed home all week since he was sick, not even coming downstairs. He was really bored. So she nodded. Okay. Be good and eat later, and then come with Mom. Xiaowu is a Shiba Inu. Last October, their downstairs neighbor took it from a friend. But after just a week, it fell ill. No one knew what it had eaten, but it had severe diarrhea. The neighbor, too lazy to care, simply dumped the 4-month-old puppy in the community square and left it there. It was drizzling that day, just like today. The soaking wet puppy lay limply on the cold concrete floor, stinking from diarrhea, yet no one paid any attention. Chi-Chi, heartbroken, begged her mother to take it home. Mom, I won't keep it. We help cure its illness, and then take it to Dr. N, who helped find a new owner, okay? Because they already had a parrot, he knew his mother wouldn't allow another pet, so his request was humble. Bailey couldn't bear her son's pleading eyes, so she took Xiaowu home. At the time, she had truly intended to give it away once it recovered. But after a month, she couldn't bear to let it go. So Xiaowu stayed, becoming the 5th member of the family. 3 days ago, for unknown reasons, Xiaowu, like Chi-Chi, suddenly developed a high fever, his brown fur burning red. Frightened, Bailey rushed him to a nearby veterinary hospital. Because she had to care for her sick son, Bailey's energy was limited, so she asked Dr. N at the hospital to help care for Xiaowu and keep him in the hospital for 2 days. Thankfully, his fever had subsided during the visit yesterday, and Dr. N said he could be taken home today after another night of observation. Chapter 2. Bailey cooked the porridge, and then put 3 of the steamed buns she had made a few days ago into the microwave. Then she went downstairs, intending to bring up the last bag of vegetables from the car. Her house was on the 5th floor, and she always took the stairs instead of the elevator. When she reached the 3rd floor, Bailey saw someone standing at the door of room 302. She recognized her as the child's grandmother. At her feet was a large plastic bag of vegetables. She had obviously just returned from the market. Strangely, she had tossed the vegetables at her feet, keys in hand, but stood motionless at the doorway with her head lowered. What was she doing? Why wasn't she going in? Bailey gazed at the old woman curiously, but continued downstairs without stopping. She had always been cautious, and had never been one to meddle in other people's affairs. After all, her husband only came home a few times a year, and she was raising their young son alone. She only wanted them to be safe and healthy. What happened to others was none of her business. After opening the trunk and taking out the groceries downstairs, Bailey locked the car, and was about to go upstairs when she caught sight of something out of the corner of her eye. She turned to the side, and spotted a familiar gasoline can behind the parking space next to her. She walked over, lifted it, and found it was filled with gasoline, a full 50 liters. It belonged to the single mother on the 2nd floor. She worked at the gas station, and whenever the price of gasoline went up, she would buy some beforehand to take home. Because Chi-Chi was about the same age as the mother's daughter, Bailey knew her well enough, and had bought slightly cheaper gasoline from her beforehand. A few days ago, she had told Bailey that gasoline prices were going to increase, and since she might be returning home for May Day, Bailey asked her to buy 30 or 50 liters. So this should be for her, right? Did it get left behind? She goes to work at 8 o'clock, so she should be out of the house by now. Bailey opened the trunk again and put the gas in, planning to tell the single mother when she got home and transfer the money to her. They took the elevator upstairs, so Bailey didn't know the grandmother on the third floor was still standing at her door. After a quick breakfast, Bailey dressed Chi-Chi in a windbreaker and a hood, and did the same for herself. She also grabbed a long umbrella and went downstairs. They continued up the stairs, Chi-Chi holding her mother's hand, quietly making their way downstairs. As they passed the third floor, Bailey noticed that the grandmother from room 302 was gone, but the cabbage was still at the door. She looked again and again in surprise, confirming that it was the same cabbage she had brought downstairs before dinner, because 3 long scallions were sticking out from inside, exactly as before, in the same exact position. The door to room 302 wasn't completely shut, leaving a crack. Click, click, click. Who? The sudden sound startled the mother and son. Bailey looked away and quickly pulled her son downstairs. Mom, does room 302 have a puppy too? When they got downstairs, Chi-Chi asked Bailey curiously. Why do you say that? Because the clicking sound just now sounded exactly like Xiaowu gnawing on a bone. Really? Bailey suddenly realized, her heart finally at ease. She shook her head helplessly, blaming herself for overthinking it. How could she have thought that the sound was unusual, and that something had happened at home? It's really possible they have a pet too. As the mother and son passed the gate of the community, holding an umbrella, they noticed the security guard inside, sitting in a chair with his head drooping, as if he were asleep. Bailey glanced away before looking away. She turned right after leaving her son's room and walked for just 2 minutes until they arrived at a modest veterinary clinic. Woof! The mother and son had barely pushed open the glass door and walked in when they heard a familiar dog bark. Xiaowu. Chi-Chi happily rushed to the cage and was about to open it to let Xiaowu out when a man emerged from the innermost office. Sister, bye, Chi-Chi. Uncle, and is Xiaowu's fever gone? The young man with glasses approached, smiled, and rubbed Chi-Chi's head. Instead of answering, he asked, You look so energetic. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. I don't have a fever anymore. Chi-Chi's physical condition remains as good as ever. After praising Chi-Chi, Doctor had opened the cage door and let Xiaowu out, letting Chi-Chi play with him in the hall. He then took Bailey into his office. Sister Bai, these are fever reducers and anti-inflammatory medications. If Xiaowu's temperature rises again after you get home, give him one. You mean it come back again? Is there any inflammation somewhere? Doctor adjusted his glasses, somewhat bewildered. I checked Xiaowu repeatedly, and there's actually no inflammation at all. But strangely, his temperature is only 1 degree lower than when he had a high fever, and it's remained at that level since last night. It hasn't changed at all. Bailey, it's 1 degree lower than when he had a high fever, but it's higher than normal. Why? As a highly professional veterinarian, Dr. N said sheepishly, I'm sorry. I spent half the night reading and consulting with teachers and colleagues, but I still can't find the cause. But he's in good spirits, eating, drinking, and defecating and urinating normally. Then he should be fine. Bailey interrupted Dr. N, drawing on her experience raising her son, and said, as long as he's in good spirits, can eat, drink, and defecate normally, he's basically recovered. As for the high temperature you mentioned, she thought for a moment and said, could it be that every dog has a different constitution? So for a dog like Xiaowu, cooling down doesn't happen instantly like with other dogs, but rather takes time? That possibility couldn't be ruled out. Dr. N instructed Bailey to observe the dog for 2 days and bring it back if there were any problems. The mother and son took the medicine and returned to the neighborhood with the dog. The glass door of the veterinary clinic slowly closed behind them, revealing a clear image of 2 electric bikes colliding with each other on the non-motorized vehicle lane not far away. Woof! Xiaowu suddenly bared his teeth and barked at the 2 people lying on the ground. Chi-Chi immediately tugged on the dog's leash and whispered, Shut up, Xiaowu. Don't be so aggressive. After hearing his master's words, Xiaowu still whimpered, but he finally stopped barking. His eyes still glared fiercely at the 2 men. Strange, Xiaowu wasn't like this before. Bailey bent down and stroked Xiaowu's head soothingly, glancing back at the 2 men who had collided as they walked. One of them was a delivery driver, and his scooter was quite large, so he'd fallen and pinned his legs, making it difficult for him to get up. Bailey saw him raise his arms and wave, then fall to the ground, motionless. The other man's scooter was also quite large, but thankfully it didn't fall on him. But he himself, who had been hit somewhere, was lying on the ground, twitching like he was having a seizure. It was terrifying. Mom, should we help call an ambulance? Chi-Chi had also noticed the two men's condition and, a little fearfully, approached Bailey. Hey, Dr. Ann's on the phone already. Chi-Chi turned sideways and looked back. Sure enough, Dr. Ann had pushed open the glass door and was standing at the doorway. He was looking at the two men, his phone held to his ear, clearly engaged in a call. Let's go home first. Bailey wasn't used to watching crowds, especially since it was raining. The child and dog had just gotten over their fever, so it wasn't suitable for them to stay outside for long. Besides, Bailey looked at Xiao Wu, who was still glaring fiercely at the two men with his teeth bared, and felt even more strongly that it would be best for them to leave. The mother and child, along with the dog, walked a few steps back to the gate of the complex. After using facial recognition to enter, they didn't notice that one of the victims, who had been lying on the ground twitching a moment ago, suddenly got up and pounced on the other victim on the non-motorized vehicle lane not far behind them. Chapter 3. Woo Woo. As they passed the gate, Xiao Wu let out a similar threatening sound from his throat, baring his teeth and glaring fiercely at the security guard. What's wrong with Xiao Wu? Has he gotten sick and become aggressive? Chi-Chi reasoned with him, a puzzled look on her face. Xiao Wu, if you do this, others will think you're going to bite. Then I won't be able to take you out again, okay? The child was chattering away, earnestly teaching a dog how to behave when encountering strangers. Bailey turned her head and casually glanced at the security guard. Then she froze, her mouth slowly opening wide, her eyes wide with fear. Chi-Chi, let's go. After standing there stunned for almost 3 seconds, Bailey reacted and took 2 quick steps to catch up with her son. Holding an umbrella in one hand and pulling him in the other, she sprinted towards their apartment building. Mom, don't talk. Let's go home first. Luckily, she lived in the building next to the gate, so she was inside in a few steps. The elevator happened to stop at the first floor. Bailey pressed the button and rushed in, pressing the close button immediately. The elevator door, which usually closed quickly, seemed so slow at this moment, so painful that she almost wanted to close it manually. Thankfully, it finally closed successfully with a bang, and then quickly ascended to the 5th floor. Ho ho ho. The elevator had just opened, and Bailey was leading her son and Xiao Wu out when she suddenly heard a strange ho-ho sound coming from the hallway. The sound echoed in the stairwell, making it seem unusually empty. This immediately reminded her of the door to room 302, which hadn't been closed properly. Bailey felt a strange sense of foreboding. She immediately rushed to her front door and, with forced composure, pressed her finger to open it. After the 3 of them entered the house and closed the door, she quickly pressed the security lock. When the familiar click-click-click sound rang out, she finally let out the breath she had been holding. Huh? Mom, what's wrong with you? Bailey turned to look at her son and found Chi-Chi and Xiao Wu staring at her. It was clear that her emotions had affected them. Mom just saw the old man in the security room become very scary. She took another deep breath. She chose not to hide the truth from her son, but instead tried to describe what she had seen in detail. The old man's eyes were completely white, his face was gray, and his mouth was very large, with fangs. No, it should be said that all his teeth were long and sharp. When Mom looked over, he was leaning over the glass, baring his teeth at us. Chi-Chi stared at her with his mouth open in surprise, a bewildered expression. It wasn't that he didn't believe her, but he simply didn't understand why the security guard had become like this. Why? Bailey didn't know, but she sensed a lingering danger, so she immediately rushed home with her son. This was a cautious habit she had always cultivated. After explaining the situation to her son, Bailey had regained her composure. She changed into slippers, gestured for him to take Xiao Wu to the living room, and pressed her ear against the door, listening carefully for any noise outside. The humming sound stopped. It was completely quiet outside. She activated the camera on the smart lock. No one was outside. The elevator across the street was also silent, the number on it still showing 5. Suddenly, the elevator started moving, and the numbers changed from 5 to 4, 3, 2, 1. Bailey had expected it to quickly ascend after reaching the first floor, but it didn't. Faintly, she thought she heard a scream. Just as she was about to press her ear to the door to listen more closely, she suddenly heard her son's cry from the living room, "Mom, Mom, come quickly." The voice was filled with obvious panic. Bailey didn't bother to look at the elevator anymore, but turned and hurried into the living room. "What's wrong, son?" "Mom." "Woof." "Ah." When Bailey arrived, Chi-Chi was lying in front of the large balcony window outside the living room with a dog and a bird, pointing out with fear. The dog and bird looked at her with the same expression. The window didn't face the residential complex, but rather the green belt, the non-motorized vehicle lane, and the wide, busy road. It was a weekday, and there weren't many cars outside at this time. A few cars sped by, followed by a thud and a sharp, piercing squeak, the sound of tires scraping against the road. Bailey's eyelids jumped. This sound was all too familiar to her. She looked out the window, and saw that the cause of the accident was a fight between several people on the non-motorized vehicle lane. A frail, middle-aged man, his face covered in blood, was clutching and biting an elderly woman. The driver of a passing car, startled by the scene, forgot to check where he was going and stepped on the accelerator, colliding with the car in front. Bailey covered her mouth with her hands. What happened? What happened? Her first reaction was to quickly close the window, draw the curtains, and keep her son, the dog, and the bird away from the French window. Mom! Chi-Chi fearfully hugged her waist. Xiaowu also clung to her legs, and the avocet, Xiaofeng, flew onto her shoulder. A child, a dog, and a bird all stared at her, bewildered and frightened. Bailey's lips moved, but she couldn't find the words. Ah! Murder! Ah! At that moment, a series of screams echoed from outside the window, startling Chi-Chi so much that he shuddered and hugged her even tighter. Bailey's heart was pounding with fear. She wrapped her arms around her son, then patted his head after a few seconds, motioning him to let go. She whispered, "Go sit on the sofa. Mommy's going to see what's going on." Chi-Chi obediently let go, but didn't move to the sofa. He stared, eyes wide open, at his mother standing by the window, peeking out through a crack in the curtains. Outside, the chaos worsened as several drivers from the previous car accident emerged from their cars. One of them held a cell phone to his ear, repeatedly yelling, "Hello, hello. Police station?" It wasn't clear if the call went through, but the man, phone in hand, was running as several men and women, mouths covered in blood, lunged at him. Bailey clutched the curtains tightly with one hand, her eyes filled with terror. Her first instinct had been to call the police, but thinking of the chain reactions on her way home from grocery shopping, she figured the police station would be empty by now, save for the officer on duty. Oh, and then, there were the two people who collided across from the veterinary hospital when picking up Xiaowu. Dr. N's phone call back then wasn't clear, but I don't know if it got through. "Help, help!" A young girl, who had just emerged from a car, screamed twice before she was tackled to the ground, her neck severed. Bailey abruptly let go of the curtains and took 2 steps back. Remembering something, she turned and ran toward the restaurant, peering through the window at the neighborhood. Because it was a weekday and raining, the neighborhood wasn't crowded. But Bailey still spotted a curly-haired woman, who walked there every morning after breakfast, standing motionless on the bluestone path across the greenbelt. Bailey remembered that the woman seemed to have been standing there when they ran home earlier, but she'd been frightened by the security guard and, anxious to get her son home, hadn't paid much attention. As for the security guard, he was probably no different from the biting monster on the street outside the complex. Bailey looked at the woman and wanted to open the window and call her home, urging her to stop standing there. But before she could act, a man scurried out from the middle corridor of Building 2 across the street, about to cross the greenbelt. Bailey spotted the woman, who had been standing still, and suddenly stumbled towards the man. The man turned his head, his eyes widening, and he ran even faster. He ran into Unit 1, Building 1, where Bailey lived, and the woman who had been chasing him followed him in. A moment later, Bailey heard a bang, the door slamming shut. Bailey recognized the man as the owner of a second-floor apartment across from the single mother. She also saw the woman's face clearly. Her pupils were gone, her mouth bared with sharp teeth. She looked just like the security guard at the entrance. Chapter 4. From the time she went to pick up Xiaowu to the time she returned home, less than half an hour had passed, yet Bailey felt the world had changed. It was so fantastical it no longer resembled the world she had been in before. What was going on? She helplessly felt around, but couldn't find her phone. Then she remembered she texted the single mother during dinner, asking if the can of gas was for her, and how much it cost. After asking, she casually placed her phone on the dining table, having forgotten to take it with her when she left. "Mom, your phone is here." Chi-Chi, fearful, had been following Bailey closely. Seeing her movements, he knew she was looking for her phone, and hurried to the dining table to get it, and hand it to her. Bailey stroked her son's head, and opened her phone, only to find 3 missed calls, all from her husband, Jiang Minglang. She tried to call back, but there was no signal. Bailey walked around the room, holding her phone, but still nothing. Besides the 3 missed calls, there were no messages, and the single mother hadn't replied. She had a hunch that Jiang Minglang's call was related to today's events, Otherwise, he wouldn't have just called without sending a message. The 3 missed calls were consecutive, meaning he called one after another, 3 in a row. He must have been desperate to make sure she and their son were all right. Perhaps there were more than 3. When he tried to call the 4th, there was no signal. Although she felt a little disappointed not to receive her husband's call, Bailey felt a little better. Because Jiang Minglang had called her, it proved he was safe. At least he was all right when he called. But doesn't this also foreshadow that the phenomenon of people turning into monsters, biting and eating people, isn't just happening here, but elsewhere as well? Is that so? Jiang Minglang wasn't actually in Sucheng, he was on a mission, and it wasn't clear where he was. Bailey turned her head blankly out the window again. From the moment she heard screams and cries for help, she'd been hearing almost non-stop. Sadly, there had been no sirens. She stood up and drew the curtains across the 2 bedrooms and the study, plunging the entire house into darkness. But Bailey didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, she felt safer this way. Mom. Chi-Chi followed her closely. The child was nervous, but not terribly frightened. For a child, the biggest fear is not having their mother by their side. Bailey had completely calmed down by then, and had come to accept the situation to a certain extent. After all, she had to survive, no matter what. So what else could she do? Go mad or kill those monsters? None of those were possible. Since that was the case, she had to face it. After all, she wasn't alone. She still had a son, a husband who hadn't returned yet, and her father, grandparents, uncles, aunts, and cousin back home. Thinking of this, Bailey took a deep breath. She half knelt down, hugged her son, and then looked him in the eye and said softly, Chi-Chi, I don't know what's going on out there. How about this? You and I will find the answers together. Let's explore this world together, and find the reasons why these people have become like this. Even if we can't find them, we have to find ways to deal with or avoid them, okay? Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, no longer feeling the anxiety and helplessness he had just felt. He remembered the words his father always told him before he left home. He was a man and couldn't rely on his mother for everything. He had to help and protect her when necessary. Doesn't the current situation require him to help Mom? Thinking of this, Chi-Chi nodded heavily. I understand, Mom. I work with you to find the answer, or find a way to deal with them. Anyway, we have to be good and wait for Daddy to come back. Yes, you and I, along with Xiaowu and Xiaofeng, we all have to be good and wait for Daddy to come back. The boy might have a natural liking for things like knives and guns. Chi-Chi turned and ran into the study. He deftly pulled out an iron box from the innermost cabinet. Opening it, he pointed to the 3 knives inside, 2 long and 1 short, and said crisply, Mom, you take the long knife, and I take the short knife. We use them to protect ourselves. If any monster bites us, we kill them. Dad says this is self-defense, not illegal. Bailey hadn't thought of this, even though she knew about the iron box and the 3 knives, which belonged to Jiang Minglang's collection and were worth a fortune. One of the long and short knives had sharpened blades, while the other had not. She took out the sharp and long knife and weighed it. It was a bit heavier than she expected, but luckily, she could use it. Most importantly, the knife was narrow, making it very convenient to use, not to mention its sharpness. Jiang Minglang had demonstrated it to her when he first brought it home. It wouldn't be like slicing through iron like mud, but it could certainly cut through hair with a gust of wind. The short knife was actually more like a longer dagger, just as sharp as the long knife in her hand. The presence of the 2 knives gave Bailey a much stronger sense of security. Now, regardless of whether her son was suitable for holding a short knife, anything would do as long as it saved his life. Chi-Chi, this knife is very sharp. Remember not to hurt yourself when handling it. Don't worry, Mom. Dad taught me how to do it. Mother and son each grabbed a knife and left the study, now completely calm. Bailey checked the time. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet, but she had a feeling something might happen next. To be on the safe side, she decided to cook. Chi-Chi, hold Mom's phone for me. As soon as there's a signal, call Mom immediately. Chi-Chi took the phone and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Mom. I get the job done. Before going to the kitchen, Bailey returned to the balcony. She parted the curtains a little and looked across the street again. Suddenly, the screams and cries for help had ceased, but there seemed to be more people than before. Their faces wore blank expressions, some circling in place, some walking aimlessly forward. Most of these people bore wounds on their faces, necks, and bodies, their bodies covered in blood. Some had half their skin drooping, some were missing an eyeball, and still others had half their necks missing. Yet, they remained oblivious and continued to walk numbly. until a scream rang out from the right intersection. As if suddenly receiving a signal, they all stumbled and scrambled toward the source of the sound. Bailey couldn't see the situation at the right intersection, but she still hoped the screaming girl would escape. Of course, that was only if she could shut up and stop screaming. The more dangerous the situation, the more silent you must be. Otherwise, you only put yourself in greater danger and die faster. Mom, there's still no signal. Chi-Chi knelt at her legs, staring out the window with her, occasionally glancing down at the phone in his hand. He followed his mother's orders and instructions to the letter. Bailey frowned slightly. What could cause a sudden internet outage? She turned back to the study and turned on her computer. Like her phone, there was no signal. Without the internet, there was no communication. Was it intentional or accidental? No one could give Bailey an answer, and she quickly stopped dwelling on the question, closed her computer, and went to the kitchen to cook. As she rinsed the rice and put it into the rice cooker, Bailey stared at the power plug for a few seconds. Then she turned and filled a measuring cup with 3 cups of rice. After rinsing it, she added it to the rice cooker, added water, closed the lid, and pressed the cook button. Then she began to prepare the meat she had bought that morning. The kitchen window was open, and Bailey would occasionally peek out through the screen, wondering if the smell would affect the people who had transformed into monsters. Chapter 5. Probably not. Bailey cooked 2 weeks' supply of meat in one morning. Braised beef, braised spare ribs, and chicken wings and legs were all simmered in one pot. Boiled mutton soup, casseroles, stew pots, and stir-fries were all used. The rich aroma filled the house, and wafted outside through the open kitchen window. But downstairs, just like before, there was no one. So, those people who had transformed into monsters couldn't smell, at least they certainly didn't search for their targets based on scent. Sizzle. Someone downstairs was cooking too. Dried red chilies were probably in the hot oil pan. The pungent aroma could be smelled from 1 floor up. Then the clatter of a spatula against a wok was unmistakable. Maybe it was because the cooking was too loud on the 4th floor, but Bailey faintly heard that familiar humming sound. Was it from room 302? Bailey walked to the door and activated the camera on the smart lock. No one was in the hallway, and the elevator display still showed one, indicating it hadn't moved since morning. She hadn't just checked now. Even while cooking, she run over to check on the doorway to make sure it wasn't blocked by a monster. And every time, the elevator display showed one. Bailey's brows knitted slightly. She knew something was wrong on the 1st floor. The woman who had followed the 2nd floor resident into their unit was probably in the elevator or nearby. So, was there no way out of the building now? Were they trapped? She looked up. The building had 6 floors, with 2 units per elevator. Each unit was over 130 square meters, and had an elevator, making it a typical garden-style villa. The house is quite old, almost 20 years old. But for a school district apartment, it's relatively young, so the occupancy rate is almost 100%, with most buyers buying for their children's schooling. She lives in 501. Upstairs in 601, there's a middle-aged couple. Their daughter attends university in another city. They have a very regular routine, and always leave for work before 8 a.m., so no one's home right now. Across the street, in 602, lives a family of 4. The husband is an executive at a foreign company, and the wife is a stay-at-home mom. They have 2 children, a boy and a girl. The eldest is a girl, a year younger than Chi-Chi, who started elementary school after summer vacation this year. The boy is 3 years old and in kindergarten. Bailey didn't run into anyone in 602 today, so she wondered if anyone was home right now. Across the street, in 502, the original family moved out last month, and the new tenants haven't moved in yet, so the house is currently vacant. Downstairs, in 401, is the family that abandoned Shiwu. They're a childless couple in their 30s, who work at a nearby foreign-owned enterprise and rent their apartment. Today is a weekday, so no one should be home. Across the street, in 402, is the most populous and bustling household in the building, a family of 4 plus the grandparents, a total of 6 people. Every other day, there's a loud argument. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, father-in-law and mother-in-law, father and son, husband and wife. The chaos and bustle are a unique feature of their unit. The family that just sizzled with sizzling food is theirs. Room 302 is also simpler, with the grandmother helping her son and daughter-in-law take care of the children. That morning, when Bailey went downstairs, she ran into the old lady standing motionless at the door. That was their grandmother. But Bailey now suspected something had happened to the old lady. Combined with the hoarse noises coming from the hallway, she felt she had most likely transformed into a monster like the ones outside. So the third floor could now be classified as a danger zone. 301 was home to a family of 3, a middle-aged couple, and a son in junior high school. It was uncertain if anyone else was there. 201 single mother, Bao Xiaolin, was quite familiar with her. She worked at a gas station. Her daughter, like Chi-Chi, was in first grade, attending the same school but not in the same class. Thinking of school, Bailey couldn't help but feel a little worried again. Will the children be alright? 202 had just moved in, so Bailey didn't know them well. But the man who had just run in confirmed that someone was home. The first floor, with its elevator and small garage, was out of the question, but it was a danger zone. So the situation now is that there are monsters on the first and third floors. 601 is empty, 602 is unknown, 501 is occupied, 502 is empty, 401 is possibly empty, 402 is occupied, 301 is unknown, 302 is dangerous, 201 is empty, 202 is occupied, and the first floor is dangerous. The only places with 100% certainty of occupancy are hers, 402 and 202. Could she count on those two families to eliminate the danger on the third and first floors? No, Bailey never relied on anyone. So if she wanted to get out, she had to find a way herself. But there was no rush. She would observe for now. She set aside some of the cooked meat for lunch and, after cooling, sorted the rest into the refrigerator. Mom, you cooked all the meat because you're worried about a power outage? Bailey did have that concern, but before she could explain it to her son, the little one had already figured it out. He said, "It's a mess out there, the internet's down. Who knows if the power, water, or gas will go out?" His analysis made sense. "Son, charge the high-powered flashlight, and your 2 toy flashlights. And the phone and iPad can also be used as flashlights. Mom, connect the water supply, just in case." Being able to handle things like an adult made Jiang Qi feel proud and accomplished. Mother and son split up, one to charge the batteries, and the other to get water. Children can't touch electrical sources? No, they can. When Chi-Chi was 5, Bailey repeatedly taught him how to charge his mother's phone and his toy cars and airplanes, what he could and couldn't touch, and what would happen if he touched something he shouldn't. She showed him the electric shock video several times, but the child had a good memory and didn't stare at the plug. Instead, he became more and more proficient with his use, never needing her to intervene when his toys ran out of power. So now it's just charging the flashlight and phone pad, no problem at all. My son is fine, but Bailey is having problems. At first, the water looked normal, the same as when she was cooking. But after filling 3 5-liter buckets and about to wash the vegetables, she noticed the water had turned a bit cloudy. Bailey moved the vegetable basin and filled a bowl with a white porcelain bowl. She looked again and again, even turning on the light. Sure enough, the water was cloudy. While not visibly cloudy, she could still see tiny yellow particles floating in it. She filled another bowl with the water purifier's tap. This time, thankfully, it was clean, or at least it looked clean. Bailey didn't waste any more time and quickly washed all the vegetables she bought today with the water purifier's tap, drained them, and sorted them into the refrigerator. Thankfully, she usually used mineral water for tea and coffee, so she always kept several 5-liter buckets at home. There were 4 buckets of water sitting under the coffee table. If the tap water problem persists, with the 3 buckets they just connected, the 4 of them should be able to hold out for a while, at least 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, half a month, the anomaly outside should be resolved, right? Bailey had always believed that with the current state of society and the well-established social order in their country, an apocalypse like this was impossible. But 2 hours later, when her phone briefly picked up a signal for a few minutes, and she received messages from her husband and a friend, she realized everything was beyond her imagination. The situation was far more serious than she had imagined. Chapter 6. After lunch, Bailey washed the dishes and cleaned the kitchen, then went to the balcony to take the sheets out of the dryer. She then took Chi-Chi and Xiaowu's temperatures. Chi-Chi was normal, but Xiaowu's was still a little high. He was in good spirits and had eaten a good lunch, so Bailey didn't give him any medicine. She stroked his head and neck, gently admonishing him, "Xiaowu, if you feel unwell, remember to call Mom and brother. Go drink up all the water in your bowl. We're short on water right now, so don't waste it." Xiaowu hummed coquettishly at her, and obediently gulped down the water in his bowl. "Ah!" Xiaofeng, once again overcome with jealousy, flew over from his pole and bounced on her head, expressing his displeasure at her stroking Xiaowu. Bailey, accustomed to it, let him do it. "Mom, the phone has a signal." Bailey, doing her usual chores with a jumping little phoenix on her head, suddenly heard her son's cry. After the phone was fully charged, Chi-Chi took it to the balcony again. The little guy placed a pillow under his butt and sat in the middle of the scene between the two curtains, observing the outside while keeping an eye on the top right corner of his phone. When he noticed the signal, he immediately jumped up and rushed to Bailey. Ding! 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 As soon as Bailey took the phone, the beep of an incoming message rang out. She quickly opened WeChat, skipping the top unread message from Bao Xiaolin and opening the one from her husband, Jiang Minglang. Honey, I'll be back as soon as possible. You must take care of yourself and our son. Don't go out unless absolutely necessary. Don't get bit by zombies. If a zombie attacks, don't be afraid. Slash its neck, chop off its head, or stab it in the eyes. Shooting through its head is the only way to truly kill it. Remember, you can no longer treat them as human, because the moment they mutate, they're no longer human. Honey, you two must be well. Before I could finish reading the rest of the message, my phone buzzed. The caller ID showed Jiang Minglang. Bailey immediately answered the call, but didn't press speakerphone for fear of the sound being heard outside. Although this house has excellent soundproofing, what if something unexpected happened? Jiang Minglang? Huh? The other person didn't respond immediately, but a long, relieved sigh echoed. Then she heard Jiang Minglang mutter a few words, a trembling whisper, "That's great. Wife, are you and your son home?" "Yes, we are." Bailey sensed Jiang Minglang's fear and tried to reassure him, "We're both fine. Nothing's wrong. I forgot to bring my phone when I went to pick up Shiwu this morning." "You were out again?" Jiang Minglang was startled and terrified. "Isn't Sucheng in chaos too? How did you get out?" Sucheng was in chaos too. Bailey was shocked. "It's chaos outside the neighborhood, but are you sure the whole city is in chaos?" Jiang Minglang understood. When his wife and son went to pick up the dog, everything was fine. They only discovered something was wrong after they got home. Time was running out, and he didn't have time to explain too much. He simply said, "It's not just Sioux City that's in chaos, it's the entire country now. A virus has broken out, and everyone infected has turned into zombies. If someone uninfected is bitten by them, they also turn into zombies within 3 minutes. Honey, you've seen zombie movies before, and they're pretty similar. Don't think it's impossible, but this is the situation right now. Fortunately, it's the early stages now. Zombies move slower than normal people, and while they can hear sounds, they seem insensitive to other things. So you and your son should be careful at home and avoid making too much noise." He finished all this in one breath before pausing. He didn't hear a response from the other end, thinking the signal had gone out again. Hello, wife." He was about to take the phone from his ear to check it when Bailey's voice replied, "I'm here, I can hear you." Bailey didn't respond because she was listening intently, trying not to interrupt him before he finished. Jiang Minglang breathed a sigh of relief, then whispered, somewhat muffledly, "I'm sorry. I should have been there for you two at a time like this, but you didn't know this would happen. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Jiang Minglang, take good care of yourself, and come back to us when you're safe. Don't worry, I just bought some groceries this morning, and with the food we already have at home, we should have no problem getting through the month. A month, you can come back soon, right?" Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Minglang hadn't finished his words when the call suddenly ended. He took his phone down and saw the signal was gone again. "Brother, have you contacted your sister-in-law?" A man with a crew cut and dressed in camouflage combat fatigues pushed open the door and walked in. Jiang Minglang nodded, his gloomy face looking a little better than before. His frown relaxed a bit, and even his eyes brightened. "Your sister-in-law and Chi-Chi are home. Thankfully, they're both fine." Zhang Xiaoda, the crew cut man, breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely happy for the captain. "Now you can finally rest assured, brother. Let's get going. It's over 800 kilometers from Yunzhou to Sucheng. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but now," he sighed, "I don't know when we get there yet." Their team had come to Yunzhou on a mission, but unexpectedly, a zombie virus outbreak occurred 2 days ago at Yunzhou First People's Hospital, and they were temporarily transferred to help suppress it. However, to avoid accountability, the Yunzhou authorities sealed off the hospital the moment they entered and blocked the signal inside. If it weren't for the captain's quick decision, and if the virus hadn't spread throughout the city and even the country, their team might have been sealed off in the hospital and abandoned. At least, they wouldn't have been released for a while. It was Jiang Minglang who noticed something was wrong last night. After double-checking with the hospital doctors, he ordered the massacre of all the infected zombies. No, in fact, The moment those people were infected and transformed into zombies, they were already dead. It's just that to completely neutralize them and prevent them from attacking the living, their heads had to be chopped off or pierced. This was their final conclusion after a fierce battle last night. Since it was a fierce battle, there would be casualties. 4 of their comrades were infected by zombie bites, and 6 were shot dead by police dispatched by the Yunzhou authorities while attempting to break through the blockade. The deaths of their 6 comrades completely enraged Jiang Minglang. Unrestrained, he climbed to the hospital rooftop, firing at the encirclement one by one. The sniper rifle, and used even against the zombies, was ultimately turned on its own men. But Jiang Minglang remained steadfast, not blinking an eye. He had a responsibility to his remaining comrades. He had to get them out of the hospital alive. As for whether they would face punishment from their superiors after escaping, they had to make it out alive. So, at 7 o'clock this morning, they successfully left Yunzhou First People's Hospital, carrying the uninfected doctors and patients. On their escape, they discovered that the virus had spread beyond the First People's Hospital. The entire Yunzhou area was in complete chaos. Jiang Minglang immediately opened his phone to contact Bailey, but no one answered after 3 calls. He couldn't even get through on the 4th because there was no signal. At that moment, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. The usually decisive and resolute man was now completely panicked and at a loss. Especially when he heard that the virus had spread everywhere and the country was in chaos, his heart sank to the bottom. Chapter 7. Still can't get through to your grandmother? Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaodao walked out together. His steps lightened after hearing the news about his wife and children, and he felt more at ease to care for his subordinates. No, ever since she had ear problems, she often doesn't carry her phone. She often doesn't even notice when it's out of battery. When his parents died when he was young, Zhang Xiaodao was raised by his grandmother. She was the only relative he had in the world. So when the call didn't go through, he sincerely hoped that the phone had simply turned off and his grandmother hadn't noticed. Jiang Minglang patted his shoulder and soothed him. From what we heard so far, the situation in the countryside is better. After all, families have their own courtyards and don't live in a concentrated area. Your grandmother doesn't go out much. She's at home, so she's definitely fine. Of course, that assumes the old lady herself doesn't contract the virus. But this speculation was too cruel for Zhang Xiaodao, and even if he had it in his mind, he couldn't say it out loud. Hizy lazy, let's go. This was a gas station with a supermarket nearby, perfect for them to refuel and stock up on supplies. After leaving the hospital, they spent the better part of the day fighting their way out of the city center, including getting the medical staff and patients home. They had done everything they could, and now they had to think about themselves, each returning home to care for their families. Cars lined up in a row at the gas station. Jiang Minglang looked at the 19 brothers lined up in front of him, feeling a mixture of emotions. Including him, their team totaled 30 people. Before the mission, no one had expected 10 of them to die in Yunzhou. If the mission had been truly dangerous, falling at the hands of the enemy would be understandable. But what was the truth? They were sent to the hospital to suppress the situation without being told the truth, trapped inside, and then murdered. Jiang Minglang had considered contacting his superiors, but the world was in chaos. Finding someone, which would normally be a matter of minutes, was now incredibly difficult. He wasn't one to waver. Although he desperately wanted justice for his fallen brothers, the living were more important, and so were his family. Captain, are we really disbanding? Why don't we go back to the unit to check on them? The question was from Deputy Captain Su Bo. His parents were now with his brother and sister-in-law, and he was certain everyone was safe, so there was nothing for him to worry about. He also had a 6-year-old daughter, who had been awarded to his ex-wife during their divorce 2 years earlier. To be precise, it was his ex-wife who threatened him with death, forcing him to give up custody and forbid him from seeing his daughter. In their line of work, they didn't have much time to spend at home, so even though he was reluctant, he agreed. Last year, his ex-wife remarried, and he secretly visited his daughter once, relieved to see that she was doing well. After that, he had no more worries and could devote all his energy to his work. Now, having suddenly heard of the disbandment, he was completely lost and unsure of what to do. Old Su, you should go find your daughter. After all, you have to personally confirm your child's well-being before you can rest assured. Jiang Minglang knew Su Bo's disappointment, but he disagreed. He had a responsibility to the unit and his brothers, but an even greater responsibility to his wife and children. Not to mention that he couldn't contact his superiors right now. Even if he could, he had to go home first. He had to ensure his wife and children were under his watchful eyes. Captain, how about this? I go find my daughter first. If she's doing well with her mother, she doesn't need me. Then I visit each of their 10 homes. If everything goes well and everyone is safe, I return to our unit. Jiang Minglang nodded. Okay, but Lao Su, you have to be careful. Don't help strangers on the road. Prioritize your own safety. The same goes for you. Time is of the essence. It's very possible that while you're helping strangers on the road, your own family is in danger. After our team disbands today, we're no longer soldiers, but sons to our parents, husbands to our wives, and fathers to our children. When Jiang Minglang parted ways with his teammates and left Yunzhou for Suchong, Bai Li was sitting at home, staring at his text messages over and over again. There wasn't much to see, really, because everything that could be explained had already been explained over the phone. She only realized now that the Suchong virus outbreak was relatively late, because unrest caused by the virus had already occurred in Yunzhou 2 days prior. So, when she went to the market this morning and saw those vegetable vendors with strange expressions on their faces, they were all infected with this virus. A virus? Bai Li couldn't help but shudder. She truly had a life saved. She exited Jiang Minglang's messages and opened 2 messages from Bao Xiaolin that had been sent at some point. Lizzie, there was an incident at the gas station. Our team leader killed 2 of my colleagues as soon as we arrived this morning. Luckily, I was quick to run into the locker room and escaped. I wanted to call the police, but the call went nowhere. Lizzie, I beat our team leader to death. I smashed his head with a hammer. There was no other way. He was blocking the door. If I didn't kill him, he'd bite me to death. But I couldn't die. I had to go to school to find Yaya. A mother's strength. Bao Xiaolin must have sensed something was amiss, which is why she risked her life to pick up her daughter Yaya from school. Killing a zombie was nothing, back then, for Yaya. She even resorted to knife work against her ex-husband. Coming home from work late at night, she discovered her daughter had a fever of 40 degrees Celsius, while her husband had been playing video games all night, paying no attention. Bao Xiaolin nearly chopped her ex-husband to pieces. If the knife hadn't been crooked, she could have successfully castrated him. As a result, her divorce went smoothly, and she successfully acquired the house she now lives in. Bai Li admired Bao Xiaolin, so their closeness wasn't without reason. She looked out the window. It was only 3:30 p.m., but it was already completely dark. The drizzle was heavier than during the day, and the clothes hanging outside the balcony made a crisp, pattering sound. Those infected during the day, or those bitten by the infected and transformed into zombies, wandered the streets like wandering spirits, occasionally making a gurgling sound in their throats, as if they were choking on phlegm, trying to spit it out but unable to. I wonder if everyone has adapted, but the screams have become much less frequent now. Mom, are they really zombies? The mother and daughter sat by the window, peering through the gaps in the curtains. That's what your dad said. Bai Li tilted her head to look at the gate of the complex. The security guards there had turned into zombies, and there were 7 or 8 people blocking the entrance. If Bao Xiaolin came back to pick up Yaya, would she be able to enter the complex smoothly? Bai Li frowned, thinking deeply. She had to find a way to lure the zombies away. But she didn't know when Bao Xiaolin would be back. Although there was no signal, she still typed a message, hoping to send it as soon as a signal appeared. In the evening, Bai Li simply cooked 2 bowls of noodles, with a few slices of braised beef from lunch. Chi-Chi was very satisfied. Xiaowu ate his own dog food, while Xiaofeng ate bird food. After dinner, Chi-Chi continued to sit on the balcony and observe the outside, while Bai Li went to the other side to count the lights on in the 2 houses across the street. Out of caution, she didn't turn on her own lights. Even while eating, she simply moved the nightlight from her bedside table to the dining table. Chi-Chi used a flashlight to illuminate her while she washed the dishes, using water from the water purifier. Even in their own home, the 4 of them tried to be as quiet as possible. But Bai Li never expected that at 10:30 p.m., after she and Chi-Chi had finally fallen asleep, the doorbell would ring. Chapter 8. Looking for you. Ding dong, ding dong. On a quiet, drizzling night, zombies roamed outside, ready to maul and kill at any moment. Occasionally, a few roars echoed, interspersed with distant screams. A day passed. Even though Bai Li had come to terms with the current situation, she couldn't just fall asleep like she used to in this environment. She could sleep, but not soundly. Partly because of the noise outside, and partly because she was worried about Bao Xiaolin. Chi-Chi slept soundly next to her. Xiaowu's bed had also been moved into the bedroom, and Xiao Feng had done the same. At times like these, the 4 of them felt safer together. Listening to her son's rhythmic breathing, Bai Li finally drifted off to sleep. But it felt like she had barely closed her eyes when the doorbell rang like thunder, even through the bedroom door. She flung her eyes open. The ding-dong continued. It was indeed her home. Woo-woo. Having spent the entire morning being taught by Chi-Chi, Xiaowu had learned not to bark at the sound of noise. Instead, he let out a threatening whine, his head raised, staring intently at the bedroom door. It couldn't be a zombie ringing the doorbell. So was Bao Xiaolin back? After all, she didn't socialize with the other neighbors in the complex. Normally, let alone at this time, even during the day, the only person in the entire neighborhood who would visit her home was Bao Xiaolin. Thinking of this, Bailey immediately got out of bed, put on her slippers, and headed out. Xiaowu was the first to rush out the moment she opened the door. Chi-Chi was still fast asleep. Xiaofeng dazedly opened her eyes, glanced at them, then ducked her head back down. But what Bailey didn't expect was that the person ringing her doorbell wasn't Bao Xiaolin, but the daughter of the family living upstairs in room 602. No, what was this kid doing at her doorstep so late at night? She couldn't let her guard down just because she was a child. So, when she got to the door, Bailey didn't open it immediately. Instead, she stared intently at the little girl on the smart lock screen, who was posing in pajamas, looking around nervously as she rang the doorbell. She was the only one in the area covered by the camera, but that made it even stranger, wasn't it? What was a child, a year younger than Chi-Chi, doing, staying up late at night and ringing her doorbell? Where were her parents? Bailey was annoyed by her ringing the doorbell, and worried that if she continued, she might attract the zombie-like grandmother in room 302. So, she grabbed a knife and opened the door. "Aw, Auntie!" The little girl's eyes lit up when the door opened, then, seeing the knife in her hand, she took a step back and timidly called out. Bailey glanced at her after opening the door, then glanced around the doorway. Seeing that she was indeed alone, she pulled her in and closed the door behind her. "Your name is Wen-Wen, right? Why are you ringing the doorbell at Annie's house so late at night? Where are your parents?" The two people and the dog were standing in the entrance. Bailey had no intention of inviting the little girl in. She had only pulled her in because she was forced by the situation. Now, she just wanted to ask her a few questions and get her to leave quickly. The two families had no ties at all. Even if they bumped into each other in the elevator, they wouldn't even nod to each other. So, she really couldn't understand why this child came to her house so late at night? "Auntie, I'm scared. Dad went to work this morning and hasn't come back yet. My brother's sick, and Mom's with him in the hospital. When she left, she told me to come see her if I needed anything." "What?" Bailey was shocked. She stared at the little girl. "Tell me again, what did your mom tell you?" Wen-Wen leaned against the door, half tilted, looking at her, and timidly replied, She said the ant in 501 isn't working, so she must be home. She told me to come see you if I needed anything." Bailey didn't know what to say. She was truly speechless. Telling her child to come see her when she needed something, without even giving her a heads up. Even if she wasn't home, she could have written a note on the door before leaving. And it wasn't like they couldn't find her on WeChat. She was in the community group chat, and the signal was good that morning. There were many ways to say hello, but her parents simply ignored any of them, and sent their child straight to the door. Did they think she'd be soft-hearted and wouldn't reject a child? What kind of person is this? Bailey felt deeply disgusted and wanted the child to go back to where she came from. Her home wasn't an orphanage, so why were they coming to her with something? Did she know them? "Auntie, I'm really scared. I can't sleep. Please let me sleep at your place. I sleep on the couch. Just for one night, okay?" The little girl cried, tears streaming down her face. She cried heartbrokenly and agreed. She'd already been home alone for a day. At first, she'd been able to play with her iPad and watch cartoons. It was fine without her mother around. But soon, she couldn't play anymore. She could only watch the English movies her mother had downloaded for her, but since she'd seen them before, she wasn't very interested. Later, she had to walk around the balcony, eating her snacks. Then, she saw someone eating someone on the street across the street. She was terrified, thinking that when her father came back, he wouldn't go out, and even if he did, he would take her with him. She didn't want to be home alone. But her father never came back, and she couldn't get through to her mother on the phone. She couldn't hold on any longer, so she went to the 5th floor to find this aunt. "Annie, please, let me stay at your house." Woo-woo. What the hell? Bailey scratched her head in frustration. Honestly, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't force a child out of the house. But she wouldn't take in a stranger at night, even a child. Not to mention during these unusual times. Who knows if she's infected? Let her sleep on the couch all night. How is that possible? Then will she sleep? Who's responsible for her son's safety? Wenwen, stop crying. The little girl sobbed pitifully. Then, can I stay? No. Bailey shook her head firmly. Wenwen's tears were about to fall again, but Bailey said coldly, if you keep crying, I throw you out right now. The little girl pouted, looking even more aggrieved. Bailey thought to herself, your grievances weren't caused by me, so why are you picking on me? I'm more aggrieved than you, okay? She took a deep breath and said slowly, Wenwen, you should know your mother and I aren't familiar with each other. Although we live upstairs and downstairs, we never interacted. So to me, you're strangers. Similarly, we're strangers to you. So, can you sleep in a stranger's house? No, right? Okay. Annie, I know you and brother Chi-Chi. You're not strangers. Wenwen anxiously denied Bailey's argument. If you know someone, you're not considered strangers. Okay, Bai explained. But she continued patiently, do you think we know each other? Do you know my name? You don't. Similarly, I don't know your parents' names, or even your full name. If neither party knows each other's names, they don't really know each other. So, Wenwen, you can't stay at my house. I can take you home, or I can stay at yours until you fall asleep, but neither of us can spend the night at the other's house. Understand? This was the best solution Bailey could think of for the moment, although she really didn't want to leave her son alone. Thankfully, Xiaowu was there, so she felt a little more at ease. Seeing Wenwen blinking at her, still reluctant to go home, Bailey could only bring up her parents. If your parents came home in the middle of the night and found you gone, they'd be incredibly worried. And then, they risked their lives looking for you. What if something happened? Chapter 9. Whether her parents would return, whether something had happened, or if something had already happened, this wasn't Bailey's concern, and it had nothing to do with her. She was already lucky enough not to abandon the child and ignore him. Bailey left a note for her son, and placed it on her pillow, so he could see her first thing when he woke up and couldn't see her. Afterwards, she changed out of her pajamas into a sweatshirt, grabbed a long knife, and went with Wenwen to their house on the 6th floor. The little girl was convinced by her last words. She really wanted to see her parents as soon as they returned, and of course, she was even more afraid that they would leave her behind. After Wenwen used her fingerprint to open the door to her room 602, Bailey didn't rush in. Instead, she stood at the door and looked around cautiously. The main light in the living room was on, bright and clear, making it easy to see if anyone was there. Not only was the light on in the living room, but every bedroom, bathroom, and even the kitchen were on, a stark contrast to her own home. Even after pulling Wenwen in, she only turned on a small light in the hallway. After making sure it was safe, Bailey followed Wenwen inside. Annie, aren't you going to change your shoes? After changing her shoes, Wenwen was stunned to see Bailey walk directly into the living room in her sneakers. Thinking she hadn't seen her slippers, she pointed under the shoe cabinet in the hallway and said, my mom's slippers are there. You can wear them. No need. Bailey urged her bluntly, it's late now. Go back to your bedroom and sleep. I'd be in the living room. Wenwen wanted to say something, but Bailey said, if you don't sleep, I go back home. The little girl immediately felt wronged again, nodding with tears in her eyes, I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep now. She had originally wanted this Annie to stay at her house until dawn, or until her parents returned, but seeing her cold demeanor, she didn't dare say anything. This was completely different from what her mother had told her. She'd been young and cute, and no one would refuse an adult's request. But this Annie kept rejecting her. What was wrong with her? Wenwen grabbed her pillow and went to her parents' room to sleep. Before entering, she turned back to Bailey. Go ahead. Bailey stood by the living room sofa and waved at her. After a moment's thought, she said, I turn off the main lights in your living room and leave only the dim ones on. It's best to turn off the main lights in the bedroom too, okay? A child this young would feel insecure even with all the lights on, even if they were all. It was hard to say what would happen in the future, but Bailey felt that leaving the lights on late at night was still somewhat dangerous. It was too conspicuous, especially since she was the only child at home. Wenwen was receptive and agreed to turn off the main lights, leaving only the bedside lamp on in the bedroom. Then she lay in bed, blinking at Bailey. Go to sleep. As long as you lock the door, no one can open it, and the house is safe. Wenwen nodded and obediently closed her eyes. After all, she was young and had been frightened all day, so it wasn't long before Bailey could hear her regular breathing. She closed the bedroom door gently and looked around the living room. She noticed that her family had plenty of food. Perhaps because there were 2 children at home, the cabinet dedicated to snacks was overflowing. From bottom to top, there was pure milk, yogurt, nuts, cereal, chips. Luckily, there was enough to last for a while. Before leaving, she took a look around the kitchen and discovered she also had 2 large bottles of mineral water, so there was no need to worry. After thinking for a moment, Bailey rummaged through her cupboards, found some rice, and then pulled out 2 chicken drumsticks from the refrigerator. Compared to the snack cabinet outside, the refrigerator seemed quite bare. But it was understandable, after all, Wenwen had mentioned that her brother was sick. Taking care of 2 children, one of whom was ill, was no small feat. It was normal not to have enough time to buy groceries. I run into their family in the elevator many times, and every time I hear Wenwen's father muttering unpleasantly about her mother. We had an 11 o'clock appointment. What time is it now? You always drag your feet when you go out? If that's the case, why are you going out? You knew you had so much stuff to bring, but couldn't you have prepared earlier? A few minutes earlier would have killed you. And you're wearing makeup? If you put on that, no one will know you're a housewife. Do you think you're a white-collar worker? Can't you remind the child to go to the bathroom before you go out? If you can't even do that, what else can you do? There were many more such remarks, which clearly showed that her father didn't care about the family. Even if the child was sick, it would probably be her mother's fault. Of course, none of this concerned Bailey. She spent a few minutes preparing and marinating a chicken drumstick, then put it in the rice cooker with the rice. Tomorrow morning, when she woke up, she at least have a hot chicken drumstick and rice for breakfast and lunch. After finishing all this, Bailey hurried downstairs to her own home. But she had just quietly walked back to the 5th floor. Although she had tried her best to make her footsteps light, it was too quiet in the middle of the night. Even the slightest tapping sound seemed to travel far away and echoed among the units on only 6 floors. Ho ho! A sound came from downstairs, causing Bailey to pause as she reached out to take her fingerprint. She turned, her long knife held before her, and peered cautiously downstairs. The door to 401 was closed, and there was nothing outside. It seemed very quiet. No. Bailey pondered for 2 seconds, then raised her feet and walked downstairs as quietly as possible. Bang! Ho ho! After turning the corner and only a few steps away from 401, Bailey finally pinpointed the source of the sound. It was 401. It felt like something had just hit the door, and then a ho-ho sound came from inside. The sound was close to the door, so it was very noticeable in the hallway. Her mouth dropped open slightly in surprise. The couple was home, not working during the day, so the groaning she heard was actually coming from 401, not the grandmother in 302. After confirming the situation in 401, Bailey didn't linger on the stairs for long and headed back home. It was almost midnight. It had taken her an hour and 20 minutes from leaving to returning. Thankfully, little Jiangqi was still soundly asleep, showing no signs of waking. No matter how much she tried to reassure him during the day, he'd been observing the excitement outside all day. He must have been nervous, if not highly stressed. So the little guy was truly exhausted. Bailey was tired too, but after all this trouble, she wasn't sleepy anymore. The bedroom was lit only by a small orange night light, and the curtains were blackout, so there was no worry of anyone outside seeing him. Closing the bedroom door gently, Bailey groped her way to the balcony. Lifting the curtains a crack, she was surprised to find that there were more zombies outside. At 9 o'clock, before going to bed, Chi-Chi counted them and said there were 18. But now, there were probably more than 38, and that was just the section of the non-motorized vehicle lane and the road directly outside her window. Her house was not far from the main gate. When there were only 6 or 7 zombies wandering around the gate, she was worried about how to lure them away so that Bao Xiaoling could enter the complex smoothly when she returned. But now, there were a bunch of them standing at the gate. Bailey soon understood why so many zombies had come here. Chapter 10. Outside, the rain continued to patter, like a string of beautiful beads under the dim streetlights. Sleeping to the sound of rain used to be a pleasure, but now it filled her with dread and bewilderment. Bailey looked at the tree next to the non-motorized vehicle lane facing her window. A figure crouched atop it. It was a man. It was unknown when he had climbed up the tree, or how long he had been drenched in the rain. From Bailey's perspective, she could see his hair sticking wet to his scalp, his black coat soaked through, and his shoulders and neck hunched, shivering. He was clearly shivering, and she couldn't tell if it was from the cold, fear, or both. So, were those extra zombies outside attracted by his run towards this area, and then, surrounded from both sides, he was forced to climb the tree? Whether her guess was right or not, Bailey knew that if he continued squatting in the tree in the rain, even if he didn't get bit by zombies, he would be dead by the next morning after a night. After all, the weather was truly abnormal. It was already May, and the temperature was still below 10 degrees Celsius. It dropped even lower at night, and it was only 5 or 6 degrees Celsius outside at most. Not to mention the rain, which made the damp and cold even more uncomfortable. But how could he get down from the tree and escape safely? Right now, the zombies were mainly concentrated under the tree and at the gate. They were like wandering ghosts, seemingly aimlessly wandering around, but once they spotted prey, they would rush forward with unparalleled ferocity. This had happened many times during the day. She had only heard Jiang Minglang talk about killing zombies. She had never seen it in person. To be honest, she really wanted to see someone else kill one. She didn't want to be the first to try it, but she had to learn from them. But Bailey knew it was definitely not going to work right now. Let's not even talk about whether the man in the tree had the ability or courage to kill zombies. There was no chance for him to demonstrate even with so many. Not to mention he was unarmed, without any weapons. Perhaps Bailey had been staring for a little too long. The man seemed to sense something and trembled as he looked up in her direction. He immediately locked the balcony window where she was standing. Bailey's eyes widened in surprise and alarm. It was dark upstairs and downstairs, and her house was dark too. How had he found her so quickly? Because the curtains were slightly open? No way. Even if there was a crack, she would be completely shrouded in shadow, completely invisible from outside. Though puzzled, Bailey didn't shy away. The moment the man raised his head, she could clearly see his face. He was from their neighborhood. She didn't know which building exactly, but she had run into him there before, more than once. After glancing at her, the man lowered his head again, continuing to curl up, seemingly without much desire to escape. Or maybe he thought Bailey wouldn't help him, or couldn't. How could he give up so easily? Remembering that zombies are sensitive to sound, Bailey turned back to the living room, turned on the small wall lamp, and dug out a small toy from the box on her son's toy shelf. It glowed and played simple music. It was just too light, so I couldn't throw it very far. She thought for a moment, then stood up and walked to the dining table. She took the flowers out of the glass vase, poured out the water, and tied the toy to the vase with a piece of string. After completing these preparations, Bailey took a deep breath and returned to the balcony. She gently opened the window, making almost no sound, so the zombies didn't notice. But the man looked up at her again, his eyes no longer dull, but filled with surprise. He was even more shocked when he saw Bailey pointing first to the left, then to the right. What did she mean? She told him to get down from the tree and run left, then right? What nonsense! How could he run with so many zombies under the tree? The man soon realized he had misjudged the woman's intentions. After signaling to him, Bailey untied the small toy tied to the glass vase. As a flash of light and simple music played, she reached out of the window and, with all her might, threw the vase toward the left non-motorized vehicle lane. With a loud bang, the crisp shattering sound of the glass vase hitting the concrete road instantly drowned out the music, but soon subsided, leaving only the toy's humming music. Ho ho! The zombies scrambled and stumbled in that direction. Those under the tree and at the entrance to the residential complex were all running to the left. They leaped past the tree where he was crouching, toward the small, flashing toy at least 30 meters away. The man froze for a second, then excitedly stood up. But perhaps from crouching for so long, his legs were numb, and the moment he stood up, he nearly fell headfirst out of the tree. Thankfully, he was quick to grab the trunk. Without a second to think, he pinched his numb legs hard, waited for the last zombie to pass under the tree, quickly slid down, and ran towards the residential complex. A zombie behind him heard the noise, turned around, saw him, and wanted to give chase, but seemed more attracted by the music ahead, so it turned back and followed the other zombies, continuing its run towards the toy. By then, the man had already reached the gate. After scanning his face, he quickly slipped through the crack of the door and squeezed in. Huh? Seeing the man successfully enter, Bailey, who had been holding her breath, finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her forehead. After wiping, she paused for a moment, then looked down at her palms, soaked with sweat, and couldn't help but laugh. So he was so nervous. She closed the window and looked at the gate, now devoid of zombies. She thought, if only Bao Xiaolin could come back now. As for something happening, she didn't want to think about it for now. Anyway, she had to keep an eye on her. If she came back, she would definitely help her get through. So why she had helped the man just now? It was actually just an experiment. The toy was still flashing and humming, surrounded by zombies in 3 layers. This showed that these brain-dead creatures had no intelligence. They had eyesight, but no hearing, and their sense of smell was almost non-existent. That's why Jiang Minglang said these things weren't that scary. Bailey closed the curtains, and went back to her bedroom to sleep. No matter what, she had to conserve her energy, so she could do what she wanted to do when the sun came up. At 6 in the morning, before it was even light outside, Chi-Chi, with his little hands covering his crotch, sat up in bed. He then hurried out of bed, not even bothering to put on his slippers, and ran barefoot to the bathroom. Thankfully, even in such a hurry, he remembered to lift the toilet lid. The moment the water came out, he breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. I almost wet the bed again, but after that sigh of relief, Jiangqi's eyes widened in nervousness again. He couldn't stop peeing. The small stream of water in the toilet made a loud gurgling sound. He didn't know how long it lasted, but he knew it took much longer than usual. Twice, no, at least 5 times. The little guy was careful. After finally finishing his piss, he pulled up his pants and tilted his head to stare at the toilet. Huh? Why is it different from the usual color? Today's urine looks so clear. His face was filled with curiosity. He finally bent over the toilet, almost burying his little face in it, but there was no smell of urine. It was as if he had peed water today, not urine. Strange gurgle. Just then, his stomach suddenly rumbled. He had already peeing, which had made him hungry. Chapter 11. Chi-Chi tiptoed back to the bedroom, bent over the bed, picked up his slippers, and held them in both hands. He turned and tiptoed out. Xiaowu got up and followed him, putting his shoes outside. Just as carefully, he walked back and took out Xiaofeng's birdcage. Finally, he carefully closed the bedroom door. Let mommy sleep a little longer. Don't wake her. Ah! Shh. Chi-Chi looked at the Avocet with frustration. Did I tell you to bark? And you bark? You have no sense at all. Being scolded so early in the morning, Xiaofeng snorted in displeasure, and gave him a slap on the back of her head. Chi-Chi warned it again, from now on, stop barking. Do you hear me? Xiaofeng snorted and ignored him. Because it was still dark outside, and the curtains were all drawn, the living room was now pitch black. A child, a dog, and a bird groped their way into the living room in the dark. Chi-Chi turned on the small wall lamp, then placed the birdcage on the balcony and opened the door. He then turned to the dining room cupboard and took a carton of milk. He opened it with a straw and drank a few sips to appease his hunger. Then he went to the kitchen refrigerator and took 5 eggs. Using the water purifier's tap, he filled a half pot of water and placed it on the gas stove. He washed the eggs, put them in the pot, covered them, and started to boil. His movements were smooth and practiced, not a hint of rustiness. After finishing, he returned to the living room, drank the milk, and walked to the window next to the sideboard. He opened the curtains a crack and peeked out. But one glance startled Chi-Chi. When did so many zombies appear outside? 1, 2, 3. 11. This window faces the residential complex. He had checked before going to bed last night, and there wasn't a single zombie downstairs. Now, after just one night, 11 of them had suddenly appeared. Where had they come from? Thankfully, he had seen zombies all day yesterday, and there were more on the street outside than in the neighborhood. So, Jiangqi wasn't panicked or afraid. Instead, he slurped his milk while carefully examining the faces of each zombie. Those closer to the streetlights, he could basically tell they were residents of his neighborhood. Those a little further away, and harder to see, were most likely also infected. He understood that these people, like the grandmother in room 302 on the 3rd floor, had been infected with the zombie virus. As for why they hadn't stayed home after being infected, but had run outside, he couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Let's eat the eggs first. After the water boiled, he watched the time and simmered them for 5 minutes. He counted and simmered them for 30 seconds. Then, he carefully removed the lid and used a spoon to scoop out 3 eggs, placing them in a bowl of cold water prepared nearby. He put the lid back on and continued to simmer the 2 eggs reserved for his mother. He ate 2 himself and peeled one and put it in Xiaowu's rice bowl. No, Xiaofeng, why would a bird eat eggs? It had already left its cage and scurried over to the food box like a free-range chicken, tucking into its own bird food. After finishing, Chi-Chi patted his stomach contentedly, then left the table and ran to the balcony to check on the road outside. Bailey slept until 8:30. When she opened her eyes and saw the time, she was stunned. She hadn't expected to sleep this late at this hour. Because she'd gotten enough sleep, her mind was clear and she felt refreshed. Chi-Chi? Mom, I'm here. Bailey walked into the living room, and Chi-Chi came running towards her from the balcony. Hush, don't run. Walk slowly. Thinking of the situation in room 401, she quickly stopped her son and pointed downstairs, saying that Uncle Wei and his wife might have been infected with the virus, or both. Chi-Chi's mouth dropped open, eyes wide, and she blurted out, "He's turned into a zombie. Does that mean Uncle Wei won't come asking us for Xiaowu anymore?" Last October, mother and son took Xiaowu home. They bought medicine and cooked porridge for him. It took a week to cure his diarrhea, and another 2 weeks to nurse him back to health. But when they were taking Xiaowu downstairs for a walk, they ran into the couple, who actually demanded his dog. Bailey flatly refused, her attitude very firm. The man surnamed Wei was not convinced and threatened to call the police, accusing them of stealing the dog and refusing to return it. Before Bailey could react, Bao Xiaolin, who was walking with them, couldn't help but get physical. Then the property management was alerted. Fortunately, the security guard saw them taking Xiaowu home. Everyone condemned him. Wei's wife, feeling ashamed and no longer wanting a dog, apologized to Bailey and left with her husband. Although the incident had happened 6 months ago, every time Chi-Chi ran into the couple downstairs, she worried that Wei would resort to force and snatch Xiaowu away. Yes, he can't possibly come and ask us for Xiaowu. It wasn't gloating, but the truth was clear. He was just a distant neighbor. Whether he turned into a zombie or not was none of her business. When Xiaowu heard his name being called, he laughed, wagging his tail and rubbing against Bailei's leg, though he didn't understand what was going on. Seeing he was so energetic, Bailey didn't take his temperature. Chi-Chi, too, looked completely recovered from her fever. "Mom, I boiled some eggs. I get them for you." "Thanks, honey." Bailey went to the bathroom to wash up. When she turned on the faucet, she found the water even more murky. It was yellow, like the way it looked when the water was first turned on after a water outage. She didn't dare use the water to wash her face or teeth. She filled half a cup with the water she connected the day before, and simply brushed her teeth without washing her face. It was only the second day of the Suchong zombie virus outbreak, and the water was already unusable. There was still no internet, so she simply put her phone aside and ignored it. So what would happen tomorrow? Will there be a power outage or a gas outage? "Mom, there are a lot more zombies downstairs. I saw them. They're all from our neighborhood, including Grandpa Zhang Chunsheng. Grandpa Zhang Chunsheng has become a zombie. I wonder what's become of him." Zhang Chunsheng was Chi-Chi's classmate, living in Building 3. They often played games and soccer together in the neighborhood square. He was a good friend. Bailey ate her eggs while listening to her son's rambling report. There aren't many left on the street outside, and there aren't any at the gate. I wonder where they went all night. It would be great if Aunt Xiaolin and Yaya were back now. Oh no, there are still a dozen downstairs. That's troublesome. It was indeed troublesome. The threat at the gate had been dealt with, but once inside, there were still so many zombies to contend with. That was a problem. However, with last night's experiment of luring the zombies away, Bailey felt that this problem wasn't unsolvable. "Chi-Chi, you continue to guard the balcony. If you see Aunt Xiaolin come back, call Mommy immediately." "Okay." The little guy solemnly went about his task. Bailey was about to empty the eggshells from the bowl into the kitchen, when she saw the 3 lilies she had taken out of the vase last night still lying on the dining table. She had bought them 2 weeks ago, and placed them in the vase. They were already a little wilted yesterday, and now, out of water for 8 or 9 hours, they looked even shriveled. I originally wanted to throw them in the trash, but then changed my mind. I took them out again, holding them in my hands and examining them again. Alas, it'd probably be hard to buy flowers in the future. They're not completely dead yet, so I might as well keep them. Finally, I placed them in the large ceramic vase on the living room coffee table, nestling them among the baby's breath. Then Bailey turned to go to the kitchen. What she didn't see was that the moment she turned around, the 3 wilted white lilies suddenly perked up and became vibrant and juicy again. Chapter 12. Yesterday, she cooked almost a full pot of rice. After eating lunch and dinner, Bailey packed the remaining half into plastic bags and put them in the freezer along with the stewed meat. So, her not-so-small refrigerator was completely packed yesterday. Though if the power really went out, the food wouldn't last long in the refrigerator, but being frozen solid would at least keep it for a day or 2 longer. Add to that the unusually low temperatures, and it should be enough to last a week. But that was all. What Bailey didn't expect was that by the end of the day, the power she worried about didn't go out, but the gas didn't. That wasn't a big deal, after all. She had an electric rice cooker. But if even the power went out, could she hold on for another month in this house? "Mom, it's already the 29th. We were supposed to go back home for May Day, but now we can't go back and can't contact Grandpa. He's definitely worried about us." During dinner, the little one sighed, "I miss Grandpa so much." Bailey was thinking about it, too. She also wondered if the zombie virus had broken out in the village. After all, Jiang Minglang had said it was nationwide, which meant it was in every city and every place. Dad had always been in good health, and she was sure he'd be fine and wouldn't be infected. So was Uncle, and Grandpa and Grandma. They were all fine. Ding dong. Mother and son were eating, worrying about their relatives back home, when the doorbell rang again. Chi-Chi whipped his head around to look at the door, his noodles tumbling outwards. He looked at Bailey, his eyes silent, his eyes filled with confusion. It might be Wenwen from room 602 upstairs. The girl hadn't come down all day, so Bailey didn't tell Chi-Chi. She sighed helplessly, pulled out her chair, stood up, and walked towards the door. The smart lock's camera screen showed Wenwen, but Bailey still had to use a knife to open the door. Chi-Chi followed suit, putting down his chopsticks, and taking his short knife, and followed him to the entrance. Auntie. After opening the door, the girl called out softly to Bailey, then sniffed intently. Bailey frowned slightly. She had cooked scallion oil noodles for dinner, and then added a few slices of braised beef to each of them. Since the windows were closed, the fragrant scallion oil aroma was particularly noticeable when the door opened. Auntie, the chicken drumstick rice you cooked for me was delicious, but I already finished it. What did you have for dinner? Can you make me some too? Bailey, Chi-Chi said unhappily. This is my mom. Why should I cook for you? If you want noodles, go home and ask her to make them for you. Yui was right. This Wenwen was truly disgusting and completely rude. When they used to play on the playground, she called Yu a poor and said her clothes were from a street vendor. So, even though they lived in the same building, he never played with her once. Yu called her a snob. Noodles? No wonder they smelled so good. Auntie, we have noodles at home too. I won't eat yours. Just cook some for me, okay? She licked her lips as she spoke, her eyes brimming with hope, but she seemed oblivious to Chi-Chi's words. Bailey was a little displeased. She wanted to send her away, so she said, Wenwen, you can have some snacks if you're hungry. I'm tired today, and don't want to go to your house. Auntie. Seeing her tears about to fall again, Bailey, hearing the groaning coming from the fourth floor, took a half step forward and lowered her voice, saying, I'm not your parents. Don't keep crying to me. Just stay home and wait for your parents to come back. It's dangerous outside. Don't go out again. Also, lock the door. Don't open it for anyone who knocks. That way you be safe, okay? Go back. The little girl's expression suddenly changed. She had obviously heard the groaning downstairs. But she didn't want to leave anymore. She was scared. She wanted to stay here. Suddenly, there was a click. Someone's front door opened. Bailey recognized it as room 402 and whispered to Wenwen again, go back quickly. Lock the door. Don't open it for anyone who knocks. Reflexively, Wenwen turned and ran upstairs. Bailey stepped out of the door, hiding the knife behind her. She reached the stairs and looked down at the fourth floor. Her eyes met with those of the grandmother in room 402, who was looking up. Chi-Chi's mom, are you home? Where's your Chi-Chi? Did she go to school? The grandmother said with a worried look on her face. My granddaughter went to school yesterday and hasn't come back yet. My son went to work and hasn't come back either. Only my daughter-in-law came back last night. Just imagine how cruel this mother is. She knew her daughter wasn't home, but she didn't even bother to pick her up from school. She just ate, drank, and slept like she was supposed to, showing no concern at all. My son is so unlucky, marrying a woman so heartless and uncaring towards her own child. If you have feelings for her, go pick her up. She's still your granddaughter. Even if she's my granddaughter, she's still a generation apart. You're her mother. Come on, it's because she's a girl that you don't care. You're kidding. I raised her. Would I care if I didn't care? Bailey remained silent throughout the entire process. She focused on the humming coming from 401, while also keeping an eye on the noises upstairs. When she heard Wenwen enter the house, and the door slam, she too turned and headed home. She completely ignored the bickering mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in 402. Mom, when did you go to her house to cook for her? After the door closed, mother and son returned to the dining table. Chi-Chi asked Bailey impatiently, a little dissatisfied. Last night, around 11 o'clock, her parents weren't home, and she was scared and wanted to stay at our house, but I refused. Bailey briefly recounted what happened last night. Seeing the little boy still sullen, she smiled and asked, why? Do you think what Mom did was wrong? Of course it wasn't. You left your precious son home alone to help a child you didn't even know. Do you think you did the right thing? Chi-Chi didn't feel pity for Wenwen, who was left home by her parents, because her pity wasn't caused by their family. He only felt pity for himself, left home alone in the middle of the night, even though his mother was right there. The little boy solemnly reminded Bailey, "Miss Bai, have you forgotten whose mother you are? It's so chaotic out there right now. Haven't you ever considered what I'd do if you went out and couldn't come back? How would I save you?" The son's assumption wasn't impossible. Bailey apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry. This won't happen again. Mom will never leave you home alone again." The situation was unclear, but her actions last night were indeed risky. After receiving his mother's apology, Jiangqi felt a little embarrassed again. He rubbed his nose and whispered, "Next time something like this happens, Mom can wake me up and go with you. Although I really dislike Wenwen and don't want to help her, I also know she's very pitiful without her parents." Bailey was about to say that even if she was pitiful, we didn't necessarily need to help her. But just as she opened her mouth, she heard footsteps outside. Bailey turned her head and looked at the door with a serious face. She walked over and turned on the camera. A shadow flashed through the door, and there was nothing outside. Bailey pressed her ear to the door. She felt that the person walking was deliberately making sure their steps were quiet, but she could still tell they were heading upstairs. Chapter 13. Bailey flung the door open and walked out, knife in hand. She looked up at the young woman, who had already walked down the first floor, about to enter the second. She was the daughter-in-law of room 402, the one who had just argued with her mother-in-law. Her daughter was 2 years older than Chi-Chi, and was in 3rd grade. According to her grandmother's account, she hadn't returned since going to school yesterday. Her son was in the middle class of kindergarten, so it wasn't clear if he went to school yesterday, but he was home now. Her husband hadn't returned from work. He might have had an accident or be stranded. In short, the 4 of them were home now, her in-laws, her son, and her. Chi-Chi's mom. "I'm feeling suffocated at home. I'd like to talk to Wenwen's mom." Talk? Bailey didn't know if she was actually friends with Wenwen's mom, but from her panicked expression, it was easy to guess it was probably fake. It seemed that the little girl had come to her twice since last night, and the people on the 4th floor had overheard them. "I advise you not to go there. Wenwen's mother and her brother are both sick. Last night, they came to me to borrow medicine. They had a very high fever." Zixuan's mother. "Did you know that those people who turned into zombies out there all initially had a cold and a fever?" Room 402's mother's face paled, and without a second thought, she hurried downstairs. She thanked Bailey as she passed her. After she reached the 4th floor and returned to her own home, Bailey turned back as well. Room 402. Zixuan's mother complained to her mother-in-law as soon as she entered the room. "How did you listen to me? What do you mean Wenwen's the only one in their family? Her mother and brother are sick, and she went to room 501 last night to get medicine." Chi-Chi's mother said her fever was severe, and she suspected she might become one of those people outside. That's why she didn't go upstairs when Wenwen came looking for her just now. Her mother-in-law looked incredulous. "Impossible. When Wenwen rang the doorbell, I listened with my ear pressed against the door. She told me to ask the people in room 501 to make her something to eat. If her mother was home, why would she be asking for food?" Zixuan's mother rolled her eyes impatiently. "I told you her mother has a severe fever, maybe even unconscious. Isn't it normal for a child like her to come downstairs and ask for food? Are you trying to get me into room 602 to get her mother to bite you? You're so vicious." "Me vicious? You're so ungrateful. There are so many people in this house, and you're eating so much right after you get home. I didn't buy any groceries yesterday. If you don't go out and find something to eat, we'd be out of food tomorrow. Why should I go look for her? Why don't you go?" "And the old man?" The quarrel downstairs had nothing to do with Bailey, but she knew that if she said that, as long as Wenwen stopped going out, she would be safe for the time being. She was just a child, and there was plenty of milk and snacks at home. She could definitely wait for rescue. Although she didn't know if rescue would come. But that was all she could do. What else could she do? Bring a child she didn't know and didn't particularly like into her own home? She wasn't that selfless. After entering, Bailey stood in the hallway for a moment, making sure no one from room 402 was trying to get to the 6th floor. Then she returned to the dining room, finished the remaining cold noodles and a few bites, and went to the kitchen to clear her bowl. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from outside the window. Bailey's hand trembled, and she almost dropped the bowl. The kitchen lights were off, but the window was open, and the streetlights outside were also on. Across from her home, on the spacious 6th floor balcony, a woman screamed as she climbed toward the windowsill. Through the light from her living room, she could clearly see a hideous face gradually approaching her. "No, ah!" Bang! The woman fell from the windowsill, her body hitting the concrete floor, quickly staining the ground like a bright red flower. The sound stirred the wandering zombies, and they stumbled forward with gaping mouths, tearing and devouring the lifeless but still warm body. Mom! Chi-Chi ran into the kitchen from outside and hugged her waist. Perhaps the scene was so shocking that Bailey felt that the entire building of survivors had become as quiet as a chicken, not daring to even breathe. Everyone might have realized something. The 10 or so houses across the street that had previously had their lights on quickly turned off, leaving the entire building drenched in darkness, as if no one was alive. Bailey finished washing the dishes in silence. Returning to the living room, to distract herself, she took out her yoga mat and spread it out, doing sit-ups and push-ups with her son. She used to go running every day after dropping her son off, but since her last fever, she hadn't run in 2 weeks. She had some simple equipment at home, like an wheel, so it was best to get some exercise now to regain her strength. Jiang Minglang had taught Chi-Chi military gymnastics, so after the sit-ups, she followed her son through the exercises. After all this hard work, both mother and son were soon breathless and sweating. Fortunately, the water from the water purifier was still usable. Bailey filled a large basin with water and boiled another in an electric kettle. After a quick wash with her son, she went to bed. Before bed, Chi-Chi looked out the windows on both sides as usual. The number of zombies was about the same as before, and she heard no more screams or cries for help. The night was peaceful, and mother and son slept through the night. Today was April 30th, overcast with light rain, the third day of the zombie outbreak. The internet was still down, and the tap water had become even more murky, unusable even with the water purifier. The natural gas had been disconnected and hadn't been restored, but fortunately, the electricity was still there. But just as Bailey was feeling relieved, at 3:30 p.m., she heard 2 earth-shattering explosions. At the sound of the explosions, she and Chi-Chi felt their building shake slightly, though the vibrations were slight and then vanished. But she was certain it was a real shake. Mom, look over there. Chi-Chi stood by the balcony window, parted the curtains, and pointed southeast. Flame shot up into the sky, and thick smoke billowed, clearly caused by the 2 violent explosions. Looks like it's the second hospital. Bailey looked at the blaze, just 2 blocks away, and muttered, that hospital has the most patients and the most infected, so. Did the higher-ups blow up the hospital? Do they want to burn all the zombies inside? Is the police so busy over there that they haven't come for so long? Rescue the uninfected patients and medical staff, then seal off the hospital and blow it up? A glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in her heart. After the police dealt with the zombies in the hospital, while the cost of blowing up the hospital was a bit high, she believed the higher-ups must have their own reasons, beyond the comprehension of a simple citizen like her. So next, would they be able to free up manpower to deal with the surrounding area? But Bailey soon realized she had been too naive, too complacent. Chapter 14. Shortly after the explosion, around 4 p.m., several cars began to drive up to the gate of the residential complex. Before these cars arrived, the road outside the complex had already been completely cleared of zombies due to the explosion. Dead outside, but still inside. So, when the cars successfully entered the complex through electronic scanning, they immediately attracted a dozen or so zombies wandering aimlessly downstairs. Bang! 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 With 3 gunshots, the 3 zombies in the front fell to the ground. The shooter was a man in the passenger seat of the first SUV. I don't know if his gun was out of bullets, but after 3 shots, no more gunfire was heard, and the SUV stopped. Then the man in the passenger seat got out of the car with an axe. When a zombie approached, he chopped off its head with a single blow. Ugh! Not only were the zombies attracted by the gunfire, but also the survivors in the building. By this time, all the survivors from buildings 1 and 2 had probably gathered at their windows, including Bailey and Chi-Chi. Some had probably opened their windows, so the mother and son could clearly hear the sounds of others vomiting. But they remained unfazed, watching the man intently as he slaughtered the zombies. The heavy-looking axe wielded with such ferocity, he targeted the zombies' necks with unerring precision. In a short while, all the zombies had been chopped down, some with their heads chopped off entirely, others only half, leaving thick black blood and brain matter everywhere. The sounds of vomiting continued incessantly, and Bailey even heard utterance that left her speechless. How could he kill like this? It's so brutal. But really? The person who said that was definitely not stupid, but an idiot. After killing the zombies, the man got back into the car. The white SUV, now stained with countless blood, roared deeper into the neighborhood. It looked like he was a resident. The man's face looked unfamiliar to her. But Bailey knew she didn't see everyone, especially since people moved in and out every month. Mom, look, isn't that woman's mom? Because her attention was fixed on the man and the departing SUV, Bailey didn't notice the other cars that followed. Only after Chi-Chi reminded her did she see the last car, a white BMW, turn the corner and stop downstairs from their building. Then, a woman with messy hair and a black windbreaker stepped out of the driver's seat. Bailey recognized her. It was indeed Wenwen's mom. She got out of the car, locked it, and went upstairs alone. Her son. That's great. Wenwen's mom's back. Wenwen won't be coming to our house all the time. The little guy had spoken so righteously before, but now he breathed a sigh of relief. Bailey smiled and patted his little head, then turned and walked towards the door, observing the elevator across the street through the smart lock's camera. The number 1 that had been displayed for a long time finally changed. 2, 3, 4, 56. The elevator stopped at the 6th floor, and soon Bailey heard the familiar sound of the smart lock opening in room 602. She even faintly heard the word mom, a voice of surprise and joy. The son was gone, but at least there was still a daughter. Bailey sighed softly. Life is unpredictable. Who could have predicted such a disaster? Mom, of the several cars that just came in, only Wenwen's mom is from our building, the others are all heading inside. Hey, why hasn't Aunt Xiaolin come back yet? These people were all coming from the direction of the hospital, but Bao Xiaolin was going to school, which happened to be the opposite direction of the hospital. And it was obvious that the SUV in the front was the only reason the people in these cars were able to return safely, because it was leading the way. Bailey thought for a moment and decided to go out to room 602 to inquire about the hospital and the situation outside, as well as the man who just fired the gun. Not to mention his skills, even his marksmanship, with every shot hitting the head, showed he was no ordinary person. Chi-Chi, mom's going to room 602. I asked Wenwen's mom a few questions at their door. I'd be right down. Do you want Xiao to come with you? No, you two just wait for me at the door. 3 minutes at most. With that, Bailey went out with her knife in hand and tiptoed up to the 6th floor. But unlike Wenwen, she didn't ring the doorbell. She knocked gently on the door. I thought I'd have to knock a few more times before the other person would consider opening the door. But after just 3 knocks, the door to room 602 swung open with a click. Wenwen's mother was still wearing the same black windbreaker. As she got closer, the smell of disinfectant mingled with other unfamiliar odors, intensely stimulating Bailey's sense of smell. She forced herself not to retreat. What's going on? The other person's face was stern, his voice hoarse, and his eyes were red and swollen. It was unclear if he'd been up all night, crying, or both. Bailey didn't beat around the bush and asked directly in a low voice, Are you back from the hospital? What's going on there? And outside? The hospital is full of zombies, tons of them. The police perished along with them. Perished along with him. Bailey's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Seeing Bailey's expression, Wenwen's mother actually smiled. What else could it mean? It's literally what it means. The police couldn't escape when the zombies were blown up. They were all dead. Do you know how many police officers were there? How many people were there? Haha. It's over. Suchung is finished. It's all over. No one will take care of us. Her expression was borderline insane, and her words were terrifying. Even the look she gave Bailey was murderous. Bailey took a step back, tightening her grip on the knife. You said the police were all dead. That's not right. The man in the car that just brought you back was a very accurate shooter. He wasn't a police officer? Hearing Bailey ask about the man who had just killed the zombies, Wenwen's mother finally calmed down and became a little more normal. However, her words lingered with an inexplicable sourness. He was a soldier, just like your husband. Oh, and your husband didn't come back? Is he dead? Killed by zombies while saving people? That's their fate. And you're a military family member, you deserve to die too. Dying to save people, how noble. Crazy. Bailey didn't want to say another word to her and turned to leave. But Wenwen's mother didn't seem ready to let her go. She followed her and continued, There are so many zombies out there waiting to be dealt with. You're a military family member, why don't you go out? Do you have the nerve to stay home like a coward? Your husband died saving people. He loved you so much, shouldn't you be there for him? You're so heartless and heartless. And your son, he deserves. Pa. Bailey couldn't stand it any longer and turned around and slapped her. Caught off guard, Wenwen's mother fell down the stairs with a scream. But Bailey, still unsatisfied, took 2 steps forward, grabbed her hair, and slammed her head against the railing until she couldn't scream and her whole body went limp. Only then did she let go. Glancing at the woman with disdain, Bailey turned and went downstairs. But after only a few steps, she stopped and glared coldly at the couple in room 402, who were almost at her door. Chapter 15. She had intended to go upstairs quietly to inquire about the situation, but Wenwen's mother was being ruthless. Not only did she not keep her voice down, she even chased her downstairs and yelled. This forced Bailey into a fight. When she was little, her father had taught her a few simple Sanda moves, fearing she'd be bullied outside. Although they were only simple moves, her father insisted she master them, at least enough to handle 1 or 2 unarmed men. Later, when she fell in love with Jiang Minglang and married him, he helped her consolidate her skills. So, beating up a woman like Wenwen's mother was no problem for her. Their movements attracted the attention of 402. Under the guise of watching the fun, the elderly couple actually intended to go to 501 or 602 to order something to eat or drink. The tap water was completely unusable. Their family had never been able to afford to buy bottled water, and the water they collected from the water purifier yesterday had also run out today. They could survive 2 days without food, but who could endure going without water? There was a carton of milk at home, but that was for their precious grandson. But as soon as they reached the 5th floor, they saw the woman from 501 ruthlessly slamming the woman from 602's head against the stair railing. The thuds made the old couple's hearts race. So, when Bailey came downstairs and looked up at them, they involuntarily turned and walked away, swiftly descending from the 5th floor to the 4th. Bailey returned to her own door, but she didn't rush in. After hearing the sound of a door closing on the 4th floor, she heard a faint sound of a door closing soon after. It was 202. Mom. Bailey looked up and saw Wenwen running out of her house, rushing up the stairs to help her mother, who had collapsed on the ground, bleeding from her head. She lay motionless. When Bailey looked over, Wenwen glared at her with resentment. Huh? She turned and headed home. Mom, are you okay? Chi-Chi waited anxiously in the hallway. If his mother hadn't told him not to go out, he would have rushed out the moment he heard the noise outside. He couldn't hear Wenwen's mother's words clearly, but he could hear the thud of his head hitting the railing. He had his hand on the doorknob, ready to open it and stand by to see what was going on, but suddenly saw the grandparents from room 402 downstairs on the smart lock screen. Because he didn't like the elderly couple who took advantage of others, Chi-Chi cautiously didn't open the door. Thankfully, his mother returned a short while later. It's okay. You did a good job just now. You didn't rush to open the door when you heard the noise. She rubbed her son's head, placed the long knife in her hand on the shoe cabinet nearby, and led him to the living room. Are all the police dead? Sioux City is in chaos? Bailey pondered the information she received from that lunatic, unsure whether it was true or false, but the despair in her eyes was undeniable. She could understand the grief and despair of losing her son. But understanding was understanding, not condoning her vicious attacks on the 3 of them. Perhaps it was her usual image and her indifferent approach that made them think she was easy to bully. Suddenly, Bailey's eyes froze, and she paused. She took 2 steps forward, approaching the coffee table, staring at the large vase on it, more precisely, at the 3 lilies within. I remember them being nearly withered when I brought them in yesterday. How did they become so vibrant again? What's wrong, Mom? Chi-Chi had seen her thinking and not saying anything, but why was she staring at the vase? Chi-Chi, these 3 lilies. Do you know when they became like this? Haven't they always been like this? Chi-Chi scratched her head in confusion. They were like this yesterday. Didn't you plant them? She hadn't really noticed. Bailey pulled a small stool over and placed it under her. She stared at the lilies for a moment, then reached out and took out the baby's breath and the lilies. She shook the water in the vase again. It wasn't much, but it wasn't too little either. Is it because they've been exposed to water again that they become vibrant again? Impossible. This wasn't her first time growing flowers. How could she not know that if they were wilted or even on the verge of withering, putting them in water wouldn't do anything? Besides, these 3 lilies had only been there 2 weeks. They were already at the end of their lifespan. If she hadn't considered the situation, she would have thrown them away yesterday. So what was going on? She turned the flowers over and over in her hands, but couldn't see anything unusual. Finally, Bailey had no choice but to put them back in the vase. Strange things kept happening one after another. Unable to pinpoint the cause, she decided to carefully examine the flowers next. Mom, come quickly. While Bailey was examining the flowers, Chi-Chi ran to the bathroom to pee. I peed so much again. What should I do? When Bailey entered, he was still peeing. This had been going on for the past 2 days, and Bailey had no idea what was going on. Oh, what a shame. I got no water left, and yet I'm peeing so much. I wish I could drink it. Bailey, She poked his forehead in annoyance and waited a minute until he finished. Just like yesterday, his urine was clear and not smelly, so there was no need to flush. Mom, look, this pot hose has grown so long. On the bathroom sink sat a glass vase filled with branches Bailey had cut from another pot hose. They weren't very long, apart from the ones inserted into the vase, only the branches as long as her palm remained exposed. But that was yesterday. Now, Bailey fell silent, looking at the leaves that had grown so long, they were almost drooping into the sink. After a moment, she pointed to the half-filled vase and asked Chi-Chi, "Did you add that?" But the little one suddenly covered his crotch with his hands, shook his head, then nodded. Bailey understood. "Well, Mom, my urine doesn't stink." Bailey grumbled, "Is it a question of whether it stinks or not?" "You said you." A sudden thought struck her, and she asked Chi-Chi, "Did you pee in the ceramic vase in the living room?" No, I didn't pee in it. The water there has nothing to do with me." Chi-Chi waved her hands in denial, explaining, "I saw this pot hose vase was almost empty this morning, and I thought my urine wouldn't stink, so I tried it." But she hadn't expected the results to be so surprising. Bailey was equally curious. Her son's urine seemed a little different. She went out and fetched a pair of scissors, snipped off the long, drooping pot hose, and sniffed it in her hand. It had no odor, similar to the pot hose she grew outside. "Oh, Mom!" Chi-Chi suddenly cried out in surprise, staring at the pot hose in Bailey's hand and babbling incoherently. He wasn't the only one surprised. Bailey was even more shocked. The piece of green radish in her hand was growing at a visible rate, reaching half a meter in just a moment. Bailey's hand trembled with fear, and she dropped the green radish to the ground. Once freed from her grasp, the green radish immediately stopped growing and lay there motionless. Chapter 16. Mom? Bailey regained consciousness, shifting her gaze from the green radish to her son. She swallowed hard. Chi-Chi, tell me. Is Mommy? Mom, let me try. The little guy wasn't frightened at all, he simply found it magical. Bending down, he picked up the green radish from the ground, his little hand holding the end his mother had held, and then his eyes fixed on the radish trailing along the ground. But after a long time, it remained the same, with no movement at all. Chi-Chi, unwilling to give up, blew on the hand holding the green radish and shouted, "Grow!" Bailey, It was hilarious, and it washed away her earlier panic. Mom, did it grow longer? No. What about now? No. Chi-Chi pushed again, still making humming noises like he was taking a shit, his face flushed from holding it in. Bailey suppressed a laugh and was about to say, "Don't try, it's useless. Give me another try." But before she could say anything, there was a puff sound, and for no apparent reason, Chi-Chi was sprayed with water all over his head and face. Mother and son stared at each other again, then both looked at Chi-Chi's small hand holding the green ivy. Water was still gushing out, though not as much as the previous puff. It was just a trickle, some dripping onto the green ivy, some pattering onto the floor. Water coming out of her hand? Bailey swallowed again, her expression relatively normal, at least her eyes weren't nearly popping out like before, but her heartbeat was inevitably racing. What's going on today? Did the mother and daughter develop supernatural powers? Bailey wasn't sure if that was the right term, but whatever it was, it couldn't be a bad thing. After all, she didn't feel any discomfort. Everything was just normal. Only when the green ivy was growing in her hand did she feel something escaping from it. But once the green ivy was out of her hand, that feeling disappeared. She looked at the water on her son's hand, grabbed a towel from the nearby rack, and wiped his head and face while asking, "Chi-Chi, what does it feel like?" "It's similar to peeing. It's like something is coming out of me. But it's not uncomfortable, it's quite comfortable." It was indeed similar to hers. Bailey thought for a moment, and simply brought over a wash basin. She told him to put his hand in it, and let the water drain into the basin. But she didn't know if he hadn't found the right method, or if it was because he had just peed. Anyway, after giving him the basin, his chubby little hand stopped dripping soon after. No matter how hard he tried, he farted, but no water came out. The water that eventually came out only covered a shallow layer at the bottom of the basin. Bailey, on the other hand, grasped the same piece of green radish again. She closed her eyes, and recalled the feeling. Suddenly, it felt like something was running wild through her body. From her heart to her limbs, and finally to her right hand holding the green radish. "It's getting longer and longer. Ah, Mommy, it's so long, so long." Bailey opened her eyes amidst Chi-Chi's screams, and was stunned. In just a moment, the bathroom floor, which wasn't too small, was already covered in green radishes. Under the light, the emerald green leaves shone brightly, appearing even more vibrant than those in the pots outside. Of course, the condition was one thing, but the main thing was that it was growing too long. The green ivy was originally a relatively easy plant to care for, but now, with the energy she injected into it, it shot up to 1/2 meter in almost an instant. "Mom, why can you make the green ivy grow, but I can't?" Little Jiangqi envied his mother. "But you can release water, and Mom can't." "But I release so little." "Look, just a tiny bit." Bailey looked at her son with a strange expression. Could the urine you peed earlier be the same as the water released from your hand? If that were the case, it would almost explain why the urine didn't smell, and why so much at once. Mother and son pondered this in the bathroom for a while. Then Bailey brought a glass to Chi-Chi, had him place his index finger on the rim, and taught him how to focus his attention on his finger. 3 minutes later, 1/2 cup of water appeared in the glass. Bailey held it up to the light and examined it carefully. It was crystal clear, without a trace of impurities. She sniffed it again, there was no odor at all. Finally, he brought it to his lips and licked it. It was icy and cool, and even a little sweet. "How's it, Mom? Is it drinkable?" Chi-Chi looked at her expectantly. If his mother hadn't told him otherwise, he would have tried it too. Bailey wasn't sure if it was drinkable or not. To be on the safe side, she told Chi-Chi, "I take a couple of sips and see how it goes. If I'm fine all day tomorrow, then it should be drinkable." Chi-Chi's mouth widened with joy. The tap water wouldn't work, but if the water he made was drinkable, then wouldn't their family never have to worry about water again? Gurgle. But before he could even wait 2 seconds for his joy to settle, his stomach suddenly growled. "Mom, I'm hungry." Gurgle. Chi-Chi had barely finished speaking when Bailei's stomach rumbled. Mother and son exchanged glances and smiled in unison. "Mom, go make some braised pork ribs with rice." "How about that?" Sure. I love your ribs the most." In reality, they were already cooked and frozen. Just take them out and heat them over rice. Even that way, they were delicious. While heating the rice and ribs, Bailey saw garlic in the kitchen and had an idea. She peeled the garlic, took out a clove, soaked it, and held it in her palm. About 10 seconds, the clove in her hand sprouted an inch-long garlic shoot. Bailey was delighted. 2 minutes later, she placed 8 garlic shoots on the cutting board, chewing a small section in her mouth as she chopped them off with a knife. Once the rice and ribs were hot, she sprinkled the seasoning directly on top. After the mother and son finished their relatively hearty dinner, Bailey wiped the bowls and pots clean with a kitchen towel, just as she had done at noon, reluctant to use water for the time being. It was already 9:30 p.m. Ever since beating Wenwen's mother, the mother and son had been preoccupied with their own abilities, only eating when they were hungry. So they were already late, and naturally hadn't had time to observe the outside. Now that everything was clear, they ran to the balcony and found that the fire in the hospital was still burning, still raging, even with a light rain. The streets were deserted, not a single zombie. Thinking again of what the crazy woman had said that afternoon, Bailey sighed with some sadness. Although she looked insane, what she said was probably true. It certainly wasn't all the police in Sioux City, it was probably the officers who went to the hospital who were killed. But even so, it was still terrifying. What did this mean? It meant that zombies these days were not easy to deal with, even for the police. Knock, knock, knock. "Mom, there's someone knocking on the door." Chi-Chi turned toward the main door and added, "It's the 6th floor. Someone's knocking on room 602's door." Chapter 17. Wenwen's mom, your head is cut and needs to be bandaged quickly. I have gauze and disinfectant. Bailey leaned against her front door. A mocking smile curled her lips as she heard the noise outside. The elderly couple in room 402 were always the type to do anything for a profit. Would they be so kind as to give you gauze and disinfectant for no reason? Luckily, room 602 was closed. The mother and daughter remained quiet and ignored her. The old lady knocked for a long time, offering a scathing message, but in the end, she could only go downstairs and return home, feeling resentful and annoyed. What a jerk. You didn't even want the medicine someone offered you. You deserve to be beaten. The old lady cursed as she walked downstairs. As she passed room 501, she paused, remembering the woman who had grabbed someone's head and banged it against the railing with an expressionless face. She didn't dare to knock. The old lady went down to the 4th floor. She heard scratching and banging noises again from the door of 401 across from her. She couldn't help but curse. What are you banging for? You scratching bastard. I told you get your retribution, be struck by lightning, and become the living dead. Help! Police officer, help! My husband wants to kill me. Please get him away. Before the old lady could finish her curse, she heard a heartbreaking scream, seemingly quite close to her. Startled, the old lady knocked on the door, calling back 402, and slammed it shut. Bailey and Chi-Chi also heard the cry for help. It was also very close to them, coming from 401 downstairs. The woman opened the window and waved at a white SUV clearly driving out of the complex, shouting for help. She had been trapped in her room for 2 days. Because her husband had been suffering from a persistent high fever, she had taken leave to stay home and care for him. On the afternoon of the 28th, he, already exhausted from the fever, suddenly jumped out of bed and pounced on her. Flustered, she ran to the small study, where she had been hiding ever since. In the study, there were only a few bags of snacks and 2 bottles of water, and she had survived 2 days and 2 nights on these few necessities. That afternoon, she saw through the window a man killing a monster downstairs that looked just like her husband. She wondered if the police-like man would come and rescue her if she begged him. She was still struggling with her decision, but after he finished, he got in his car and drove off. Now, after hours of starvation, she saw the white SUV again from the window, and her eyes suddenly lit up. This time, without hesitation, she opened the window and called for help. If she didn't get out, she would starve to death. Bailey and Chi-Chi stood by the window and saw the white SUV stop after the cry for help. The passenger window opened, revealing the same man from that afternoon. He peered up the 4th floor and saw the woman tearful and waving, "I've been trapped in the study for 2 days. Please save me." The man retreated, seemingly saying something to the people in the driver's seat and the back seat before pushing the door and getting out. "Mom, is he really going to the 4th floor?" Chi-Chi nervously, yet a little excitedly, hugged Bailey's arm. "Looks like he is." Bailey watched the man approach their building, thought for a moment, and said to her son, "Mom wants to go downstairs and find this guy to find out what's going on outside." "I go with you." The child looked at her resolutely. "Don't worry, Mom. I act accordingly and won't burden you." "Silly son, how can you say I'd be a burden?" She hesitated for only a second before deciding to comply with the child's decision. If the world continues to be this bad, he'd have to leave home sooner or later to face it. The mother and son quickly changed into fleece sweatshirts and opened the front door when they heard a loud bang downstairs. The door to 401 had been kicked open. Bailey's eyes widened. The gate to their complex was of excellent quality. It was made of wood on the outside, with a steel plate inside. Even with the smart lock and 2 additional locks, it wouldn't be possible to open it in one go, even with violent force. She immediately recalled the scene that afternoon of the man wielding an axe, smacking zombies one by one. Wow! He must be a strong man. At that moment, thanks to Xiao Fei's kick, the door to 401 slammed into the living room, carrying the zombie behind it with it. Without waiting for the zombie to get up, he took a few steps forward, grabbing the door with one hand and raising his axe with the other. With a puff, the man in 401 was finally free. Dong, dong, dong. "Okay, you can come out now. It's safe outside." The woman trembled as she opened the study door and emerged shaking. But after only 2 steps, she looked up and saw her husband lying on the floor in the living room, his head rolled to the side, his eyes, only the whites of which were now staring back at her. Her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground, sobbing into her hand. Perhaps having seen too many such scenes in the past 2 days, Xiao Fei was completely oblivious. He simply lowered his head and said to the woman, "You were the one who called for help first. I'm not responsible for fixing the broken door." Bailey and Chi-Chi had just reached the 4th floor when they overheard his words. Xiao Fei turned and left, and as he stepped out the door, he encountered a woman and a child standing at the entrance. From their clothing and appearance, it was clear they were mother and child. But that wasn't important. What mattered was the 2 knives they held, one long and one short. Xiao Fei's eyes lingered over the blades for a few seconds, then he glanced disdainfully at his own axe before turning and heading downstairs. Thinking the family in room 402 must be watching from behind the door, Bailey didn't call out for them, but followed Xiao Fei downstairs. As they passed the 3rd floor, the strong smell of blood piqued their senses. She saw the door to room 302 open, the headless old woman lying across the entrance, blood everywhere around her, and a leg just inside the door. Bailey couldn't bear to watch any longer, and Chi-Chi turned her head away as well. The 2nd floor was quiet, and there was nothing at the entrance. As they neared the 1st floor, Xiao Fei stopped, turned, and looked at the mother and son. "Is there something wrong?" He spoke politely. After all, he didn't sense any hostility from them. On the contrary, he was very familiar with the way they held their knives. Bailey also politely said, "Hello? I wanted to ask you about the situation outside." "Not very good." Xiao Fei, in a hurry to leave, said briefly, "It's almost everywhere in chaos right now. If you want to survive, don't count on rescue." Since there was no one left who could rescue them, he hadn't come to this neighborhood to save them. He had come here to fulfill an old friend's last wish, and take his son away. Out of kindness, Xiao Fei climbed 2 steps, approached Bailey, and whispered, "The small supermarket on the right side of your neighborhood is open." The owner must have turned into a zombie and escaped. Before anyone realizes, gather some food and store it. He immediately led his men to the supermarket. With so much stuff, he didn't mind taking the mother and son with him. Chapter 18. Bailey quickly went home to get the car keys. She and her daughter took the elevator, going up and down without delay. When they started the car and drove out of the complex, Xiao Fei and his team's white SUV had just left. Bailey hurried to catch up. Passing the security office, she noticed that the security guard, who had transformed into a zombie inside, was gone. Xiao Fei must have taken care of him. It seemed he hadn't just dealt with the security guard, he also cleaned up the entire complex. Because as the car turned, the little scout, Chi-Chi, was lying in the back seat, reporting to her mother through the rear windshield, "There are 4 headless bodies lying on the roadside, behind building 3. Mom, that uncle must have killed them. He's such a good man." Xiao Fei, who had been awarded the good guy card, also observed the black Jeep behind him through the rearview mirror. You can't judge a person by appearance. The woman was slender. While she didn't look weak, she wasn't strong either. But she was driving such a big, cool black Jeep. Of course, it could also be her husband's. "Wow, isn't that the Jeep 380 you like?" Seeing Xiao Fei staring at the rearview mirror, the bespectacled man driving the car pushed his glasses up his nose and, with just a glance, confirmed, "That's the one." 380 was the code name they gave the car, since Xiao Fei's code name was 308. He asked curiously, "Why? Is the woman in the car the one you just rescued?" "No, it's a mother and son. She asked me about the situation outside, and I gave her some advice." "Your advice is to have them follow us to the supermarket?" "I didn't say that." "But you do." The small supermarket was just 500 meters to the right of the neighborhood. When Xiao Fei and his friends passed by that afternoon, they knew at a glance that no one was inside. The explosion was so loud that it had attracted zombies from several nearby streets, so for now, most public places here were relatively safe. Except for the zombies trapped inside, unable to leave. 500 meters was a matter of a foot on the gas. By the time Xiao Fei and his friend stopped, Bailey had also arrived. She turned the car so that the trunk was facing the supermarket. "Chi-Chi, you and Xiaowu stay by the car while Mom goes in to get the things." "Okay." When going out, he had to follow instructions and do whatever Mom said. But as soon as Jiang Qi got out of the car, he heard a surprised cry, "Boss!" The voice came from the white SUV next to him. The back window was open, and a little boy about Chi-Chi's age poked his head out and greeted him enthusiastically. He greeted not only him, but also Xiaowu, who had gotten off the car with him. "Uncle Wu is here too. Long time no see." "Woof." Xiaowu clearly recognized him and responded cheerfully. Bailey, Xiao Fei, and the others, who were about to head to the supermarket, said, "Eh." They all looked at the little boy with complicated eyes, then at the Shiba Inu, wagging its tail and laughing. "Lin Chi-Chi, why are you in the car?" Because the 2 cars were next to each other, Chi-Chi could chat with Linja while looking at his own car. The 2 of them used to play football and games together on the playground. Chi-Chi had been selected for the football team right after entering elementary school, so naturally, learning from a professional coach made all the difference. That's why the kids who played football together called him Big Brother. Bailey knew this, but calling Xiaowu Uncle Wu, how did that come from? Although curious, moving the goods was the most important thing at the moment. "They're not your father's, so why are you following them?" Big Brother Jiang Qi was deeply concerned about his younger brother, fearing he might be abducted by human traffickers. He earnestly warned him, "It's a mess out there right now. It's best not to trust anyone except your parents. Those are my Uncle Xiao Fei and Uncle Du Niquan, not outsiders." Hearing the word Du Niquan again, the bespectacled Du Qian gritted his teeth. "Little bastard, I deal with you sooner or later." With a snap, the bag of instant noodles in his hand crumbled. Linja, outside, was completely oblivious and continued introducing Xiao Fei and Du Qian to Chi-Chi. "My dad was a comrade of theirs before he retired. They came to see me when I was 3, and we became close friends. Jiangqi, never mind. Since those two were in the same profession as my dad, I leave them alone. But, where are your parents? And your grandma? 2 nights ago, my grandma had a stomachache in the middle of the night. She might have had acute gastroenteritis. My dad took her to the hospital first. The next morning, my mom made some porridge and went to look for them. They haven't come back yet. Uncle Xiaofei said my dad asked him to pick me up and asked me to go with them. Hearing that Linja's dad and grandma were going to the hospital, Jiangqi blurted out, "Which hospital?" "Boss, I know what you're worried about." "Don't worry, it's not the second hospital, it's the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. My grandma loves seeing a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, so I asked my dad to take her there." What Linja didn't know was that, because his grandmother was in severe pain, his father had changed his route and gone to the closer second hospital. When his mother left home, she only told him she was going to the hospital to deliver food, so he assumed she was also going to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Originally, his mother had intended to drop him off at school while delivering food, but considering the recent flu outbreak and fearing he might be infected, she texted her teacher to ask for leave. Bailey overheard Linja's words as she came out carrying a bag of rice and a bag of noodles. Xiaofei and Du Qian also came out carrying boxes of mineral water and instant noodles. Their expressions remained the same, but their eyes held an odd look. Especially, neither of them looked at Linja. After putting their belongings in the trunk, they quickly turned back to the supermarket to continue their work. Bailey looked at Linja. The child smiled, his toothless mouth baring as he greeted her, "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, Gigi." Back at the supermarket, Bailey grabbed a shopping bag and walked over to the shelf where Xiaofei and the others were clearing out items. She stuffed the remaining items into it and whispered, "Gigi's grandmother and his parents?" "That's all." Although expected, Bailey's hand still paused. Then she continued stuffing the bag. Xiaofei and the others were quick and strong, and after just a few trips, they had the trunk completely filled. They then continued to stuff the back seat. When he was almost done, he was about to help Bailey with a couple of loads when she approached him, handing him a shopping bag as he entered the supermarket. "I saw you just grabbed a few toothbrushes and toothpaste. Take some more, and remember to remind Gigi to rinse his mouth after eating and brush his teeth at night. He's had some serious cavities before, and he just lost one, so he needs to pay attention to his oral hygiene. Also, he likes chocolate and Snickers. Here are the ones you just left behind. Give them all to him, but don't give him too much at once. Limited to 1 bar a day or every 2 days." Xiaofei reached out to take it, mumbling a thank you. After a moment's thought, he simply asked, "Anything else I should be aware of?" "Don't treat him like a child. Make him do whatever you do. You can teach him if he doesn't know how. Also, if possible, please give him a knife." Chapter 19. Give him a knife? Xiaofei turned his head and looked outside, his eyes lingering on the short knife held by Chi-Chi for a moment. Finally, he couldn't help but ask the question he had wanted to ask from the beginning. "Where did you get these 2 knives?" "My husband brought them back." This was Jiang Minglang's prize for a competition. He said he hadn't originally wanted to participate, but he went after seeing the 3 knives as prizes. Xiaofei gave her a thoughtful look when he heard her words, but he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he helped her carry her things out. "Boss, I think my dad must have passed away right after sending my grandma to the hospital. You know, he's so busy with work that when he's on a case, he doesn't come home for days or nights. So my mom has to take care of my grandma in the hospital and can't take care of me. Alas, what's the point of having a dad like that? He often forgets he has an older son. Isn't my dad the same? When he's feeling well, he comes home once a month, but when he's busy, he might not come back for half a year. I'm much better off than you. At least you see your dad daily, while I see him monthly." That's true. Jiangqi turned his head to glance at Xiaofei, who was helping his mother carry her things, and thanked him politely. "Thank you, uncle." Xiaofei smiled at him, and turned back to the supermarket to retrieve the shopping bags Bailey had packed. "Lin Gigi, where are you going later? Back to the neighborhood?" Linja shook his head. "No, Uncle Xiao said he was going somewhere, and asked me to join them." "Where?" "He didn't say. Since we were all together, why didn't you tell me?" "Hey, you know how adults like them always think we're children, and there's no need to explain things too clearly. Excessive explanations are pointless anyway." But Jiangqi disagreed. He pointed at Linja. "Your parents aren't around, so you need to be more careful. Don't be so heartless. You need to ask for directions, and for everything you need to do. He patted his chest proudly, saying, "When my mom and I go out, I always know the way. I go wherever she says, and I never miss a spot. Even if we're wrong, we can always find the right place by looking back." Linja asked in surprise, "Don't we have navigation? Why do you have to look at the navigation? Wouldn't it be better to look at the map?" That's what his parents said anyway. "You can even read a map." Linja praised his boss with genuine admiration. "Boss, you're amazing." Jiangqi felt a little embarrassed by the compliment, and quickly brought the topic back to where it had strayed. He glanced at the bespectacled man smoking in the front of the car after packing up his things and asked softly, "Did you remember what I just said?" "I did. They told me to be careful of Uncle Xiaofei and Uncle Belly Button. Don't get sold out and then have to pay them back." Jiangqi, Is that what he meant? Du Qian, smoking in the front of the car, twitched his lips. The kid with the knife was quite interesting, but his nephew was a bit clueless. Bailey had almost filled the trunk. Her Jeep's trunk was even bigger than Xiaofei's and his friend's white SUV, so it could still hold more. But she only filled the trunk and didn't put anything in the back seat. Xiaofei also brought her 2 bottles of mineral water and placed them under the passenger seat. "Thank you." Xiaofei waved, walked over to Jiangqi, rubbed his little head, and nodded to the mother and son. "Take care." With that, he told Du Qian to get in the car and leave. Linja leaned against the car window and reluctantly said goodbye to Jiangqi. "Goodbye, boss." "Goodbye, Uncle Wu." "Boss, take good care of Uncle Wu, and don't let him go hungry. We play football again next time we meet." Jiangqi waved his hand. "Don't worry about us. Remember?" "Got it. When you're out and about, be careful. I can't let Uncle Xiaofei and the others fool me." Jiangqi, Speaking in front of others, his face flushed. But the clueless Linja was still oblivious, and kept promising him that he remembered his words. Du Qian and Xiaofei couldn't help but laugh. After driving a distance, Xiaofei asked Linja, "Gigi, what's your friend's name?" "You mean the boss?" "His name is Jiangqi, and he's the same age as me." "Last name, Jiang?" Xiaofei and Du Qian exchanged glances and asked, "Do you know his father's name?" "I don't know, but I know his dad is a soldier like you guys, and he's very tall, taller than my dad." Linja's father was 1.82 meters tall. If he was taller than him, Xiaofei was almost certain. This mother and child were most likely the man's wife and child. He turned his head and glanced back in the rearview mirror. The woman had already started the car and turned the corner, heading back to the neighborhood. It was almost midnight, and the neighborhood, which Xiaofei had cleared, was quiet, with no one and no zombies. Bailey drove the car into the parking space downstairs from her apartment building. After turning off the engine, she didn't rush to get out. Instead, she looked up at the 2 buildings in front and behind her. She hoped everyone was asleep by now, and no one would notice her car, but she knew that was impossible. Just now, the curtains behind the window of the house in their unit, 202, moved, revealing someone hiding there, looking down. It wasn't just their family. Who knows how many others were watching her car? After all, no one dared go out after the incident, but what about her? Not only did she go out, she even left the complex. It seemed she couldn't move her things upstairs. After sitting in the car for about 2 minutes, Bailey and Chi-Chi got out, locked it, and took Xiaowu upstairs. As they passed the 2nd floor, Bailey could clearly sense someone watching from behind the door of 202. She stopped at 201, knocked gently a few times, and then put her ear to the door and listened carefully. She knew no one was inside. She was just doing it for 202 to see. After listening for 2 minutes, Bailey sighed and took her son's hand and went upstairs. Crack! Bailey and Chi-Chi Xiaowu had just reached the corner leading from the 2nd floor to the 3rd, when the door to 202 opened and a man's head popped out. "Hey, wait a moment." Bailey paused, turned to look at the square-faced man clinging to the door, pursed her lips, and waited for him to continue. "What were you doing out there? What's going on outside? Are there really no police? Are they all dead?" Bailey replied sternly, "I went to see my friends, the mother and daughter who live across from your house in 201. With that, she turned and went upstairs with her son, ignoring his other questions. The man saw her sullen expression and didn't press his questions. He figured it was pointless to ask. She probably just gone for a spin, not even daring to get out, and returned without finding anyone. Didn't you see she sat in the car for quite a while after turning off the engine? She must have been frightened, trying to calm down. As for the knife in her hand, it was just to give herself courage. She must have been terrified. Even so, the man admired her. She was a woman, Yet she dared to go out with her child at a time like this. He didn't know what others would do, but he didn't dare. Chapter 20. The third floor remained the same. Room 301's door was closed. Room 302's headless body lay in the doorway, its head tumbling down beside it. A little further in the hallway, severed limbs and arms were visible. The tattered fabric on them suggested they belonged to the grandfather. Bailey continued walking, leading Chi-Chi upstairs. The little one didn't seem afraid, but his grip on her hand tightened. Fourth floor. Room 402's door was closed. Room 401's door was gone. Light streamed in from the living room. Bailey turned her head and glanced inside. The headless man who had been lying there was gone. No, not gone, but wrapped in a sheet, head and all. Looking much more respectable. The woman in room 401 sat on the sofa, legs bent, seemingly lost in thought. Bailey looked away and continued upstairs with her son. Wait a minute. The woman ran barefoot from the living room and pleaded with Bailey, "Sister, please help me. I want to move my husband downstairs and bury him. But I can't do it by myself." As she spoke, tears began to flow again, and she choked, "I don't want to leave him like this. I just want to bury him, but no one was willing to help her. Even when the people from room 402 across the street came to her house, asking for food, and she gave it to them, they refused to help, saying there was a virus that could be contagious. How could it be contagious? They had always been together. Even after he turned into a zombie, she was in the study, and he was in the living room, but they were still in the same house, breathing the same air. If it were contagious, she wouldn't be fine now. Unfortunately, no one believed her, or perhaps they simply chose not to because they didn't want to help. Okay, wait a moment. I have to get my son up there first. Hearing Bailey's words, the woman, expecting a refusal, was stunned for a moment, then nodded ecstatically. Okay. I wait. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Bailey took Chi-Chi home and boiled some water for him to brush his teeth, wash his face, and wash his feet. Mom, can you two lift Uncle Wei? The little guy, his eyes nearly closed from sleep, still reminded his mother to be careful and other things, worrying her to no end. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he fell asleep instantly. Bailey stroked Xiao's head and whispered, "Watch the house. If anything happens, call out loudly." Xiao hummed twice, as if in response. Xiaofeng had already fallen asleep, curled up in the corner of the cage with his eyes closed. Bailey closed the door and went downstairs. The woman in 401 had already changed her socks and shoes, and put on a thick coat. She was squatting beside her husband's body, waiting for Bailey. Seeing that she actually came down to help, a touch of emotion crossed her sorrowful face. After all, the two families had previously had quite an unpleasant argument over a dog. To be more precise, it was her husband who was being unreasonable and quarreling with others. Fortunately, she stopped him, otherwise there wouldn't even be anyone to help her collect the body today. "Sister, I'm sorry about what happened before, and thank you for coming today. My name is He Ming. You can just call me Xiao He. Xiao He, you better lock up the food and utensils in your living room and kitchen in the bedroom." Seeing He Ming thank her, and about to start carrying the body downstairs, Bailey hurriedly warned her quietly, "Otherwise, when you come back later, there might not be anything to eat." It wasn't that she looked down on the elderly couple in room 402. They were so brazen they come over and asked for food even when they were home. If they weren't there, wouldn't they be raiding the place? He Ming nodded in understanding and thanked them again. But there wasn't much food left at home. Neither she nor her husband were great cooks, so they usually ate out or ordered takeout. The only things they could cook were noodles, instant noodles, and conch noodles. More than an hour ago, the elderly woman in room 402 across the street had taken most of the noodles and instant noodles, even the 5 eggs left in the refrigerator. But she was still grieving, too busy to care. He Ming stuffed the remaining food into a bag, took it to the bedroom, locked the door, and said to Bailey, "Sister, please lift your feet, and I'll lift your shoulders." She wrapped the head in a bath towel, tied the towel to the bed sheet, and placed it on the corpse's chest. At first glance, it looked like the head was just there, which made it even more frightening. Luckily, her husband wasn't very tall or overweight, so carrying the body wasn't too difficult. It was when they passed the 3rd floor that He Ming saw the horrific state of 302. Her hands trembled with shock, and the sheets she was holding slipped from her grasp, sending the body crashing to the floor with a startling thud. "Yes, I'm sorry, sister." Aye. It's okay." Bailey remained calm, her hand still clutching the 2 sheets wrapped around her legs. Seeing Bailey's composure, He Ming's excitement subsided somewhat. Trying not to look towards 302, she bit her lip, lifted the body again, and walked downstairs with Bailey, one in front and one behind. They carried the body to the lawn in the green belt downstairs. Then, He Ming seemed to realize something. They didn't have a shovel. The property management's utility room is in the western corner of the first floor. There are shovels and spades inside. Come with me and get them. In reality, once the body was brought down, Bailey could have easily walked away. However, He Ming wasn't very courageous. Furthermore, as they were coming down, Bailey noticed the curtains on the fourth floor across the street moving, suggesting someone was watching them. She was worried someone might notice her car. After all, she had been out that night. So she simply stayed and helped dig the hole, mainly to keep an eye on anyone who might be spying. Sister, thank you so much for tonight. After finally burying her husband, He Ming thanked Bailey again. It's okay. Bailey waved her hand nonchalantly, and took her back to the utility room with the 2 spades. Then they went upstairs. It was already 1:30 a.m., and even if they weren't sleepy, their faces were etched with fatigue. So, no one spoke as they went upstairs, and each went back to their own homes. Bailey arrived home, changed into her pajamas, and quickly washed up. Although tired, she didn't immediately go to bed. Instead, she stood by the window and looked across at Building 2. In this complex, except for Building 1, which was 6 stories high, all the others were 11 stories high, including Building 2. Just now, she had only noticed something fishy on the 4th floor downstairs, but now there was no movement. Perhaps they'd grown impatient waiting for them to dig a hole and gone to sleep. As for the others, she slowly examined each window, left to right, top to bottom. Any window with drawn curtains almost always meant someone was home, otherwise, no one was home, or perhaps there were zombies. She counted. 17 households in Building 2 had their curtains drawn, 2 had their lights on and were still awake, and 4 had their lights off and were still awake. Why was it so easy to find them? Because the 6 families hadn't covered their eyes when they opened their curtains. Bailey guessed they couldn't sleep and were observing the outside while also preparing for a retreat. The 3rd day of the apocalypse had already ended. Because the incident had happened so suddenly, most people were initially overcome by fear. However, those with a bit of common sense and courage, as long as they saw her go out and return in good condition. Bailey estimated that tomorrow, although not many people would dare to leave their homes, go downstairs, or even leave the neighborhood, there would definitely be some. After all, people these days don't have the habit of storing food. 3 to 5 days is fine, but any longer is not possible. Chapter 21. The next day, it was already 7:30 a.m. When Bailey opened her eyes, she was acutely aware of movement outside. She sat up, first glancing at her son, who was still soundly asleep next to her, and tucked him in with a kicked-off blanket. Then, she put on a cotton-padded jacket and left the bedroom. As expected, there was a group of people gathered downstairs. Not really a group, but 7, all men. She didn't know what they were discussing, but Bailey noticed that 2 of the men kept looking up, and one even pointed at her car. Bailey's eyes grew cold, and she clenched her fists. She reached out and gently opened the window a crack, letting a cold breeze, drizzling with fine raindrops, lash her face. It was raining again. It had stopped for half a day yesterday, and it was raining again today. Suchong was like that. It always rained this fine, dense drizzle, and it would continue for days. Most men didn't care, let alone use an umbrella. That's why the 7 people downstairs were gathered together in the rain, acting as if nothing had happened. Will you get sick if you're exposed to the drizzle for too long? Getting sick at this time is not a good sign. Bailey loosened her clenched fists. She wondered if she could go to the nearby pharmacy today. Through the open window, Bailey vaguely overheard some of their conversation. After today, our family will be completely out of food. If we don't find food, we won't be able to get through today, let alone tomorrow. It's not the same for everyone. My wife and I don't have the habit of shopping for groceries. We usually buy whatever we want for a whole meal. We don't have many snacks. We were already starving last night. So you all want to go out of the neighborhood to find food? Don't you want to? I saw it clearly yesterday. At first, there was a woman in Building 1 following that man's car back, that white BMW. She looked fine, nothing happened. I guess the area outside has been cleared, there's no danger. Later, didn't a woman with a child go out and come back? Nothing happened either. I just don't know which household these 2 people belong to. Or maybe we could go up and ask if it's safe outside, and if they can walk around freely? That man yesterday looked like he wasn't an ordinary person. He was either a police officer or a soldier. If the authorities had sent one or two of those to every neighborhood, wouldn't the crisis be resolved? Exactly. If they had done that earlier, there wouldn't be such panic. Bai Li's mouth twitched. She was so prone to taking things for granted. She almost understood. These men had gathered to go out together to explore the situation and find food. They weren't very courageous, so they just wanted to be together. She closed the window, too lazy to listen. She turned and walked to the balcony, where she could clearly see the still partially burned Second People's Hospital. Although the flames were gone, thick smoke billowed into the sky. It was still terrifying to watch. Today was May 1st, the 4th day of the apocalypse. Under normal circumstances, she and her son would have been back home with their father and grandparents. Now, she could only pray that they were all well, uninfected by the virus and undead. While there was still electricity, Bai Li cooked preserved egg and lean meat porridge in her rice cooker and scallion pancakes on the electric griddle. When she finished breakfast, she discovered that the 7 men who had been sniffing crickets downstairs had disappeared. At the same time, she saw 3 cars drive out of the residential complex. Just as she suspected last night, someone had indeed left the complex today. After breakfast, Chi-Chi held back his bladder and poured half a basin of water into the sink. It's worth noting that when he woke up this morning, he held back his bladder and filled the sink halfway with water. Since then, his urine output has returned to normal, no longer as profuse as before. Bai Li's expression was a little uneasy. Thinking that the water she tried to drink yesterday might have been transferred from her son, she couldn't bring herself to continue drinking his water. But the little guy was oblivious. Seeing that he could now release so much water at once, he jumped for joy. As luck would have it, as soon as he jumped, the sound startled the elderly couple who had been stealing something from 401 downstairs. With a snap, the old woman's bucket of laundry detergent fell to the floor. Then, there were 2 crisp, snapping sounds, and Meng emerged from the bedroom, disheveled hair clutching a kitchen knife. Her eyes were still red and swollen from crying so long yesterday, but now they were perfect for glaring at the old couple. The old man and woman stared in horror, took 2 steps back, and then turned and ran back home. Put my things down. Meng pointed her knife at the old couple who had already reached her door. Put them down, or I absolutely chop you 2 old bastards to death. Just try. The fierceness in her eyes was no feign, and coupled with her red eyes, it was enough to frighten the 2 men, who looked strong but were actually weak. The old man threw the wooden figurine decorative lamp he was holding to the ground with a bang, then pulled out 2 packets of tissues from his arms. The old woman cursed inwardly as she dumped her laundry detergent, soy sauce, salt, and other items onto the floor. After the 2 men slammed the door shut, Meng slowly lowered the knife she was holding, but she didn't move, still staring intently at the door of room 401. Having a knife handy was a good idea, after all. She learned this from Bai Li. Seeing her always carrying a knife when she went out, regardless of the actual situation, always deterred those with malicious intentions. Her previous ruthlessness was also due to her anger, because the wooden figurine decorative lamp the old man had stolen was a gift her husband had bought for her. It didn't look very impressive, but it cost nearly 10,000 yuan. She hadn't been willing to buy it back then, so her husband had secretly saved up money to buy it for her as a surprise. It had been kept in the living room, and she hadn't thought to move it into the bedroom last night. She hadn't expected the 2 old men across the street to steal not only food, but this too. Since the neighborhood was temporarily safe, after breakfast, Bai Li dug out 2 backpacks from the closet, one for her and one for Chi-Chi. Go downstairs and take out the trash, then take Xiaowu to pee and poop. Then the 3 of us will walk out and go to the nearby pharmacy. Their family had plenty of food, not to mention the car downstairs had a trunk. So they were going out to find medicine and see what was going on. Seeing the 3 of them leaving again, Xiaofeng bounced unhappily on her wooden pole. Fomao, dear. It's raining outside today. I take you downstairs when it stops. Hearing her brother call out Fomao, Xiaofeng immediately stopped bouncing and let out a delighted awe. Mother and son put on raincoats and masks, then carried their backpacks and headed downstairs, fully equipped. When they passed the 4th floor, they saw Meng standing at the doorway, and both were startled. Sister, are you going out? Meng asked first. Bai Li nodded. Yes, let's go out for a walk. Can I come with you? Sure. Meng was overjoyed. He quickly returned to the bedroom, put on his coat, and slung his backpack over his shoulders before locking the door. There was nothing left in the living room or kitchen that could be taken. If something was stolen, it wouldn't matter. He could just come back and get a knife and ask the neighbor next door for it. Chapter 22. After the three of them and the dog went downstairs, Xiaowu, without Chi-Chi's command, ran to the tree in the green belt to pee and poop. Bailey glanced calmly at her jeep. Fortunately, everything looked normal. No one had touched it. Ming, on the other hand, looked at the mound where her husband was buried, a look of sorrow on her face. Perhaps Ming's behavior inspired others, but as they walked through the community gate, they often encountered a middle-aged man carrying a shovel coming out of the utility room. Not far away, on the road leading into the community, a body wrapped tightly in a sheet lay. They glanced at each other, said nothing, and continued walking out. The pharmacy Bailey wanted to go to was on the right, in the same direction as the supermarket she had visited yesterday. Sister, throw the trash in the river. The community's trash bins were probably full, and even if they weren't, no one would have taken care of them. That's why Bailey didn't go inside earlier. She still had 5 trash bags in her hands. There's a small river to the right of their neighborhood. Further to the right is a foot massage center, next to a real estate agency, and next to that, a veterinary clinic. Last night, when she went to the supermarket, she found the veterinary clinic closed and dark inside. She wondered if Doctor was inside. Bailey threw her trash into the river and, passing the veterinary clinic again, turned her head to look inside, then paused. Mom? Ming also turned her head, puzzled. What's wrong, sister? Bailey quickly walked closer to the veterinary clinic, stopping about 3 meters from the glass door. She saw right away, about half a meter inside the door, there was a bloodstain, leading to the office inside. Mom, Doctor. Chi-Chi ran over and stood beside her. He also saw the bloodstain, his eyes widening in surprise. This feeling was even more shocking than seeing zombies mauling people in person, because those were people you didn't know, and no matter how you looked at them, it wouldn't touch you deeply. But familiar faces were different. Even when the family's bird and dog weren't sick, they still come over for a walk. So mother and son were quite familiar with Doctor. He was a warm, cheerful, and incredibly good-tempered boy. Sister, do you want to go in and take a look? Never mind, let's go. Tears welled up in Chi-Chi's eyes. As she left, holding her mother's hand, she glanced back toward the hospital. The mother and son's dejected mood gave way to shock upon reaching the mini-mart. Get out of here. I got it first. What right do you have to take it from me? What do you mean by yours? I found it on the ground. This can of water is mine. Let go. We all came here together. There's only this one can of water here. If you take it all, what are we going to drink? That's right. Put it down and share it among everyone. I share it with you, your mother. Get out. As they argued, one of the men kicked the other, and a fight ensued. The can of water they were fighting over was thrown to the ground with a clang. The other man, seeing this, quickly ran over, grabbed the water, and ran off, 2 overflowing shopping bags dangling from his arms. Bailey had no intention of watching the fight. Seeing the fight, she quickly grabbed Chi-Chi and Xiaowu, walked past the supermarket, and continued to the right. Ming glanced at the mini-mart with regret. Seeing that Bailey had no intention of entering, she followed her without a second thought. Although she held a kitchen knife, she had no intention of actually stabbing anyone. But if she went into the supermarket to get food, she would be beaten by these men if she didn't. Forget it, let's try somewhere else. As they passed, the people inside naturally noticed the weak group of 2, one large and one small, but since they had the decency to stay inside, they ignored them. What a bunch of people. Ming muttered in dissatisfaction as they walked away. Bailey quickened her pace and headed straight for the pharmacy. She had a foreboding feeling, a sense of foreboding that the current safety outside was only temporary. One day, the streets might be filled with zombies again, making it difficult to even leave the neighborhood. After all, the zombies had been drawn away by the noise of the hospital explosion, not all of them dead. Passing by the Star Cafe, Ming, somewhat excitedly, grabbed Bailey and said, Sister, the door is open, and it looks like no one's inside. The coffee beans weren't edible, but the bread was. And there was definitely plenty of drinkable water inside. Go to the pharmacy first, get the medicine, and then go back. Ming thought this made sense, so he let go of her and continued walking west. Luckily, the pharmacy was just off a street that turned north. The problem was, the woman in the white coat behind the counter had turned into a zombie. The 3 of them, and the dog stood at the pharmacy door. Xiaowu let out a warning whine, glaring at the zombie woman, who was snarling at them. Sister. Yes, how about we go to another place? No, this one. Bailey said firmly, turning to Chi-Chi, Mom wants to use it for surgery. Are you afraid? Chi-Chi looked up at her, and Bailey added softly, sooner or later, We have to face it. Jiangqi blinked, then turned to look at the zombie restrained by the counter. He asked, Mom, are you sure you can chop her head off with one blow? He's seen Xiaofei chop zombies with an axe, so if Mom used a knife, he wasn't afraid. Yes. Bailey let go of Chi-Chi's hand, took 2 steps forward, pushed open the pharmacy door, and drew her knife as she walked in. Hee. If you want to kill, there's no time to waste. With her right hand firmly gripping the knife handle, she aimed at the neck and slashed from left to right. Puff, bang, the zombie's head hit the counter, then rolled twice and fell to the floor. After that, the scene was completely silent, as if even breathing had ceased. He Meng was practically breathless with shock. She had never imagined a woman killing a zombie, could look so impressive, absolutely stunning. Bai Li's knife strike hadn't prepared her at all. She heard the mother and son talk about using the zombie as a joke, and then they did it. Yeah. Mom's amazing. Chi-Chi, equally astonished by Bai Li's quick movements, was the first to react, leaping for joy. Bai Li retracted her knife swing, stood still, and calmly sheathed the knife. She waved calmly at the two of them. Don't just stand there like idiots. Come in and get your stuff. With trembling hands, she moved her backpack toward her, unzipped it, and walked toward the nearby shelf. Mom, what kind of medicine should we get? Go find your usual cough medicine, anti-inflammatory, and fever reducers. You know what they are, right? I know. Bailey stuffed several boxes of various medicines into her bag. She grabbed extra gauze and disinfectant, along with some band-aids. After packing a few boxes of oral liquid, He Ming spotted a case of mineral water. She quickly opened it and stuffed it into her backpack, calling out to Bai Li and Chi-Chi, Sister, Chi-Chi, here's some mineral water. Come get it. The backpack was quickly filled. Bai Li dug through the pharmacy and found a few more cloth bags. She gave 2 to He Ming and 1 to Chi-Chi, but she wasn't using them for medicine. She was planning on getting bread at the coffee shop. Chapter 23. Sister, can we put the water we can't take with us here? He Ming found a small storage room on the other side of the counter, and pulled out a bunch of disposable underwear and face wipes. Surprised, she quickly turned and called Bai Li. The door to the storage room was very small, barely wide enough for one person to enter or exit. The space inside wasn't very large either. Besides the disposable items He Ming had found, there were 2 white lab coats and a light blue coat hanging on the wall, along with 2 pairs of leather shoes. It looked like a dressing room for the pharmacy clerks. Bai Li thought for a moment and said to He Ming, there's a good shop across the street. We can get some and put it here. When we leave, we can move the medicine shelf next to it to block the gap. Even if it didn't block the gap, it might not be a big deal. Right now, everyone's attention is focused on food, drink, and daily necessities, and the pharmacy is often the most overlooked. But what if, who knows, someone else might have the same idea as her. He Ming's eyes lit up when she heard the words conscientious shop. Oh, how could she have forgotten about this snack shop? She still had their membership card. She just topped it up with 500 yuan in April, and she hadn't even spent half of it yet. Bai Li also had their membership card, but she hadn't used it either. Sister, does this count as discretionary spending? He Ming joked with Bai Li as they entered the store to get their items. Bai Li checked the small compartments and storage room inside, making sure no one was around before grabbing a bag and joining them. Forget it. We might never be able to spend the money in our cards. This was a rather heavy topic, and He Ming paused for a moment. After a while, she softly asked, Sister, what do you think the situation is like out there right now? If I want to drive out of Suzhou and onto the highway, will I be able to? This reminded Bai Li of Xiaofei and Linjia, who had left the previous night. If they couldn't leave, they would have come back, right? But considering Xiaofei's abilities, and even though his companion hadn't shown anything, she suspected he wasn't an ordinary person. So even if something happened, they should still be able to get out. Right? But ordinary people might not. She turned to He Ming and asked, You want to leave? He Ming nodded. I'm worried about my parents, and I want to go back and be with them. But her hometown was over 400 kilometers from Sucheng, which normally seemed close, a half-day drive. But who knew what the situation was like out there? Alas, why was the internet down? Even as they talked, the two of them kept busy, quickly filling 7 or 8 bags with snacks. He Ming even cleared out some of the medicine in her backpack and put in some bread, ham, and fish sausages. Sister, I moved these over first. You and Chi-Chi continue packing. He Ming put down her backpack and ran across, carrying the 4 large bags. After working for over half an hour, 2 adults and one child finally cleared half of the shelves. Then, they returned to the pharmacy, closed the door of the small warehouse, and moved the adjacent shelves over to block the way. Alright, let's go back. The street in front of the pharmacy was still empty, not a soul in sight. This was a commercial street, mostly occupied by restaurants. It was morning when the virus broke out, and many shops were still closed. Even those that were open were cleaning with their doors open. These people had either mutated into zombies, or had simply fled home when they saw the situation was amiss. Just like the conscientious shop, the glass door was closed, but the lock was unlocked, indicating that the salesperson was likely the second scenario in her analysis. Sister, why do I feel like everyone coming out is from our neighborhood? Why don't I see anyone else? When they returned to the road leading to their own complex, they noticed more people in the small supermarket ahead. The faces rushing in and out looked familiar. Maybe other communities aren't as lucky as us. Xiao Fei came to pick us up and helped clear the zombies out of the complex. Xiao Fei? You mean the man who saved me yesterday? Yes. Yeah, he's a good guy. Xiao Fei, once again awarded the good guy card, hadn't yet left Sucheng and onto the highway. They were stuck. Ahead was a chaotic, rammed-together traffic jam, and behind were zombies drawn by the noise. But he and Du Qian didn't pay much attention to the outside world. They turned off the engine and sat quietly in the car. They looked back through the rearview mirror. Linja huddled in the back seat with his head down, tears streaming down his face. He already knew something had happened to his grandmother and parents. Xiao Fei and the others were taking him away from Sucheng to their own home, so they had to tell him. Besides, Jiang Qi's mother had also told him not to treat Linja like a child, but an adult. Gigi, from now on, you go wherever your uncle goes, and always follow me. Come on, Du Qian interrupted him bluntly. You want Gigi? Will your spoiled fiancé agree? Or just come with me? I'm alone, and it's just right for us two to depend on each other. But Gigi is more familiar with me. How is he familiar with you? The two argued endlessly, each wanting Linja to follow them. Uncle Qiao, Uncle Du. Linja wiped the tears from his face, stopped crying, and pleaded, You passed through Jiancheng on your way to Huaizhou. Can you take me to my grandmother's house? Go to my grandmother's house? Xiao Fei and Du Qian exchanged glances. Though they weren't sure if anyone from his grandmother's family was still there, since the child had asked, they had to oblige. Okay, you remember the address. We just turn off once we pass Jiancheng. They both breathed a sigh of relief. At least Linja had stopped crying. Elsewhere, Bailey and her friends, 2 adults, 1 child, and 1 dog, entered the cafe. Sure enough, they found plenty of bread inside, and there were plenty of bottles of water under the counter. What a shame! We can't take the water back. Himeng sighed. She hadn't washed her hair or showered in 4 days, and she felt incredibly greasy. Looking at Bailey and her son, they looked fresh and clean, just as they had before the virus outbreak. She guessed their family must have stored a lot of water beforehand. This is the difference between knowing how to live and not knowing how to live. Even if her husband hadn't locked her in the study, she probably wouldn't have remembered to store water. So now, she was very self-aware and followed Bailey, going wherever she said. She grabbed 2 thermoses, and she followed suit, filling them with water and placing them on either side of her backpack. Okay, let's go back first. They, backpacks and 2 handbags on their backs, walked straight past the supermarket toward the neighborhood. The people inside were still looting, and there were also people running in from the neighborhood, clearly having gotten wind of the situation and rushing to grab things. As they passed by Bailey and the others, they glanced into their bags and saw a few packets of tissues inside, curling their lips in disdain. After all, she's a woman. Why would she grab some tissues instead of food and water at a time like this? Ah! Help, help! As the 3-person, 1-dog team passed the veterinary hospital and approached the residential complex, they suddenly heard a piercing scream from the small supermarket. It was as sharp and piercing as the one they heard on the 28th. Chapter 24. Hurry! Warning of danger, the moment she heard the scream, Bailey, holding Chi-Chi's hand and pulling Himeng, who was still looking back, trotted into the complex. Don't go out. Don't go out. There are zombies. The small doors on either side of the main gate led in and out. After they entered, they saw people still running out the other side and shouted a warning, Go home! Go home! The people running stopped immediately at her shout, mainly because the word zombies instilled fear in them. However, the old man in front, seeing them carrying so many bags, still asked suspiciously and unwillingly, Are there really zombies? Ah! Help! Run! Run! Before Bailey could reply, the commotion not far from the complex made the faces of the men and women trying to leave change drastically. Go, 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 hurry, go home, go home. A group of people panicked and turned to run back, shoving and jostling. Those who had been in the front, hoping to get to the supermarket, were suddenly at the back. The elderly people at the back had unsteady legs, and one lame old man was shoved and fell to the ground. Bailey noticed with a sharp eye that the person who had fallen was Shinshin's grandfather from Building 3. Shinshin was half a year younger than Chi-Chi, and they sometimes met and played together on the playground. She remembered that Shinshin's grandfather was a carpenter. Someone had once teased Shinshin, saying that her grandfather was lame. Shinshin retorted that her grandfather was amazing, that he could fix anything and even make toys for her. These thoughts flashed through Bailee's mind, and her legs had already swiftly rushed over and pulled the man up from the ground. The commotion outside grew closer, and in a flash, someone reached the door. Mom, hurry! Chi-Chi urged from the other side. Without a second thought, Bailey, knife in one hand and the old man in the other, ran towards their building. Luckily, it was close to their unit, and as they entered, the first person outside who had just returned was using facial recognition to enter the complex. He Ming led Chi-Chi into the building first, waiting for Bailey and Shinshin's grandfather to enter. Then, they hurriedly closed the glass door. But just as it closed, someone rushed over. It was the grandfather from 402. Even in a critical situation, breathless from running, he still clutched a large bag. Despite her disdain for the old man, He Ming still opened the door as he approached, and closed it immediately after he entered. What's going on? Are there zombies hiding in the supermarket? The grandfather from 402 came in, his legs giving way as he sat down on the floor, panting heavily, unable to answer He Ming's question. After catching his breath for a while, he said, "There aren't any zombies hiding in the supermarket. They're in our complex, in Building 15. They're infected with the virus, yet they're running outside. Isn't that intentionally harming people? Damn old bastard." The old man cursed, saying he'd been bitten by several people. There were already more than one zombie outside, at least 3, probably more. After saying this, the old man stood up, clutching the bag in his arms, and went upstairs. When he entered the elevator, he saw the men still standing there, staring at the people running outside. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you still doing here? If a zombie comes in and sees you, they definitely run to our unit. Hurry, everyone go home." Grandpa Shinshin wanted to say he'd just hide here for a while, and then go back home depending on the situation. Bailey, however, whispered, "Uncle, can you fix doors?" He Ming's eyes lit up, and she looked at Grandpa Shinshin expectantly. "Yes, is your door broken?" Already grateful to Bailey, he immediately agreed when he heard he needed him. "I help you take a look. I can fix most things." "Then let's go upstairs first." The grandfather in 402 was already impatient waiting in the elevator. While he could go up first, he was more worried that the few people standing on the ground floor would attract zombies. Bailey didn't mention their own home and took Grandpa Shinshin directly to the 4th floor. Grandpa Shinshin was surprised to see that it was the door to 401 that needed repairing. He could tell at a glance that it had been violently damaged. But he didn't ask anything, only nodded and said, "I can fix it. The tools and parts are at my house." He Ming immediately said, "Uncle, I go back with you later. And I won't let you do it for free." She put her backpack and 2 shoulder bags back in the bedroom. A moment later, she returned with a full shoulder bag, handing it to Grandpa Shinshin. "This is your reward. Don't think it's too little." In the shoulder bag were 3 bottles of mineral water, a few bags of bread, instant noodles, sausages, and some snacks. On top was a packet of wet wipes and a pack of napkins. This is too much." Grandpa Shinshin looked at the shoulder bag with a hint of excitement. If he had gone out to look for something, he might not have found so much. It was just fixing a door, and they had just saved him. He turned to look at Bailey. "Chi-Chi's mother, under normal circumstances, I would definitely give this girl the money for free, but now, there's not much food left at home, and Shinshin and Dandan can't go hungry." Dandan is Shinshin's 3-year-old sister. Bailey had a vague idea. When the virus broke out on the 28th, Shinshin's parents must have been out at work, leaving the 2 children at home with their grandparents. Shinshin's mother probably worried about the children contracting the flu, so she didn't let them go to school. "Uncle, take it. You done her a huge favor by fixing her door now." Seeing Bailey say this, Shinshin's grandfather had no choice but to take the bag and assured He Ming, "Don't worry, girl. I definitely make your door as good as it was before." He wasn't exaggerating. Back home, if his craftsmanship was second to none in the surrounding villages, no one dared to claim first place. It was because his son was worried about him working too hard, and since they needed him and his wife to come to the city to help take care of the children, that he had given up his craft. Bailey walked to the window and looked downstairs. By then, everyone who could get in had done so, and those who couldn't were left outside. But not all of the people entering were human. 2 men, clearly transformed into zombies, stumbled deeper into the complex. A woman in some building, seemingly in some unsettled state, screamed, "Sister, the zombies are over. How about I accompany Uncle back now?" Having witnessed Bailey slaughter a zombie, Ming wasn't so afraid of them anymore. If they came, she just chopped them down with a knife. It was either him or me, so why should she be afraid? Chi-Chi, a child of a few years old, wasn't afraid. Could she be worse than a child? "Wait, I go with you." Bailey wanted to take Bao and Chi-Chi home. The little one, though reluctant, knew to obey at such times because Grandpa Shinchin's legs were bad, and Mom had to look after him. If he followed, Mom would have to look after 2 people, which would be exhausting. In a few minutes, Bailey came down from the 5th floor, carrying a bag slung over her shoulder, also bulging with stuff. Let's go now. Chapter 25. Chi-Chi's mom. Shinchin's grandfather didn't move. He looked at Bailey. "I'm already embarrassed for taking so many things from this girl." "You? Uncle, these are Chi-Chi's gifts for Shinchin and his sister. I really didn't take them. Let's go, before those 2 zombies come back." A child giving something to another child. This reason is truly irresistible. Today is the 4th day of the virus outbreak. Logically, who wouldn't have some food stored? It wouldn't last them 2 weeks, let alone a week. But his old lady was too soft-hearted. Yesterday, the neighbor across the street knocked on her door asking for food, speaking so pitifully and shedding tears. The old lady couldn't bear it and gave away half of her own food. It was his fault, too, for not being able to stop them in time. As a result, his family didn't have enough to eat. Today, he went to the supermarket across the street and picked up 2 large bags of groceries. He thought he'd return them, but they just let him know and told him to go grab some himself. Bailey was speechless after hearing this. She whispered to the old man, "Don't even think about giving food to people at this time. You and Auntie are the only 2 elderly people at home taking care of 2 children. What if? Aren't you worried that the children will get hurt?" Thinking of this possibility, Shinchin's grandfather shuddered violently, his eyes filled with fear. "Chi-Chi, Mom, you're right. I was careless. We've been honest and kind all our lives, but this is a critical moment. I remember what you said. From now on, I won't open the door for anyone who knocks." Across the street was a couple with a child. The old woman felt sorry for their child because they had nothing to eat, but if their child went hungry, would anyone else feel the same pity? "I'd definitely give her a good scolding when we get home. No need to be so charitable at this moment." The 3 of them went downstairs. The area below buildings 1 and 2 was completely deserted, not a soul in sight. But zombies were roaring outside the nearby gate. The roars intensified when they saw the 3 of them. Each one bared its teeth and posed a threat, but they couldn't get in. Fortunately, zombies don't have any IQ and can't use facial recognition. Ming patted his chest with a lingering fear. That's right. These fresh zombies are all residents of their complex. If they could use facial recognition, the gate wouldn't be able to stop them. That's not right. Their faces were slightly deformed after they became zombies, and they lost their eyeballs. So even if they could use facial recognition, they probably wouldn't get through. Bailey thought this and told Ming, which reassured her. Because they had to take care of Shinchin's grandfather, they walked slowly, their knives held, and they kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings, even when no one was around. Grandpa Shinchin watched with a hint of surprise, thinking he'd grab his own knife when he got home to get his tools. There was no one downstairs in Building 3, but from the entrance to their hallway, a figure could be seen wandering inside. Perhaps out of consideration for Grandpa Shinchin's leg, their family bought a house on the 2nd floor, so that even if the elevator broke, the stairs would be easily accessible. "Old man?" Hearing the door open, Grandma Shinchin hurried out of the bedroom, her eyes filled with tears as she sobbed, "I thought you. Why are you crying?" "I'm fine, don't scare the child." "Grandpa." "Auntie?" Shinchin also ran out of the bedroom at this moment, about to pounce on her grandfather, but when she looked up, she saw Chi-Chi's mother and a strange Auntie entering the house. "Shinchin." Bailey gave the child a gentle smile and handed him the shoulder bag she was carrying. "This is from Brother Chi-Chi. See if you like it." "Oh, Chi-Chi's mom, you're so polite." Shinshin's grandmother wiped the tears from her face. She didn't dare let Shinshin take the bag, but instead looked at her grandfather. Take it. You're such a kind child. Thank you, Auntie. Shinshin thanked him crisply. He opened his mouth to ask if he could play with Brother Chi-Chi, but then thought of the man-eating monster in the neighborhood and lowered his head dejectedly. After picking up the tools, Shinshin's grandfather gave his wife some stern instructions before following Bai Li and the others back to Building 1. The three of them didn't take long to make their way back and forth, and they didn't alert the zombies that had fled deeper into the complex. They were only spotted by some people upstairs. Someone who recognized Bai Li couldn't help but mutter, "What's wrong with this woman? Is she a woman? How can she be so brave?" Yesterday, she drove out for a stroll, then accompanied someone to dig a grave and bury a body in the middle of the night. Now there are still zombies in the complex, and she's strolling around with a cripple. TSK, no man is braver than her. Himeng, take uncle upstairs to fix the door. Bai Li stopped at the glass door of the apartment building and drew her knife. Himeng's eyes widened suddenly, a hint of excitement in him. Sister, go ahead, fix the door first. With that, she turned and walked out. Although she hated being the first to stand out, she just wanted to wait for her husband's return with her son, and then leave Suchong for her hometown. But she had been a jerk for the past 2 days, so since that was the case, she might as well be a jerk for good. Of course, the most important thing was that she saw Bao Xiaolin's car on the road not far from the gate. At first, she hadn't noticed them because of the zombies. She only caught a glimpse of them on her way back from Building 3. The car was parked quietly there, perhaps because they had just returned from the commotion. The human screams were louder than the cars, so these zombies had been crouching against the iron gate, unaware of the car behind them. She had to get rid of them and let Bao Xiaolin in. Because she already experienced it the first time, she wouldn't feel any pressure the second time. Besides, slicing through the bars while standing still, screaming, and letting you slash, it was really easy. Bai Li didn't give herself a moment to hesitate. She strode towards the door and slashed through the bars one by one. 5 heads in total, tumbling to the ground. Her movements were quick and decisive, without a moment's hesitation. The people watching her from upstairs fell silent for a moment, not a single word uttered. Some who had previously considered attacking her had assumed she was just bluffing with the knife, using it to embolden herself while out and about. They had never imagined she would actually attack anyone. Even though she was slashing zombies, weren't they also humans? And if she dared to slash at such ferocious zombies, she wouldn't hesitate to do anything to someone who dared to do anything to her. Some people just think that way, always finding zombies more terrifying, and that killing people is easier than killing zombies. What the people upstairs thought was none of Bai Li's business. After dispatching the few zombies at the door, she raised her hand and waved at Bao Xiaolin's car outside. Bao Xiaolin, sitting in the driver's seat, saw her gesture, her eyes slightly moist, and she immediately started the car and drove towards the door. The gate slowly moved up after scanning her license plate number. But after the car drove in, it didn't immediately turn into the parking space under Building 1. Instead, it suddenly accelerated and drove inside. Chapter 26. Bao Xiaolin floored the accelerator and sprinted towards 2 zombies that had heard the noise and were running toward her. With 2 loud bangs, the already dented front of the car became even more dented. Bai Li sprinted forward and decapitated the zombie that was still struggling to get up after being hit. It was easier than harvesting at the door, and her movements were more precise and skillful. Andy Lee. Yaya greeted Bai Li through the half-open rear window, and Bao Xiaolin called her, "Get in." Bai Li opened the passenger door and got in. Chi-Chi's mom. "Auntie, you're so cool." Bai Li turned in surprise, looking at the father and son from room 301 who had greeted her. "Junyu? You guys? I went to school to look for Yaya, but got trapped inside. This morning, I finally managed to get Yaya out. Passing by the experimental junior high school, I happened to see Brother Gao and Junyu running out with a group of people." Bao Xiaolin explained without waiting for her to ask. Junyu's father, Gao Ziyuan, added, "On the 28th, just like Yaya's mother, I rushed to the school to look for my son when we saw something was wrong. But we didn't expect so many zombies. My father and I, along with several other teachers and parents, were trapped in their classroom. We had a chance to get out yesterday when we heard the explosion, but Junyu's teacher told us to wait for safety. By this morning, there were even more zombies on the playground. The children were starving, so I managed to climb out the window to the rooftop and throw a few glass bottles to distract the zombies. That's when I finally found a chance to get the children out." Hearing them say this, Bailey noticed that the father and son's mouths were dry and chapped, and their complexions were pale and gray. It looked like they had been starving for the past 3 days. That's right, trapped in the classroom. All we had besides books were probably some snacks some kids had stolen. We're better off than Brother Gao. I brought a backpack with me when I went to look for Yaya. There's a supermarket inside the gas station. Before the virus outbreak, Bao Xiaolin went to the supermarket to get some hot water and left her backpack inside. After the outbreak, she went to get her backpack and casually stuffed some food from the shelves into it, never expecting it to come in handy. As they chatted, the car backed up to Building 1 and parked safely in the parking space. Lizzie, our neighborhood. Let's go home first. You all go back and eat something and rest. We talk later if anything comes up. They really needed to rest. They hadn't eaten or drunk anything during the days they were trapped, and they hadn't slept well either. When getting out of the car, Gao Ziyuan lost his balance and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, his son, who was standing next to him, caught him. Dad? Gao Junior's face was filled with worry. He'd given him the few chocolate bars in his bag, and he even forced half a piece into his father's mouth. But after that, it was his father who was the only one scrambling around to lure the zombies. Dad's fine. Just go home, rest, and eat something. He be fine. Okay, when we get home, Dad, you rest. I make dinner. After saying that, Gao Junior lowered his head and wiped his face, but somehow, the tears kept coming. He couldn't stop. Bailey turned to look at Bao Xiaolin. Her friend leaned in and whispered, his mother can't come back. What Gao Junior's father hadn't mentioned was that after the outbreak, on his way to his son's school, he happened to pass by his wife's studio. Through the glass door, he saw his wife, with a hole in her neck, transformed into a zombie. He hadn't had time to think while fleeing, but now that he was home, Gao Junior couldn't help but think of his mother. Bailey and Bao Xiaolin didn't know how to persuade him. Only Yaya stepped forward, hugged him, and looked up, saying, Brother, please stop crying, okay? When you cry, I want to cry too. Gao Ziyuan forced back the tears, raised his hand to touch his son's head, and whispered, no matter what your mother is like, she wants you to live a happy and healthy life. Yeah. Gao Junior sniffed and nodded, bending down to hug Yaya, muttering, Brother is fine. The group entered the apartment and headed upstairs. On the second floor, Bao Xiaolin asked Gao Ziyuan, do you have enough food and drink at home? Yes. Junior's mom and I will buy a week's worth of vegetables and meat this weekend, and we have water too, so don't worry. Bao Xiaolin nodded, then turned to Bailey and said, I find you when I wake up. Okay, get some rest. Call me if you need anything. Bailey breathed a sigh of relief when Bao Xiaolin returned. After watching the mother and daughter open the door to 201 and go inside, he turned and headed for the third floor. Recalling the situation in 302, Bailey reminded the father and son as they walked, so they could be prepared. What? Grandma Wang too. Gao Junior's eyes widened in surprise. The grandparents next door were very kind, especially Grandma Wang. Knowing his parents were busy at work, she would always send him some steamed buns or dumplings. The 14-year-old boy couldn't help but feel his eyes well up again. When he reached the third floor and saw the devastating state of 302, Gao Junior's tears fell again. Alas! Gao Ziyuan sighed helplessly, patted his son's shoulder, and said, go home and rest first. Once you're well, we come and collect Grandpa and Grandma Wang's bodies. He then looked at Bailey with gratitude, Chi-Chi's mom, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, we still be outside, unable to get in. They could have found a way to distract them, but both Bao Xiaolin and he were exhausted. Honestly, if it weren't for the children around, they might have collapsed. Bailey said nothing, waved her hand, and turned to go upstairs. Sister. He Meng, from the fourth floor, looked down and greeted Gao Ziyuan and his son. When Bailey came up, he happily pulled her to look at the gate Qinshin's grandfather was repairing. Come and see, Uncle is amazing. He fixed it for me in just a few moments. He's reinforcing it now. He Meng was more cautious this time, and didn't tell Qinshin's grandfather that he could fix locks. She was worried the shady old couple across the street might hear them, and gossip about them behind their backs. Alright. Qinshin's grandfather repaired He Meng's gate, and tried opening and closing it a few times. Seeing no problem, he packed up his toolbox and prepared to go back. This time, He Meng didn't let Bailey go along. She had already witnessed the scene from the window. After all, the sound of Bao Xiaolin's brakes was so obvious, it was likely that there were still people alive in the community, and everyone who could see had seen it. So, for now, the community was safe, and there were no zombies. But Xinxin's grandfather also firmly refused to let her go. Without zombies, what was there to be afraid of? People. But he also had a knife in his hand, much better than Ming's kitchen knife, a butcher knife he had sharpened himself. If someone rushed him blindly, he wouldn't be polite. Chi-Chi's mother, a woman, could wield a knife to kill zombies. How could he survive without being ruthless for the sake of his young grandchildren? After a busy morning, Bai Li was truly tired, so she didn't bother to be polite with Xinxin's grandfather and went straight upstairs to rest. Chapter 27. At 12:30 p.m., Bai Li, having taken a nap on the sofa, woke up refreshed, heading to the kitchen to cook. Her little scout was still sitting on his little stool, observing the situation from the balcony with a telescope. But when Bai Li arrived in the kitchen, she was stunned. She looked at the sink, the salad bowl beside it, the large porcelain bowl for noodles. Even the small bowl for rice was filled with crystal clear water, without a trace of impurities. Bai Li pursed her lips, turned her head, and called, "Chi-Chi." Jiangqi put down his binoculars and ran in. Seeing his mother looking at the water he had poured, his eyes narrowed with a smile. "Mom, am I amazing?" Bai Li, Yes you are. Go ahead and keep observing. Okay. She sighed, a mixture of joy and worry. The water had already been drunk, so it should be fine. She was worried about the kid taking in so much at once. Would it cause any health problems? Like shriveling up like a little old man? It shouldn't be. When the little guy came in just now, his face was still round and chubby. But what about his growth? Would it affect his height? He was only 8 years old, after all. Bai Li scratched his head in annoyance, then let out a sigh. He couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up. He didn't even think about the fact that this water had just come out of his little brother a few days ago. He gritted his teeth and used it to wash rice and cook. Then he took some frozen mutton soup from the freezer, added cabbage and vermicelli noodles, and added a little mutton fat mixed with chili peppers. After thinking for a moment, he peeled 2 more cloves of garlic, wet them, and held them in his hands. The emerald green garlic sprouts sprouted up. Her special ability was quite useful, but it was very expensive. After each induction, the garlic cloves shrank and could no longer be used. It was a shame. There was nothing else to eat at home to help. Just as they were about to eat lunch, there was a knock on the front door. Bai Li knew who was outside just by the rhythm of the knocks. "Why don't you rest a little longer?" "Can't sleep?" Bao Xiaolin sighed. "My mind is a mess as soon as I close my eyes. Everything's going on. I figured I'd come up to you. I happen to have a lot of mutton soup, so let's eat together." She had originally prepared a meal for the mother and daughter, thinking they'd eat here when they woke up and came to her. Bao Xiaolin didn't hesitate. Even though she just had a bowl of noodles over an hour ago, how could her plain noodles compare to the mutton soup? Yaya ran to find Chi-Chi, and the two friends chattered endlessly. Although Bao Xiaolin hadn't gotten much rest during her days of hiding at school, Yaya, feeling secure with her mother by her side, managed to get enough sleep. So, after nearly an hour's sleep, the little girl was quite alert. "Lizzie, I have to go find my parents." After dinner, the two sat on the sofa, and Bai Li made Bao Xiaolin a cup of tea. She held the cup in her hands, staring at the floating tea leaves inside, and whispered, "Whether they're alive or not, I have to go back. I'm their only daughter. Even if something happens to them, I don't want them to die like the grandparents in room 302, with no one to collect their bodies." The family of 3 from room 302 still hadn't returned, and it was unknown whether they were still alive. But the elderly couple's bodies were gone. "Have you thought it through?" "Yes." Bao Xiaolin looked up at her. "When the crisis broke out, my first thought was Yaya. She was all I could think about. I wanted to find her and bring her safely to my side. But what about my parents? Were they also obsessed with me at that time? But The day wore on, and only at night did I think of them, wondering how they were doing, whether anything had happened to them. Lizzie, I admit I'm a good mother, and have never wronged Yaya. But I'm not a good daughter. I am so heartless and unfilial." Bao Xiaolin's tears welled up as she spoke. Seeing the grandparents in room 302, she feared her own parents would be like that. Bai Li empathized. Because of Jiang Minglang's call, they had agreed to wait for him here. So, even though she was worried about her father and grandparents, she hadn't thought of going back to them first. Unconsciously, her husband and children took a higher place in her heart than her father and grandparents. Bai Li felt guilty. "It's the same for both of us. I've been telling myself to wait until Jiang Minglang returns before leaving, and I'm afraid something might happen along the way, and I wouldn't be able to handle it with the child. But these are just excuses." "No, you're right." Bao Xiaolin interrupted her. My home is in the next village, only 100 kilometers from Suchong, not too far. But you're different. It's nearly 500 kilometers, and we don't know what the situation will be like along the way. How are you going to make it with Chi-Chi? She believed Bai Li's plan was sound. The severity of the current virus outbreak had far exceeded their imagination. She was as strong as a man, and she wasn't afraid to fight. How could Bai Li compare to her? No, it seemed. She could. Recalling how her sister had chopped off several zombies' heads without blinking an eye that morning just to get her into the complex, Bao Xiaolin felt she needed to reacquaint herself with Bai Li. Are you hiding your true abilities? Tell me, how many tricks did your Jiang Minglang teach you? TSK? Bai Li rolled her eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Think about how to get a new car when you get back home. Your car is so badly damaged it's unroadworthy. That's easy. Bao Xiaolin had clearly made up her mind. Didn't I kill our leader? His Mercedes-Benz SUV is still at the gas station. I drive over and load up some groceries from the supermarket. When are you going? Right now. Will I come with you? Of course. I came here to ask you to come with me. The two left immediately, telling Chi-Chi and Yaya to stay home and not open the door for anyone who knocked. The two children, still barely finished their conversation after meeting, stopped clinging to their respective mothers, and nodded readily, forgetting even to tell them to be careful. Call Brother Gao along? Sure, it's up to you. Bai Li had no objection. But as they passed the 4th floor, she whispered to her about the situation in 401. Bao Xiaolin had argued with a man surnamed Wei and despised him. But she had a good impression of Ming. She seemed simple-minded and even apologized to the neighbors on her husband's behalf. So, Bai Li had no objection to Ming's invitation. Mainly, she thought Ming was also planning to leave Suchong, so she could take this opportunity to fill up at the gas station. So, by the time they reached the 1st floor and set off, the two of them had become 4. Let's go! I hope the gas station is just as it was when I left, deserted. Bao Xiaolin said, then got in her car and drove towards the gate. The 4 of them slowly drove out of the complex. The survivors, keeping a close eye on the situation below, were completely bewildered by the scene. What were these people doing driving out? Were they leaving or looking for supplies? No, not leaving. The woman with the knife didn't take her son with her. Chapter 28. The gas station where Bao Xiaolin worked wasn't far from their Linglongwan residential complex, a 10-minute drive. However, it wasn't on the west side, but on the east. In other words, turning left after exiting the residential complex gate was the opposite direction from the supermarket and pharmacy they had visited earlier. The second hospital was just to the southeast. The fire had been extinguished, and the smoke was dwindling. It wouldn't be long before this large public hospital was completely reduced to ash. But that was the secondary concern. If someone were to walk this way, they would find a dense swarm of zombies surrounding the charred second hospital. Fortunately, there are no zombies. As they approached the gas station, Bao Xiaolin drove slowly, craning her head to scan the surroundings. It looked much the same as when she had left 3 days prior. Nothing had changed. No zombies, no people. This meant that the supermarket was also empty, allowing them to move goods with impunity. Come to think of it, the zombies were swarming around the iron gates of every residential complex we passed along the way. They blocked the gates, preventing them from getting out themselves and blocking any survivors who wanted to leave. Not everyone has Lizzie's courage to attack with a knife. The survivors of Linglong Bay should all be grateful to Lizzie. Without her, the complex and the gates would surely be filled with zombies, just like those other communities. They would be trapped upstairs, unable to get down. Bao Xiaolin didn't know that the survivors in her own community, who she had been talking about as grateful to Bai Li, had already come downstairs after they left. But this time, they only dared to go downstairs, not out of the complex. After all, they had just left the complex that morning when someone had transformed into a zombie and started biting people everywhere. So even when they went downstairs, they kept their distance from each other, afraid to gather together. Who knows if there's another person harboring the zombie virus, who might suddenly burst out and bite. Old Sue, old Sue. At this moment, an elderly woman descended from building 2. She looked to be about 60 years old, and even at this moment, she was still elegantly dressed. Her hair was meticulously tied back, her short purple tweed jacket was neatly trimmed, and her flat black leather shoes were polished to a shine. Helped by a man in his 30s, she walked sobbingly towards the corpse of the man, who had been hit by Bao Xiaolin and then beheaded by Bai Li. After reaching the corpse, she squatted beside it, sobbing even more bitterly, "Old Sue, your death was so tragic. You're gone like this, leaving us, an orphan and a widow, behind. What will happen to us?" A nearby crowd of onlookers, who knew the mother and son, couldn't help but twitch their lips when they heard her cry the words orphan and a widow. An orphan? An orphan in his 30s? That's amazing. This family lived on the 9th floor of Unit 2, Building 2. Their son was a notorious mama's boy. 2 years ago, his daughter-in-law, unable to tolerate her mother-in-law and husband, divorced him in anger. The custody battle lasted for over 6 months, but the mother ultimately won and took the child away. To save face, the mother-in-law spread rumors throughout the neighborhood, claiming her daughter-in-law was having an affair with a company executive, and that her son, unable to bear it, had filed for divorce. They wanted to keep the child, but the little girl, bewitched by her mother, had no conscience and insisted on choosing her mother. She raised her with all her heart, but who knew she'd end up being such an ungrateful child? They decided to give up on her altogether. Even after getting married, she wouldn't be in a good situation. She had thought that since her daughter-in-law had moved out, they could just let them distort the facts and wouldn't know anything about it. But she had forgotten that her daughter-in-law had close friends with several other mothers in the neighborhood, all divorced. She wasn't afraid of her anymore, and the next day, after get off work, she went downstairs and cursed them by name. She talked about everything from the time she married into their family, how she had gotten up to no good, how she controlled her son, how she had tormented her daily. The most outrageous thing was that whenever she was away on business, her mother-in-law, no, should I say, her ex-mother-in-law, would come into their bedroom and sleep with her ex-husband, the child, in their bed. Everyone was completely amazed and refreshed, their perspectives completely changed. As a result, their family became famous in Building 2 and throughout the entire neighborhood. During that time, the old lady became much quieter, staying home every day and rarely going downstairs. It wasn't until a few months later, when everyone seemed to have almost forgotten, that the three of them resumed their normal lives. But is this really normal? Of the men from Building 2 who had gone out together to grab supplies at the supermarket that morning, none of them saw her son. Instead, it was the old man who was sent out. The son, in his 30s, was staring at home, hungry for food, and yet the elderly, limping man had to go out and get him something to eat. He's truly a mama's boy. The term truly lives up to his name. Why the hell did I hit you, and then chop your head off? You cruel woman, you're determined to destroy your body. Old Sue, how can I live without you? Everyone, Why does this sound so off-putting? If it were the first 2 days of the virus outbreak, most people, having never seen a zombie being killed, would have thought chopping off its head was a cruel act. But after Xiao Fei's round yesterday, even the dumbest and slowest of them almost understood that once infected with the zombie virus, only decapitation could completely kill them. But what was the meaning of this old woman's crying? Someone faintly sensed a hint of conspiracy. Mom, my dad died so tragically, we can't just ignore him. The orphan, who had been squatting silently beside the old woman, spoke up. You killed my dad, so you have to give us an explanation, right? Everyone, An explanation? Are you asking them to compensate you with another dad? The old woman stopped crying at her son's words, but her sobs were still pitiful. She turned to look at the crowd, her face filled with sorrow. We all live in the same neighborhood, we're all neighbors. Even if my son, Old Sue, is infected, you could have just killed him. Why? At least leave him with an intact body. What do you think? Should I ask them for an explanation? Oh my God. So that's why you were screaming so loudly. That's right. Old Sue not only didn't get anything at the supermarket, but was also bitten by a zombie because he ran too slow. That mother and son must be thinking, you can't just die without getting anything at all. The woman in Building 1, anyone with eyes could see, came back this morning with her son, carrying a ton of bags. Not only that, she even gave a shoulder bag of food to the lame old man in Building 2. But someone reminded old Mrs. Sue, they're out. They're not home. They're not home, but someone's home. I've been squatting and crying for so long that my legs were numb. Old Mrs. Sue rested an arm on her son's. Orphan Sue understood and quickly helped her to her feet. Does any kind neighbor know which floor that woman lives on? I'm old enough, and I won't make things difficult for the child. There's no need to wait for her to come back. As long as she gives me some compensation, the matter will be over. After all, this is a life for our old Sue. Chapter 29. Grandma Sue, you two adults are going too far, demanding compensation from a child. Isn't that excessive? Clearly, they didn't dare ask the mother for help, so they bullied a child. Bah, shameless. Excessive? How did I go too far? Ming, don't be so careless. It turns out the beheaded wasn't your family member. Grandma Sue's eyes glared, her expression devoid of any trace of sadness. She pointed at the elderly woman in gray clothes, who had arrived at some point, and was squatting beside another corpse, slowly wrapping it with a sheet. She shouted, "Grandma Feifei, how could you bear to see your old man beheaded like this? Why don't you go and demand justice from the murderer?" However, the person she called out to didn't respond at all. They simply lowered their head, silently weeping. With trembling hands, they wiped the blood and mud from the body with a towel, and then wrapped it in a sheet. Her movements and expression were deeply distressing. It was a stark contrast to Grandma Sue's blatant wailing. "You?" Seeing Grandma Feifei ignore her, Old Lady Sue was so angry she almost wanted to spit in her face. "You're so tactless. I starve your granddaughter to death, and see what you do next time. I know which floor her house is on." Although most people despised the actions of Old Lady Sue and her son, there were always a few who enjoyed the fun and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to see if they could get something for free. 5th floor. The one with the knife lives in 501. Her son's name is Chi-Chi, and he's home alone right now. The person who said this was none other than the grandmother from 402, Bai Li's unit. She still resented Bai Li for not lending them food, being close to the little bitch in 401, and even helping her find a cripple to fix the door. Go ahead. The bigger the commotion, the better. It would be best if we could break down her front door and steal everything. 501? Son, let's go! After finding out the floor and room number, Mrs. Sue no longer needed her son's support and swiftly walked towards Building 1. The grandmother from 402 excitedly led the way, chirping as she walked. "Let me tell you, sister, don't be fooled by that woman's appearance. She's a vicious, cruel, and unreasonable woman. Yesterday, the mother from 602 finally escaped death and came back home. I don't know what provoked her, but she went upstairs and grabbed my head and banged it against the railing. Oh my God, it hurt so much. I never seen a woman like that." Old Mrs. Sue frowned. "Where are the other people in your unit? Do you let them be so presumptuous?" Orphan Sue's eyes were filled with disdain. "How could such a rude woman still be called a woman?" he asked. "Where's her husband? Doesn't he care about her?" The grandmother from 402 rolled her eyes and lied openly. Who could stand a woman like that? Her husband didn't want her anymore. They divorced. Divorced? Old Mrs. Sue and her son exchanged a look, feeling more relieved. When the virus broke out, it was a weekday, and the only people home in the neighborhood were grandparents and mothers taking care of their children. However, on the 28th and the past 2 days, some people began to return. They assumed the woman's husband was also out at work and hadn't returned, but they didn't know for sure if he would be back in a few days. Because of this concern, they decided to be gentle when asking her child for anything, simply coaxing him into packing a bag of food and drinks. Don't get too upset, or it end badly. But now there's no such concern, because there won't be any men coming back to her family. What's a woman with a child to be afraid of? Isn't this too much? The crowd watched the Sue mother and son walk away with the old lady from Building 1, each one looking at each other in bewilderment. Some wanted to stop them, but were afraid Old Lady Sue would get on with it and get involved with their family again, so they remained silent. Some, unconcerned, remained where they were unmoved. Some, with ulterior motives, wanted to take advantage of the situation and followed behind to watch the fun. Dong 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 dong. When the door to 501 was slammed shut, Chi-Chi and Yaya were sitting on the balcony cushions, eating lollipops and chatting. Chi-Chi had secretly taken the lollipops and stuffed them into his backpack when he went to the conscience shop that morning. Although he didn't have cavities, his mother didn't allow him to eat too much candy. Seeing she wasn't home, they'd taken it out to share with Yaya. A sudden knock on the door startled them both. Chi-Chi. Don't be afraid, I go see who it is. The two children climbed off the cushions and tiptoed carefully in their slippers to the front door. Through the smart lock screen, they stared at the unfamiliar faces in surprise. They weren't complete strangers, they'd seen them before, but never spoken, so they were the type of people they didn't know. As for the grandmother from room 402, she wisely didn't follow them up, instead joining a few onlookers on the side stairs. So her face didn't show up on the smart lock screen. Kids, open the door. We know you're home. After knocking several times without a response, Old Lady Sue grew impatient. She continued to knock while feigning kindness and coaxing, Your mother killed someone, and we won't hold her responsible. But she must pay the compensation she deserves. Just give us 2 bags of water and food from your house, and we be done with it. Chi-Chi's eyes widened when he heard this from inside. He took 2 steps back and whispered in Yaya's ear, Why did she say my mother killed someone? Yaya was the same age as Chi-Chi, but due to her childhood experiences, she was more mature. She blinked and said angrily, "It must have been the zombies Antley killed earlier. How can they be considered human? They're trying to scare us into giving them something because we're not here." Chi-Chi took Yaya back another step and said coldly, "Anyway, as long as I don't open the door, they can't get in. Unless they have the strength of Uncle Xiao Fei to kick the door open." But did they? Even though they said that and believed they couldn't get in, the two children's hearts were still pounding with fear at the knocks on the door. Especially after the old lady finished knocking, a tall, muscular man took over, yelling at the door as he did so, "You little bastard, don't refuse to drink. If you don't open the door now, I beat your mother to death when she gets back. She pay for her life. If you don't want your mother to get beaten, quickly pack up the food and drinks for us. Did you hear me? If you don't open the door, I bang it down." Chi-Chi's face turned pale, and this time it was Yaya who comforted him. "Don't be afraid, Chi-Chi. He's just trying to scare us. If he could force the door open, he would have done it long ago." Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that the kid inside still wouldn't open the door, Mrs. Su's son, his patience exhausted, began to kick violently. With each blow, the entire door shook. Woo woo woo. Woof. Xiao remained at the door the entire time, baring his teeth and growling at it. Feng Bao also fluttered over, perched on Chi-Chi's head, and angrily cried out, "Ah!" at the door. As the cry faded, there was a sudden bang, and a ball of red light suddenly burst out of Xiao's mouth. Chapter 30. "Ah! Son! Help! Come and save my son!" Chi-Chi and Yaya's faces had turned pale from the noise of the kick on the door. Their attention was fixed on the door and the smart lock screen, so they didn't even notice the red light emanating from Xiao's mouth. They only saw the man who kicked the door suddenly burst into flames. He screamed in agony, leaping and thrashing around like a madman, even buckling the elevator door diagonally across from him. The elderly woman with him frantically tried to slap the flames away, but how could she possibly put them out? The man was ablaze from head to toe. And she was so close, and sure enough, the elderly woman soon became a flaming figure herself. The mother and son's screams echoed through the stairwell, sending shivers down their spines. Fortunately, the fire burned so fiercely and strangely that the two children's agony didn't last long. After just over a minute, they were reduced to ashes. Until the stairwell returned to calm, until the two scorching balls at the door of 501 disappeared, until the crowd that had been standing on the stairs watching the excitement stared in stunned shock at the two small piles of ashes at the doorway, which inexplicably felt like two miniature graves. Is this someone dead? How did they die? Why did they start burning? With so many people watching, no one could clearly see what had just happened. They. The old lady in 402 uttered two words, with chattering teeth and a trembling body. Then, realizing what was happening, she turned and ran downstairs, madly running back home. The others finally recovered from the sudden change and, stumbling and panicking, rushed downstairs. Just now, when they passed the third floor on their way up, they'd been so disdainful they wanted to take the elevator down instead of going this way. But now, they couldn't care less, they just wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. Weird. 501 was so weird. Weirder than zombies. Gao Junyu, who had been sleeping at home, was awakened by the sound of kicking on the door on the 5th floor. After arriving home that morning, missing his mother, he lay in bed for a long time, finally falling asleep hugging her pajamas. So Gao Ziyuan didn't call him when he left, but left a note on the bedside table, telling him to keep an eye on 501, saying Chi-Chi and Yaya were there. So, after confirming the kicking was coming from upstairs, Gao Junyu immediately changed his clothes, grabbed a baseball bat, and headed upstairs to check. But as soon as he opened the door, he heard a series of chaotic footsteps coming from above, close at hand, almost reaching the 3rd floor. Gao Junyu hurriedly retreated back inside, and slammed the door shut. After the footsteps faded, and the zombie-like roars disappeared, he opened the door again. Looking around to see no one, he quickly closed the door, and went upstairs. When Gao Junyu arrived at room 501, he breathed a sigh of relief to see that the door was completely quiet and deserted. Turns to the two piles of ashes in front of the door, he frowned, wondering if those people had deliberately come up to throw something dirty while Auntie was away. How childish. Although he couldn't understand why they did that, he saw a discarded broom at the door of room 502 and took it to sweep the two piles of ashes into the corner, to prevent Auntie from accidentally stepping on them when she returned. The two little ones inside were still in shock, their eyes fixed on the smart lock screen, even though no one was there. Until a familiar figure appeared above, sweeping up the two clumps of dust with a broom. The two little ones shuddered in unison. Yaya whispered, "Is that Brother Junyu? Can you let him in?" Chi-Chi nodded. Yaya went to open the door. Chi-Chi looked down at Xiaowu, who had run back to him. Suddenly, he noticed that his Shiba Inu, less than a year old, had turned a fiery red from its brown fur. He blinked, half-crouched, and looked again. It wasn't fiery red, but it was definitely different from the previous brown. Hiss! What's wrong with this guy? Xiaowu then opened his mouth and coughed softly at him, as if something was stuck in his throat, then looked back at his hand. Break! Fengbao jumped on his head, uttering a faint sound that made Chi-Chi's pupils shrink. He grabbed it off his head and asked, glaring, "Fengbao, what did you just say?" He raised this bird for 2 years, and its call was always a single syllable. It never uttered anything else. Chi-Chi had tried to get it to sing, playing music every day, nursery rhymes, the national anthem, love songs, everything. But it didn't like any of it. It just held its hairy head high, looking down on everything. It was a voracious eater, plump and round, eating itself into a free-range chicken. How could Chi-Chi not be shocked to hear a sound from it that wasn't "ah"? Say it again. But Fengbao responded by pecking his hand, motioning him to let go. Stinky Fengbao. Seeing it wouldn't say anything, Chi-Chi had no choice but to let it go. At this time, Xiaowu ran to his water bowl, raised his paw and placed it on his water bowl, looking at his hand. Chi-Chi understood. It wanted to drink the water he put in. Turning to see Yaya talking to Gao Junyu, who was sweeping the floor and not paying attention, Chi-Chi quickly ran to Xiaowu's basin and filled it with water. Then he called Gao Junyu in. What happened just now? Gao Junyu put the broom back at the door of 502 and, upon entering, asked, "Were those people knocking on your door?" The two little ones rushed to tell him what they seen and heard. Gao Junyu's brow furrowed at first, then a look of disbelief settled on his face. Regardless of how the fire had started, leaving them home was no use, so he didn't go back and stayed in 501. Even after arriving at the gas station, everything went smoothly for the 4 of them. Bao Xiaolin's 3 colleagues were missing. Before leaving, she had been forced to chop off her boss's head, and several of her colleagues had been bitten to death by their boss. They were still lying on the ground when she left, but now none of them were left. The gas station was empty except for a few parked cars. The supermarket was also packed, though no one had visited it yet. Bai Li's trunk was already full. She didn't really need to restock, but she needed to refuel. Even though she had the 50 kilograms of gas Bao Xiaolin had given her earlier, her car's tank was running low. If they were leaving Suchong and returning home, that 1 jerrycan wouldn't be enough. "I give you a few extra jerrycans. Take some with you and put them in the car." After filling up the gas, they hurried to the supermarket to stock up. Bai Li also grabbed a lot of sanitary napkins, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other supplies, and put them in the back seat, along with some food. Bao Xiaolin, He Meng, and Gao Ziyuan packed even more. Even so, the supermarket was only a little empty, with most of the goods still inside. They weren't greedy. They just took what they could get, always leaving some for others. Because the children were still at home, they loaded the car and left immediately back to the community without even a minute's delay. Chapter 31. The 4 cars' return journey didn't take long, and it was incredibly smooth. Perhaps fate had favored them, so as they parked their cars and prepared to go upstairs, Bai Li saw 2 of the 3 cars that had left that morning, hurriedly returning. Scanning the familiar license plates, the first car nearly hit the iron gate before it slowly rose, and the second car was right behind the first. Luckily, the 2 drivers had the presence of mind to avoid actually crashing into it, otherwise it wouldn't have closed, and there would have been trouble later. Less than half a minute after they entered, the iron gate had barely closed when a swarm of zombies swarmed outside. Bao Xiaolin gasped and cursed under her breath. "I had originally planned to rest up at home tonight, and take my daughter back home early tomorrow morning. Now..." Bai Li turned to look at the 2 cars driving deeper into the complex, and said to Bao Xiaolin, "Let's go ask if all the roads out of Suchong are blocked." They must have wanted to leave but couldn't, and had no choice but to return to the complex. Her suspicions proved correct. The 3 cars that had left this morning were indeed trying to leave Suchong, but after a long drive, they couldn't find a way to get onto the highway. But their search was actually extremely difficult, as every road leading out was littered with cars, either wrecked or with zombies inside. In this situation, unless the Hulk suddenly appeared, there was no way to clear the road. Finally, after so many turns, they attracted a swarm of zombies following their car. The people in the car were so frightened that they had no choice but to return to the complex. Perhaps the road on their side had been cleared, Or perhaps because everyone was rushing out after the virus outbreak, this section of the road in the city center had been vacated without anyone noticing. So traffic was relatively smooth around their Linglongwan neighborhood. Every road was blocked. Bailey felt strange. Did Xiao Fei and the others not leave either? That was impossible. While they might not be able to leave, and might not return, she still felt that Xiao Fei and the others would definitely make it out. Bailey was right again. Xiao Fei and Du Qiyan had indeed left Suchong with Lin Zhe and successfully got onto the highway. The 3 cars that had left their neighborhood had initially taken the same route as Xiao Fei and the others. Unfortunately, when they arrived, they turned off the car to comfort Lin Zhe and chatted with the children for a while. Then they all got sleepy and simply took a nap in the car before continuing. As for the zombies wandering outside, they didn't take them seriously at all. So when they reached that road, they only saw the wrecked cars and the dozen or so zombies wandering nearby. They immediately turned around and looked for other ways. 3 hours later, the well-rested Xiao Fei and Du Qiyan exited the car and first dispatched the zombies. Then, Xiao Fei, already strong and now even stronger, moved the cars one by one to the sides of the road. He moved the car in front, while Du Qiyan followed behind. At this snail's pace, it took them over half an hour to get onto the highway. What's wrong with you? How could you lead zombies to the gate of the community? Someone from upstairs yelled downstairs. Soon, others joined in the shouting, cursing. The 2 families who had tried to leave but failed looked up at them gloomily, then, with sullen faces, got out of the car and went home. Hey, Chi-Chi's mom, you better get home quickly. Someone just came to your house to cause trouble. Bailey and Bao Xiaolin had just finished investigating the situation, and were about to return to Building 1, when they heard a mother on the 6th floor of Building 4 calling out. The woman, leaning against the window, looked anxious. My mother-in-law said the Su family and their son are trying to blackmail you. They went to your house to ask Chi-Chi for food. They've been gone a long time, and they haven't returned yet. This mother's child was about the same age as Chi-Chi, and they had met while watching her child play on the playground. However, few of these people knew her name. After she had her child, her name became Chi-Chi's mom. This mother had just learned about the incident, and was struggling with whether to go check on her. Although parents usually tell their children not to open the door if someone knocks, the constant knocking would frighten the child. Her mother-in-law told her not to meddle in other people's affairs. Old Mrs. Su was a troublemaker, and getting involved would be very troublesome. But if no one cared, what would happen to the child? Just as she was struggling with this, she suddenly saw Bailey return. The Su family mother and son? Who are they? Bailey didn't have time to respond and ran back to Building 1, her home. Bao Xiaolin, He Ming, and Gao Ziyuan followed closely behind. The 4 of them were furious. Was this a beast, begging for food from a child while the adults were away? Shame on them? What they didn't know was that the group of people who had just watched had now returned home, trembling all over, not daring to say a word. At this moment, they all hoped that no one had seen their faces clearly when they ran back from Building 1, and that no one had told the woman in 501 that they had been there. Scary. So scary. Bailey and the other 4 quickly returned to the 5th floor, only to find the front door completely quiet and deserted. They had come up in the elevator, but the stairwell was quiet, as if no one had just come down. Bao Xiaolin decisively descended the stairs, but didn't see a soul until she reached the 1st floor. She then took the elevator back up. Bailey had already opened the door. Gao Junyu, Chi-Chi, and Yaya were standing inside. They had just seen them return from the window. Mom! Chi-Chi threw himself into Bailey's arms, his voice choking with sobs. Bailey held him tightly, not eagerly asking what had happened. After Bao Xiaolin returned, the 4 of them and their 3 children sat down in the living room. Gao Ziyuan then asked his son, "What happened, Junyu?" "I don't know the details. I was woken by a knock on the door, and when I got there, the gang had already run away." Chi-Chi and Yaya said a man and an old woman said Aunt Bai had killed someone in their family, and wanted Chi-Chi to give him something as compensation. Then, for some reason, the man suddenly caught fire. The old woman tried to put out the flames, and was burned to death as well. Burned to death? The 4 of them stared in shock at first, then a look of realization crossed their faces. No wonder they smelled something burning in the stairwell just now. It turned out to be a person. They'd gotten away with it. Bai Li's eyes were cold. She reached up and touched her son's head, then Yaya's face, and softly asked them, "Were you scared just now?" He Ming, curious, wanted to ask for details, but when she heard Bai Li's words, she quickly shut up. The most important thing is to comfort the child. No matter how the fire started, it has nothing to do with the child. They brought it upon themselves and deserved to die. It wasn't that bad. Then Jinyu came over, and we weren't afraid anymore. Chi-Chi couldn't help but glance at Xiaowu as he spoke. He had a vague suspicion in his mind, but he couldn't tell his mother until no one was around. It wasn't that Jinyu came over that he wasn't afraid. It was that Xiaowu was there. Chapter 32. Mom, I think Xiaowu's burning was related to those two people. After Bao Xiaolin and the others had left and the front door was closed, leaving only the mother and son at home, Chi-Chi took Bai Li's hand and pointed mysteriously at Xiaowu, whispering, I don't know how I did it, and I didn't notice it at the time, but I caught a glimpse of a red light coming out of Xiaowu's mouth. It flashed and disappeared. It was so fast, and I wasn't looking at it, so I'm not sure if it went out from under the door. Bai Li's eyes widened instantly. She looked at her son, then at Xiaowu, and asked, Really? Chi-Chi nodded affirmatively. It's true. Afterward, it asked me for water. When it opened its mouth, I saw a little smoke coming out of its throat. It was very little, not noticeable. After hearing this, Bai Li turned to check her front door. The houses in their neighborhood were of high quality, especially the front doors. Almost no one replaced them during renovations. They fit perfectly from top to bottom, left to right, without a single gap. So Bai Li didn't find anything unusual about the door, but when she opened it and pushed it out, she was stunned. At the very bottom of the door, on the tiled floor, there was a smear of black. She knelt down and reached out to touch the smear. Her fingertips were covered in dust, as if they had been burned by fire. She then touched the wooden door where it met the tile. It was fine, with no visible damage. So the fire, passing through the gap under the door, reached the floor, but didn't damage the door. Oh my god, what kind of skill is this? It can even bypass obstacles and burn with purpose. Bai Li closed the door and called Xiaowu over. The dog looked at her with its tongue hanging out and a laugh, its eyes filled with dependence and joy. This little dog, when she cured its illness last year and wanted to give it away, looked at her the same way. It was unbearable. Xiaowu, open your mouth. Xiaowu obediently opened his mouth wide, the smell of sausage hitting his nose. Bai Li couldn't help but turn her head, reaching out to tap Chi-Chi's forehead and gently scolding, I told you so many times, stop feeding it sausage. Chi-Chi smiled at her ingratiatingly, just half a sausage, seriously mom. One sausage, they each had half. Oh, Feng Bao wanted some too, so she gave him a little bit too. But there was no need for mom to know about that. Bai Li glared at him, saying nothing more. Instead, she grabbed Xiaowu's chin and looked closely at his mouth. Xiaowu, can you breathe fire? Ha ha ha. Not seeing anything, Bai Li put her hand down and asked the dog, only to hear a few ha-ha. Mom, how about making it spit one out? Chi-Chi said, not waiting for Bai Li to respond, excitedly urging Xiaowu, good boy, Xiaowu, show me how you burned those two people just now. Bai Li thought the silly dog didn't understand, but Feng Bao suddenly flew over, slithering between her and Chi-Chi like a free-range chicken, and yelled ah! At Xiaowu. The dog's round eyes immediately bulged, and it opened its mouth as if about to spit something out. Bai Li, startled, quickly reached out with both hands and clamped its gaping mouth shut. At the same time, two puffs of white smoke emerged from the corners of its mouth. Cough 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 cough. The fire didn't come out, and the dog choked badly. But even in this situation, it didn't actively shake off Bai Li's hand. It waited until she released it before coughing continuously with its mouth open. You're breathing fire in our house. Are you two planning to burn it down? Hurry, give Xiaowu some water. Chi-Chi quickly stepped forward and placed a finger in Xiaowu's mouth. His index finger, like a small faucet, swished water down its throat twice. Seeing Xiaowu stop coughing, Bai Li patted her chest with lingering fear. Remembering something, she suddenly turned to look at the free-range chickens at home. What had that creature just done? If Bai Li remembered correctly, she heard Xiaowu let out a cry before opening his mouth to breathe fire. So, it's evolved a new skill now, commanding Xiaowu? Chi-Chi, was Feng Bao at the door before those two people burned? Yes, it was above my head. Did it bark before Xiaowu spit fire? I think it did. Chi-Chi couldn't remember exactly, because the noise of the kicking at the door was so loud outside that he and Yaya were too frightened to pay much attention. But Mom's question reminded him of another incident about Feng Bao. Mom, Feng Bao can speak now. After those two people burned to death, it said some words. Bai Li held out her finger for Feng Bao to stand on, and asked, what words? Chi-Chi scratched his head. Shui? Shui? Sway? Something like that, but it's not that. He looked at Feng Bao and commanded it, Feng Bao, say it again for Mom. Unexpectedly, Toriko tilted her head, glanced at him, and silently jumped from Bailey's hands into her arms. "Hey! What was that look in its eyes just now?" Chi-Chi pointed at Nyatsi and said to Bailey in surprise, "Mom, did you see that? Its eyes, they seem to have changed." Bailey pulled the parrot out of her arms, cradling it in her arms, and staring at its tiny head. Their dark eyes seemed even darker, and the rosy cheeks seemed even redder. It seems not only people have changed in this world, but animals too. Xiaowu's changes seem somewhat clearer, but without further experimentation, a definitive conclusion is impossible. On the other hand, Feng Bao. Bailey felt that this bird, usually jealous and prone to bullying Xiaowu, had become a little unpredictable. Chi-Chi, from now on, when you look outside, pay attention to the stray cats, pigeons, and other birds in the neighborhood. These past few days had been tense and stressful. If Bailey hadn't noticed something strange about Xiaowu and Feng Bao today, she wouldn't have remembered that the cats and birds that used to roam around the neighborhood had vanished without a trace. Were they all hiding because of the zombies? Third floor. Gao Ziyuan rested for just 10 minutes after returning home before taking his son to 302 across the street. A neighbor is worse than a distant one. The two families had lived across from each other for several years and had always gotten along very well. But before the two elderly people came to help take care of the children, Gao Ziyuan and his family had only exchanged greetings with the couple in 302 and knew each other's children's names. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were strangers. For migrant workers, this kind of interaction between neighbors is common, it's quite normal. It wasn't until the two elderly people arrived that they truly became familiar and close. The grandmother was from the north and loved making noodles, so whenever she steamed buns, she would send a plate to his family. When someone sends something to their family, they naturally return the favor. Through this back and forth, they became familiar with each other, even sharing meals on weekends and holidays. Gao Ziyuan knew that their relationship was possible thanks to this kind and gentle old couple. But now, he stood at the door of 302 with his son, unable to hold back the tears. Chapter 33. Dad. Gao Junyu stood behind his father and gently tugged at his sleeve. Gao Ziyuan came back to his senses, wiped his face, and said to his son, "Wait at the door for a moment. I go get the sheets from Grandpa and Grandma's bedroom." The blood by the door had long since congealed, and stepping on it made a slight, crunching sound, which made Gao Ziyuan feel extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to avoid stepping in the blood, but the floor of the entrance hall was covered in it, and he couldn't get in without stepping on it. He didn't know how painful it must have been to bleed so much. He held his breath, suppressed his surging emotions, and went to the two elderly people's bedrooms to get 2 bed covers. He first collected the body of the grandfather in room 302, whose arm had been torn off and his neck had been largely bitten, from the entrance hall. Then he and his son put the grandmother's body in the room. Then father and son, one carrying the other, ran 2 trips to get the 2 bodies, now incomplete, downstairs. The blanket wrapped around the body was made of winter fleece, very thick. Even though it would soon be reduced to ash, Gao Ziyuan felt it would still keep the 2 elderly people warm. He returned upstairs for the 3rd time and went to his own house to get an axe and 2 solid wooden chairs. While they were chopping the chairs, Bailey brought Chi-Chi with her, and Bao Xiaolan brought Yaya with her. The 2 adults and 2 children each brought a stack of white paper downstairs. It wasn't the kind used for burning, but it was still acceptable. While their families had no personal connection to 302, they had been neighbors for several years. When they met, the grandmother was always proactive in greeting them. From her facial features and smile, she could tell she was a kind and good-tempered old lady. A short while later, Ming came downstairs. From Gao Ziyuan's actions, she knew he intended to cremate the 2 elderly people. Turning her head to look at her husband's grave not far away, she asked Bailey in a low, hesitant voice, "Sister, do you think I should cremate my husband too? That way, I can take his ashes with me when I die." Bailey turned to look at her, her lips curled, thinking to herself, "That's your decision. How can you ask someone else about this?" She said nothing, but the look she gave her was clear. Ming hesitantly said, "If I don't, it rot in the ground when the weather gets hot. And as it rots, it surely be eaten by maggots and all sorts of insects." The thought of it brought goosebumps to Ming's arms. She made up her mind, "Sister, I'm going to dig my husband out and burn him." With that, Ming turned and went upstairs to get a wooden chair. Taking advantage of Brother Gao's axe, she chopped it all up. Downstairs, several of them were busy chopping chairs and wood, preparing to cremate the body. Outside the gate, not too far away, a swarm of zombies lay there, roaring and groaning. But they seemed oblivious, unfazed. These people are so perverted. The survivors on the second floor opposite had long been terrified by the swarm of zombies outside the gate, their windows tightly shut and curtains drawn tightly, fearing the zombies would see them. Although they knew they were blocked from entering by the iron gate, the sight of that horrific group guarding the gate, their ferocious mouths gaping, still made their scalps tingle. Forget going downstairs, they didn't even dare to leave the house. But they went downstairs, making a crackling noise to attract the zombies' attention. Some people were so angry. Are these people crazy? What if they attract the zombies, and they break down the iron gate and rush in? Wouldn't we be in trouble? Many people hid behind the curtains and cursed them, complaining that their noise had aroused the zombies, that they had poured gasoline on the corpses, and that they had openly cremated them in the neighborhood, which was atrocious. But no matter how much they cursed, no one dared to open the window and peek out to offer a warning. Of course, some people watched their actions in silence, praying for the deceased in their hearts, hoping they could safely reach heaven, a place free of viruses and apocalypse. What others thought didn't matter to Gao Ziyuan and his friends. In the gradually subsiding drizzle, they cremated the bodies of 302's grandparents and 401's Himeng's husband, and collected the ashes in bags. Gao Ziyuan placed the ashes of 302's grandparents on the coffee table in their living room and wrote a letter next to them. I wonder if the three of them will ever return. If they do, I can take care of their ashes later. If they don't, then this is the only way. Dad. Gao Junyu looked at his father, unable to speak. Dad knows what you want to say, but we can't leave right now. We have to find another opportunity later to bring Mom back. It's hard to say what will happen next, but if Gao Junyu ever has to leave, he hopes to take Mom with him. Of course, by that, he wants to take Mom's ashes with him. The fate of becoming a zombie is nothing more than being beheaded. Rather than having someone else do it, he hopes his dad can do it. That way, the body won't be left somewhere carelessly. Lizzie, what do you think? Let me borrow your knife and practice chopping zombies at the door. Bao Xiaolin hadn't given up on leaving yet. On the contrary, the urge to leave was even more urgent than before. So many people in the city had turned into zombies. What about the countryside? If her parents were still normal, how would they cope? Not only would they have to deal with zombies, but also humans. The faces of those who came to their house today, taking advantage of their absence, to ask for things from the children, vividly exposed the despicable and selfish nature of some people. Not daring to face the zombies, yet attacking the children. The apocalypse had only just begun, and the order that had been followed for centuries had already collapsed. If that was the case, she had to go back. Bao Xiaolin looked toward the gate and took a deep breath. I can't let them stop me from leaving like this. No matter what, I have to leave tomorrow. But with so many zombies, it was impossible not to be terrified. She was even more afraid that after she got there, the zombies would stir and break down the iron gate. Knowing Bailey was clever, she discussed with her, is there any way to distract some of them? Like they had just returned, leaving 5, 6, 7, 8, or even 10 of them behind to harvest their heads through the iron gate seemed easy enough. Of course, that presupposes having a knife like Bailey's. Bailey thought for a moment and said, I have a knife like this one at home, but it's unsharpened. Do you know how to sharpen it? If you do, I give it to you. Although the knife belonged to her husband, Jiang Minglang, she couldn't care less in such a critical moment. Having a sharp weapon would also increase her friend and her daughter's chances of survival. I know how to sharpen it, Gao Ziyuan said. I learned from my father. We have tools like whetstones and sandpaper at home. Go get them, and I sharpen it. Bao Xiaolin was delighted and grateful. Thank you, Li Qi, and thank you, Brother Gao. Gao Ziyuan smiled. It's such a small thing, you deserve my thanks. I didn't even thank you for saving my son and me. After the blade is sharpened, let's discuss a strategy to deal with those zombies out there. Chapter 34. Count me in. Himeng had never killed a zombie before, but if she was driving back alone, she'd have to pick up her knife. That's right. She looked down at the kitchen knife in her hand, which wasn't sharp enough even for cutting meat, and felt a little discouraged. But she also knew that Sister Bai's knife was no ordinary knife. They wouldn't have any extras at home. Even if they did, she wouldn't have the nerve to ask for it. She was only able to follow her now because of her persistent pestering these past few days. Otherwise, given their previous relationship, she wouldn't have paid any attention to her. Zombies have no IQ and are particularly sensitive to sound. I once saved someone with a little musical toy at home. Bailey told her about the night she rescued a man trapped in a tree. Gao Junyu's eyes lit up. I have a remote-controlled plane. I can attach a phone to it. Auntie, how about I try it? Originally, Bailey had wanted Feng Bao to carry her small backpack and take the musical toy out for a flight. When Gao Junyu mentioned the remote-control plane, she breathed a sigh of relief. Because the little thing had a bad temper, she was afraid it wouldn't agree. Okay, let's give it a try. Because Gao Ziyuan needed to sharpen the knife Bailey had given Bao Xiaolin, everyone was in 301. Gao Junyu found his remote-control plane and turned it on to check. Seeing that the battery was still more than half full, he figured it would be able to fly for over half an hour. With the help of Bailey and Bao Xiaolin, he attached his old and used cell phone to the plane. Cheeky and Yaya watched with interest. Hey, from Building 1. A sudden shout came from outside, trembling with anger. Gao Ziyuan, who was sharpening his knife, paused, and Bailey and the others turned to look out the window. Gao Ziyuan stood up and walked to the window, looking at Building Number 2, who was shouting at them. A man from a window on the 8th floor of Unit 1 shouted, his teeth gnashing, the iron gate is about to be broken open by zombies. You be held responsible for this mess. With a bang, he slammed the window shut, the curtains drawn tightly. No, not completely, he still trembled with fear through the gap at the main door, probably furious, cursing the people on the first floor. The iron gate was flush with Building Number 1. From home, they could see outside, even the main entrance, but not the iron gate. Plus, after cremating the body, they returned to gather their weapons and discuss countermeasures, so they had neglected the main entrance. But if they were the ones who caused the zombies to break through the iron gate, they had been upstairs for over half an hour, and they hadn't seen much commotion downstairs just now. Wait a minute, listen. Maybe it was because of the new power, but Bailey felt her physical fitness was much stronger today, as was her vision and hearing. She heard a buzzing sound near their building. Bao Xiaolin heard it too. Today at the supermarket, Bao Xiaolin went to the warehouse and single-handedly carried out 4 cases of mineral water, 24 bottles per case, 500 milliliters each. She also had more strength than before. Mom, there are a lot of zombies outside. Chi-Chi called to Bailey from the balcony. They're all heading towards our neighborhood. Bailey and the others went over and immediately saw what was going on. These zombies seemed to be heading towards their neighborhood with a purpose. How strange. Is something attracting them? Let's go downstairs and take a look. Bailey took the knife and opened the door first, heading downstairs. Bao Xiaolin glanced around, then picked up the axe Gao Ziyuan had used to chop wood and hurried downstairs. He Meng swallowed, grabbed her kitchen knife, and was about to go, but Gao Ziyuan stopped her. What's the use of that? Here, use this. He handed He Meng a long machete, its thickness and sharpness far superior to her tattered knife. Thanks, brother Gao. He Meng put down the knife and took it, not even taking a second to examine it. She hurried downstairs, fearing Bailey would drop her if she was slow. Downstairs. After Bailey went downstairs, she left the apartment building. Instead of heading straight for the main entrance, she walked into the green belt between buildings 1 and 2. She looked toward the main entrance and burst into laughter. Some idiot had flown a small remote-controlled airplane about 2 meters above their residential complex's iron gate. It wasn't loud, but the buzzing noise was just enough to stir the zombies below, causing the gate to rattle and bang. It looked shaky, like it was about to burst open. Lychee. Bao Xiaolin came up to her and immediately saw the small black remote-controlled airplane. She was instantly furious. Son of a bitch! What put a plane above the gate? You're on the 8th floor, are you blind? Can't you see why the zombies are banging on the door? Get down here if you dare. Gaw gaw. Seeing the iron gate about to break open and the zombies swarming in, Bailey threw a brick she found, but it was too late to knock the airplane down. She grabbed Bao Xiaolin, who was still cursing, and ran back inside. Hurry back. He Meng, who had just come downstairs and hadn't left his apartment yet, turned and followed them upstairs after being yelled at by Bailey. At the main entrance, the iron gate clanged to the ground with a bang. Hordes of zombies poured into the complex, and the small black plane no longer remained motionless above the gate, but slowly flew into the complex with a hum. Bailey and the other 2 had already returned to 301. Bao Xiaolin was so angry that she wanted to find the man and chop him down with an axe. Junyu, release your plane. Gao Junyu was adjusting the system. When he saw that he had it almost under control, he turned on the music on his phone and released the plane from the balcony. He chose a rock track, and the dynamic sound immediately attracted the zombies that were about to pour into the complex. Play it at the entrance for a while, then go east. They had seen clearly just now that most of the zombies were coming from the left, the east. This meant the small plane had come from the east. Someone had deliberately maneuvered it toward Linglong Bay to lure the zombies into the complex. While I couldn't understand their motive, it didn't matter. We just give them a taste of their own medicine. We return your zombies to you. Zombies that had been chasing the small black plane were quickly drawn in by the louder rock music and turned back toward the main entrance. Galajuni piloted his plane for a dozen seconds at the entrance, then slowly flew eastward, followed by the zombies. Once outside the complex, they resumed their journey the same way they had come. Fuck. On the road not far to the east, a man in a car holding a remote cursed under his breath. Who's messing with me? Brother Long, what should we do? We can't get through again. There were 4 people in the car. They had just left the nearby Yachty Lake Bay complex, and were trying to use the road outside Linglong Bay to head out of the city. But driving that way would surely lead to a zombie blockade. What to do? So he came up with this plan. Use a remote-controlled plane to lure all the zombies from his neighborhood and the streets into Linglong Bay. The plan was going smoothly. After all, the iron gates of Linglong Bay had been knocked down. Seeing all the zombies enter the neighborhood, and the streets were almost clear, something unexpected happened. Chapter 35. Brother Long, how about we take a different route? Are you stupid? From the passenger seat, Brother Long stared at the remote-controlled airplane blaring music in the sky, his face grim. I spent ages getting all this stuff out of the neighborhood, and then I cleaned up most of it. I worked so hard, how can I play? Through the car window, he glared gloomily at the nearby Linglong neighborhood and said sternly, You want to play with me? Are you worthy enough? He lowered his head, controlling the remote in his hand while instructing his companion in the back seat, Liangzi, tie your phone to the plane, turn up the volume, and pick the most exciting song. Huh? The young man named Liangzi looked troubled. Brother, this is all I have. Wouldn't it be lost if I tied it up and flew it out? Are you stupid? There's no internet right now. What's the point of having a phone? Hurry up, or I throw you out. Swearing didn't affect his control. The black remote-controlled plane that had flown into Linglong Bay suddenly buzzed out and whizzed towards Gao Juniu's small plane. It was so fast that no one could react. With a bang, the 2 small planes collided in midair and then crashed to the ground together. A crisp, shattering sound echoed, and Gao Juniu couldn't help but exclaim in distress, My plane! Because of the impact, not only did the plane shatter into pieces, but so did his phone. After landing, it continued to ring, but soon it emitted a fragmented, crackling sound, followed by 2 grunts before it completely died. To lure the zombies out of the neighborhood, Gao Juniu flew the plane very slowly. It had barely passed their apartment building in a short while. The plane crashed on the road not far to the east, and even from their windowsill, they could see the shattered phone screen. Surrounding the debris were a dense swarm of zombies, practically filling the entire stretch of road. It was a sight that sent shivers down everyone's spine. A few seconds of silence passed before Bao Xiaolin, furious, erupted in a low, swirling curse. Who the hell is this bastard? I'm going to chop him to death. But she didn't even have time to curse, because the next second, a small plane whizzed in from the east, also strapped to a cell phone, blaring an old disco song. The clanging sound spread from east to west, from the road toward their neighborhood. The onlookers were stunned. No wonder they'd been so ruthless just now. It turned out they had a backup plan. Once again, a swarm of zombies swarmed into Linglong Bay. Without Gao Juniu's remote-controlled plane, Bailey didn't dare let Feng Bao leave, so this time, they were dealing with a lunatic. He was determined to lure the zombies into Linglong Bay at all costs. Did someone in Linglong Bay dig up his family's ancestral graves? In just 5 minutes, the street outside Bai Li's building was empty. Not a single zombie had appeared, all gone into Linglong Bay. Mom, there's a car coming. Little Scout Chi-Chi had been staring eastward ever since the plane crash. At first, he didn't notice the black commercial vehicle parked on the curb at the entrance to Xianwan Bay. Only after the vehicle started did he notice the passenger window was slightly open. That person in the passenger seat is holding a remote control, Chi-Chi said confidently. Did they lure the zombies into our community? Soon, the question turned to certainty, because as the commercial vehicle passed by, the passenger window opened halfway, and after it passed, it closed the window, which had already stopped playing. Then the car accelerated and sped away. So, just to get through, you went to all that trouble to break down our gate and then lure the zombies in? After the car passed, and the people inside were silent for a few seconds, He-Ming couldn't help but speak in disbelief. Madmen! Bao Xiaolin cursed, gritting her teeth. Don't let me run into them, or I chop them down with an axe. Bailey frowned, thinking. Without the gate to the community, she now faced not only the threat of zombies, but also the instability of human nature amidst the collapse of order. Electricity was all she had left, gas, and water. How long could she and Chi-Chi survive here under these circumstances? Could they wait until Jiang Minglang arrived? Most importantly, when would Jiang Minglang finally arrive in Suchong? Jiang Minglang, Bailey's beloved husband, was now wielding a silenced rifle, slaying zombies one by one. The journey from Yunzhou back to Suchong was more arduous than he had imagined. The highway was relatively smooth except for the first 50 kilometers. After that, it was completely paralyzed. Cars, trucks, buses. They were packed densely together, trapped inside, both zombies and humans. The gaps between the cars outside were filled with zombies. They could have ignored it, and taken a smaller road around the highway. While that might have been more troublesome and required more travel, it would have been possible. Unlike the highway, there was no way to even clear it. But unexpectedly, a bus trapped in the middle was filled with students. From their uniforms, they could tell they were from Yunzhou No. 1 High School. It was unclear whether they were going to compete in a competition or go on a trip. But now, facing the man-eating zombies outside, everyone looked despairing. "Captain, we can't just ignore these children," Deputy Captain Su Bo said solemnly, stepping out of the car in front of Jiang Minglang. Jiang Minglang frowned slightly. Although he feared saving them would delay time, he also understood Su Bo's point. Without hesitation, he immediately nodded and began clearing the highway. Because of the cars blocking the way, the zombies couldn't gather in groups, making them easy to kill. Even so, once they had cleared the area, they opened the doors of the bus with a dented front and rescued the children, whose legs trembled with hunger. They then distributed food to them, found a working car, and arranged for the accompanying teacher to take them back to Yunzhou. Most of the day had already passed. Then, they left the highway and took smaller roads, stumbling along the way. In 4 days, they had only covered less than 200 kilometers. It was almost dark, and Jiang Minglang, Zhang Xiaoda, and Su Bo were once again surrounded by zombies. The reason for the siege was that Su Bo, in an effort to rescue a few girls, had created noise to attract the zombies, but before he could shake them off, his car broke down and stopped moving. Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda couldn't possibly leave him alone. Since they were all heading home in the same direction, they had been traveling together. As a top-notch sniper, Jiang Minglang's marksmanship was impeccable, but he had a limited number of bullets. How could he run out of ammunition before he could even pick up his wife and children? Does Z try to cover our car with dirt? Chapter 36. Will this work? How do you know if it works if you don't try? Hurry! Okay. A zombie lunged at them. Jiang Minglang fired another shot, then closed his car window. Zhang Xiaoda stared out the window, his hands raised. With a swish, the car suddenly sank. For earthen walls rose up in the front, back, and sides, forming a rectangular shape that surrounded the car. Jiang Minglang, Although it wasn't quite what he imagined, at least his goal had been achieved. The 4 rising earthen walls didn't look very thick, but they were enough to keep the surrounding zombies at bay. These creatures had no intelligence. As long as they kept quiet and held their position for half an hour, they would wander off if they couldn't find their target. Then they'd take the opportunity to leave. "Boss," Zhang Xiaoda wiped the sweat from his forehead and excitedly asked Jiang Minglang, "Isn't that impressive?" "Yeah, it's impressive." Zhang Xiaoda's Earth-based ability was discovered 2 days ago. Their car, trying to avoid a speeding car and unfamiliar with the road, turned a corner and drove into a large pothole. Zhang Xiaoda got out to investigate, his hands pressed into the damp dirt, cursing. Suddenly, he leaned forward, his entire head burying in the mud. Literally, his entire head, including half his neck, was buried in the mud. Jiang Minglang was startled, thinking he'd been attacked. He got out of the car to pull him out, but the dirt suddenly parted, revealing his head again. He was covered in dirt and looked very disheveled. They weren't ordinary people. They were extremely sensitive to abnormalities. After noticing something was amiss, he quickly discovered Zhang Xiaoda's control over the earth. He then gradually filled the potholes, allowing the car to maneuver smoothly. Going further down the road, things went much smoother. Whenever he encountered potholes, he could instantly fill them. But before that, his ability was limited to pothole filling. He hadn't had time to develop new skills. Now, he's been forced to build a wall. But now wasn't the time to study Zhang Xiaoda's abilities. Jiang Minglang turned to the back seat and asked, "Old Su, how are your injuries?" When Su Bo's car broke down, it had collided with a pickup truck. Over 100 rebar bars were piled on top of the truck, extending beyond the length of the truck bed. 3 of them had penetrated Subo's windshield and lodged directly into his chest. It's okay, she won't die. Subo leaned back in the back seat, his face pale as he smiled. Boss, have you forgotten we even stepped on landmines before? A few pieces of rebar are nothing. Jiang Minglang glared at him. Don't be so playful, Subo. I'm telling you again, even though we're still wearing these clothes, not everyone needs to be saved. If I keep saving people along the way, when will I be able to return to Sucheng and see my wife and children? What's their situation now? Do they need me to save them? And your daughter? Things are different now. In this critical moment, when everyone is in danger, how can you be sure she's okay? Can her mother protect her? Will her stepfather, who isn't related to her by blood, even want to? She's your own daughter. How can you truly feel at ease if you don't see her with your own eyes and keep her by your side? Jiang Minglang said this with a certain sense of regret. He didn't know what was going on in his head. If it were him, he would never trust his son to anyone else. Subo suppressed his smile. He wanted to refute Jiang Minglang, but he didn't know how, because he knew Jiang Minglang was right. Zhang Xiaodao looked at Subo through the rearview mirror, wanting to say something but stopping himself. But this guy wasn't one to hold back, and finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Bo, your daughter isn't your biological daughter, is she? Subo was stunned, then flew into a rage. Bullshit! She's my biological daughter. Didn't I show you the photo? Aren't her eyes and nose exactly like mine? Zhang Xiaodao wasn't afraid at all. He curled his lips and said, if she's your biological daughter, why don't you rush back to find her? Your ex-wife told you not to see her, so you're not going to see her? Why? The child isn't hers alone. Jiang Minglang agreed, Dazi is right, and this is a different time. You're more capable than your ex-wife anyway. Even if she still doesn't agree to give the child to her, you must also make sure she's capable of protecting the child. If not, we must take the child away, no matter what. Boss is right. And Brother Bo, you have to understand, there may be stepfathers and stepmothers in this world who genuinely treat their stepchildren well, but are they common? They're rare, okay. Calculate how long it's been since you last secretly visited your daughter. Are you sure her stepfather isn't abusing her? Subo's eyelids twitched as Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaodao exchanged words. He even had a vague feeling that his daughter was being abused, starving, and suffering severe physical and mental trauma. He began to fear, afraid that if he went too late, something might happen to his daughter. Boss, I was wrong. I never save anyone again. Let's hurry, and get back as soon as possible. Hurry! Jiang Minglang glared at him. Can you leave like this? Dazi, bandage his wound first. With that, he turned and sat back down, looking down at the earth gold bullet in his right palm. Slowly, it left his hand and hovered above. Meanwhile, as the sky darkened and night fell, Bai Li and the others decided to rest up tonight, eat, drink, and sleep well, and then discuss their next steps tomorrow. It was also fitting that the neighborhood was now overrun with zombies, saving them the worry of someone prying open their car and stealing it in the middle of the night. After a busy day, everyone was exhausted, both mentally and physically. After returning home, Bai Li made 2 bowls of noodles with the mutton soup from the morning. To reward Xiaowu, she took a bone from the refrigerator and cooked it for him. Fenbao also mixed some dried fruit into her bird food, but when her eyes touched the box, Bai Li suddenly thought of something. Xiao Feng's bird food was almost gone. What should she feed her next? She used to buy it online, but now, that's definitely not an option. The little bird is a very picky eater. She prefers to eat bird food in its shell, even melon seeds, but won't touch refined grains like rice or millet. Won't touch it? She eat it after 2 meals. Mom, the water's ready. Bring the next pot. Little Jiang Qi is now obsessed with filling the bathtub. He says he's going to fill it up for Mom tonight, so she can have a nice bath. But the only thing that can boil water is an electric kettle, so he has to boil it 1 pot at a time. Pouring a pot of water into his enormous bathtub wouldn't even make a level bottom. But the little boy doesn't mind the hassle at all. Instead, he happily fills and boils pot after pot, his patience unparalleled. Watching the water in the tub slowly fill up was quite rewarding. Bai Li watched from the side. Perhaps it was children's natural love of playing with water, or perhaps it was the exercise he'd been doing these past 2 days. But even with so much water in one go, he showed no signs of fatigue. And, Chi-Chi, did you also replace Xiuwu and Fengbao's water? Just now, she saw that Fengbao's water container was only half full, so she wanted to add some mineral water, but the little birdie nagged at her. preventing her from touching its water. Chi-Chi grinned, revealing her tiny white teeth. They both love it. Well, there's one more layer of security in their hopes of survival, which is reassuring anyway. Bailey took a nice hot bath and washed her hair, feeling completely refreshed. When she emerged, she found the little one sitting at the dining table, devouring bread and swinging her legs while reading a comic book. "Mom, do you want to eat? I'm hungry after just draining the water." "Hungry? After draining so much water at once, it's normal to be hungry, right?" She pulled a carton of milk from the sideboard and opened it for Chi-Chi. "Son, did you tell Yaya today about your ability to drain the water?" "No, Mom said it had to be a secret, so I kept it to myself." It was making him feel uncomfortable, and he felt a little sorry for Yaya. They were the best of friends, the kind who shared secrets. For example, Yaya's father had come to see her with his girlfriend and bought her juice and cake, but she refused. She angrily yelled at him to leave and not come again, saying she didn't want to see him. But Yaya actually missed her father dearly. She cried and told him she wanted him to come and see her, and she loved him buying her things. But why would Dad bring a woman she didn't like? Yaya didn't dare tell her mother these words, only to him. She envied him, envied how good his father was to him. Although his father was often away from home, whenever he could, he'd always be with him, buying groceries, cooking, and taking care of all the household chores. Bailey saw the little guy's thoughts and patted his head, saying, "It's not that Mom wants you to keep it a secret from Yaya, but given the current situation, our abilities might not be a good thing. Yaya is young, and if she lets anyone know, the consequences could be unpredictable. Keep it a secret from Yaya, just like Mom has kept it a secret from Aunt Xiaolin. Don't tell anyone for now. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." "Don't worry, Mom. I won't tell anyone." Before going to bed, Bailey looked out the balcony and the dining room window. The non-motorized vehicle lane and the road were quiet, not a single zombie in sight. Instead, a dozen or so zombies roamed downstairs in the residential complex. They occasionally made a few hoarse noises, then wandered aimlessly again, or looked up at the sky, dazed and vacant. Building number 2 across the street was pitch black. Everyone had turned off the lights. Bailey drew the curtains and carried a pot of green ivy to the front door. She placed her hand on the root of the plant and, with a slight release of her power, the branches and leaves whizzed out over a meter. She placed the long branch at the base of the front door. At first glance, it looked like it was blocking the gap, but in reality, Bailey was using it as an experiment. Not only at the front door, but also on the balcony and all the windows of the house, could she place the green ivy vine she had nurtured. After completing all this, Bailey calmly took her son to bed. A dreamless night followed, and at 4:30 in the morning, Bailey suddenly, and without warning, opened her eyes. But she didn't get up immediately, instead lying motionless in bed. After about a minute, she quietly sat up. Xiaowu also stood up suddenly, a low whimpering sound emanating from his throat, his eyes fixed on the door. "Shoo!" Xiaowu immediately stopped whimpering. Bailey walked out of the bedroom barefoot, shoeless, and approached the door as quietly as possible. Through the smart lock's camera, Bailey saw Wenwen's mother, from room 602 on the 6th floor, standing at her doorstep with disheveled hair, looking like a psychopath, her eyes fixed on the door, motionless. Her forehead was bandaged, her eyes bloodshot and sunken, as if she hadn't slept in days. "If you're not asleep, why don't you go home and get some sleep? What are you doing at my door?" Bailey frowned slightly, her eyes fixed on her. After about 3 minutes, Wenwen's mother suddenly raised her hand and gently knocked on her front door, then turned and went downstairs. Going downstairs? Why would she go downstairs? Bailey approached the door and listened carefully to the footsteps in the hallway. She noticed that the woman seemed to pause for a moment on each floor before a gentle knock on the door sounded. It was just like the knock she had just made at her door, just one, so light that if she hadn't been standing in the hallway, she wouldn't have heard it from her bedroom. When the footsteps grew farther and farther away, until they were no longer audible, Bailey quickly opened her own door. She stepped outside, looked around, and immediately spotted a small round button in the middle of the door. Without even taking a look at what it was, Bailey took it down and hurried back inside to relock the door. Just as she closed the door, she suddenly saw the number on the smart lock screen for the elevator across the street change, from 1 to 2, then to 3, and finally to 6. Then, with a ding, the elevator opened on the 6th floor, and someone stepped out. Then the front door opened and slammed shut. Go down the stairs to the 1st floor, then take the elevator back up. What is this woman up to? Bailey quickly understood what Wenwen's mother was up to, because a minute after the door closed on the 6th floor, The small round button in her hand suddenly began to vibrate, accompanied by a faint beeping sound. Bai Li's face darkened as she stared at the small object in her hand. It seemed she had truly been traumatized by her time in the hospital, and had gone insane. She put on her shoes and opened the door again. As soon as she took a step, she heard a horror sound coming from downstairs. Bai Li was so disgusted by Wenwen's mother that she almost wanted to kill her. This psychopath actually ran to the ground floor and opened the glass door of the apartment. To ensure everyone could get a good night's sleep, Gao Ziyuan not only locked the apartment door securely last night, but also moved his own glass coffee table upstairs and placed it in front of the door to prevent the zombies from entering. But this damn woman actually went downstairs and let the zombies in. What's going on? Your son is gone, so everyone has to be buried with him. This is seriously sick. Bai Li threw the round button to the ground and crushed it. Hearing the groaning noises from downstairs grow louder, she could only turn back home and lock the door. Chapter 37. May 2nd, the 5th day of the apocalypse. The lingering drizzle that had lasted for over half a month finally stopped today. The clouds dispersed, and the dawn broke. Okay, half a basin will do. As the sun was about to rise, Bai Li was bent over the sink, busy washing clothes. These days, all the clothes have been dried in the dryer. Although they are not damp, the feeling of wearing them is still different from drying them in the sun. The water has turned murky these past few days, and she dared not even use the washing machine. Thankfully, Chi-Chi could drain the water, so she could still wash the clothes with clean water. Chi-Chi drained the water for her while eating bread, occasionally turning her head to look at the door and muttering under her breath, "Wenwen's mother is so mean. She let so many zombies into the hallway, harming everyone and herself. What a psychopath!" Because Bai Li had removed the sounder on their door and crushed it, the zombies didn't come up. But the first and second floors were different. Just by hearing the disgusting gurgling sounds, one knew they were definitely piled up in the hallway. There were also zombies on the third and fourth floors, but not as numerous as below. Bai Li speculated that the zombies couldn't climb stairs on their own, but simply because they were piled up, they were crowding one another up. After finishing her laundry, Bai Li opened the balcony curtains and saw a few zombies wandering onto the street outside. She guessed someone must have driven down that road last night. It seemed more and more people wanted to leave Sioux City, which wasn't surprising. Living in a city meant more convenience for work and life, but now both were gone, and there were still dangers everywhere. But could they get out? She felt that Xiao Fei and the others had definitely managed to escape. If they had taken Xiao Fei's path, their chances of escaping would have been very high. There are 3 roads west from the entrance to their community that lead to the highway. Mom, Andy Xiaolin threw a doll outside. It's Yeye's ugly doll that sings happy birthday. Last year for Yeye's birthday, her grandmother asked her father to bring her a birthday present. It was the one Bao Xiaolin had thrown downstairs. It was an ugly little rose-red doll with a switch on the back of its head that sang happy birthday. It was 32 yuan in the store, even cheaper on Taobao, with 20 yuan for free shipping. When Bao Xiaolin saw it, she burst into laughter. She didn't say anything in front of Yeye, but the little girl clearly didn't like it either. She turned around and threw it into the storage room, never playing with it again. Now it's been recycled. The squeaky happy birthday song echoed from the lawn in the green belt downstairs. Zombies gradually emerged from the first floor corridor, rushing towards the ugly doll. But it only lured some of the zombies on the first floor away. Those banging on the door remained unmoved. Because the button buzzer on the door was still ringing, zombies closer would naturally be drawn to it first. Listening to the banging on her front door, Bao Xiaolin gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath, "You bastard, don't let me know who you are." "Mom." Yeye clutched at her clothes in fear. Ever since the zombies started banging at the door, the little girl had clung to her, refusing to leave her side. "Don't be afraid, honey. They can't get in." She tried to comfort her daughter, but she was nervous. Just in case, she had moved all the food and drinks in the house into the bedroom. If the door was breached, they would have no choice but to hide in the bedroom. Of course, she wouldn't just sit there and wait for death, but she had to act within her means and wait for the right opportunity. On the third floor, Gao Ziyuan was sharpening a machete, about 50 centimeters long, in the living room. This one was for his son, and he had a longer, wider one nearby. Why did his family have both axes and knives? Because his father sold knives. He had brought him a few long ago to keep his backup. I used to think his father was being unnecessary. Who would need such a large machete in the city? Now, she was sincerely grateful to the old man. "Dad, I'm ready." Gao Ziyuan looked up at his son and asked, "Are you scared?" Gao Junyu gave him a bright smile. I am, but I'm not afraid because Dad's here. Good son, Dad will hold you back and won't let anything happen to you. Yes, I know. Of course, Dad wouldn't let anything happen to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life rushing into the school to save him. Gao Junyu, a bed sheet tied around his waist and his English player in hand, planned to crawl out of his kitchen window, follow the ledge, and reach the small window at the entrance to the hallway. Then, he would turn on the player and place it on the windowsill. This would attract some of the zombies, reducing the number remaining at the door. His father would then seize the opportunity to go out and kill a few. If the plan went smoothly, they would eliminate all the zombies at their doorstep. On the 4th floor, in room 401, Meng, gritting his teeth, gripped the machete Gao Ziyuan had given her, practicing in the living room how to chop down zombies. There were no standard or professional moves. He simply repeated the moves Bai Li had used to kill the zombies yesterday. Come on, come on! If you dare to come in, I chop you to death. My front door just got fixed. On the 5th floor, Bai Li finished hanging out his clothes and changed into a black tracksuit he was about to discard. Then, he grabbed his knife and turned to Chi-Chi, saying Mom's out. Chi-Chi nodded, placed Feng Bao on his mother's head, and instructed him, Feng Bao, don't let me down. And you, Xiaowu, protect Mom. I cook you some meat bones when I get back. Xiaowu wagged his tail and laughed at him. Feng Bao's dark eyes glanced at Chi-Chi, then he snorted and turned his head away. Humph? What are you humming? Chi-Chi had a feeling Feng Bao seemed to be growing smarter these days. Her expressions and reactions were becoming more and more human-like. She was a little annoying though, because her reactions to him seemed to show a bit of contempt for him. You poor bird, who are you looking down on? Bai Li opened the front door, the bird perched on his head, the dog at his heels, and slowly walked down the stairs from the 5th floor to the 4th. Ho 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 ho! The zombies' roars and banging on the door drowned out the sound of the door sounder, but even so, it still drew them toward it. Bai Li cursed inwardly. It's been ringing for over an hour, and it's still ringing. I heard Wenwen's father is the vice president of an electronics company, so this thing must be made by their own company. It's not being used for legitimate purposes, but being used to harm people. Damn it, bang bang. Descending a flight of stairs, Bai Li stood on the 4th and a half floor and tapped the handrail twice with her knife. The zombies in 401 turned their heads, howling and lunging toward her. Feng Bao, Xiaowu. Seeing the two zombies running up, Bai Li whispered to them, breathe fire. Feng Bao said nothing, but Xiaowu had already opened his mouth and spewed a fist-sized ball of red light at the zombies. With a popping sound, one of the zombies instantly turned into a fiery figure, instantly reducing it to ash and scattering to the ground. Witnessing this scene with her own eyes, Bai Li was even more shocked than she had ever heard before. Her Xiaowu. She had truly found a treasure. After the first flash of red light, Xiaowu blasted out 3 more, then went silent. Xiaowu is awesome. Feng Bao, take it back home. Ah! This was the first sound the aloof little bird made after it emerged. Without waiting for Xiaowu to retreat or turn, it flapped its wings and flew home impatiently. Bai Li ran down to meet a zombie and slashed its head with her knife. Then she chopped off the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. There were only 8 zombies climbing up to the 4th floor, and she dispatched them all. Bai Li walked to the door of 401, snatched the sounder from it, and crushed it on the ground. Just then, a burst of chattering English suddenly erupted from the windowsill between the 3rd and 2nd floors. The noise was causing a series of rolling and crashing sounds to echo through the 3rd floor hallway. It was the sound of zombies stepping on empty air and tumbling down the stairs as they tried to pounce on the source of the noise. Because of this commotion, Bai Li, standing in the 4th floor hallway, seemed quite inconspicuous. None of the zombies on the 3rd floor even glanced up at her. She was about to descend, knife in hand, when the door to 401 suddenly clicked open behind her. Meng emerged, gratefully saying, Sister, thank you. You saved me again. Again? Bai Li wanted to remind her that it wasn't her who saved her last time, it was Qiao Fei. But now wasn't the right time to speak. She didn't respond to Meng, simply pointing downstairs and heading back down. Meng nervously gripped the machete in her hand and followed behind. When they reached the 3rd floor and a half, they saw far more zombies at the entrances of 301 and 302 than on the 4th floor. Even though some had pounced on the windowsills of the 2nd floor and a half, there were still a dozen left. Bai Li, as usual, rapped the handrail twice with her knife. The sound, combined with the presence of living people, attracted the zombies to scramble up the stairs. Practice makes perfect. Bai Li now chopped zombies effortlessly. Or perhaps she's become numb to them, no longer treating their heads like human ones. This makes it easier to accept. The corridor was narrow, and Ming wanted to help, but she was afraid of hindering Bai Li or accidentally injuring her. So she held her knife for a long time, but it was useless. After killing 6, 3 were still climbing up, and 4 more were clambering behind, trying to climb as well. Just then, the door to 301 opened. Gao Ziyuan emerged from his home, a chopping axe over 60 centimeters long, and chomped at the zombies trying to climb the stairs, facing Bai Li. Poof! A head fell to the ground. Without even a glance, he swung his knife at the second one. Sister, leave me one, let me take this one. Seeing Bai Li and Gao Ziyuan attacking from both sides, and only one of the 7 zombies left, Ming quickly intervened to block Bai Li's raised knife. Then, with a loud shout, he charged forward, wielding the machete in both hands and slashing at the zombie's neck. Poof! The blade successfully penetrated the neck, but the zombie didn't die. It was only halfway in, and the machete was stuck in the zombie's neck, unable to be pulled out. Zombies don't feel pain. Even with only half of their neck connected to their bodies, they still excitedly open their mouths to take a bite. The fishy smell sprayed Ming's face, and in her nervousness, she didn't react quickly enough to dodge. The zombie's mouth was almost at her neck when the head tilted and fell to the ground with a thud, rolling to the side. Xiao He, how can you be distracted while killing zombies? Across from him, Gao Ziyuan put down his axe and reminded Ming, you need more practice. Ming blushed and thanked him. I understand, Brother Gao. I be more careful next time. The 3rd floor was cleaned, the door sounder removed and crushed, and then the 3 of them headed downstairs. Because the hallway was narrow, they had to walk one after the other. This time, Gao Ziyuan led the way, Ming in the middle, and Bai Li at the end. On the 2nd floor windowsill, Gao Junyu's English music player was still blaring, surrounded by a group of zombies, howling. Gao Ziyuan imitated Bai Li and banged on the stair railing twice. The clanging sound attracted some of the zombies, who then leaped upwards with their mouths wide open. Gao Ziyuan chopped down 4 zombies in one go, and when he reached the 5th, he signaled Ming to take the lead. Although still nervous, her hand didn't shake this time. As she slashed horizontally at the zombie's neck, she severed a large portion of it, leaving only a sliver of flesh attached to the body. Its head tilted to the side, completely dead. Not bad, Gao Ziyuan praised him. Keep up the good work, you definitely do better next time. Thank you, Brother Gao. Ming was delighted. After clearing out the zombies on the 2nd and a half floors, Gao Ziyuan turned off his son's English player and put it in his pocket. The buzzer on the door to room 201 was still going, but the 3 of them had already attracted the attention of the zombies. Without waiting for them to descend, the piled-up zombies scrambled upwards. Brother Gao, take a break. I take over. Bai Li hadn't taken action against the zombies on the 2nd and a half floors, so now it was Gao Ziyuan's turn to rest while she took over. Ming continued to wait for her chance to kill a lone zombie. She had no choice. Her sword was average, and her strength wasn't great. Taking the lead would be sheer bravado. Bai Li killed 8 in a row, leaving the 9th to Ming. Then she rested, and Gao Ziyuan took over. With a snap, the door to 201 swiftly opened and closed again. Bao Xiaolin, armed with the same long sword as Bai Li, struck one zombie after another, then kicked downstairs. With such strength, she could send a zombie flying from the 2nd floor to the wall halfway up the 1st floor. With a loud bang, a normal person would have broken several ribs. The zombie's legs and ribs were also broken, and as it staggered from the ground, its gait was distorted. Xiao He, this is for you. Okay, Sister Bao. Ming ran to the 1st floor, raised her hand, and slashed with her knife. Although she still failed to chop off the zombie's head, she didn't get stuck in its neck either. After the first strike, she yanked it out and slashed again. The head landed perfectly. Because of the birthday song outside, there were only a few zombies left on the 1st floor. Only 2 or 3 remained, and Ming was given the task of training. After clearing them all, the others closed the glass door in the hallway and moved the coffee table back to block the passage. Bai Li then spoke about the actions of the woman in room 602, which made Bao Xiaolin and the other 2 furious. Does she think we're easy to bully because we're so soft-hearted? She's always bragging about her husband's wealth, like he's worth 280,000. Who does she think she is? I ignored her before, but it wasn't because I was afraid of her. Ming, after killing a few zombies, lost her temper and said angrily, let's go find her. If I don't beat the shit out of her today, I won't be called he. The door, which I had finally managed to fix, was nearly broken by her. Chapter 38. Let's go upstairs and find her first. Bao Xiaolin pulled He Meng aside. Although I love to pile all the zombie corpses outside her door like you did, blocking her door and disgusting her, the 6th floor is too close to the 5th. Putting them there would get in the way of Lizzie. Oh! Sorry, sister, I forgot. He Meng was so angry she didn't think twice. Bailey actually wanted to dump the bodies outside her door, but she had to continue living there, and didn't want to be disgusted by her. So she gave up. The 3 women headed to the 6th floor, while Gao Ziyuan stayed behind to deal with the bodies in the hallway. The 2nd floor had an extra corridor with a window at the end. Gao Junyu, wearing disposable gloves, helped his father carry the bodies. They planned to throw them through the window downstairs. They had to pass 202 several times back and forth. At first, the father and son thought it was deserted. After all, since they returned yesterday, there had been so much commotion today. How could anyone not make a noise and come out to take a look, even the cowardly, opportunistic elderly couple in 402, after they had dealt with the zombies, put on gloves and masks, and dumped the bodies at their door onto the 3rd floor staircase and wiped the door with a rag. Only 202, like the other empty houses, was completely silent. So, when they carried the 5th body and passed 202 again, they heard the door suddenly open, startling the Gao father and son. Gao Ziyuan even instinctively drew the knife from his waist. Similarly, the man who had just poked his head out of the door, seeing Gao Ziyuan draw his knife at him, instinctively slammed the door shut again. Gao Ziyuan, Although it's my fault for scaring you, you scared me too, okay? Gao Junyu was baffled. This corridor didn't belong to just the 4 of them, so why didn't they come out to help? Auntie and the other girls were brave enough to chop zombies with knives, but why was this grown man in room 202 hiding inside, like a coward? The young man sneered contemptuously, muttering, "Coward." The father and son ignored the owner of room 202 and continued to move and dispose of the bodies. But soon, as they passed room 202's door again, they heard a muffled roar from inside. "Hey, you can't leave the bodies down there." How can I open my bathroom window?" "You, move the bodies away." Gao Ziyuan and Gao Junyu, The father and son laughed in anger and ignored him as they continued to move. "Just a coward. If you're brave enough, move them yourself." Upstairs, at room 602's door, Bao Xiaolin and He Meng had been banging on the door for over 10 minutes, even kicking it, but there was no movement from inside, let alone an opening. They expected this outcome. "Forget it, don't bother trying. She won't open the door." Bailey leaned against the wall, staring at the smart lock on the door of room 602. She said to He Meng, "Shall he go downstairs and borrow Brother Gao's axe?" "Okay, I'll be right back." He Meng didn't care what she needed the axe for, but turned and got into the elevator. A moment later, she was back in the elevator, axe in hand. "Here, sister." Bailey took it, asked the 2 to step back, and raised the axe, bringing it down hard on the smart lock of room 602. With a bang, the smart lock shattered. Then she handed the axe to Bao Xiaolin, pointing at the crack in the door and signaling, "Chop." Even though Bao Xiaolin's strength had increased, it still took some effort to hack open the iron-striped lock. The elderly couple in room 402 crept up to take a look. Seeing them hacking furiously at the door, they flinched and quickly slipped back home. The door opened, and the 3 of them were immediately greeted by a pungent smell of blood. Bailey and Bao Xiaolin exchanged glances. He Meng was bewildered. Why was the smell of blood in her house even stronger than in the hallway? Normal people who become zombies after being infected by the virus, perhaps due to brain death, don't know, but when their heads are severed, only sticky black blood oozes from the neck, accompanied by a pungent, fishy odor. But in room 602, the scent of blood was strong, not the stench. The 3 of them cautiously stepped over the threshold and glanced around. The living room was deserted. Bailey looked towards the half-open master bedroom. 3 days ago, she had entered there, tucked one in, turned off the lights, and watched her fall asleep. She had then cooked her a chicken drumstick rice. She walked to within half a meter of the bedroom door, and used a knife to pry it open. The stench of blood instantly intensified. "Oh, my God." He Meng, standing beside Bailey, covered her mouth in shock when she took in the scene on the bedroom bed. Bao Xiaolin, still warily scanning the bathroom and kitchen, heard He Meng's exclamation and quickly rushed over. She also gasped in shock when she saw a mother and daughter in red, no, white dresses, lying on a blood-stained, milky white quilt on the large master bedroom bed. 7-year-old Wenwen wore a fluffy princess dress, her hair tied with a pink ribbon and a bow at the side. Her hands folded across her abdomen, the area of her dress stained red, and a deep gash on her slender wrist. The little girl's face was as pale as paper, but her expression was calm, as if she were asleep. They must have given her sleeping pills first, then taken her pulse. Wenwen's mother and Bailey saw her a little differently at 4:30 this morning. Back then, her hair was disheveled, and her face was haggard, like a ghost. Now, she wore delicate makeup, lipstick, and long false eyelashes. She looked quite good in her final moments. She had been truly ruthless to herself. Unlike her daughter, she had not cut her wrists, but her neck, severing the entire aorta there. The blood had stained the pillow red. It was as if she hadn't been resting her head on a pillow, but on a vibrant flower. The three of them stood at the bedroom door, watching silently for a long moment. Finally, He-Ming couldn't help but break the silence. "Sister, why did she do this? It's fine if she didn't want to live, but why did she kill her daughter too? How could she have done that? Although she didn't have children, she knew how a mother should treat her own children." Bao Xiaolin turned to Bailey and asked, "Is her son gone?" It was just the two of them at home. The husband hadn't been home from work since the 28th, but it was obviously unusual for the youngest son to be away. Bailey wasn't a talkative person, and she hadn't told him about the mother and daughter in room 602 yesterday. Before the explosion at the second hospital, she was hospitalized there with her son. That meant they were gone. They didn't speculate about Wenwen's mother any further. Perhaps she was in pain, perhaps she was in despair, but neither of those things would excuse her actions that morning. You can't just drag everyone down with you just because you don't want to live, and expect others to sympathize with you, right? That's not true. Bailey closed the bedroom door, turned around, glanced around the living room, pointed at the sideboard and snack cabinet, and said to the two of them, "Take it down, and we divide it among the 4 families. It would be a waste not to take it. Anyway, if they don't take it, these things won't keep it for long." Bao Xiaolin went back to the kitchen and brought out 4 bottles of mineral water. 1 bottle per family, just right. Then the 3 of them divided the rice, flour, oil, and even the seasonings, along with all the snacks in the dining room cabinet, into 4 portions, and took them out. The front door had been smashed open, so the lock couldn't be locked, so they had to close it. Afterwards, everyone went home to rest. After all, clearing the hallway of so many zombies was no easy task, and it was both mentally and physically exhausting. When Bailey got home, she immediately stripped off her tracksuit, stained with the black blood of zombies. She washed her hands and face, then laid down on the sofa, closed her eyes, and said to Chi-Chi, "Son, Mommy's going to sleep for a while." "Yes, Mommy's worked hard. I watch outside. Everything's going to be all right." Chi-Chi leaned over and kissed his mother on the cheek. Bailey smiled contentedly, stretched out her arms, and embraced her son tightly. Her heart was filled with the little one. Bailey slept for an hour and a half before being awakened by a gentle knock on the door. Chi-Chi saw it was Bao Xiaolin and Yeye, and immediately opened the door. "Andy Xiaolin, Yeye." "Shoo. Keep your voice down. Mommy's sleeping." "Sleeping?" Bao Xiaolin was surprised. Just as she was about to ask something, she noticed that Bailey, lying on the sofa, had already opened her eyes. "Lizzie, the power is out." Bailey, still a little groggy from waking, suddenly cleared her mind. She stood up and leaned back on the sofa, rubbing her eyes. "Alas, I expected this day to come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon." Bao Xiaolin walked over to sit beside her, frowning. Just now, a thick plume of smoke rose from the northwest. "I think that's where the power plant is. Logically, as long as the power system is functioning properly, it should last for several months. Even if not several months, 10 days or half a month should be enough. Now, I'm afraid it's been damaged." Because of multiple previous incidents, they were now more wary and concerned about the survivors than ever before. "Lizzie, I came here to tell you I'd be leaving soon. I'm really worried about my grandmother, so I have to take Yeye back as soon as possible. What about you? Will you continue to wait here for Jiang Minglang?" Bailey thought for a moment and said, 5 days. "I wait for him for another 5 days. If he doesn't come, I take Chi-Chi and leave." "Okay, take these maps. I marked the route from Sucheng to my home. If you need to take a detour and happen to pass by my house, remember to stop by and see me." She had actually come to say goodbye to Bailey. After this separation, she didn't know if they would ever meet again. Bao Xiaolin threw her arms around Bailey, her eyes slightly red. "Thank you, Lizzie. All these years. It's been so hard for you to take care of me. Bailey wasn't used to this atmosphere. She strained her lips, a smile that was a bit forced. When did I ever take care of you? Don't forget, you used to say I was cold and arrogant, aloof and distant, and unapproachable. Humph, I remember it all. Bao Xiaolin was stunned. She raised her hand and hit her, jokingly scolding, "You're so petty. It happened so long ago, and you still remember? Don't blame me for scolding you. It's your fault for keeping your distance from everyone." That's true. Bailey does tend to put up a barrier when interacting with others. She's a bit of an introvert, preferring to keep to herself, doing what she enjoys. She doesn't like going out, and she doesn't like to interact with people she doesn't know well. When she used to take her children to the playground, surrounded by parents, they inevitably chat about family matters, like complaining about their husbands and mothers-in-law. She usually just listened quietly, never agreeing or interrupting. Even when a neighborhood auntie bluntly asked her if she was a single mother, and why she never saw her children's father, she simply said, "He's busy and only comes home once a month." Perhaps this wasn't convincing enough, so later rumors spread that she was being kept by someone solely to bear a son for a wealthy man. Jiang Minglang heard these rumors after he returned home and refuted them. She was quite puzzled when he recounted the incident. What were those looks, and why were these people so fond of discussing other people's affairs? So free? This made her even more resentful of her so-called neighbors in the same complex. Even her former neighbors across the street, the family from 502, would simply nod and barely exchange a word. The initial connection between her and Bao Xiaolin was entirely due to the two children. Yaya was a girl with a very high emotional intelligence. She and Chi-Chi were in the same kindergarten class, and had become good friends. Naturally, Bailey and Bao Xiaolin also grew closer. Surprisingly, their personalities were quite compatible. If you're going to leave today, do it early. It was already 11:30 a.m., and with no electricity or gas, there was no way to cook. So there was no way she could treat them to dinner. She took a piece of braised beef from the refrigerator, put it in a plastic bag, and then grabbed some fruit, then stuffed it all into a bag. She handed it to Bao Xiaolin, "Just in case, you and Yaya should carry 2 backpacks with you, with some food and supplies." The road conditions outside were uncertain. If the car couldn't move, and they had to leave, it was better to have something with you than nothing. Bao Xiaolin hadn't expected this. She gratefully accepted it. "Then I won't be polite with you." "If you want to be polite, are you still Bao Xiaolin?" With that, the two of them left the house with Yaya. Bailey, as usual, told Chi-Chi to lock the door. The little one suppressed her reluctance and gave her good friend a couple of hugs and goodbyes. Watching the two of them being so affectionate, Bailey felt that her son was truly unlike her in this respect. As the door closed, a glint of determination flashed in Chi-Chi's eyes. He must work hard to cultivate his supernatural powers, turning them into a viable tool for combat, so he wouldn't be forced to hide behind the scenes because of his young age. He wanted to join his mother on the battlefield. That way, Yaya would surely admire him immensely. Back on the second floor, Bao Xiaolin took out her backpack and luggage, which had been packed long ago. Gao Ziyuan and Gao Junyu, father and son, helped carry them up to the first floor. Outside, the ugly dolls on the lawn in the green belt had long since stopped singing, their batteries exhausted. The zombies that had gathered had also dispersed, wandering aimlessly, eagerly rushing towards any movement. So, by the time they emerged from the corridor, there were only a dozen or so zombies scattered around the first floor. As they lunged towards them, Bailey and Bao Xiaolin had already drawn their swords to meet them. Chapter 39. The noise they made downstairs wasn't too loud. There were only about 10 zombies downstairs, so for the two experienced at chopping necks, it wasn't a big deal. He Ming, if you can't cut the neck, you can just stab it into the eyes and twist it. The result will be the same. Chopping a neck is also a physically demanding task. Bailey was able to do it thanks to the knife in her hand. Bao Xiaolin was strong, so using the same knife as her made the chopping easier. But He Ming was different. Although Gao Ziyuan had sharpened her machete to a high point, it was still just an ordinary knife. If she chopped it the same way as Bailey and the others, it would probably become blunt in no time. Besides, her strength was limited, so it was almost impossible to chop the neck off in one stroke. After seeing this, Bailey remembered the second method Jiang Minglang had mentioned. "Okay, sister. I try." Puff. The machete plunged into the zombie's eye. He Ming felt her scalp tingle at the sound. She wanted to pull out the knife and step back, but gritted her teeth and twisted the handle vigorously. Suddenly, a sticky liquid, white, black, and yellow, flowed out of the eye socket. It all stained her knife. Ugh! He Ming finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Without even pulling out the knife, she bent over and vomited violently. Bailey finished her side and turned to look. The corners of her mouth twitched. It was quite disgusting. The mixture of yellow, white, and black was even more disgusting than the instant noodles He-Ming had vomited. She turned away silently, ignoring her. Mom, yeah, hurry up and get in the car. We take care of this. Gao Ziyuan and his son had already placed Bao Xiaolin's luggage and Yaya in the back seat. The driver's door was open, and they urged her to get in and leave. There was still half a day left, and there was no telling if they could get home before dark. Lizzie, brother Gao, Xiaoyu, Xiohe, see you again. Bao Xiaolin shouted to the others after getting in the car, then started the engine, turned a corner, and roared towards the main gate. When they reached the gate, they stopped again, the accelerator thumping loudly. A swarm of zombies came running from the depths of the neighborhood, claws and fangs bared, lunging at the black Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz drove away, trailing a trail of running zombies in its wake. Gao Ziyuan took the opportunity to take his son to his own car. He was going to his wife's studio. He and his son were leaving, and there was no way he could leave his wife here. The two cars ushered the few zombies downstairs out of the neighborhood. Those that had escaped from the deeper parts of the building ran back out, following the sound. For a moment, the downstairs seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. Not a single zombie was left. No, not a single living one. But lying on the ground with a headless body was just as unsettling. Bailey turned to look at He-Ming, who was still vomiting, and took 2 steps back in disgust. Just vomit twice. Why aren't you done yet? After He-Ming vomited everything in her stomach, she dry-heaved twice more before standing up and taking out a tissue to wipe away the runny nose. She glanced at Bailey with resentment and said sullenly, "Sis, that's a really bad idea." Bailey raised an eyebrow at her, and He-Ming had to add, "It's a bad idea, but it works." Because it really didn't require much effort to kill the zombie, it was definitely safer for her than slashing its neck. Suppressing her nausea, she pulled out her machete, wiped it on the zombie's clothes, and followed Bailey home. "Mom, I saw Aunt Xiaolin take away a lot of zombies. Is she okay?" "No, she can get rid of them if she drives faster." Bao Xiaolin. After driving 2 blocks, she had indeed shaken off the zombies that had followed her from the neighborhood. She even managed to get rid of some of the zombies that had chased her from other areas, but they were soon outnumbered. After trying 2 different routes out of Suchong but failing, she resolutely chose the 3rd route Bailey had suggested. This road was indeed accessible, but too many people were trying to pass through it, and there were many wrecked cars piled up on both sides, leaving only a lane in the middle barely wide enough for 1 car. So the going was very slow, and there was a commotion at the intersection leading to the highway ahead. Faint sounds of quarreling could be heard. Bao Xiaolin rolled down the window and looked ahead. A long line of cars, motionless, resembled a typical city traffic jam. "This road isn't yours. Why should I give you something before letting you pass? We worked so hard to build this road. If you don't give it to me, then don't cross. Go back. You're just a bunch of robbers. Give it to them now. We can't get through if we don't let you get stuck here." "That's right. Just a few bottles of water and some food. They don't ask for much. It took a lot of effort to build this road. Give it to them." Overhearing a few words, Bao Xiaolin understood the reason for the argument. She curled her lips in disdain. "They built it for me. How shameless." Before she got stuck in traffic, she decisively backed away, turned, and left the road. Her home was in the suburbs of the neighboring city, bordering Suchong. She didn't always take the highway to get home. When she wanted to take her daughter to enjoy the natural scenery, she would take the smaller roads in the suburbs. Aside from being a little narrow, the roads were all cement and easy to navigate. So, she knew more than just these few ways out of Suchong. She also marked the map for Lizzie, hoping she would have multiple options and not be taken advantage of. It was a pity she didn't have many maps, otherwise she could have given one to Xiao He and brother Gao. After 2 hours and much effort, Bao Xiaolin finally left Suchong and drove onto a small road through the vast fields. "Mom, stop." Bao Xiaolin's right foot shifted from the accelerator to the brake, and after slowly stopping, she turned to her daughter and asked, "Do you need to pee?" What she didn't notice was that the moment the car stopped, a flash of white light flashed behind it, so fast it looked like a beam of light. "No." Yaya knelt in the back seat, leaning over the backrest and staring at the back of the car. "I think I saw Fantong." Fantong was a small white civet cat, one of the stray cats she and Chi-Chi often fed. Because he always ran to the front of the line and ate the most, they named him Fantong. He was also the fattest white cat in the neighborhood. We'd been away from the neighborhood for almost 3 hours. How could Fantong have followed us? Bao Xiaolin felt a little helpless. She didn't like keeping pets, mainly because she didn't have the time. Thankfully, Yaya was sensible. Although she fed the stray cats every day, she didn't insist on bringing one home. She thought Yaya was just seeing things, mistaking a passing stray cat for the one she often fed. Did she really see it wrong? A few minutes later, Yaya turned back dejectedly and sat down mumbling, "There's no Fantong. Maybe I really saw it wrong." The mother and daughter set off again. After the car drove about 100 meters, a white figure suddenly jumped out from the nearby crop field and landed silently. Chapter 40. After lunch, Bailey began packing. Today, not only was the power out, but so was the undrinkable, murky water. While the water wasn't usable, it could be used to flush the toilet. Now, even this most basic function was gone. Of course, Bailey didn't need to worry about that. After all, she had a running tap. But without gas and electricity, they have to eat dry food all the time, unable to even boil water. How could that work? Although it was already May, the temperature was still hovering around 10 degrees Celsius, with no sign of warming. In this kind of weather, not drinking hot water would surely be unbearable. "Mom, should we cook in the hallway? We could go gather some branches, turn our iron stool over, and prop the pot on top. Just like this." He gestured excitedly as he spoke. "Grandpa taught me how to do this, when we used to dig sweet potatoes in the fields with him." The grandfather Chi-Chi was referring to was Bai Li's father. Jiang Minglang had severed ties with the family years earlier, and when he had a son, he had him call him Grandpa. He truly treated his father-in-law like his own father. When he talked about cooking outside with branches, excitement and anticipation were evident in the little one's eyes. Bai Li chuckled. See, what might be a disaster or inconvenience for an adult is completely different for a child. He wasn't anxious or uneasy, but rather saw this as a new life experience, eager to explore it immediately. Of course, this assumes a sufficient sense of security. For example, his mother was always with him, and he was confident that his father would return sooner or later. Okay, let's cook pork chop rice outside for dinner. With a power outage, the frozen food in the refrigerator had to be taken care of first. Finding dead branches in the city wasn't easy, but fortunately, there were a lot of leftover wood from the previous kitchen and sideboard renovation. He originally planned to wait for Jiang Minglang to come back and build a nest for Feng Bao. He already drawn up the blueprints, but just as he was about to start, he received a call demanding immediate action. In the end, the project was delayed, and Bai Li put the wood in the utility room. At 5:30 p.m., while it was still light outside, and not completely dark, Bai Li and Chi-Chi set up a pot on a metal triangular stool in the hallway outside their home. She placed a thin strip of wood under the pot, and used a stack of Chi-Chi's discarded exam papers from last semester to start the fire. But before she could use her lighter to light the papers, Chi-Chi stopped her, saying, "Mom, wait a minute." He looked down at Xiaowu, who was standing beside him, and whispered, "Wu, give me some fire." "Here, just a little bit, just a little bit." Xiaowu stared at him with his mouth open, wagging his tail and laughing, but he wouldn't spit any fire. Chi-Chi had no choice but to lie on the ground and demonstrate for himself, pouting his lips, and blowing at the wood beneath the pot. This time, Xiaowu understood. Without waiting for Chi-Chi to withdraw his head, he opened his mouth and blew out a ball of red light. The red light immediately transformed into a blazing fire upon contact with the test paper and the wood. The flames spread, and the air carried the smell of burnt hair. Bai Li looked at her son. The little guy's once neat bangs were missing a patch, revealing his delicate white forehead. Combined with his stunned eyes, he looked both comical and amusing. Bai Li chuckled and reached out to touch his forehead. Luckily, it was only a burn, not a bruise. Chi-Chi also realized that a small patch of his hair was missing. He feigned anger and tapped Xiaowu's head with his finger, scolding, "What's wrong with you, little bastard? Can't you see my head is still here? Can't you wait until I step back before vomiting? You have no manners at all." Xiaowu blinked his puppy eyes, seemingly realizing he'd gotten into trouble. He hummed coquettishly and rubbed his head against his leg again and again. "Since you successfully started the fire, I let you off this time." Then he looked at Bai Li with a smug look. "Mom, am I smart? I saved you a lighter." The 2 lighters in the house were left behind by Jiang Minglang. They didn't have much gas left, so they could probably only be used 5 or 6 times. Bai Li found his expression even more amusing, and she suppressed a smile and nodded. "Yeah, my son is just smart, much more clever than Mom." "No, Mom is smart too, it just didn't occur to her for a moment." With Xiaowu's fire, the pork rib rice in the pot quickly heated up. After all, the rice and pork ribs were already cooked, They only needed to be heated through before they could be eaten. The hallway was suddenly filled with the irresistible aroma of pork ribs, drawing the door of room 402 to its knees. A child's cries could be faintly heard from the door. "I want meat, I want ribs, I want chicken legs, no bread, no cookies." Bailey ignored them, heated up the meal, and brought it home. Then she took the iron stool and the unburned wood home. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there was a knock on Bailey's door. She opened it and let Ming in. "Sister, Brother Gao and Junyu haven't come back yet. Are they okay?" Ming had spent the entire afternoon watching outside, hoping the father and son would return safely. Alas, there was still no sign of them. Unable to answer this question, Bailey asked Ming, "Would you like some hot water?" Without waiting for her reply, he poured her a full cup. "Sit down." Ming thanked him gratefully, sitting at the dining table, sipping from her cup. After finishing the cup of hot water, her stomach and entire abdomen felt warm and comfortable. This comfort brought her peace of mind, and the anxiety and restlessness she had just felt disappeared. "To be honest, sister, when I heard yesterday that Brother Gao and his family's hometown was in the same place as mine, I couldn't believe how happy I was. Although I've been thinking about going home for the past few days, I'm alone and don't know what the road will be like, so I didn't dare to go at all. But yesterday was different. I could go with Brother Gao and Junyu, and I had already agreed with them, but now it's still unclear whether the father and son will be able to return." Ming stayed at Bailey's house for half an hour before returning. Since there was no electricity, to conserve the battery, she decided to go to bed. Before going to bed, Bailey placed a pot of green ivy by the front door, just like last night, with the growing vines right against the bottom of the door. At 4:30 this morning, she sent someone at the door thanks to her connection with the green radish. This feeling is quite mysterious. When someone approaches her plants, they shake, and she feels it, as if it were her. So she and the plants she nurtures are inextricably linked? The plants are part of her? But what about the garlic sprouts that mother and son ate? She couldn't possibly be eating herself, could she? Bailey still doesn't quite understand this ability. She needs to slowly explore it. After arranging everything, she and her son lay in bed, telling a story as they slowly drifted off to sleep. At 12:40 a.m., a white cruise drove into the complex at breakneck speed and parked in the parking space below Building 1. Chapter 41. May 3rd, the 6th day of the apocalypse. Bailey slept soundly that night, not opening her eyes until 7 in the morning, when she noticed movement outside. "Sister, Brother Gao and Junyu are back." Bailey opened the door. Ming happily shared the good news with her, but then a strange expression crossed her face. Bailey let her in, bewildered, and asked, "What's wrong? Is it Brother Gao and the others?" No, it's not Brother Gao and Junyu, it's..." Ming pointed upward with her right index finger and whispered, "The father from room 602 has returned, but he's been sitting in his car." At first, Brother Gao thought he wasn't getting out because there were zombies around, but after he dealt with them, the man still hadn't gotten out. Gao couldn't help but glance inside his car. "Guess what?" Seeing her mysterious and gossipy expression, Bailey politely asked, "What's going on?" "There's a woman in the back seat of his car, seemingly asleep." Bailey, He just returned on the 6th day after the apocalypse, and instead of going upstairs to check on his wife and 2 children, he's been staying in his car with a woman? What kind of drama is this? Bailey was speechless. "Sister, what do you think his relationship with that woman is?" "I don't want to guess." Bailey turned and walked to the dining table, pouring half a cup of warm water from the kettle. She made it yesterday morning, when the power was still on, and she'd been using it sparingly until now, so there wasn't much left. She interrupted Ming's gossip and asked, "Has Brother Gao taken care of my sister-in-law's affairs?" "Yes, he found a crematorium outside." Junyu returned with his mother's ashes. "That's good." Speaking of this, Ming told her about the plan she had discussed with Gao Ziyuan. "Sister, Brother Gao and Junyu plan to take a day off today and leave early tomorrow morning. I be going with them." "So, what are your plans?" 4 days. I wait for my husband for another 4 days. If he doesn't show up, I take Chi-Chi and leave. Then she leave him a note at home. He know where to find them." Ming breathed a sigh of relief. "It's best to leave as soon as possible. Not to mention the zombies and the inconveniences, even downstairs in Building 2, look at the garbage strewn everywhere. For the past few days, I didn't dare go downstairs. It was just household and kitchen waste. But after the water and power went out yesterday morning, the scene downstairs was much more lively, with everything thrown away. It's not hard to imagine what the city will look like in a few days. At a time like this, Most people's retreat is to the countryside. After all, the city will definitely be uninhabitable until order is restored and functioning properly. He Ming's parents lived in the city, but she had already agreed with Gao Ziyuan that when she returned to Huacheng to pick up her parents, they would go to Quoto village, where Gao Ziyuan lived. He said that next door to his family lived a 5-guarantee elderly person who had been cared for by his parents until his death. After his death, he left his house and yard to their family. But their own house was large enough for them, so the yard remained untouched. If He Ming was willing, she could temporarily move to their village. Bai Li asked curiously, "Are these all your plans for today?" He Ming nodded. "Yes, I didn't sleep well all night and woke up at 5:30 this morning. At 6 o'clock, I saw Brother Gao's car coming back, so I took my knife and went down to help. But Brother Gao didn't give me a chance to fight. He single-handedly took care of those zombies." She snorted as she spoke. That guy in room 602 got a good deal. Just as they mentioned room 602, the two of them suddenly fell silent, as the clatter of leather shoes on the stairs reached them from outside. 2. The clattering sound continued from the 5th floor, up to the 6th, and then stopped. "Hey, Brother Yunza, your lock was broken open." A surprised female voice echoed, followed by a moment of silence. The man remained silent. Then the door seemed to be pushed open, then closed. Bai Li and He Ming pricked up their ears, counting silently. 1, 2, 3. At 5, a short, startling female voice rang out, "Ah." He Ming rolled her eyes and whispered to Bai Li, "Sister, even though Wenwen's mother is a complete lunatic, I think I understand she was going to commit suicide after losing her son. Because her husband was unreliable and she hadn't protected her son, she probably thought she couldn't protect her daughter either, and in despair, she simply took her daughter with her to die. It's quite pitiful, but even the most pitiful people have their own hateful side. So, such people don't deserve pity." He Ming didn't want to talk about this family anymore. She changed the subject and said to Bai Li, "Sister, when Brother Gao and I leave tomorrow, if we have a chance, we take some of the things we hid in the pharmacy. Don't forget to take the rest. Disposable underwear and wet wipes, among other things, are necessities. In the future. Well, there's no telling when we'd be able to buy them again. Everyone is now uncertain about the future." The two chatted for a while longer, then He Ming left to go home and pack. Bai Li opened the refrigerator. Since the power outage had only been a day, it hadn't cooled down completely, and the frozen items hadn't thawed yet, but they still needed to be taken care of first. So for breakfast, she made a lamb and vegetable porridge with frozen rice and lamb. She also peeled 3 eggs that had been boiled and refrigerated. She and Chi-Chi each had one, and Xiaowu had another. They cooked in the hallway again, and Xiaowu once again lit the wood with a tiny red glow. Perhaps because the fire from yesterday had caught Chi-Chi's hair, the dog had found a way to safely start a fire. The flame that came out of its mouth was a tiny, tiny flame, about the size of a bean. But when it touched the wood, it suddenly exploded into a large flame. Bai Li didn't quite understand the principle behind this, but she knew that the fire from a dog's mouth was different from ordinary fire. Just like the water Chi-Chi put out wasn't like ordinary water. As for her induction of labor, aside from those few garlic sprouts, she hadn't yet managed to induce the growth of any other edible vegetables, so the situation was unclear at this point. She would test it later when conditions permitted. But fortunately, she still had a special ability, which gave her peace of mind. As the mutton porridge boiled, the entire corridor was filled with a rich aroma of rice and mutton. The grandson in room 402 began howling again. The door fluttered open, and Bai Li vaguely heard the old couple's sharp scolding. "Are you still a mother? Your son is starving. What's wrong with going to get him a bowl of food? I never met a woman as selfish and heartless as you. You eat and sleep all day, and you don't care about your child." "I don't care. Who stopped me when I did? Now that the child has been spoiled like this, you blame me for not caring? Now you're letting me care, and we won't stop you. Go and get your son a hot bowl of food. If you want to go, go ahead. I still have some dignity." Chapter 42. Bai Li and Chi-Chi squatted in the hallway outside their house, pretending not to hear the noise from room 402. She finished cooking the mutton porridge and came home, asking Chi-Chi to put a kettle of water outside to boil. Because the fire was strong, the water soon boiled. "Hello, Chi-Chi's mom." Bai Li took the kettle down and was about to pack up the iron trivet and the remaining unburned wood when the door to room 602 opened and Wenwen's father came down from the 6th floor, thermos in hand. "Chi-Chi's mom, can you give me a cup of hot water?" He said this with a slightly awkward, apologetic look. "I know I should give you something in exchange, but someone's in our house, and everything's been taken. So, since she had previously taken a bucket of water from his house, Bailey didn't refuse his request. She picked up the kettle and poured him a full cup. Thank you very much. Wenwen's father was filled with gratitude and kept thanking her. He hesitated before leaving, then said, Chi-Chi's mom, please tell me, do you know that my wife and my daughter? Bailey looked up at him, bewildered. Wenwen's father saw her expression and sighed, it seems you don't know. Then do you know who broke the lock on my house? Bailey shook her head, I don't know. How could she not know, given how close they were? Seeing that she didn't want to talk anymore, Wenwen's father didn't ask any more questions and went upstairs. As he left, before anyone even entered the house, the grandfather from room 402 on the 4th floor climbed up, smiling broadly and saying to Bailey, Chi-Chi's mom, my grandson is hungry. Give me a bowl of the meat you just cooked. We're neighbors, and we should help each other. And he's just a child. You can't bear to let him go hungry, right? As he spoke, he passed the bowl toward her. Bailey acted as if she hadn't heard or seen anything, not even giving him a glance. She lowered her head and continued to clear the wood and iron stool from the floor. After carrying everything back home, along with the kettle, she slammed the door shut. Grandpa 402's face darkened. He opened his mouth to curse, but just as he was about to speak, the door suddenly opened again. He saw the woman from 501 standing inside the doorway, knife in hand, glaring at him coldly. If you dare say a single word, I chop your head off. Grandpa 402 turned and headed downstairs at unprecedented speed. Soon, a door slammed shut downstairs. Bailey curled her lips in disdain, closed the door, and went home for breakfast. But a moment later, her sharp ears heard deliberately quiet footsteps passing her door and ascending to the 6th floor. Then the door to the 6th floor was pushed open, and a female voice shouted, Who are you? Then the door closed, and she couldn't hear what was said inside. Bailey lowered her eyes in disdain and continued to eat her porridge. But she couldn't understand why it was the grandfather who had taken the initiative to ask for things and take advantage of them today. It seemed that the grandmother hadn't shown up since she was cooking in the hallway yesterday. Strange, isn't this her style? What Bailey didn't know was that ever since she witnessed the mother and child inexplicably burned to death at her doorstep the day before yesterday, the grandmother in 402 had become shunned by her family, daring not to approach them at all. That's why she rather scolded her daughter-in-law for asking her to come, or ask the old man to come, than show up herself. 6th floor. After the grandfather in 402 opened the door to 602, he ignored the stranger shouting, closed the door, and said to Wenwen's father, I know who broke the lock on your door. It's the woman on the 5th floor, the one in 501. She, along with the women from 201 and 401 on the 2nd floor, smashed down your front door. They also killed your wife and daughter, and took away all your belongings and divided them up. Wenwen's father had a look of surprise on his face when he heard the first part, but when he heard the rest, about his wife and daughter being killed, his expression faded, and he returned to his normal demeanor. After the grandfather from 402 finished speaking, he nodded, his tone quite calm, Okay, I understand. I understand? What do you mean? Does that look like you know the truth? The old man's eyes widened as he emphasized, Wenwen's father, did you understand what I said? I'm saying, your wife, your daughter, your front door, and your belongings were all done by that woman from 501. You don't know how arrogant she's been these past few days, hacking around with a knife. Yes, I understand. If you have nothing else to say, please go back. Wenwen's father, with a cold face, opened the door and ushered the cursing grandfather from 402 out. He then closed the door and moved a coffee table to block the way. Brother Yunza, you don't believe what this old man said? Why? The woman standing nearby asked curiously. Wenwen's father sorted through the snacks he found in his daughter's room and said, the father of the child downstairs in 501 is a soldier. As a military family member, do you think he would do something like breaking down doors and stealing things? It's hard to say. After all, it's the end of the world. We can't judge people by past standards and status. Wenwen's father continued to shake his head. No, I don't have much contact with Chi-Chi's mother, but I can tell from her personality that she's not that kind of person. What's more, he turned his head to look towards the master bedroom, the sadness in his eyes unfazed. It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned my wife and daughter's death, but now that he has, it's obvious he's trying to use me. Just now, I asked for hot water, and they gave it to me. He held a bowl to ask for food, but they didn't. And then he came to my house and said all this. Isn't his motive obvious? After all, He's been in society for over a decade. How could he not see through such a simple tactic? Hearing Li Yunze mention his deceased wife and daughter, a flicker of guilt crossed the woman's eyes, but only for a moment. She whispered, her eyes red, "It's all my fault. If you hadn't been delayed rescuing me, Brother Yunze, and had returned home sooner, maybe you could have saved my sister-in-law, Wen, and Hao. It's me who destroyed your family." Unusually, this time, Li Yunze didn't immediately offer words of comfort. Instead, he stared at the master bedroom door, lost in thought. Before bringing Ilan back, he had imagined the scene of his wife's tantrum upon seeing Bo Ilan. He also considered the possibility of her transforming into a zombie, but he had never imagined she would die in front of him like this. And his 2 children. Li Yunze regretted not immediately choosing to return home when disaster struck, but instead choosing to find Bo Ilan. Bailey ignored the old man in room 402's provocations. After breakfast, she continued packing. Although she couldn't take all of Ciji's clothes and quilts, she would take at least half. She would write down the remaining half on a note, and have Jiang Minglang take it. She was busy in the bedroom, while Qiqi was on the balcony, observing the outside through binoculars. Xiaowu was running around with a piece of green ivy in his mouth, getting tangled in it, and rolling around on the ground. Bailey looked up at the vines wrapped around Xiaowu's waist, and suddenly, an idea struck her. Chapter 43. Bailey removed the piece of green ivy wrapped around Xiaowu, and held the broken branch in her hand. Then she looked at Xiaowu, silently chanting, "Wrap it, wrap it, wrap it." The green ivy in her hand suddenly grew longer like a serpentine green snake, darting forward towards its target. Then, surprisingly, it actually managed to wrap itself completely around Xiaowu's belly. Bailey's eyes widened, her heart filled with unbridled surprise. "Qiqi? What's wrong, Mom?" Jiangqi came running over from the balcony, and Bailey told him to look at Xiaowu. Jiangqi was puzzled. "Mom, are you planning to use the green ivy vines as a leash for Xiaowu?" "A leash? No, I can use the vines to tie Xiaowu up." Jiangqi? ? He looked down at the loose vine wrapped around Xiaowu's belly, and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "You let it get you? Mom's amazing." The clever child suddenly understood, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Bailey. "So, Mom, are you practicing your attack skills with the vines?" "I'm trying. Of course, it would be best if it works." "Then keep trying." "Let me see," Jiangqi said, standing next to Xiaowu, excitedly saying, "Mom, try retracting it, and see if it listens to you." Bailey hadn't thought of that, but since her son had suggested it, it didn't hurt to give it a try. She looked at the vines on Xiaowu's belly and muttered to herself, "Retract." The vines lay still, motionless. Was this the wrong method? She closed her eyes, and focused the energy she could feel into her right hand, but she didn't release it. Instead, she wrapped it around the green radish root in her palm. The next second, with a swish, the vines on Xiaowu's stomach vanished, then whizzed back and wrapped around her, growing longer as they went. In what felt like less than a second, she was completely entangled in the green ivy vines, tightly wrapped around her. From ankles to neck, she was a complete green figure. Only her head remained, revealing an expression of bewildered astonishment. Jiangqi, didn't he just tell Mom to retract the vines? He didn't tell her to wrap around him, did he? Mom? Bailey realized that her neck was being strangled, making it difficult to breathe. She called out to Qiqi, slightly panicked, "Son, get the scissors and cut them." Why cut them instead of commanding them to let go? Because the energy she gathered in her right hand had vanished, or rather, she used it on herself. In any case, it was gone. Qiqi trotted to the living room, fetched the scissors, and helped his mother cut the green ivy vines one by one, working from bottom to top. After removing the binding from around her neck, Bailey, drained of energy and completely exhausted, sank to the floor, gasping for air. It was so tight, it nearly strangled her. When energy is depleted, it requires food. Jiangqi, knowingly, ran to the cupboard to get his mother some bread and milk. After swallowing a piece of bread, Bailey felt much better. She looked down at her right hand and smiled knowingly. "Son, I think I know how to use this skill." An hour later, Bailey, her energy restored, and after several attempts, successfully used the vines of the green ivy to bind Qiqi, turning him into a leaf-covered little green man. The binding was strong, not completely impenetrable, but certainly sufficient to hold him captive for a while. To master this technique in the event of future danger, she skipped packing and spent the entire morning practicing. She tied up Qiqi, Xiaowu, Fengbao, but none of them caught him. The plump bird, thanks to its flying ability, nimbly dodged the vines every time. After several attempts, the vines couldn't even touch a single feather. Finally, Bailey came to the conclusion that she could only tie up those who stood still. If the enemy were a normal person like her, she could only catch them off guard. But it was enough. At least Bailey was satisfied. Chi-Chi was even more satisfied. He thought his mother was amazing, able to turn her induced supernatural powers into a means of attack. Much more powerful than him, who could only release the water. At noon, when Bailey stopped to make lunch, she realized that their house had become a sea of green. From the bedroom to the living room to the dining room, every visible area was covered in lush green ivy, covering the entire floor. Mother and son stood stunned amidst the greenery. What were they supposed to do with so much green ivy? Let's put it in the storage room first. Bailey used her foot to push aside the vines in front of her. As she walked toward the kitchen, she said to Chi-Chi, "Son, you take care of it. Mom will go cook." "Okay, Mom." Bailey hummed a song as she pulled out the nearly thawed frozen rice and 2 braised chicken legs from the refrigerator. She filled the steamer halfway with water, added a grate, and placed the small bowl containing the rice and chicken legs on top of the grate. Then she called Xiaowu to the hallway to start a fire. As the wood crackled, Bo Yilan, the woman in room 602, couldn't help but move the coffee table, open the door, and peer down. Noticing it was the woman from 501 cooking again, he couldn't help but roll his eyes upwards, then turned back inside. "Brother Yunza, the woman downstairs is cooking in the hallway again. Does she think the hallway is her home? It's so dangerous. What if it starts a fire? It's not like before. There aren't firefighters here. Didn't you say she's a military dependent? How can she not even have this little safety awareness?" Li Yunza, sleeping in his daughter's bed, frowned slightly at the words. He opened his eyes, looked at Boime, and said calmly, "We're only here for 2 days at most. Why are you so concerned?" "Because we're staying for 2 more days. We can't let her start a fire. What if it starts? She's right there watching. How could it possibly start a fire? Of course it's impossible. You have to know the hallway is empty. The air isn't flowing." "Bo Yilan." Li Yunza rolled over and sat up in bed, his face irritated, but he suppressed his temper and explained, "There's a child in 501. It's okay for adults to eat something casual in this weather, but you can't let the child eat something cold and hard, right? So what's wrong with someone lighting a fire and making a hot meal for the child? How does it bother you? Why hadn't I noticed Bo Yilan's impure intentions before? Did she forget that she wanted hot water this morning, and he had the audacity to ask for one? Brother Yunza, you. Why are you talking to me like that? You never used to be mean to me. But now for a neighbor." Bo Yilan's eyes welled up at his words, and she looked at him aggrievedly. Li Yunza closed his eyes speechlessly, covered his head, and lay back down. The elderly couple in room 402 cursed, but before they could finish their words, the door was violently kicked open. He Ming, holding a pot, stood outside their house and cursed, "If you keep swearing at me, I chop your door in 2. Right then, room 402 fell silent. Chapter 44. He Ming had instant noodles in her small pot, and she planned to use Bai Li's fire to warm her. In the end, she not only managed to warm herself, but also some vegetables and an egg. He Ming was so excited that she almost burst into tears. "Sister, you don't know how many days it's been since I had eggs, let alone vegetables. I've been eating snacks all day these days, and I haven't had a bowel movement in days. I'm constipated." Bailey glanced at her speechlessly and said bluntly, "Aren't we leaving tomorrow? Go get your kettle. I boil some more water and fill it up for you." He Ming happily agreed, and as she was walking downstairs, she heard Bailey call her, "Go get Brother Gao, let's cook together." "Okay." Gao Ziyuan had already woken up. Upon hearing this, he immediately brought up some leftover wood from the cabinets at home, brought up a pot to cook noodles, and took the opportunity to boil all the eggs in the house. The group had a lively and hot lunch. Then they each went home to continue packing. At dinner time, they gathered again at Bai Li's house to boil water and cook. Gao Ziyuan even split up a wooden stool from his home and gave it to Bai Li, ensuring she wouldn't be without wood for the next few days. That night, Linglong Bay was exceptionally quiet. The city, devoid of streetlights, was pitch black, and the zombies, having lost their target, mechanically let out ho-ho roars. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a streak of light roared from low to high, then exploded in the air with a bang, illuminating the entire night sky with brilliant colors. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, fireworks exploded in the sky, seemingly determined to draw all the zombies in. Bailey was startled awake, opened her eyes, and jumped out of bed. She walked to the window, parted the curtains, and looked out. She recognized the building from which the fireworks were being set off as the entrepreneurship building in their district, about 5 kilometers south of Linglong Bay. She could hear the excited roars of countless zombies, but the sound was gradually fading away. What was going on? Fireworks set off in the middle of the night. In this situation, she didn't think it had anything to do with romance. It would, however, lure most of the zombies wandering outside. That was the purpose, right? She didn't quite understand. Never mind, it had nothing to do with her anyway. Go to sleep. She was about to close the curtains and return to bed, when a shadow suddenly flashed past the window, so fast it was impossible to spot without careful observation. In fact, even if she looked closely, it wouldn't have been easy to spot. But since Bailey gained her powers, her 5 senses had become much sharper than before. So even if she couldn't see it with her eyes, she could still feel it. It was larger than Xiao Wu, nimble, and landed silently. What was that? Bailey was about to take another closer look out the window, when she suddenly turned and walked out. She had a flashlight in hand, and just as she entered the living room, she heard a soft knock on the door. Although the power was out, the smart lock's battery still had charge, so she saw He Meng standing outside her door on the security screen. "Sister," He Meng called softly. Bailey opened the door and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just came to say goodbye. Brother Gao said the fireworks lured away all the zombies, so it's best for us to leave now." "Indeed?" Bailey nodded. "Then you guys stay safe. I won't be going downstairs to see you off." "No need, but sister, you should be careful after we leave." "I understand. Don't worry." Time was running out, so He Meng didn't say anything more to Bailey. She turned and hurried downstairs. Bailey closed the door and walked to the window to look downstairs. He Meng's car was parked next to Gao Ziyuan's. Gao Junyu, flashlight in hand, helped them load their belongings into the cars. After 3 trips back and forth, when everything was moved, Gao Ziyuan waved his flashlight toward the 5th floor. Bailey turned on her own flashlight and waved it downstairs as well. It was a silent farewell. Then the 2 cars drove out of Linglong Bay, one after the other. Bailey watched their cars drive away until they disappeared and sighed. At 6 in the morning, Bailey, who had only slept for 2 hours because of the noise in the middle of the night, was awakened by a scream. "Ah!" She frowned and opened her eyes, wondering, has someone else been bitten by a zombie? Then she remembered the fireworks at the entrepreneurship building at 2 in the morning, which had attracted most of the zombies roaming outside. So which survivor had turned into a zombie again, but the subsequent screams disproved her idea. "Go away, go away. You're not my little love. Go away now." Bailey, She was completely awake. Bailey got up and left the bedroom. She heard the noise coming from building 2. She walked to the window, drew aside the curtains, and peeked out. Her eyes widened at the first sight. Oh my goodness, what is this? Outside the 2nd floor of Unit 2, Building 2, there was a spotted tiger. No, it wasn't a tiger, it was. Meow. Bailey, Its head looked like a cat, but its body. Had it bloated? A cat about the size of a husky. Could it still be called a cat? This was the first time I ever seen such a large cat. So fat and big, its yellow markings made it look like a young tiger. At this moment, the tiger cub was outside Unit 2, Building 2, pacing anxiously, meowing occasionally, sounding both aggrieved and pitiful. Stop meowing, get out of here. Meow. The big cat grew larger, and then was disliked by its owner? It seemed so. Bailey thought of the changes in her own little cat, Xiaowu, and she seemed to understand why the big cat had become a tiger cub. The virus outbreak transformed some people into zombies, some remained ordinary, and some gained miraculous powers. Like her, like Chi-Chi. The same thing happened to animals. Some evolved powers, some remained their original selves, and some, would they become like zombies? Like zombie dogs and zombie cats? Although she hadn't personally witnessed an animal transform into a zombie, Bailey shuddered at the thought of the possibility. 2 hours later, Bailey wanted to curse herself for being such a pessimist. Because the pets in their neighborhood were in chaos. The first zombie cat seemed to be a stray. Chi-Chi said he had seen it before, having fed it with Yaya before. Its body was patterned black with white, its originally beautiful colors now completely altered by its distorted face. It let out a roaring roar, then bared its teeth and pounced at the tiger cub. Due to the enormous size difference, the black zombie cat was pinned to the ground by the tiger cub's paw the moment it lunged, unable to move. Then it clawed at the black zombie cat's neck, and with its other paw, it yanked. With a sizzling sound, the black cat's head was torn from its body. Black blood splattered all over the floor, a scarier sight than a human brain. The tiger cub sat motionless throughout the entire process, its demeanor as haughty and arrogant as a queen. Chapter 45. Mom, is that Xiao Ai? Chi-Chi was also awakened by the noise outside. He ran over to her in his pajamas, Feng Bao on his head, staring out the window at the scene. Because he took Xiao Wu for a walk every day, loved feeding stray cats with Yu, and liked to play with people walking their pets in the neighborhood, he knew everyone's cats and dogs, their breeds, and their names. Xiao Ai used to be a very cute, chubby orange cat. It wasn't very old, it was only a year and a half old. Its owner was the woman who had just yelled at it to get out. Bailey remembered her voice, having seen her walking with Xiao Ai before. Bailey stood at her window, looking down. Xiao Ai easily dispatched the 3 or 5 zombie cats that rushed towards it, then continued to meow at her window. She felt wronged and lost. But its owner seemed genuinely frightened by its sudden enlargement, shutting the windows and yelling at it to get out. Bailey and Chi-Chi were puzzled. Why? Just because it had grown in size. If their little Wu had grown as big as a tiger, they would be overjoyed. So how could they possibly be afraid? How puzzling. Bailey looked down at the dog at her feet. It was whimpering in a low, warning tone, sensing danger outside. She bent down, picked up the dog, and placed it on the windowsill. Woof! As soon as he landed on the windowsill, Xiao Wu barked outside. He was about to bark again, when Feng Bao suddenly leaped up from Chi-Chi's head, spread his wings, and flapped a loud slap at Xiao Wu's head. After flapping, he kicked Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu hunched his neck and lay on the windowsill, not daring to utter another sound. Bailey and Chi-Chi, standing nearby, watched the scene in astonishment. They all knew Feng Bao was jealous and often bullied Xiao Wu. But in the past, she only pecked Xiao Wu on the head or let out a fierce awe. This was the first time she fanned Xiao Wu with her wings, as she did today. This guy is really bullying the dog. But the next moment, Bailey and Chi-Chi realized that Feng Bao wasn't bullying the dog, she was angry. Because Xiao Wu's wolf seemed to have switched on the pets in the neighborhood. After it finished barking, the neighborhood erupted in a bark of dogs, interspersed with scratching sounds, scolding, and screams. Ah! Go away! Get out! Woof! A shrill scream echoed. Downstairs in Building 4, out of sight of Bailey and Chi-Chi, a horned little teddy bear was thrown from a 9th-floor window. With a snap, a pool of blood erupted from beneath the brown-haired creature. The little teddy bear, barely breathing, struggled to turn its head, its round eyes gazing up at the 9th floor, bewildered and puzzled. 2 zombie dogs staggered over from a short distance. Their fang-filled maws barked, ready to bite the bloodied little teddy bear, when a sudden gust of wind swept through. A gray dove descended from the sky, its wings spread wide, sending the 2 zombie dogs flying 5 meters. It then grasped the little teddy bear by the scruff of the neck with one claw and its back with the other, and soared into the air. Bailey and Chi-Chi were still at the restaurant window, anxiously watching the barking dogs in the neighborhood and the enormous Xiao Ai downstairs. The mother and son were discussing in a low voice, "Mom, that's Xiao Hua, the abandoned kitten from Building 25. Yeah, and I used to get beaten by the food bucket when we were feeding it because we snatched food from it." Huh? Where's the glutton? Why haven't I seen him? Maybe he's hiding. Little AI is so pitiful, his mother doesn't want him anymore. Bailey sighed, yeah, so pitiful. But she couldn't just take him in simply because she felt sorry for him. After all, she wasn't familiar with him, and now that he mutated, it was even harder to control. So, after taking him in, could she be 100% sure he wouldn't backstab her? They were different from Xiao Wu and Feng Bao. They'd been raised from infancy. As long as they were sane and hadn't turned into zombies, she wasn't worried about what they become. So even when she saw little AI lying pitifully under the 2nd floor window, she remained completely unmoved. It just wanted to go home, to be with its owner. It was playing pity on him. It had nothing to do with her. But thankfully, Brother Gao and Yi Meng had left in the early morning. If they had left now, who knows what would have happened. After, there were pets and stray dogs and cats, not just in their neighborhood, but everywhere else too. Perhaps by the end of the day, the streets wouldn't just be filled with zombies, but also with zombie cats and dogs. As the mother and son were talking, they suddenly heard a fluttering sound against the window pane from their balcony. Both mother and son turned back, but before they could see what was happening, Feng Bao spread its wings and flew over. Ah! As Feng Bao's cry faded, the fluttering sound against the window pane ceased immediately. Feng Bao flew over and clung to the curtains. Its little head peeked out through the gap between the curtains, then turned to Bailey and her son and exclaimed, "Ah!" Bailey's mouth twitched slightly. This damn bird, could it have mutated to have a brain? Mother and son walked to the balcony, opened the curtains, and their eyes widened when they saw a pile of objects on the windowsill. Bailey looked at the gray pigeon with a rage. She often sprinkled bird seed and millet on the windowsill, wanting Feng Bao to have some company, and put some water in a shallow plastic dish. It chirped, quite lively. But Xiao Feng wasn't particular. Every time she saw it barking at the birds that came outside to grab a free meal, she felt like it was scolding them. But the birds generally didn't care. As long as there was food and water, they would still come. The most frequent visitor was this gray pigeon. But you eat my food and drink my water, and yet, you're causing trouble for me. What's that thing you brought? Mom, it's tied in. Chi-Chi walked to the balcony and examined it carefully through the glass. Finally, she recognized the blood-stained teddy bear with horns on its head. He said, "It's Jinhaoren's from Building 4. He told me before that his mother didn't want to keep tied in anymore, and wanted to give him away. But, Mom, can we save him?" Chi-Chi saw tied and covered in blood. His head was tilted, his eyes were closed, and his limbs were limp. If it weren't for the faint but noticeable rise and fall of his stomach, one would have thought he was dead. Bailey looked troubled. Chi-Chi, what if these wounds were caused by zombie dogs or cats? Ah! Bailey had barely finished speaking when Xiao Feng suddenly cried out. Bailey and Chi-Chi looked at him, and the little bird shook its head at them. What do you mean? Feng Bao, are you saying that Tiadan's wounds weren't caused by zombie dogs or cats? Amazingly, the little bird had learned to nod. Chapter 46. Under the pleading of Chi-Chi and the two birds, Bailey finally agreed to bring the horned teddy inside. However, the first step was to muzzle tied in with Xiu's dog muzzle. Although he was still unconscious, who knew if he would suddenly attack? Luckily, she had previously picked up a lot of external and internal medicine from the veterinary hospital. Thanks to Xiu, Bailey was also familiar with dogs. After applying the medicine and bandaging the wound, she put on gloves, removed the muzzle, stuffed 2 sleeping pills into his mouth, and gave him some water that Chi-Chi had added. Then she put the muzzle back on, laid a mat in the corner of the balcony, and placed the horned puppy on it. Whether he could survive after that was up to fate. Mom, do you think Titan has unicorn genes? Bailey nodded seriously. Possibly. When a dog sprouted a horn, her first thought was also unicorn. So what is Tiadan's special ability? This horn can't possibly just be a decoration, right? It's white and spiral-shaped, quite pretty. Mother and son sat beside Titan, admiring the horn for a while. Then Bailey changed her clothes and prepared to make breakfast. After another night, the frozen food in the refrigerator had completely thawed. Thankfully, only a small portion remained. Since they've been using their special abilities, they've been eating a lot. At their current appetites, this small portion would last 3 or 4 days. But today, Bailey decided not to cook outside, instead cooking on the kitchen floor. The balcony was inconvenient because of the bird's nest and the dog's kennel. She set up the iron trivet, placed the wood underneath the pot, and made a preserved egg and lean meat porridge with thawed rice. Before adding the preserved egg and salt, Bailey scooped out a bowl of the cooked rice and meat. After it cooled, she placed half the bowl in Xiu's bowl. Then she found a smaller bowl, poured the remaining half bowl of meat porridge into it, and placed it next to Tian. Perhaps the aroma of the meat had a slight stimulating effect. Bailey noticed Tiadan's ears twitch slightly as she set the bowl down. But perhaps the injury was too severe. After that brief twitch, he returned to his previous coma, motionless. Seeing he posed no threat, Bailey decided to remove the muzzle. But before doing so, she gave Xiaofeng a stern warning. Feng Bao, you're responsible for this trouble, so you're responsible for watching him. If he accidentally causes trouble in the house, I pluck out all the hair on your head. Xiaofeng, who was cracking melon seeds, glanced over his shoulder and ignored her. Bailey ignored it, and turned to look outside the window for the great pigeon that had been causing her trouble. But she couldn't find it. The bird had slipped away again. I hadn't spread food on the windowsill in the past few days, so I wondered where it got its 3 meals a day, and whether it was getting enough. In fact, when Bailey first saw the pigeon outside her window, she thought of pigeon and wolfberry soup. It looked big and plump enough, cooking it would be enough for her and her son. But as she fed it, the thought faded. Not long after breakfast, the barking and meowing of dogs and cats outside the window gradually faded, eventually disappearing completely. Bailey stood outside her window and observed for a long time. She realized that there weren't many dogs and cats infected like zombies, and the few that did were easily dealt with by the enormous Xiao AI. Mutated pets, by comparison, were more numerous. But strangely, many people had kicked their mutated pets out of their homes, which puzzled her. Are they afraid they might attack them? Or are they running out of food and can't afford to keep them? There was no telling how many more pets there were in the back buildings, but in the green belt between buildings 1 and 2, beside Xiao-Ai, the giant cat, there was also a gray cat with 2 tails, a chihuahua with an enormous head, and a normal-looking border collie. In total, there were 4 cats and 3 dogs, all wandering around below building 2, occasionally looking up at their home with a mixture of longing and resentment in their eyes. Bailey breathed a sigh of relief. Although the pets were mutated, they were still domesticated, and her eyes showed she wouldn't attack anyone casually. That was good. In the morning, she packed the rest of her luggage and continued practicing her bondage skills. Chi-Chi, unwilling to fall too far behind his mother, practiced filling the bathroom bathtub, then trying to shape the water. At 10:30, both mother and daughter were hungry. Let's just light a fire and heat up the spare ribs and rice. There's no need to be on time, just eat when you're hungry. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, just as they were about to have their third meal of the day, there was a knock on the door. Chi-Chi's mom. Standing outside was Wenwen's father. Seeing that Bailey neither opened the door nor spoke, he pressed his lips against the door and stated his purpose. Chi-Chi's mom, my friend and I are planning to leave now. Do you and Chi-Chi want to come with us? He meant well, thinking that Bailey, a woman with a child, would be afraid to leave home. But Suchong was clearly becoming increasingly chaotic and uninhabitable. So leaving here was inevitable. No, you guys go first. Bailey Wan declined Wenwen's father's invitation, and showed no appreciation for his kindness. It was just a central air conditioner, distributing heat everywhere, but not to his wife and children. One time, when she went downstairs to take out the trash, the door to room 602 wasn't closed tightly, and she heard Wenwen's mother talking on the phone. Why are you blaming me? He's good-tempered and patient, and he's excellent in every way. So, as a housewife, I should be understanding, and not find fault, right? Is the quarrel also my fault? But you know what? He gave all his good temper and patience to others, not a single cent to me or the children. She didn't pity Wenwen's mother, but she genuinely didn't like her husband. Giving him a cup of hot water yesterday was the greatest patience and kindness she could show him. Only the feet know whether a shoe fits. Whether a person is good or not is not up to others. Just like many of her friends, knowing she and Jiang Minglang had been separated for a long time, couldn't help but comment on it. Will your relationship fade if you're not together for so long? How can you stand being apart? It's so insecure. Don't you have any complaints about Jiang Minglang? He only comes home a few times a year, and he can't even take care of the children. What's the point of having a husband like that? What's the point? A lot. Bailey happily accepted all the flaws others saw in him. She didn't learn about Jiang Minglang's profession until they got married. She had already prepared for it, so she never thought anything of it. Their feelings never faded, only grew stronger. Any household matter she couldn't handle, or didn't want to, she would leave for him when he returned. As long as Jiang Minglang was home, she didn't have to do anything. She took care of the housework and children, and aside from her part-time job, she didn't have to worry about anything else. She also had his paycheck, and she wouldn't even take him any money, saying it wasn't necessary. If she could still find a lot of faults and shortcomings in such a husband, she thought there was no need to get married. Chapter 47. I told you not to come, but you insisted. You're being so kind, and you think they appreciate your kindness? They won't even open the door. Bo Elan stood on the stairs a few steps away, backpack on her back, a look of impatience on her face. Let's go now, while there are no zombies outside. Li Yunza ignored her sarcasm and patiently analyzed the current situation with Bailey. Chi-Chi's mom, the fireworks this morning attracted all the zombies nearby, so the streets around our community are relatively safe now. Even if there are some cats and dogs, the danger level isn't high. But if we delay any longer, it's hard to say what will happen next. Consider whether you want to come with us. I load my things into the car first. With that, Li Yunza bent down, picked up the box at his feet, and led Bo Elan downstairs. As they passed the entrance to 501, Bo Elan glanced at the door and snorted, "Why are you pretending?" Bailey was speechless. What a psychopath. Li Yunza led Bo Elan downstairs. They stood for a moment at the door of the unit in the hallway, carefully observing the mutant pets wandering in the nearby green belt. They noticed that their attention seemed focused on their home. Even when they noticed them, they simply glanced over their shoulder before turning their heads away. Li Yunza breathed a sigh of relief. His suspicions had been correct. But that was only for now. It was hard to say what would happen to them in the future. They hurried out, stuffed the luggage they had brought from home into the trunk, and then went back upstairs to unload it a second time. As they passed 501, they saw still no movement from inside. For some reason, Li Yunza knocked on the door again to inquire. Bailey naturally refused, not even opening the door. Seeing this, Li Yunza had no choice but to finish moving his belongings and leave with Boilan. The mutant pets downstairs seemed oblivious to their movements, paying no attention. This somewhat relieved the survivors. It also prompted some who had been thinking of leaving to quickly pack up and leave. There was no choice but to leave. The community was littered with decapitated zombie corpses, and now there were also zombie cats and dogs, as well as mutant pets whose identities were still unclear. Add to that the colorful garbage thrown downstairs. Not only did the various smells mix together, but just the sight of them all mixed together made it look like a hellish scene, unsuitable for normal human habitation. So, after Li Yunza and his companions left, several more cars began to leave Linglongwan community. However, several of the cars were followed closely by cats or dogs as they left, their aggrieved cries echoing throughout the community, making anyone who heard them panic. Chi-Chi snorted in dissatisfaction. Why do you treat them like this? How abhorrent. Bailey sighed, perhaps they're just too frightened. As she spoke, she stroked Xiaowu, who lay at her feet. The soft fur and warmth of his fur made her want to stroke him again and again. How could she bear to abandon the dog she had raised since childhood? After this wave of people left, the only survivors in the community would probably be the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children. But unexpectedly, as night fell, 7 or 8 more cars roared in from outside. Chi-Chi's sharp eyes spotted familiar figures in 2 of the cars. Mom, Xin-Xin's dad is back, and the uncle and aunt from our Unit 302. They got out of the car, and didn't see the little brother. The little brother Chi-Chi was referring to was the 3rd grader in Unit 302. Bailey sighed inwardly, and continued making dinner. After dark, Bailey and Chi-Chi stopped practicing their powers. Instead, they washed up with the hot water they had boiled that afternoon and planned to go to bed early. Although they hadn't been outside all day, practicing their powers was still physically demanding. After they finished tidying up, mother and son settled into bed, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. This night seemed unusually peaceful, perhaps because they had grown accustomed to the roars, whether near or far, and no longer felt frightened and unable to sleep. At dawn, Bailey opened her eyes. After getting up, she first went to the balcony to check on Tai Dan. The little teddy bear with a single horn on his head was still lying on the makeshift mat, his eyes tightly closed, as if he had never woken up. But Bailey noticed that the meat porridge and water placed before him were partially missing. She breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had woken up once in the middle of the night, eaten something, and then went back to sleep. She had noticed when bandaging it yesterday that Tai Dan had been injured by being thrown from a height. That's why Bailey hadn't held out hope for his life, believing his internal injuries were too severe to be cured by a few anti-inflammatory pills. However, miraculously, he had survived until now. And he seemed to be getting better, at least his breathing was stronger than yesterday. Bailey made breakfast as usual. No one knocked on her door today. While practicing their powers, mother and son were closely monitoring the neighborhood and the outside world. Several cars gradually arrived and left. After 2 days, it felt like there were very few survivors left in the entire neighborhood. It was the 11th day of the apocalypse, also the last day Bailey had promised to stay, but Jiang Minglang still hadn't returned. She sighed and said to Chi-Chi, son, we need to get ready to leave. Jiang Minglang was currently in Wucheng, 100 kilometers from Sucheng. Only the last 100 kilometers remained. If all went well, they would reach Sucheng today. The thought of seeing his wife and son soon filled Jiang Minglang with excitement. Mom, I don't want any more cookies. I want a hamburger. I want a steak. Hearing the boy's whining voice from the back seat again, Jiang Minglang couldn't help but frown. In addition to Zhang Xiaoda and Su Bo, there was now a mother and son in their car. They were Su Bo's cousin, Su Qing, and her son. He hadn't gone out of his way to pick them up. It was a coincidence that they run into them on the road. At the time, their car was being vandalized. Su Qing's husband was beaten to death by a gang of thugs, and all the supplies in the car were looted. Su Qing was dragged from the car, clutching her son, weeping bitterly. Just then, Su Bo and his group happened to pass by the intersection. Hearing the familiar cry, he instinctively looked out to check, and saw his cousin. After rescuing them, he certainly wouldn't abandon the mother and child. He planned to take them with him, and once his injuries had healed in Wucheng, he would find another car and leave separately with Jiang Minglang. Zhang Xiaoda's home was near Sucheng, and he planned to stay with Jiang Minglang. Su Bo's ex-wife, after remarrying, lived in Wuching, and he wanted to stop there to visit her and their daughter. So, upon entering the city, Su Bo told Zhang Xiaoda to drive slowly, so he could find a car, and the two groups separated. He knew how anxious Jiang Minglang was to find his wife and son, and he couldn't delay him. But the car had not been found yet, and he heard his nephew's unreasonable behavior again. Chapter 48. Fan Fan, be good. Let's have cookies today, okay? Mommy buy you hamburgers tomorrow. No, you're lying. You said the same thing yesterday, but you still didn't buy anything. I don't want to eat it. I don't want to eat it. Take it away. The little boy said, as he raised his hand and knocked the cookie into the car. Still not satisfied, he stomped on it, shouting, I want a hamburger now. Shut up. If you keep yelling, I throw you out. Su Bo couldn't stand it any longer. He raised his hand and tried to. He tried to stop the naughty boy from wasting food, but Su Qing thought he was going to hit her son. She quickly hugged him and angrily accused him, Brother, what are you doing? Fan Fan is only a few years old. He's still a child. His eyes were red as he stroked his son's head with a mixture of pity and resentment, choking back tears. He's so young and has to face the end of the world. How can you expect him to accept it? As his uncle, shouldn't you be more tolerant of him? Su Bo, He lowered his raised right hand in anger, unsure of what to say. How other children were raised wasn't his business, but Jiang Minglang couldn't help but ask. Precisely because he's young, we need to let him accept reality sooner so he can live better in the future. Instead of lying to him day after day like you do, creating a fantasy world that doesn't even exist for him, do you think this is good for the child? Su Qing turned to look at the tall man sitting in the passenger seat, who didn't turn back, tears streaming down her face. Captain Jiang, don't you think this is too cruel for a 7-year-old? 7 is too young? My son was already self-sufficient when he was 6. He washed his own underwear, cooked noodles for his mother when she was sick, and even tidied his room and cleaned. He talks about things and never yells. Jiang Minglang was very proud of his son, Jiang Qi. Of course, his wife was his first choice for his son's excellent upbringing. Su Qing choked up, then blurted out, You got such a young child to do so much. So what's your wife to do? She doesn't have to worry about anything? Su Qing. Su Bo glared at her, his eyes warring. Your sister-in-law's parenting methods are so much better than yours. What right do you have to criticize her? As if realizing her words were a bit inappropriate, Su Qing lowered her head and remained silent. But she was still secretly complaining. He's using my Fan Fan as a disguised compliment. Son, what's wrong with me saying a few words to his wife? It's still unclear whether the mother and son are dead or alive, or if they become zombies. Maybe nothing will happen after they're gone. Thinking of this possibility, she couldn't help but glance up at Jiang Minglang, displeased that her cousin was separating from them. She witnessed Jiang Minglang's prowess when he rescued them. He'd taken down over a dozen people on his own, leaving her eyes wide open. In these chaotic times, having someone like him by your side meant you wouldn't have to worry about safety. But, Dazi, there's a car over there that might be useful. Go take a look. For Su Bo's sake, Jiang Minglang didn't want to say a word about Su Qing. It was his fault, meddling in other people's affairs. It was their own son's education, so it was his own business. Now, she was bringing it up against his wife. For the first time, Jiang Minglang had cursed at a woman, even if it was in his heart. Holding back his anger, he helped Su Bo find a decent SUV and loaded some food into the car. But when getting out of the car, Su Qing hesitated, even trying to negotiate with Su Bo about letting Jiang Minglang and the others come with him to find his daughter. Jiang Minglang's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he glared at Su Bo with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. Su Bo's voice cracked with anger. Get down, hurry up. He turned to look at Jiang Minglang apologetically. Boss, I'm sorry. That's enough. Jiang Minglang's face was filled with impatience. That's all. Be careful. He really didn't want to say another word. In front of Su Qing, Zhang Xiaoda bluntly said, Brother Su, remember what I told you. Our daughter is your responsibility, no one else is. Cherish your life, and don't hurt yourself for someone who's not worth it. As for who this someone who's not worth, it was self-evident. Su Qing's face paled and sank, her heart pounding with anger. He's a soldier, and this is his character? She wanted to explain to Jiang Minglang again, but he didn't even bother to look at her. After arranging a car for Su Bo, he got in, closed the door, and drove off. Su Qing's face darkened even further. Ever since Su Bo scolded her, her son hadn't dared to yell again, but he still refused to eat, insisting on a hamburger. Su Bo wouldn't give him any slack and said to Su Qing directly, "If you think I'm treating your son badly, I find you a car, and you can drive back home." "Brother, how could you do this? You're asking us to leave on our own. Do you want us, mother and son, to die?" Su Qing stared at Su Bo in disbelief. "Are you still my brother?" "Cousin, I'm just your cousin. You and your son are not my responsibility. So Su Qing, if you still decide to stay with me, then you must do as I say from now on. Make it clear to your precious son, if he wastes food again, he have to lick it up the way he threw it." Seeing her cousin was serious, Su Qing glared at him, not daring to argue. Her son was even more frightened and didn't dare to say a word. Seeing that the mother and son had calmed down, Su Bo drove back to the neighborhood he remembered. Before leaving, Bailey carried the blankets and clothes she was taking with her to the entrance. The car had limited space, and there was no way she could fit all the household items, so she packed the rest and piled them in the living room. She then left a note for Jiang Minglang, asking him to take whatever he could when he returned. If he couldn't, there was nothing he could do. Over the past 2 days, she had Chi-Chi do something else. Copy the map Bao Xiaolin had left her, and draw a few possible paths. While this might not guarantee catching up with the mother and son, what if, with all preparations complete, she and Chi-Chi began moving their belongings downstairs? In their unit, besides their own, 402 and 202 were still standing. The couple from 302 returned and passed away the next day. Gao Ziyuan placed their parents' ashes on the coffee table in the living room, with a note for them. "I wonder how they feel after seeing this, but the living must continue downstairs." Aside from the enormous Xiaoyai, the other mutant animals in the green belt downstairs had disappeared. Last night, a few zombies wandered over, but the cats and dogs scattered, avoiding a direct confrontation. Xiaoyai climbed a tree, and from her vantage point, she could just see her former home. Chapter 49. Bailey and Chi-Chi wore matching parent-child windbreakers, hats, and masks. Descending to the first floor, she left Chi-Chi and Xiao Wufeng Bao to guard the luggage at the apartment building's glass door, while she exited the hallway, knife in hand. She had originally intended to deal with the zombies outside, but just as she stepped outside, a car drove up from the road directly opposite the community gate. It stopped between buildings 1 and 2 and honked its horn several times. The sound of a beeping car attracted several zombies lingering downstairs, about to pounce on Bailey. A man wearing a black baseball cap stepped out of the driver's seat, carrying a pure black iron rod. He swung it fiercely at the zombie charging towards him. With a bang, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, followed by several more bangs, each one representing the shattering of a skull. Smashing a zombie's head seemed like a piece of cake for him. In building number 2, which was closer, Bailey heard the distinct sound of retching. The sticky mess that had burst from the shattered head was truly disgusting. Bailey glanced at the ground with a cold gaze, forcing herself not to vomit. "Hello, are you leaving town?" After the man finished cleaning up the zombies, he stopped about 3 meters in front of Bailey, revealing a familiar face beneath his hat. Bailey raised an eyebrow. It was the man trapped in the tree on the second night of the apocalypse. "I've been trying to find a way to thank you, but that night, I got caught in the rain and came home with a fever. I felt groggy for over a week, and it wasn't until the day before yesterday that the fever finally broke. Then I rested for another day. For some reason, I noticed I gained strength." The man thanked Bailey sincerely, explaining why he hadn't come to thank her in a few days. He then added, "I went out for a walk yesterday and found a lot of food and drinks. I'd bring you half later." Bailey declined. "No, we have enough to eat. I can find more if I run out, but you have a child." The man smiled at the little boy peeking out from the entrance to the hallway. "Sister, your son is adorable. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Chen." Bailey. The chaotic downstairs wasn't a good place for conversation. Li Chen got straight to the point. "Sister Bai, are you leaving town today?" "To be honest, I wanted to leave yesterday, but I saw someone else was home, so I decided to find some things first and came back today to ask if you wanted to come with me." Bailey was surprised. "Saving you was just a matter of convenience. It didn't take much effort on my part. You don't have to worry about it." Li Chen shook his head. "Even if it was just a matter of convenience for you, it's a matter of life and death for me. Sister Bai, I sincerely want to thank you. Please accept it." Bailey understood. Li Chen hadn't asked where she was going, so when he said go together, he actually meant to escort her out of the city. "Well, I heard it was quite difficult to get out. Because the trunk was already full, Bailey didn't actually bring much from home. Even so, If she had to carry it up and down the stairs by herself, it would have taken at least 4 trips. But now, with Li Chen's help, it only took 2 trips. Her Jeep was quite large, and even without the trunk, the passenger seat, and half of the back seat alone could still hold a lot. Li Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips as he held the wok, aluminum pot, and even the small milk pan. If you didn't know better, you think they were going on a picnic. He lived in the building behind, and had no idea Bai Li had continued to eat hot meals cooked over a fire during the days without water, electricity, or gas. And she hadn't planned to eat dry food all the time on the way home. After all, there was plenty of firewood in the wild, and while cooking complicated meals wouldn't be easy, finding a place to light a fire and cook some noodles would be enough. On their last trip out of the house, Chi-Chi held Tai Dan, who hadn't fully recovered yet, in her arms. After a few days of nursing, little Teddy was finally back to life, though he was still quite weak, staggering and falling every few steps. Because of the birds and dog at home, Bai Li couldn't bear to be cruel to them anymore, so she had to take Tai Dan with her when she left. Because of the large amount of stuff to pack and limited space, Thingba's large square cage had to be left at home. He was so shrewd anyway, even if he were let out, he'd fly back in less than 3 minutes. The word freedom was a terrifying concept for Fengbao. After all, he was free, but he had nowhere to eat for free. Not to mention a comfortable nest and clean water. So, when the car door opened, he was the first to flutter in. Li Chen looked at Bai Li's large family, 2 dogs, and a bird, and his lips twitched again. He couldn't help but say, "Sister Bai, your family is really rich. It can't be helped. The kids like it." After everything was packed, Chi-Chi carried Tai Dan into the empty back seat. The front and bottom of the passenger seat were completely filled with stuff, but the seat was left for Xiaowu. Everything was ready, and Bai Li got into the car. Li Chen's car led the way, and she followed behind. As they were about to leave the gate, Xiao Feng suddenly screamed, "Ah!" Chi-Chi looked at it in surprise and asked, "Fengbao, what's wrong?" What he didn't see was that as Xiao Feng's cry faded, Xiao Ai, the orange cat lying in a tree in the green belt, suddenly turned and looked over. At the same time, a gray figure flew down from the highest roof of building number 2 like lightning and landed on the roof of Bai Li's car. It was the great pigeon that had saved Tai Dan and loved to eat free food. It landed on the roof, thinking it would follow, but just as they were about to leave Sioux City, it took off again. After leaving the residential complex, Bai Li went to the secret storage room of the pharmacy. Before getting in the car, she had told Li Chen that she was going to pick up something from the pharmacy. Li Chen didn't think much of it, assuming she was just looking for some medicine. Li Chen stood guard at the door, watching the car. Bai Li and her son moved the cabinets, revealing a small door at the back. He Ming had taken half of the items, but the remaining half still had plenty. Bai Li handed Li Chen a large bag of wet wipes, disposable face towels, and bath towels, and spread the remaining 2 bags flat under the back seat. Adding the snacks inside, her family's SUV was truly being used to its full potential. Xiao Feng bounced back and forth on the front and back seats, looking at the space now filled with stuff with disdain. Meanwhile, some zombies on the street heard the commotion and stumbled over, only to be crushed one by Li Chen's iron rod. His technique was decisive and violent. After unloading the items, they set out again. Before getting in the car, Li Chen said to her, "I checked the highway yesterday, and it's basically blocked because there are too many cars piled up, making it difficult to clear. The only open road is blocked by a bunch of idiots demanding tolls. So, Sister Bai, I'm planning to take another country road." Chapter 50. Coincidentally, a few days before their departure, Bai Li and Chi-Chi had been studying the map Bao Xiaolin had given them at home. They also planned to take the side roads. It wasn't because there were tolls at the highway intersection. They only learned about that now, after hearing Li Chen's explanation. They weren't taking the highway simply because they didn't want to go to crowded places. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable, and sometimes they're scarier than zombies. "Mom, Uncle Li is taking the route we're looking for." Chi-Chi sat cross-legged in the back seat, map in hand, seriously studying the road and the map. To be honest, Bai Li was directionally challenged. Although she often drove, when Jiang Minglang was away, Chi-Chi relied entirely on navigation until the age of 6. After that, he relied on both the navigation and Chi-Chi. Perhaps it was genetic, but Chi-Chi, like his father, had a strong sense of direction from a very young age. If he'd been to a place once, he'd be able to find it again the second time. Jiang Minglang even gave him special training on this, teaching him how to read various maps. Of course, Jiang Minglang had tried to teach her, but she hadn't mastered it. So at home, She said she and Chi-Chi were looking at the map together, but in reality, it was Chi-Chi who was looking and explaining it to her. It was so embarrassing. Of course, it wasn't that she couldn't understand maps at all. It was one thing to understand a map, and another to match it to the actual route. In short, without navigation, she couldn't recognize the road. But her son was different, he knew it all. So, even though she herself was directionally challenged, she wasn't worried about not being able to find her way back. The two cars, one in front of the other, drove through half of Suzhou's new district. As they passed the highway below the intersection, they could see a long line of cars from afar. Li Chen said that the fireworks on the roof of the entrepreneurship building a few days ago were actually set off by a gang of thugs, aiming to lure the zombies from the city there so more people could leave. But now they're not just collecting tolls, they're also persuading survivors with nowhere else to go to a villa complex in the suburbs, claiming they cleared the area and there aren't any zombies, making it safe. And there are plenty of empty villas, so you can choose any room you want. Is there such a good deal? Li Chen scoffed coldly. He didn't believe it. Bailey didn't believe it either. After leaving her home in Suchong, she would only return to her hometown and not go anywhere else. She firmly believed that her father was fine, her grandparents were definitely fine, and so were her uncle and aunt. But her cousin. The young man was a senior this year, and had been admitted to graduate school. When the virus broke out, his younger brother, Bai Yang, should have been at school. And now, no one knew where he was. Had he returned home? Or was he trapped at school and unable to leave? Mom, there seems to be a fight over there. It wasn't just a seeming, it was already happening. Bailey, with her keen senses, could faintly hear the sounds of an argument. It seemed the toll collectors were trying to force the young man to go to the villa complex they were talking about, but he refused. Back and forth, a conflict ensued. Li Chen didn't linger, crossing the main road and turning a few corners before entering the narrow path he had traversed the previous day. Because this area was relatively remote and not well known, when they turned in, the narrow path, barely wide enough for one car, was deserted. After driving for about an hour, Bailey had completely left Sioux City. Mom, we need to turn right at the next intersection. We can't follow Uncle Li Chen anymore if he keeps going straight. Another hour later, Chi-Chi looked at the map in her hand and reminded Bailey in time. Hearing this, she quickly flashed her flashlight several times. Under normal circumstances, she would have honked, but no one with any sense would have made such a fuss. Seeing the lights, Li Chen stepped on the brakes and slowly stopped the car. What's wrong, Sister Bai? Does Chi-Chi need to pee? No, Li Chen, do you want to keep going straight? Li Chen's hometown is in Wucheng, just over 100 kilometers from Suchong. He needed to follow this path and go straight for about 10 kilometers before turning. But he didn't turn right, he needed to turn left. Their hometowns were in different directions, so they had to go their separate ways at this point. Li Chen said a little worriedly, Sister, can I give you a ride? It's so far. Li Chen, Bailey interrupted him, we eventually part ways. It doesn't matter if it's sooner or later. I'm not used to relying on others, so don't worry about me. Don't worry, even for my son, we both get home safely. Li Chen was speechless, then scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Sister, I don't mean to look down on you. I just feel that since you saved me, I'm responsible for getting you and your son home safely. It's my way of repaying you for saving my life. After all, he had originally intended to give her half of the supplies, but she ended up having more than he did. Not only that, she even gave him a large bag of disposable items at the pharmacy. He said he was the one who helped them out of the city, but he felt that even without him, they and their son would have made it. So, after all this, he hadn't repaid Sister Bai for saving him at all. Okay, Li Chen, I told you, saving you is just a matter of convenience. I really don't expect anything in return. Let's part ways at the next intersection. You can hurry home to see your parents. If we're destined to meet again, maybe we see each other again. Hearing Bailey say this, Li Chen couldn't bear to see them off any longer. They wished each other a good trip, and at the intersection, one car went forward, the other to the right, each heading their own way. Unbeknownst to Bailey, an hour after she and Li Chen parted ways, as Li Chen turned off a side road onto a slightly wider street, a dark blue SUV came towards them. Although this road was wider than the previous one, it was still a bit crowded for two cars side by side. So Li Chen slowed down and pulled over. The other car also pulled over. As they passed, he glanced through the open window at the driver and the passenger seat, noting that both were wearing camouflage uniforms. Soldiers? Li Chen was stunned for a moment. He waited for the other car to pass, then couldn't help but stop and look back. Honestly, This was the first time he's seen soldiers since the apocalypse. When he was trapped in the neighborhood, even though he was disoriented by a fever, he knew his neighbors were waiting for rescue. Whether it was the police or the soldiers, as long as someone came to rescue them, everyone felt hopeful. Before leaving, a man on the second floor of Sister Bai's apartment opened the window and asked Sister Bai in a trembling voice, "Hey, are you leaving now?" "No, not waiting for rescue. Look, it's been over 10 days since the apocalypse, and they're still hoping someone will rescue them. It's as if they stay home if no one comes to rescue them." In truth, Li Chen didn't know if anyone would come in the end. He just went for a walk yesterday and saw the smashed and looted shops, the zombie corpses everywhere, the deserted streets. Will anyone come to save this city? Chapter 51. Li Chen had never met Jiang Minglang before, so he naturally didn't know the man in camouflage combat fatigues he just encountered with Sister Bai's husband. The thought of the rescue effort flashed through his mind, and then he turned back, released the brake with his right foot, and set off again. Zhang Xiaoda, driving by, glanced in the rearview mirror, unconcerned. After all, many people had noticed them along the way, but in their haste, they hadn't had time to find a clothing store to change into. Because they were used to the clothes, they didn't dwell on it too much. "Boss, we leave right after we pick up Grandma." Zhang Xiaoda had already agreed with Jiang Minglang that he would return home with them after he picked up Grandma. After all, in the small town where he grew up, besides Grandma, he had no other relatives. The grandparents, free and unattached, could thrive anywhere. He drove quickly, passing the intersection where Bai Li and Li Chen parted ways in less than half an hour, then turned and headed for a nearby town. The main street at the entrance was dead silent. The asphalt road was stained with blood, and the shops on both sides had been smashed and vandalized, with all sorts of debris strewn everywhere. Zhang Xiaoda couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety at the sight. Their town had once been a small village. Because it was close to the developing Suzhou city, and there was a tourist attraction, an ancient town 3 kilometers away, it gradually became a small town with goose houses and restaurants. His home was on the edge of town, and behind the house was their land. His grandmother had previously supported him by farming, until he joined the army after graduating from high school. With salary and subsidies, their lives gradually improved. Even with money, Grandma was reluctant to rent out her land, continuing to grow vegetables and grain as she had done in the past. She always said she was saving her salary, an allowance for him to use when he got married. But now, Zhang Xiaoda, his face pale, parked his car in front of his house. He stared at the wide-open gate, his feet too heavy to move. Jiang Minglang glanced at him and walked into the courtyard. The door to the main room was also open. A gray-haired old man lay on his side on the threshold, his forehead sunken and bloody, as if struck by something heavy. Jiang Minglang paused, then quickly approached. There was no need to check. Just by looking at her, he knew she had been dead for several days. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaoda and sighed, "Does he?" Zhang Xiaoda slowly approached, bent down, lifted Grandma from the ground, and walked into the house without a word. Jiang Minglang didn't follow him into the house. Instead, he carefully surveyed the messy main room, then went to the kitchen for a closer look. Most country folk have the habit of hoarding food, rice, flour, oil, vegetables. It's hard to say how long it will last, but it should last a month or so. It's only been 10 days since the apocalypse, and everything edible has vanished from Grandma Dazi's house. The mess was obvious. Someone had robbed them. Jiang Minglang turned and strode out of the yard. The door to the house on the right was tightly shut, and there was no sound from the yard. But Jiang Minglang knew that when their car approached, the person inside had peeked through the crack in the door, then hurried back inside. Pa pa pa. The red iron gate trembled as he slammed it, and the sound echoed through the silent town, carrying far away. "Open the door, or I kick it down," Jiang Minglang said impatiently to the pair of eyes peeking out from the main hall doorway. "Open the door. I won't do anything to you. I'm just asking a few questions." The man, seeing his tall figure through the crack in the door, couldn't help but shrink his neck. He didn't want to open the door, but he also knew that his own gate and 2-meter-high wall wouldn't be enough to stop anyone. Finally, he reluctantly came over and asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want?" "I say it again, open the door." The middle-aged man, only 1.7 meters tall, reluctantly opened the door and muttered softly, I don't know. I really don't know what happened to Aunt Zhang." He had just seen Zhang Xiaoda through the crack in the door, and guessed that the man must be here to inquire about Aunt Zhang. So, without waiting for Jiang Minglang to ask, he tearfully told her everything. "We haven't left the house since the incident. 4 nights ago, we heard noises coming from Aunt Jang's house next door. But it was late at night, with no electricity, and I heard zombies roaring, so I didn't dare go over. But the next day, someone was dead. Jiang Minglang studied his eyes and expression as he spoke. He didn't seem to be lying. I really don't know who broke down the door. The man shook his head like a rattle. I don't know, I really don't know. But I heard a car. I guess it was someone from out of town passing by on the nearby highway. Seeing Aunt Zhang alone, they broke down her door and went in to steal food. As if afraid Jiang Minglang wouldn't believe him, he emphasized, we've been neighbors with Aunt Zhang for years, and I watched Z grow up. But during the day He wanted to say he would definitely go and save them, but the words faltered on the tip of his tongue. Even during the day, he'd probably still choose to hide and ignore them. After all, it was too scary. Jiang Minglang, however, keenly grasped the key words in his words. How would a passerby know that Grandma Zhang was the only one in their house? The middle-aged man was speechless. Jiang Minglang's sharp eyes fixed on him. You might not have known who it was when the incident happened at night, but you definitely heard about it the next day, right? No. I give you one more chance. If you don't tell me, wait until Dazi comes. As our longtime neighbors, I think you know his temper better than I do. As Jiang Minglang finished speaking, the middle-aged man visibly flinched, clearly recalling Zhang Xiaoda's glorious past before joining the army. Because his parents died when he was young, he grew up relying on his grandmother, often bullied. Later, when he was 15, Zhang Xiaoda brutally retaliated against every family in town who had bullied him. He was a bit clever, not coming out in a blatant way, yet making it clear that it was his doing. Some people wanted to retaliate, but when they confronted him, they discovered that he had grown into a wolf cub. The most brutal incident was when he chased the village chief's son for 5 kilometers with a knife, threatening that if he dared to bully his grandmother again, he would chop up his entire family. His life for theirs. A good deal. The village chief didn't dare to take his family's land anymore and quickly returned it to his grandmother. After that, no one dared to mess with him. I don't know if it was the passage of time, or if Zhang Xiaoda's military service had given them the illusion that his temper had softened and they could bully him again. Chapter 52. Who is it? Zhang Xiaoda suddenly appeared behind Jiang Minglang, startling the middle-aged man so much that he jumped and took 2 steps back. It wasn't his reaction. It was simply that the tyrant's expression was unsightly, especially his dark eyes, which seemed to stare holes through him as they stared at him. Dada Dazi? Uncle Xuelin, you know me. I always repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. But if... I'm telling you, Dazi, don't scare me, the middle-aged man said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and trembling. I don't know much, but I heard it was Secretary Wang's son and a few others who did it. They not only robbed your grandmother, but also several other families with only elderly people, and then left. Lest Zhang Xiaoda disbelieve him, he emphasized, really? I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, go to Secretary Wang's house. There's no one there. Not only was the secretary's house empty, but the village chief's was too. As for where they went, no one knew. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaoda stared at Uncle Xuelin for 2 seconds, then turned and left, but not to Secretary Wang's house, but to his own. Boss, wait a few minutes. I cremate my grandma. And then we leave right away. Grandma was gone, and Zhang Xiaoda didn't want to waste boss's time any longer. He knew he was eager to see his sister-in-law and Chi-Chi. As for his revenge, sooner or later, he would get it. With tears in his eyes, Zhang Xiaoda carried the changed grandma to the yard and gently placed her on the newly built firewood pile. Meanwhile, after Bailey separated from Li Chen, they followed Chi-Chi's little navigation system and drove safely for 2 hours along the country roads. It was almost midnight, and the mother and son, along with their 2 dogs and a bird, were all hungry. So they looked around and found a suitable spot. Since there was no one around, they stopped to cook. Yes, cook. When loading the car, they had deliberately placed pots and pans, rice, flour, oil, and salt in front of the passenger seat, making it easy to cook on the way. The frozen food in the refrigerator had been mostly eaten by the time they got home, but there were still some vegetables left, which could be used as side dishes. There was a small pile of rocks where they parked. Bailey found a few rocks of similar height, built a simple stand, and placed the pot on it. The moment Jiangqi got out of the car, he excitedly went around collecting firewood. He loved picnics. She brought back a bunch of dry branches, then filled the pot halfway with water to wash her hands. She then asked Xiaowu to light the fire. Bailey went to the car, filled a large porcelain bowl halfway with noodles, added some water, and began to stir the fish noodle soup with chopsticks. While she still had a few tomatoes and a small bag of greens, she planned to make some fish noodle soup. As smoke rose from the kitchen, milky white fish noodle soup simmered in the boiling water, complemented by red tomatoes and green greens. A drizzle of sesame oil finished the light yet delicious tomato fish noodle soup. She first filled Xiaowu and Tieton's dog bowls halfway, and she and Chi-Chi filled 2 more. Once it cooled a bit, they and the 2 dogs began to dig in. Of course, Fingba's small plastic bowl was also filled with his favorite shell bird food. Birdie, with his aloof hair on his head, was standing in the front of the car, watching them and munching on it. After dinner, they asked Chi-Chi to run water and clean the pots and dishes. Then, after a few minutes' rest, they waited for the people and the dog to relieve themselves before getting in the car and continuing on their way. Just as their car left, about 5 minutes later, 2 SUVs drove up the lane. Am I seeing correctly? The people in that car were cooking here? The first car drove up to where Bailey had been cooking soup. The young men driving stared at the burnt ashes on the ground in disbelief. Interesting. The man in sunglasses in the passenger seat smiled in amusement as he watched the rear of the Jeep disappear at the end of the lane. A woman and a child just got out and were roaming around here. They seemed to have a dog with them, a curly-haired woman in the back seat reported, peering ahead through binoculars. Perhaps Tai-Dan and Xiaofeng were too young for her to notice, so she ignored them. Chase them? Chase! Bailey, unaware that she was being targeted for cooking, continued to follow her son's instructions, concentrating on driving. Only Feng Bao, standing on the back of the seat, turned and glanced back indifferently with her dark little eyes. Mom, after we finish this small path, we might have to get to the main road, because there are no other small paths further on the map. Bailey looked ahead and asked her son, if we find the small path on our own, based on the direction of the main road, will you get lost? Probably not. But after thinking it over, Bailey rejected the idea. Forget it, just follow the path on the map, and in her son's memory to avoid unnecessary complications. Another reason was that she was afraid Jiang Minglang would chase them from behind and lose track of them if they took the small path. After driving to the end of a narrow road with only 1 car remaining, Bailey turned the steering wheel and turned onto the main road. Less than 3 minutes into the drive, she glanced in the rearview mirror. 2 SUVs, roughly the same size as her black Jeep, roared up from behind, accelerating. Bailey floored the accelerator and began to accelerate as well. Chi-Chi, if you need to turn, tell Mom in advance. Jiangqi glanced at the map and said immediately, not yet. This road is long. Just keep going straight. Bailey's instincts told her that the 2 cars behind her were in danger, and she couldn't let them catch up. Thankfully, her car performed well in every way. Speeding up not only prevented the cars behind her from catching up, but also increased the gap between them. Once the distance was wide enough, and the cars behind her were no longer visible in the rearview mirror, Bailey slowly slowed down. Mom, is there something wrong with the car behind us? I don't know, but I don't want them to pass. Jiangqi understood. It was just the 2 of them, mother and son. If anyone saw them, they might think they were easy prey and stop them to steal their supplies. That's why Mom didn't want them to get close enough to see how many people were in the car. But the people they thought they left behind were chasing them again half an hour later. Bailey calmly stepped on the accelerator again, closing the gap even further. At the same time, she asked Chi-Chi, son, is there a fork in the road ahead? There is one, about 3 kilometers from here. Turn right. 3 kilometers was a blink of an eye for a car at full speed. Bailey didn't slow down when turning. After turning twice more under Chi-Chi's guidance, she finally left the car behind her again. Chapter 53. But Bailey hadn't expected that, having just shaken off the car behind her and driven less than 10 kilometers, she already been blocked. Even before they got close, they could see from a distance a dense mass of cars and people ahead. But a closer look revealed that the people huddled between and around the cars weren't people, but zombies. Bailey slowly stopped the car, pursed her lips, and stared ahead. Mom, one of the forks in the road ahead leads to the highway. Chi-Chi looked at the map in her hand and explained to Bailey, with the calmness of a little adult, it must be because many cars are trying to get onto the highway from there, bringing waves of zombies with them, and ultimately, there are so many. When they left Sioux City, there were also a dozen zombies chasing them, but they were eventually shaken off. Mom, if we want to get around, we have to turn back. Chi-Chi held the map in front of her, his chubby finger pointing at a thin line. Bailey squeezed her son's chubby little hand and asked gently, are you scared? It's okay. We're used to it. The little guy grinned. "We seen hordes of zombies in the neighborhood before." Back then. Chi-Chi hadn't finished her words when Bailey suddenly turned to look behind the car. The two SUVs she previously left behind were slowly growing larger in her sight. Soon, the two vehicles approached. The first stopped parallel to her car, while the second, seemingly casually, parked behind her. The people in the car also noticed the traffic jam ahead and suddenly laughed. "Hey, I was wondering why you weren't running away. Turns out you can't." Bailey said nothing, nor did she open the window. She simply stared at the speaker with a cold gaze. It was a man with pigtails and sunglasses sitting in the passenger seat. "Beautiful lady, let's meet." The two cars were so close that with the windows rolled down, the man could reach her window with a single stretch of his arm, even tapping on it with his fingers. Bailey remained silent, and the window remained open. Xiao Wu stood up from the passenger seat, staring out the window with a wary gaze, his throat whimpering in warning. Xiao Feng stood on the seat back, tilting his head, his dark eyes rolling. Chi-Chi put Titan down from his arms, picked up the short knife he had kept nearby, and pointed it at the car door. "Damn! Shame on you?" Perhaps not expecting to be ignored, the man in the driver's seat couldn't help but curse. A woman with a child, how dare she be so tough on them? Xiao Ji. Then the back door opened, and 4 men emerged from the 2 cars in front and back, each armed with knives and sticks. "Get out of this car right now, if you know what's good for you." The young man in the front glanced greedily at the black Jeep before him. As he approached, he raised his baseball bat and was about to smash it against the back window. Behind the window was Chi-Chi. At the critical moment, Bailey's car window rolled down, and a green vine suddenly swooped out. It reached the man in the front in the blink of an eye, slapping him across the face. The sound was so crisp and resounding that it stunned the 3 men behind them, as well as the others still watching with interest and amusement in the car. Bailey didn't give them time to react. After whipping the man, the green ivy vines quickly grew longer again, quickly binding him up. "Help! Whoa!" By the time the young man realized what was happening, his upper body and neck were bound tightly by the vines, so tightly that he couldn't break free. His body was fine, but his neck was tightening, and in a few seconds, his face turned purple. He was suffocating, and on the verge of death. But the 3 men behind him seemed frozen in fear, not moving. The man with the pigtail shook off his expression, which had shifted from playful to astonished, but he didn't get out of the car. He softened and said, "Sister, show some mercy." Bailey sneered. "Show some mercy? Did you even think of showing me some mercy just now?" As she spoke, she tugged at the vines in her hand, and the young man, whose eyes were nearly bulging from the constriction, fell to the ground with a thud. A fierce glint flashed in Bailey's eyes. Her appearance always led to misunderstandings. She appeared delicate and frail, with gentle features, as if anyone could bully her. But once she was angered, she was even more ruthless than anyone else. The man with the pigtail glanced at his companion, who was lying on the ground, kicking and twitching, and finally realized they had run into a tough opponent, but he didn't dare to rush forward, so he could only resign himself to her. "Sister, we're blind. Tell us what you want, and we give you whatever we have." "Water? I can give you a few buckets, how about that?" He was the only psychic in their group, and with water scarce these days, their group was quite proud of themselves. After all, the apocalypse had only been going on for 10 days, and they hadn't encountered any other psychics yet. Bailey was the first one with a wood element. "Sister, please have mercy." Bailey glared gloomily at the pigtailed man and said coldly, "Get out of here." Fearing they wouldn't obey, she thrust another vine from her other hand, spitting its tongue like a snake and aiming it at the pigtailed man. He shuddered, and the sunglasses he was wearing for show fell off his face. He threw his head back and shouted in fear to his companion in the driver's seat, "Are you deaf? Go drive forward, quick." His car drove off, and the car behind it followed closely. After about a kilometer, the rumbling of the accelerator finally caught the attention of the zombies ahead, and they turned and ran towards them. The 3 men who hadn't had time to get into the car ran forward on foot. Bailey withdrew the vine from the pigtailed man and untied the one binding the young man, cutting it out of the car window, then backed out. When she had retreated a sufficient distance and turned the corner, she saw that the 3 men had turned and were running back. Her hands trembled slightly as she gripped the steering wheel. She forced herself off the highway and, following Chi-Chi's instructions, onto a secluded, deserted road. Finally, she was able to stop the car and breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom, have a piece of chocolate." Chi-Chi looked at her worriedly as he tore open the wrapper. She was indeed a little hungry. She turned back to her son with a reassuring smile, stuffed the chocolate into her mouth, and mumbled, "Don't worry, Mom's fine." Although she had practiced tying someone up at home for several days, this was her first time actually tying someone up. And because she was afraid he'd break free, she wrapped countless vines around the boy's upper body, even strangling his neck with not one, but 3. She even used her strength to kill him, truly intending to make an example of him. But in the end, she couldn't find the strength to hold back. At that point, her supernatural powers weren't completely depleted, but they were nearly exhausted. And then she gave birth to another vine, which was a bit of a stretch. After finishing the chocolate and drinking a few sips of water, Bailee's panic subsided, and her hands no longer trembled. She continued driving without further delay. Chapter 54. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Bailee had been driving along a winding road for over 2 hours, finally bypassing the traffic jam and zombies at the intersection and onto a highway parallel to the expressway. After entering the highway, she had expected to encounter many people and cars, but on the contrary, it was completely quiet, with not a single car in front or behind. But the more this happened, the more she dared not let her guard down. After driving along the highway for over half an hour, as the sky gradually darkened, Bailee saw the sign for a gas station ahead. She had set off with a full tank, but after a full day of driving, it was now low. Even if there were no gas stations, Bailee planned to find a place to stop and refuel. She had 2 tanks in the trunk. But were there any more gas at the gas station? "Mom, there are zombies in the supermarket." As Bailee turned into the entrance, Chi-Chi reminded her, too, a man and a woman. Through the large glass wall, she could clearly see what was going on inside. How strange. Is this road less frequented? How come the supermarket hasn't been robbed? If the supermarket hasn't been robbed, does that mean there's still gas? Their car was loaded with supplies, so she wasn't interested in the supermarket stuff. She just wanted to fill up and find a safe place to spend the night. When the car stopped, the 2 zombies inside leaped onto the glass wall, roaring at her and her son. Bailee's eyes darted around like radar. Aside from the zombies in the supermarket, and a few cars outside covered in dust and leaves, the area was completely quiet and deserted. She quickly got out to find gas. Chi-Chi and Xiaowu followed suit. While his mother pumped gas, he kept watch like a soldier. After filling up their tanks, they left the gas station without delay, and continued along the highway. Just as dusk fell, mother and son found a small courtyard at the bottom of the highway. In front of them was a 3-story building with 4 storefronts. 2 of them were clearly a delivery station and a fruit shop, their doors tightly shut, leaving no idea of what was going on inside. But Bailee's eye was set on the courtyard behind the 3-story building. Although the delivery station and fruit shop were closed, the gate to the courtyard was open. Bailee parked the car at the gate and honked her horn deliberately. Not a single sound escaped from the courtyard, the delivery station, or the fruit shop. She didn't want to travel at night. If the courtyard was deserted, she planned to drive inside and spend the night there. After a final check, it was indeed empty. Bailee drove into the courtyard and turned the car toward the gate, ready to rush out if anything happened. She got out of the car and took a quick look around the yard. The kitchen was a mess. She couldn't tell if it was from the hastily moved things when the owner left, or if it had been ransacked. Besides a few bottles of soy sauce and vinegar, there was nothing inside. After driving all day, and even getting into a fight, Bailee was exhausted. But it wasn't time to rest yet. She closed the gate and locked it from the inside, then went back to the car and got a section of green radish. Before leaving home, she had deliberately cut the green radish she'd grown earlier into 6 sections and placed them in the car. She used 2 of those sections to deal with the gang that afternoon. Of course, after that, she cut 2 more sections and placed them at her feet. She filled the gap at the bottom of the large iron gate with green radish, and then planted them around the perimeter of the car. After completing all the security measures, Bailee clapped her hands and said to her son, "Chi-Chi, Mom's a little tired. Let's just have some bread and snacks tonight." "Sure, Mom. We're on the road now, so we don't need to light a fire for every meal." Although her son was only 8, he had been considerate from a young age, which made Bailee very proud. "Let's go to bed early tonight. Mom will make you noodles tomorrow morning." After overusing her superpowers, besides eating, she also needed plenty of sleep to fully recover. When night fell and the darkness engulfed everything, Bailee leveled the driver's seat. She held Xiaowu, a warm child, while Chi-Chi, covered with a small blanket, held tight Anne. Both the child and the dog fell into a deep sleep. Only Xiaofeng sat crouched on the seat back, his dark eyes staring out. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaodao cremated his grandmother's body and, carrying her ashes, followed Jiang Minglang into Suzhou's high-tech zone. They didn't take the highway, so they didn't run into the gang of thugs intent on collecting protection money. Jiang Minglang was eager to return home, and upon entering the high-tech zone, he sped towards the Linglongwan residential complex. Even if there were zombies on the road, he didn't choose to deter. He simply waved his hand casually, and discarded metal rods and metal pieces on both sides of the road began to bang and bang at the zombies' heads. Half an hour later, he saw the gate of his community, which had been smashed open, as he had hoped. From the gate to the inside, there were zombies lying in a mess, with their heads chopped off, and a few cats and dogs mixed in. Thinking of the Shiba Inu at home, which outranked him, Jiang Minglang couldn't help but take a closer look at the dog carcasses. There were 2 brown and yellow Shiba Inus, but thankfully they weren't Xiaowuzi. Otherwise, who knows how much the mother and daughter would cry. "Boss, look, that's a cat?" As Jiang Minglang slowly drove to the foot of building number 1, he spotted the orange cat Zhang Xiaoda had pointed to, lying in a tree, about the same size as Eru. It must be an orange cat. Jiang Minglang felt a sense of déjà vu as he looked at its face. What was its name? I remembered his son introducing it to him before. Shika? Xiaoyun? So this cat is a mutant? They hadn't encountered many mutant animals on their way here, but even if they had, their keen sense of observation would allow them to immediately deduce the subsequent trend and direction. This cat had grown so large, so its combat power must be considerable. As their car approached, the large orange cat simply glanced lazily over its shoulder, then turned back to stare out the second-floor window. Jiang Minglang was confused. What was it looking at? He couldn't remember whose cat it was, but he had seen it held by a middle-aged woman. So what's going on, lying in the tree outside? A question flashed through Jiang Minglang's mind, but he didn't speculate too much, only sensing that the big cat meant them no harm. After getting out of the car, he glanced downstairs, but didn't see his black Jeep. He couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. He quickly called Zhang Xiaoda and ran home. Thankfully, the smart lock still had power, so he entered his fingerprint and opened the door. "Wife? Son?" Out of habit, Jiang Minglang called out as soon as he entered the house, even though he already suspected they had already left. Sure enough, no one answered. Zhang Xiaoda turned on his high-intensity flashlight and immediately spotted the note on the shoe cabinet in the entrance. He picked it up and handed it to Jiang Minglang. "It's from my sister-in-law, right?" "Yeah, she just left this morning." Jiang Minglang frowned, annoyed at arriving a day late. Chapter 55. Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda packed up Bai Li's belongings that had been left in the living room and carried them downstairs to the car. The 2 tall and strong men finished moving all the clothes and blankets piled in the living room in one trip. The water and food in the trunk were moved to the back seat, leaving only 2 cans of gasoline on the side. "Hey, are you guys here to rescue us?" After putting their belongings away, the 2 men were about to go upstairs to check things out, rest for an hour, and then set off. Just then, a second-floor window in building number 2 across the street opened a crack. A woman stood behind it, clutching the curtains, and asked tremblingly, "Are you guys soldiers?" Jiang Minglang couldn't see her face clearly, but he noticed that as soon as the woman spoke, the large orange cat, which had been lying in the tree facing the second floor, suddenly stood up and meowed at her. But the woman slammed the window shut again. Jiang Minglang frowned in confusion. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I'm not a rescue worker, I'm the homeowner here." He then pointed at the large orange cat and asked the woman, "Is this your cat? If so, you better keep it with you. It can protect you." It suddenly grew so big. It ate up the entire pot of rice, ham, and steamed buns I cooked overnight. There's nothing left to eat at home. If I keep it with me, it definitely eat me eventually. The woman complained in a tearful voice, "Whose cat is this big? This isn't even a cat." Jiang Minglang patiently explained, "With a virus outbreak and the changing environment, even people can turn into zombies, let alone animals. But your orange cat is adapting to its environment. It's clear-headed and hasn't lost its mind." "You?" "No." The woman interrupted Jiang Minglang firmly. "If you like it, take it away. Please, take it away. Don't let me see it again." I don't know if the big orange cat understood her words. It stood in the tree, staring blankly at the window, its amber eyes filled with deep sorrow. Finally, it raised its head and meowed into the air, then suddenly jumped down from the tree and ran out of the neighborhood in the blink of an eye. Jiang Minglang sighed, truly at a loss for words. He turned to go upstairs with Zhang Xiaoda, but the woman called out from behind, "Hey, soldier, can you take me with you?" "No." Jiang Minglang refused without turning his head. As they passed the second floor, the door to room 202 creaked open, and a disheveled head poked out, huskily asking, "Excuse me, is there no rescue? Doesn't the government care about this situation?" Perhaps they will, but how, or who, Jiang Minglang didn't have the energy to analyze. The anger of being abandoned and betrayed in Yunzhou still lingered. If his superiors contacted him and wanted him to return to the mission, they would first have to give him an explanation and bring justice to his fallen brothers. Yu Chumping, the deputy mayor of Yunzhou, who had ordered the hospital lockdown, had already boarded a plane and left the moment Jiang Minglang and the others emerged. "We were tired. How could we possibly know about national affairs?" Zhang Xiaodao answered the head's question on Jiang Minglang's behalf. Fourth floor. The mother of the child in room 402 had seen Jiang Minglang. She recognized him. "Chi-Chi, Dad, can I drive behind you out of town?" She looked at them with tears in her eyes, choking back tears. "My husband hasn't come back. Maybe he's already gone. Now there are only a few of us, old, young, and women, left at home. We heard the road out of town is blocked, so we're afraid to go. Please, we just follow you. We won't bother you." "Okay." The road out of town is blocked? Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaodao exchanged glances. They had come here on a suburban road, some distance from the highway, so they had no idea what the situation was like there. "We leave in half an hour. Let's make it clear, following you is your choice. No matter what happens along the way, we won't stop." Room 402's mother was startled, then nodded excitedly. I know. Don't worry, I follow closely, and definitely won't delay your trip." Jiang Minglang nodded calmly, and turned to walk upstairs when she stopped him. "Chi-Chi's dad, The woman hesitated, seeming to struggle with what to say next. Jiang Minglang was the most annoying dilatory person. He glanced down at his watch impatiently. It was already 7:30, and it was already dark. If he left at 8 o'clock to catch up with his wife, there was no telling when he would catch up. He strode upstairs. "Chi-Chi's mom left this morning with a man from our neighborhood." When Jiang Minglang stopped to look, the woman in room 402 seemed to explain on Bai Li's behalf, "Chi-Chi's dad, don't overthink it. After all, things are so chaotic and dangerous right now. She's a woman with a child. She's going to need someone to accompany her out of town. This statement is so ambiguous, it's better not to say it." Zhang Xiaodao rolled his eyes and urged Jiang Minglang, "Let's go, boss." The two returned to 501. Jiang Minglang turned on a high-intensity flashlight to examine the map Bai Li had left on the dining table, analyzing which route she would most likely take. "Boss, that woman just now was clearly trying to sow discord." "My sister-in-law? How could I not trust your sister-in-law?" Jiang Minglang glanced up at him. "I know your sister-in-law better than anyone else." Yes, you know. You know best." Zhang Xiaodao rolled his eyes again speechlessly, muttering, "As if no one knows how close you two are." Jiang Minglang studied the map while Zhang Xiaodao walked around the room with a flashlight. When they reached the utility room, the door ajar, he froze. He quickly turned and called out, "Boss, come here." Jiang Minglang was marking on the map with a pencil when he put down his pencil and walked over. Zhang Xiaodao had already pushed open the door to the utility room, shining his flashlight inside, revealing a sea of green. Jiang Minglang stood in the doorway, gasping, his eyes wide with surprise. "Sister-in-law, is this a wood element?" With nearly half the room filled with green ivy, no one would believe she'd grown it herself. "Clean it out first, or it rot in the house in a few days." After the surprise wore off, Jiang Minglang understood what his wife meant. She was telling him not to worry too much, that she had the ability to protect him and their son. The wood element's ability to stimulate the growth of green ivy must be more than just a means of inducing fertilization. As for why she didn't write this down on the note, perhaps it was because she was afraid he wouldn't believe it, and this way it would be more direct. The two men tossed all the green radish out the balcony window, then grabbed the map and headed downstairs. Only 10 minutes had passed since they'd gone upstairs. But he didn't stop when he passed the 4th floor. Why would he take a woman who harbored ill will towards his wife? He wasn't out of his mind. But the grandfather in room 402 heard the car start. He peeked out the window, then turned and anxiously yelled at his daughter-in-law, "Didn't you tell him to stay for half an hour? Why are you leaving now?" The woman, still stuffing clothes into her suitcase, froze in shock. She hurriedly stood up and rushed to the window, just in time to see the rear end of the dark blue SUV approaching the gate. The woman jumped up anxiously, urging her in-laws, come on, hurry downstairs. I told you to pack up, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're done, huh? Hurry up, why are you still dawdling?" Over a dozen boxes and bags of various sizes lay scattered on her living room floor. She didn't care if her car could fit them all, she just wanted to take everything she had. 2 minutes ago, her mother-in-law was still packing and complaining, "Why do we have to leave at night? Can't you tell him to leave early tomorrow morning? Where are we going to sleep when we're out of town?" She kept on nagging, and the woman's mind was pounding. She didn't bother to stuff her clothes in anymore. She closed the box and rushed downstairs. When the old couple came down with their belongings and their grandson, they again argued and wouldn't let her start the car. After 3 more trips back and forth to finish moving everything, she was stunned once the car left the neighborhood. The road was deserted. There was no sign of Jiang Minglang and his family's car. Chapter 56. Bailey slept until dawn, then opened her eyes. It wasn't naturally that she woke, but rather the whimpering of Xiao Wu, who was still warm in her arms. The dog, though still in her arms, had tilted its head slightly upward, its eyes fixed on the window, its teeth bared in warning. Bailey sat up, shoved her thin blanket onto the passenger seat, and turned to look out the window. But the glass was fogged up, and she couldn't see anything. She wiped it with a cloth from the side. The courtyard was quiet, just as it had been the night before. But someone was outside. Xiao Wu heard the sound of a car, and so did she, along with the sound of voices. Then, a moment later, there was the sound of banging on a door, not the gate to the courtyard where she was staying, but the door to the shop in front. Bailey frowned and sat for a moment, deciding to go out and take a look. The storefronts ahead housed a courier and a fruit shop. If someone was robbing something, they'd definitely not miss this courtyard. Her car was here, so there was no way to hide. So, if the moment came, it would be best to strike first. But before that, it would be best to determine the enemy's numbers and strength. Xiaowu, stay in the car with your brother. Chi-Chi wasn't awake yet. Bailey held down Xiaowu, who wanted to get out with her, and whispered, "Be good, don't bark." She was round, doggy eyes whimpered at her. Bailey stroked his head and urged, "Brother's still awake. You're responsible for protecting him, okay?" As she finished, she heard Xiaofeng snort from the seat next to her. Bailey turned her head, surprised even though it wasn't the first time she heard Xiaofeng snort. The little bird had truly changed. It had grown smarter. "What are you whining about? Stay still and don't make trouble." The smart little bird bounced angrily on the backrest. With that, Bailey put a piece of green radish in her pocket, then gently opened the car door, got out, locked it, and headed out of the yard, knife in hand. She was wearing sneakers, and her footsteps were light. As she reached the locked iron gate, she unexpectedly heard a familiar voice. "Brother Meng, there's a box of cherries here." "They're still here." Bailey raised an eyebrow. The group she had forced to fight zombies yesterday had all made it back alive. Especially the young man she strangled nearly to death. He was the one who had just shouted so cheerfully. She hadn't expected to run into them again this morning, before daybreak. What a lucky break. She wanted cherries too. Bailey opened the front door, the noise barely noticeable amid the clamor outside. She opened and closed the door, knife in hand, and headed for the storefront. As expected, she saw the 2 SUVs she had dealt with yesterday, parked one after the other in front of the fruit shop. The young man she had strangled earlier was excitedly carrying a box of cherries. From his excited tone, one could tell he wanted to give it to the boss he was talking about. Unfortunately, before he reached the car, his vision suddenly blurred. A vine appeared out of nowhere and, before he could react, slapped him on the right cheek. It perfectly matched the red mark on the left side he had received yesterday. To be honest, Bailey had wanted to slap him again yesterday. It wasn't because he was so hateful, but simply because the sight of that single red mark on his left cheek was disconcerting. Now that they were a couple, she felt much more at ease. After whipping the man, she didn't tie him up again. Instead, she twisted the vines around the box in his hands, carrying the cherries to Bailey's feet. The previously boisterous crowd suddenly quieted down after the snapping sound. Everyone turned to look at Bailey, their eyes filled with fear. "What the hell? You're disturbing me." Noticing their silence, Bailey's eyes swept over them one by one. The green ivy on her left palm sprouted a large section upwards, its branches swaying as they frightened everyone. Especially the young man closest to her, the one she had whipped symmetrically. The suffocating fear of yesterday returned, and the young man's legs gave way, flopping to his knees before Bailey. Sister, it's my fault for disturbing you. I'm wrong. I deserve a beating. It's not worth your effort. I just hit myself." With that, he raised his hand and slapped his face, leaving it red and swollen. He really did kill her. What a dare! Bailey pursed her lips and watched, not trying to stop him. After all, she was right. It wasn't even daybreak yet, and they were already making noise, disturbing her sleep. She glanced indifferently at the pigtailed girl leaning against the car door, smoking, and snorted with a curled lip. The pigtailed girl's hand trembled, and her half-smoked cigarette dropped to the ground. She forced a stiff smile. "Hey, sister, what a coincidence. You see, we're quite connected." "What a fate." Bailey pointed the knife at him and spat out a single word, "Get out." Okay, let's get out." "Get out. Right now." In the blink of an eye, the group all piled into the car, then hurriedly drove onto the highway, disappearing in a flash. She twitched her teeth and grinned. Well, killing a chicken to scare the monkey does work. Of course, it could also be that people don't know much about supernatural powers these days, so they instinctively fear her seemingly mysterious and cool skill. After all, they didn't know whether Bailey could strangle one person at a time, or a whole group. She picked up the cherries from the ground and walked into the fruit shop. Perhaps the owner had left in a hurry. So much of the fruit was still there, but the smell was unpleasant, as most of it was already rotten, and there were many small insects crawling around. The cherries and some more expensive fruits were in a freezer against the wall. Although the power had been out for a few days, the temperature inside had probably just risen, so the cherries and the mangoes and grapes inside were still fully spoiled. There was a small cart in the fruit shop, and she put all the edibles on it, selecting and choosing, until she finally filled half the cart. Exiting the fruit shop, Bailey turned her head and looked at the delivery store next door, which had been smashed open. When she saw the piles of packages inside, her eyes lit up. There were so many, there must be something they could use. She went back to cook noodles, and as soon as she finished breakfast, she brought her son over to open the packages. Not to mention it couldn't fit in the car, but if she squeezed in, it could still fit. She hadn't expected there to be a gas tank in the courtyard kitchen, and it even lit. Great. She could fill the thermos with hot water. She also made this meal quickly and easily, even though vegetable and egg noodles were easier to cook. After the mother and daughter, the two dogs, and the bird finished eating and cleaned up, Bailey drove out of the courtyard and parked in front of the delivery station. Then she got out to open the packages. This job was very appealing to 8-year-old Chi-Chi. She usually bought things online, and she would leave the packages from home to him to open. He was very excited and never tired of it. "Mom, I opened 2 bottles of shampoo. Do you want them?" "Yes." "Mom, I opened a big bag of sanitary napkins. Do you want them?" "Yes." Chapter 57. At first, both mother and son were unpacking packages, but later, they each took turns unpacking and putting them in the car. In the trunk, in front of, and under the passenger seat, halfway up the back seat and under it, every nook and cranny, everything they could use and eat was stuffed in. "Ah!" Xiaofeng, who was circling and playing in the air, suddenly cried out. "Woo-woo." Not only did Xiaowu bark, but he also let out a warning cry and ran to the front of the car, baring his teeth and whining at a side road off the national highway ahead. Seeing the expressions of Guzi and Niazi, Bailey, though she hadn't heard anything yet, snapped the trunk shut and turned to her son, Chi-Chi. "Don't unpack yet. Let's go into the yard." "Okay, Mom." Chi-Chi obediently dropped the boxes in his hands and trotted into the car. Xiaowu and Fengbao followed suit. Although there were still a good portion of unopened boxes inside, Bailey didn't close the shutter. The empty boxes piled outside the doorway were already opened anyway, so if anyone came to rob, they could. She backed the car into the courtyard, turned off the engine, and immediately got out to close and lock the 2 iron doors. She then quickly got back into the car. She didn't pick the lock, enter the house, and climb up to the 3rd floor to check. She had to protect her car. It was her and her son's escape route, more important than anything else. She also had the risk of being discovered while peeking. Bailey's 5 senses were sharper than before after she gained her powers. If she could extrapolate from herself, what about others? If others had powers, wouldn't they be just like her? So she chose to remain quietly and cautiously in the car, waiting for someone to pass before leaving. But she hadn't expected a bunch of lunatics to arrive. 2 minutes later, a car blaring music drove onto the highway. The windows must have been open, because someone could clearly hear someone humming along to the music. The car passed by the 3-story alley, not going very fast, its footsteps clacking and the distinctive zombie humming behind it. Bailey gripped the steering wheel tightly, her brow twitching. Where were they trying to lure the zombies? If they were just going there, it wouldn't matter, but... True enough, what you feared came true. The next second, the music abruptly stopped, and the car sped away. Bailey couldn't help but curse. She didn't even need to check at the gate to know that the zombies that had been lured in would stop after losing their target and wander around the area. Perhaps the highway was already full by now. The noise was so obvious. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the commotion outside died down, and everything seemed to have returned to its previous calm. Bailey carefully got out of the car and quietly walked to the door, peering through the crack at the highway across the way. Then, feeling disappointed, she returned to the car. "Mom?" Chi-Chi whispered from the back, outside, a lot. Bailey nodded. But the boy suddenly said, I haven't opened all the packages yet." It was like opening a blind box, so fun. Bailey turned to look at Fengbao, the little bird's dark eyes staring back at her. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, and he excitedly pulled Fengbao's small backpack out of his backpack. He grabbed it, and put it on his wings without hesitation, coaxing him gently, "Good girl, Fengbao, you raise an army for 1,000 days, but deploy it for a moment. Considering I raised you for 2 years, go lure those zombies away. I open the blind box, and give you a bag of bird food later." He spoke as if there were actually bird food in those packages. Bailey almost couldn't hold back her laughter. But beware, after he finished speaking, the little bird, which had been about to struggle and protest, stopped moving, letting him do whatever he wanted. Before leaving, to prevent any accidents, Chi-Chi carefully packed all the little toys that made sounds from his tutoring classes, as well as his 2 smartwatches. One was a gift from Bailey for topping up her phone credit, and the other was specially bought for him. "Use this one. It's running low. When it runs out and stops making sounds, you can fly back, okay?" He gave the instructions carefully, even telling it where to fly. Then he unfolded the little toys, stuffed them into its backpack, opened the window, and let Xiaofeng out. "Remember, don't fly too low." "Hey! Why is it flying south?" "I said north, you idiot." Chi-Chi leaned against the car window, watching the little bird fly out of the yard, onto the highway, and then, singing its childhood song, headed in the opposite direction of what he had instructed. Xiaofeng didn't fly south all the way, but instead flew south for a bit before heading west. That seemed to be the direction the zombies had been led in. So it was returning the zombies to them? Bailei's mouth widened in surprise. Just how much brain did their parrot have? Is having a brain considered a supernatural power? While the little toys singing couldn't compare to the blasting music just now, it certainly attracted the zombies. One after another, they stumbled back to the path they had come from, following the music. "Mom, west of here is Jinyuan Town, the famous ancient town you and Dad took me the last National Day." Chi-Chi retrieved the map and followed Xiaofeng's flight direction to a tourist attraction. Bailey understood. No wonder there weren't many houses below the national highway, yet there were so many zombies. They were all tourists. It had to be said that Xiaofeng was reliable when he got down to business. To prevent the zombies from losing track, it flew at a moderate speed, neither too high nor too low, until it had drawn them far enough away and its battery was depleted. Then it soared into the sky and disappeared. Fuck. Was that a drone? The group, having just returned to the gates of Jinyuan Town after a round of travel, saw the zombies they had led away return before they could even get out of the car. They also heard the childhood song, but because it wasn't loud, no one paid attention at first. By the time they thought about it, it was gone. Then all they saw was a white shadow that vanished from the sky. They thought it was a drone. The crew-haired man driving the car looked in the direction the shadow disappeared and cursed, which **** is against us. I kill him if I find out. What do we do now, Brother Hua? The zombies are approaching. Should we go back to town or go for another walk? Go for it. Can't you see the road is blocked? The crew-haired man had no choice but to drive back into the ancient town, cursing. There was no other way. This was the only way to avoid the zombie swarm. After all the effort to gather the zombies and lure them out of town, they were back to square one. Just now, they had happily planned to build a gate to block off the ancient town, and then, using the many shops and supplies inside, turn it into their base. To prevent outsiders from taking advantage of the spoils, they had even taken a detour to the national highway, blocking the zombie swarm there. But their efforts proved fruitless. Chapter 58. Bailey still didn't know that Fengbao was being mistaken by the gang for a drone belonging to a certain faction. It wasn't their fault for mistaking it. The little bird's feathers were predominantly white, save for a few pale yellow feathers on its head and wings. Plus, it didn't chirp, and its back was still blaring. Unless you looked closely, you couldn't really tell it was a bird. When they'd taken it to the park for a walk before, it had been mistaken for a drone while flying in midair. To prevent the little bird from getting angry, She and Chi-Chi remained seated in the car after it flew away. They had to wait for it to return, or it would get angry. But they didn't have to wait too long. It returned after just 10 minutes. Good job. I find you some sunflower seeds later. Biley couldn't help but remind him, son, you can't keep promising it good things. If you don't, it poop on his head. But Chi-Chi said confidently, Mom, I wasn't exaggerating. When you called me, I actually saw a box labeled parrot food. It was quite large. Hearing this, Biley, who had been about to leave immediately, changed her mind. She drove out of the yard and back to the delivery station. After all, there wasn't much bird food left, so any more would be great. Chi-Chi ran inside and deftly dug out the one with the parrot picture from the pile of boxes. He grabbed a utility knife from the floor and expertly cut open the seal. Mom, look. He pulled out 2 large buckets of mixed bird food, like a treasure. It contained not only melon seeds, but also cuttlefish bones. Not bad. Biley smiled too. Now Xiaofeng wouldn't have to worry about food for the year. She put the 2 buckets of bird food in the back seat, and the little bird happily jumped on them, bouncing and hopping. To avoid further complications, the mother and son stopped unpacking the package and instead hopped onto the highway to continue their journey. After driving about 30 kilometers, they were blocked by 2 cars. These weren't abandoned cars lying on the road, but rather survivors who had been rear-ended. There were no side roads to the left or right, making it impossible to avoid them, so Biley decided to move forward to investigate. She hoped the other party would understand the situation and, if they wanted to argue, move their car to the side of the road. You hit my trunk so hard it won't close. Either fix it, or pay me money, no, pay me something, or replace my car. You can't close it because you had too much stuff in it. What does that have to do with me? I think you were just trying to scam me. You brake suddenly, and let me hit you. Scam me? You deliberately let me hit you? Why don't you just say you were slow to react? A woman driving such a big car, can't you handle it? Don't you know you're a traffic killer? Biley frowned. Arguing was one thing, but why did they bring up the idea of women being traffic killers? Sexism? She looked at the man and woman arguing up ahead, while the occupants of the car remained as steady as a rock, not one of them getting out. From the rear windshield, she could see that they were 2 families, each with children, both men and women. If a fight broke out, no one would gain the upper hand. That's probably why they were arguing so nonsensically in the street. Interestingly, the car behind was driven by a woman, and the one who went out to resolve the issue was also a woman. I couldn't tell if the man in the passenger seat was her husband, but his butt seemed to be stuck in the seat, not moving at all. Ding! Biley poked her head out and shouted impatiently, if you want to argue, do it on the side of the road. Don't block the road. I don't know how these 2 people managed to collide, but they ended up parked crookedly on the highway, halfway across the road, blocking the entire area. So annoying. The 2 people arguing up ahead heard the shouting and turned their heads. Seeing it was a woman, they ignored her and continued their argument. But Biley didn't miss the glint in the man's eyes when he saw her car. He was driving an ordinary hatchback, and after the rear end was hit, the trunk was knocked open, and it looked like it wouldn't close again. Of course, the woman who hit him from behind was right. He had a lot of stuff packed inside, so it was packed to the brim, and it must have been barely closed at first. The woman's car was a Volvo Cross Country, clearly much more luxurious than his hatchback in terms of space and performance. That's why she had the idea of swindling someone else, hoping to trade it with someone else. Biley speculated that if it weren't for the tall, muscular man sitting in the passenger seat of the woman's car, well, even if he didn't get out to help with the argument, his physique would have been intimidating even if he was just a decoration. Is that why the man in the car ahead was so hesitant to argue, not taking any action? Biley was speechless. There were so many abandoned cars on the road. If he wanted to trade in a bigger one, couldn't he just find one himself? Why did he have to resort to such a tactic? Is it incomprehensible? I don't understand. Maybe he's just crazy. All right, let's settle our business aside. Let them pass. The man, who had been arguing, suddenly changed his tune, turned around, and pressed down on his trunk lid, pushing it down again and again until it barely closed. He then quickly returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and slowly drove to the side of the road. Seeing him move away, the quarreling woman quickly got in her car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped past. After she passed, she cursed, "What the hell? Don't be angry. Next time you see someone like that, just hit him. It doesn't matter if he dies." The man in the passenger seat rubbed his injured leg, staring grimly in the rearview mirror. He snorted, "The woman behind you is in trouble." The woman also glanced in the rearview mirror. Sure enough, after she drove over, the despicable man immediately pulled his rickety car into the middle of the road and slammed on the brakes, causing the woman behind him to collide with the back of his car. The trunk lid, under the weight of the car, bounced open again. Bitch. You only pick on female drivers. The bullied female driver, Bailey, looked expressionlessly at the hatchback driver, who had gotten out again, and watched him approach coldly. What's wrong with you? Get out of the car. Look at what you've done to my car. They had indeed collided, but Bailey's car's front only had a bit of paint scraped off. The rear of his hatchback had a dent, worse than the one from the Volvo. Didn't you hear me? Get out of the car. Pa. Bailey didn't get out of the car, but her Luluo did. With her previous experience slapping people, she was much more adept this time. She slapped the man's face and head 7 or 8 times in a row, until he reacted and backed away, screaming. Only then did Bailey put an arm on the car window, Luluo in her hand, and looked at the man coldly. Are you still letting me get out? No. Not getting out. I'm leaving right now. The man, enduring the burning pain on his face, hurried back to the driver's seat. He didn't care if the trunk was open, and the contents might fall out. With shaking hands, he moved the car to the side of the road. Bailey snorted coldly, retracted the vine and put it aside, stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. Chapter 59. Sujia, stop the car. What's wrong? Sujia took her foot off the accelerator and slowly slowed down. Only when she came to a complete stop did she see the slow-moving traffic in the distance. She frowned and asked, What's all this for? I guess they're all waiting to get on the highway. Zhou Hui instructed his wife. Wait a minute before going over. Sujia looked at his leg with some concern. Does it still hurt? She was talking nonsense. When he was injured, his calf bones were about to pop out. Although he later found a doctor he knew who did some simple rehabilitation and put a splint on it, but without medicine, he had to endure the pain and inflammation. Guilt washed over her face. I'm sorry, husband. It's all my fault. Okay, Zhou Hui consoled her with a smile, glancing back at his 2 children sleeping in the back seat. He whispered, People's hearts are unpredictable. After all your years together, you never imagined she would do this. Just consider this a lesson for us. Be more careful with our interactions in the future. After the zombie outbreak, she was trapped at the company. Zhou Hui immediately went to the school, where he found and retrieved his 2 children, who were in elementary school and kindergarten. Going to both schools, and getting the children out safely must have been no easy task. But despite his exhaustion and injuries, he rushed to Sujia's company immediately after retrieving the children. Sujia and her best friend hid in the tea room. The large office outside was filled with zombies. Zhou Hui managed to lure some away, and then dealt with others, successfully rescuing them. Sujia's best friend cried, and begged him to help go to the school to save the child, but at that time his body was already exhausted to the limit, and he wanted to take his wife and children home to rest. But Sujia, heartbroken, couldn't bear her best friend's cries, and pleaded with Zhou Hui for help. So Zhou Hui had no choice but to follow her best friend to the school to rescue the children, while Sujia stayed in the car to look after the 2 children. Finally, her best friend and the children ran out of the school, but Zhou Hui was nowhere to be seen. Sujia got out of the car to ask where her best friend Zhou Hui was, but the woman got into her car without even a glance back and sped away. Sujia wanted to go back inside to find Zhou Hui, but she was worried about the children. After waiting anxiously for over half an hour, she saw Zhou Hui limping out of the school, covered in blood and in a state of disarray. Zhou Hui had helped rescue the children, and as the 3 of them were leaving, Sujia's best friend accidentally fell. The sound attracted zombies, and as Zhou Hui helped her up, she saw 2 zombies charging towards her. She then grabbed Zhou Hui and used him as a shield. Seeing Zhou Hui's arm being grabbed by a zombie, she seized the opportunity to grab her child and turn and run. In the end, although Zhou Hui defeated the zombie, he injured one leg. Sujia regretted it so much that she wished she could tear her best friend apart. No, not a best friend, but an enemy. If they ever met again in this life, she would never let her off. Sujia, you know, as long as you and the children are okay, as long as our family of 4 is together, this little pain means nothing to me. That being said, without his support, she was trembling with fear the entire way. Alas, I just hope things go smoothly, and we get home safely. He looked up at the traffic jam ahead, his eyes accidentally glancing at the rearview mirror. He froze, then jerked his head back to look behind the car. What's wrong? Seeing him like this, Sujia turned around, puzzled, and looked back, her eyes widening in surprise. He's here so quickly. That bastard. No way, did he really steal someone's car? We shared the same thought. At the time, their two cars were parked one behind the other. Although he didn't look closely, he could tell that she and her child seemed to be the only ones in her car. Oh, and there was a dog. What should I say? At this hour, he's still carrying a pet. Aren't they afraid its barking will attract zombies? When the people in their neighborhood fled, no one had any pets with them, most had been let out and abandoned. After all, their own lives were in jeopardy, and they barely had enough to eat and drink. Who would care about a beast? The couple felt sympathy for Bailey, but a few seconds later, as the car approached, they were both stunned. She wasn't robbed. Bailey had no idea what they were thinking, but she frowned in dissatisfaction as the car approached. What happened to this family? Mom, there's an exit to the highway ahead, and it looks like there's a traffic jam. Chi-Chi, leaning on the armchair behind Bailey, pointed ahead and said, there should be a line, but it's moving very slowly. Bailey also saw the long line of cars ahead, moving at a snail's pace. But there were no forks in the road, so there was no way around it. Thankfully, her previous encounter with the pigtailed man and his friends had given Bailey some confidence in getting along with others, and she no longer resisted approaching living people. She lowered the window, leaned out, and said to the Volvo in front, if you don't want to go, pull over. What's the point of blocking us? Her tone was harsh, not as polite as before. But Zheng Sujia and Zhou Hui didn't find her rude at all. Instead, they were curious about how she dealt with the driver of the car just now. The man looked a bit clueless, a coward who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. But after all, he was a grown man, and she was a woman. Curious as she was, Zheng Sujia didn't hesitate to move the car. Just as Bailey was about to drive around them, Zhou Hui called out her name in surprise, Lychee Bai. Squeak! The sudden call of her middle school nickname startled her, and she slammed on the brakes. Thankfully, they weren't driving fast, so the clatter of the tires against the road wasn't loud. Bailey turned to look at the man who had called her. The face looked familiar, but what was his name? She recognized him as a high school classmate, but she couldn't remember his name. She wasn't one for crowds, so she never attended a high school reunion since graduation. When she went back home, she occasionally bumped into one or two people. If she couldn't remember their names, she'd just laugh and call them old classmates, then make an excuse to go shopping and slip away. Although she'd been added to the high school group chat by a friend, she set it to do not disturb and had never paid attention. So, the only people she remembered were the 3 or 5 friends she kept in touch with most often. Bailey, you don't remember my name? The expression on her face was easy to see. But Zhou Hui didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he understood. It's normal not to remember after a decade or so. I'm Zhou Hui. We sat in front of each other in our first year of high school. Your desk mate was Chung Siyun. She had a birthmark on her forehead. Am I remembering correctly? It was a pretty accurate memory. Bailey also remembered him. Chung Siyun had once had a crush on him, but the birthmark, which spread from her forehead to her eyes, made her feel a bit introverted. So, there was no way Zhou Hui knew. Chapter 60. I don't even remember you, but you remember me so clearly. After all these years, you even remember who my desk mate was from my freshman year of high school. What? A secret crush? After greeting each other, Zhou Hui introduced his wife. Then Bailey drove to the front, and they followed, slowly approaching the long line. Hearing his wife's sour words, Zhou Hui chuckled. He raised his hand and pinched her cheek, saying, her uncle was our high school physics teacher. He's a very kind man, and all the students in our class respected him very much. It's Mr. Bai, the teacher I met when I took you around our school last year. Remember? You even praised his handsomeness. Zheng Sujia understood immediately. If someone's family member was their teacher in school, their name would definitely be remembered. She had thought her husband remembered her because she was pretty. But she was indeed very pretty, with her fair skin. At first glance, she looked like she was only about 25 or 26. She bluntly told Zhou Hui, if you hadn't told me she was your classmate, I'd have thought you were a year older. Zhou Hui was speechless. What an exaggeration. In the car ahead, Chi-Chi asked Bailey, Mom, is he really your classmate? Yes, from high school. Then does he know Dad too? Didn't you go to the same school? Yes, they did go to the same school, but Jiang Minglang was a year older than them, so Bailey wasn't sure if they knew each other. However, meeting an old classmate on this seemingly desperate journey was unexpected. But she didn't take it too seriously. After all, they hadn't seen each other in years, and weren't very familiar with each other, so after the greetings, neither of them mentioned whether they wanted to go together. No, it seemed Joey wanted to bring it up, but his wife deflected. Bailey didn't care. The girls were pretty good friends, and she had no plans to join anyone. Approaching the traffic jam, Bailey poked her head out to check. She didn't notice any commotion ahead. Besides the National Highway intersection, there was also an S-shaped fork on the other side, leading to the expressway. Two roads merged into one, and there were a lot of cars on that side, with only one lane available. This led to the current slow and congested situation. At noon, Bailey finally advanced 30 meters in the queue. She scratched her head in frustration. There was no end to the cars ahead, and behind them, besides Joe Huey's family, there were two more cars, one of which belonged to the owner of the hatchback she had hit. "Mom, eat some cherries." Chi-Chi had washed a box of cherries in the yard and put them in a plastic bag. These things couldn't be kept any longer, so they had to be eaten quickly. Mother and son had each enjoyed a large bowl of noodles that morning, and had previously snacked on some biscuits and chicken feet. They weren't hungry at all, so a little fruit was just right. The sweet taste temporarily dispelled Bailey's restlessness. When her teeth bit into the round core, she paused, then spat it out. With a slight push, she channeled her energy into the core. In just 3 minutes, a small sprout had sprouted from the core in her palm. Bailey held it up to Chi-Chi in surprise, son. Before she could utter the words look, whoosh, the small sprout in her palm vanished. Bailey was stunned, then looked up blankly at the little bird, its beak clicking, perched on the back of the chair. Chi-Chi also looked at it, then turned to look at his mother's palm. The cherry core was still there, but it was bare, with nothing on it. He hurriedly defended Xiaofeng. "Don't be angry, Mom. It hasn't had fresh vegetables in a few days, and couldn't resist." Although the little bird's main diet was bird feed, it also ate vegetables and fruit. It wasn't fed every meal, but every 1 or 2 days. Now, it had indeed been a long time since it had been fed. "Why don't you try this?" Chi-Chi said, spitting out the round core he had chewed clean and placing it in his mother's palm. He then took the one with the small sprout that Xiaofeng had eaten. Bailey glared at Xiaofeng angrily and poked its mouth with her index finger. "Greedy." She placed the seedling that grew from this seed in a flower pot. Yes, she had brought a shallow flower pot with her when she left home. She had filled it with garlic cloves, the roots covered with a thin layer of soil. She pulled out a few garlic cloves from the center and placed the cherry seeds sprouting from her palm back in. As a temporary fix, she moved them to the flower bed in the yard when she got home. "Mom, can you help a cherry tree grow?" "I don't know, but I give it a try." Chi-Chi was delighted. He felt that if Mom succeeded, he never lacked cherries again. So, after that, he carefully stored the pits of the cherries he eaten in his bag. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, she moved another 100 meters forward. At 3 o'clock, they finally got on the highway. Whether it was because everyone had become self-aware, or perhaps because they were afraid that the noise would attract the zombies, everyone was surprisingly quiet as they marched through the line. No one spoke. Bailey wondered, had everyone's manner suddenly improved? Mom. After getting on the highway, the car sped up considerably, but before they gone far, Bailey heard Chi-Chi's exclamation. Following her son's gaze, Bailey looked forward, her pupils trembling. "Oh my God! Is this a lion?" Not far ahead, a massive lion crouched on the highway fence, its brown eyes gazing at the passing cars. Its face was calm, yet its gaze hinted at a hint of anxiety. "It's a golden retriever." As they drew closer, Bailey and Chi-Chi simultaneously recognized its true species. Not a lion, but a golden retriever. Having seen Xiao Ai's size change in the neighborhood before, the mother and son were receptive to the similarly enlarged golden retriever. But they were probably the only ones who accepted it. Everyone else kept their car windows closed, trembling with fear as they passed by the golden retriever. They didn't dare make a sound to attract its attention, yet they were eager to get away. No wonder it was so quiet here. No one dared to speak loudly. As their car passed, Chi-Chi saw the golden retriever's intentions and said, "Mom, it seems to be looking for someone." A pet looking for someone. Who else could it be? It could only be its owner. So this big golden retriever, like Xiao Ai, was abandoned by its owner? Oh, so pitiful. After the car passed, Chi-Chi still knelt in the back seat, clinging to the backrest and looking back. He thought these people were truly cruel. Before he adopted his little five, he felt heartbroken when he saw it having diarrhea. When he first raised Fengmao, it accidentally hit the window while flying, knocking off 2 feathers from its wings. He shed a few tears. As long as the friend he had raised didn't go crazy or leave on its own, he would definitely not abandon him. Chapter 61. Because there was only one passable lane on the highway, it had been deliberately cleared to move the car involved in the previous accident and the zombie inside to the side of the road. Thus, the driving speed was not very fast. As dusk fell, some cars turned and headed for the Wuching service area. Of course, there was a gas station nearby, and most of the cars going there were probably going there. Bailey didn't turn, but drove straight ahead past the service area. Looking through the rearview mirror, she saw Joe Huey's car also didn't turn, following closely behind her. The young scout leaned over the car window and said, "Mom, the scammer went to the service area." The man had clearly intended to steal her car. Although Chi-Chi was young, she didn't hide it, and explained the situation to her son in detail. He simply thought she was a woman with a child, and was easy to bully. Chi-Chi remembered her mother's words, and kept glancing behind her all the way. He wanted to do something. He wouldn't let anyone who bullied his mother get away with it. Unfortunately, he'd been in the car the entire time, never finding a suitable opportunity. Now he wasn't going with him. Chi-Chi looked at the service area. As he approached, he vaguely sensed a figure swaying on the second floor, but the dim light made it hard to see clearly. At 10 o'clock in the evening, under the pitch-black night, the long orange line of cars on the highway continued to move slowly. At this hour, unless a car was truly out of gas, no one would get off the highway, even if the service area they were passing seemed quiet and safe. At 11 o'clock, the car ahead stopped. At first, no one got out, everyone stayed in their cars, waiting quietly. But 10 minutes passed, then 20, until almost an hour, and still no one moved. Someone couldn't wait any longer. First, the first person got out, then the second, the third. By then, Chi-Chi was already fast asleep in the back seat, covered in his little blanket. Bailey had already turned off the engine, reclined her seat, and half slouched in it, a blanket draped over her. She closed her eyes, and quickly fell asleep as well. Even if they were driving at a snail's pace, they'd been working all day. How could they not be tired? Sijia, turn off the engine. In the car behind, Joe Hui, upon seeing Bailey's car stall, suggested Zhang Sujia do the same. After all, filling up the tank normally was difficult these days. Although they had already put a tank in the trunk, they still had to save as much as possible. Although Zhang Sujia knew her husband was right, she couldn't help but mutter, "Your classmate is so careless." She turned off the engine after waiting so long. What if something happens, and we don't have time to start it again? With so many cars blocking the way ahead, how could she not have time to start it again? But Joe Hui didn't say it directly, simply saying, maybe she guessed the delay ahead would be long and she wouldn't be able to leave for a while. So she simply turned off the engine and rested. "You should get some sleep too. You're tired after driving all day. I call you if anything happens." She was indeed a little tired, but she couldn't afford to be careless at a time like this. Zhang Sujia thought for a moment and asked Joe Hui, "Should I get out and go check ahead? Someone in the car behind us just got out to check." Joe Hui disagreed. Those who got out were men. "Don't go. Look, Bailey didn't get out. We should just stay in the car and get some rest. We leave once the road ahead is clear." Zhang Sujia agreed and simply listened to her husband, reclining the seat and going to sleep. And in front of them, unknown to them, on the other half of the highway blocked horizontally by 7 or 8 cars, a group of zombies were roaring. The driver of the first car to arrive felt his scalp tingle at the sight of the countless zombies. He wanted to leave, to back away, but the cars behind him were all swarming one after another. Backing away was impossible. The driver of the second car, a tall, bald man, was the first of the cars ahead to get out and investigate. The approaching food made the zombies, blocked by the cars, roar even more excitedly, pressing forward one after another, ramming into the cars, and making a clanging sound. The driver of the first car was terrified. Brother, don't get so close." He couldn't help but open the window a crack, kindly warning the bald man. But the bald man ignored him, and instead jumped onto the roadside railing to peer behind the zombie swarm. This glimpse startled him. The zombies were so numerous that he couldn't even see the end. "Shit!" The bald man cursed, jumped off the guardrail, and returned to his car. He grabbed an iron rod from inside, then asked his wife, who was sitting in the passenger seat, to move to the driver's seat. He whispered to her, "There's no way through here. Wait in the car while I clear the traffic. When you see the traffic back off, follow it. I meet you at the fork in the road." His wife glanced at him, then looked around. Seeing no one else had gotten out of the car, she sighed and nodded, "Okay, be safe." She knew someone had to step forward, otherwise everyone would be stuck here, a dead end. It took the man more than half an hour to reach the fork in the road he had passed before. Only then did the drivers of some cars, unable to see what was happening ahead, dare to get out and move around. One reason was to check the situation, and the other was to get out and move around because they had been sitting for too long. As he passed along, whenever he encountered someone with their car window open asking what was happening up ahead, he would reply, "There are zombies up ahead. It's blocked. We have to turn back." He didn't care if it caused a commotion or not. Once they reached the fork in the road, they had to turn. The bald man had a menacing face, and stood over 1.8 meters tall, his muscular muscles visible through his thin sweatshirt. When he glared at someone, he looked as if he was about to eat them, making it clear he wasn't someone to be trifled with. So when he pointed his iron rod at the car closest to the fork in the road, the driver, no matter how reluctant he was, didn't dare to say a word and obediently turned the steering wheel and drove off the highway. The car behind him wanted to follow, but he refused. He simply directed the car in front to back off and then exit the highway. One by one, he forced almost all the cars in front off the highway, and his wife also pulled up in front of him in their car. The bald man got in his car and stopped trying to maintain order. So the car he had stopped, which had been waiting for over 2 hours, immediately followed and blocked the first car that was backing up. The cars behind it then quickly followed. At 3 in the morning, there was a knock on Bailey's car window. Woof! Xiaowu climbed out of the passenger seat and barked fiercely at the person outside. Zheng Sujie ignored him and continued knocking on the window, mentally sulking, "What a traitor. He's sleeping so soundly at this hour." Bailey rubbed her eyes and sat up, looking at Zheng Sujie bewilderedly. Zheng Sujie wanted to roll her eyes at her, but she held back. She didn't mind her defensive decision to keep the window closed, but simply pointed forward. Bailey turned her head blankly, realizing the car ahead had already driven off, quite a distance away. All she could see were 2 lights on the rear end. She quickly pulled a tissue from the side and wiped her face, then started the car. Having accomplished her goal, Zheng Sujie turned and headed back to her car. But she couldn't help but complain to Zhou Hui, "Your classmate is amazing. She is sleeping soundly under the covers in this situation, even unaware of the barking dogs. Can she safely return home with her children like this?" Before Zhou Hui could say anything, Zheng Sujie asked, "By the way, do you know her husband?" "He's not with her. I guess something happened to him." The last sentence wasn't a question, but an affirmation. After all, at this point, being infected with a zombie or being bitten by one was perfectly normal. Zhou Hui, however, shook his head and said, "It's unlikely anything happened. Her husband, Jiang Minglang, was a senior in the class above us. He had excellent grades back then, and was accepted into a military academy. The two of them rarely see each other, and it's very likely Jiang Minglang wasn't home when the incident happened a few days ago." Zheng Sujie glanced at him. "You know a lot about it." "It's not that I know a lot, but they're both pretty well known in our school. Jiang Minglang had good grades, but in his second year of high school, his mother went to school to find his homeroom teacher and asked him to drop out. I can't quite remember the reason, but Jiang Minglang's homeroom teacher disagreed and took the matter to the dean of studies and the principal, but ultimately, they couldn't get him expelled. His homeroom teacher even applied for a tuition waiver. Later, when he took the college entrance exam, he applied to a military academy that didn't charge tuition. As for Bailey, she was in my class, and after the exam, our class monitor pursued her." "Class monitor? Didn't you say Lao Jia was your class monitor?" Zheng Sujie knew several of Zhou Hui's classmates. Zhou Hui smiled. "Yes, that's him. That boy had a crush on Bailey for 3 years, but because her uncle was our teacher, he never dared confess. You don't know, Bailey's uncle loves her like his own daughter. His eyes are like radar. Any boy who speaks to her for more than a word will be watched for 3 days. Old Jia secretly wrote Bailey countless love letters, but he never dared to hand any of them over. He's truly afraid of teacher Bai." Zheng Sujie, seized on her curiosity, asked, "Why does her uncle love her so much?" It's said that Bailey's father was also a soldier. When she was little, she was often away from home. Although she lived with her grandparents, she was actually raised by teacher Bai. So think about it, raising a niece yourself is just like raising your own daughter, isn't it? Zheng Sujie was surprised again. "Where's her mother? I heard she divorced her father when she was 1. That's quite pitiful. Did her father remarry?" "Zhou, we didn't know about that." Zheng Sujie then turned the question back to old Jia. "Did old Jia date Bailey after the college entrance exam? He was a warm-hearted guy, a graduate of a prestigious university, and now the general manager of a listed company, doing quite well. Of course, he was also good-looking, with a graceful demeanor, delicate skin, and a pretty face. He'd been divorced twice, had 2 sons, and was engaged to his 3rd girlfriend before the outbreak. What the hell? Don't be fooled by old Jia's good looks, but he's a far cry from Jiang Minglang. Bailey never even had a crush on him. I think Bailey never attended class reunions after graduation, most likely because that idiot organized them, and she didn't want to go. Zhou Hui's guess was wrong. No matter who organized it, she wouldn't go. 3 or 4 in the morning is when she's most sleepy. Even though Zheng Sujia had slept for over 2 hours beforehand, it was a light sleep, waking every 10 or 20 minutes. But the gossip about others instantly perked her up. Especially after hearing that Bailey was a military family member, her disapproval of her naturally diminished, and she was tempted to follow her husband's advice and go back home with Bailey. It's a shame I don't know how she and her husband fell in love, otherwise it would have been even more refreshing. Bailey, who was in the front, had no idea that her old classmates behind her were gossiping about her and Jiang Minglang. Just after exiting the highway, the traffic ahead of them got a little commotion. Compared to a simple, one-lane highway, the road ahead was much more complicated. In particular, some areas were jammed with traffic, making it impossible to drive through. The roads that were accessible didn't match their intended route, especially since some routes clearly required detours into the city. They all came from the city, and knew it wasn't easy to leave, especially from a city they weren't familiar with. So no one wanted to go inside. For a moment, the sound of cursing and swearing gradually increased as the car stopped. Bailey rolled the window halfway down and turned to look at the city, which, like Su's city, was dark and without a single ray of light. This was Wuchang. She had just seen the sign on the roadside. She had been there before. Before the new year, when she went back to her hometown, she and Jiang Minglang went to the countryside in Wuchang to visit Zhang Xiaoda's grandmother. "Mom, let's go through. I know the way." Chi-Chi had woken up at some point and climbed out of the back seat, wrapped in her little blanket. She raised her little finger to point Bailey the way. "Turn left here, then turn right at the intersection over there." Without even looking at the map, he simply gave Bailey some directions, adding at the end, "Dad drove by here before, I remember." Bailey was embarrassed. She had no recollection of the matter. But she knew her son was right. The little one truly had his father's sense of direction. Bailey turned the steering wheel, skirted the car in front, and turned left into the city. Zhou Hui, who was behind her, saw her leaving and turned to Zheng Sujia. "Should we go with Bailey? Honestly, staying here would mean we have to wait until daybreak to figure out a way, and there was no guarantee we even make it." So, while he was asking his wife, he actually wanted to leave with Bailey. Whatever the reason, it was naturally better to go with an old classmate. After years of marriage, Zheng Sujia naturally understood his point. She didn't object and followed Bailey into the city. The dark streets were littered with cars with shattered fronts and zombies with heads missing or punctured. The passing headlights were terrifying. "Mom, there's a zombie up ahead." As they passed the 3rd intersection, they could detect a looming figure from a distance. Not only ahead, but also on the side roads to the left and right, they could hear the clattering of anxious footsteps. Bailey stopped the car. Chi-Chi expertly unfolded a small, hefty toy that glowed and sang. Bailey took it, opened the car door, and got out. With a powerful thrust, she threw the humming toy toward the open space to the left. Then she spun around and quickly got back into the car, slamming the door shut. The series of movements was so smooth, so fast and steady, that Zheng Sujia, who was parked behind her and anxiously discussing countermeasures with Zhou Hui, was stunned. Chapter 62. Why didn't Xiaofeng go out and lure the zombies away this time? Because the little bird is sleeping, it's not a good time to disturb it. It exploded. After throwing the toys into the car, Bailey sat quietly inside and waited. Compared to the sound of the car engine, music was, of course, more enticing. After the zombies in front and on both sides were drawn away, a path was cleared, and Bailey took the opportunity to drive forward. Zheng Sujia followed closely behind, her hands gripping the steering wheel so nervously that veins shone. As the car passed, a dozen zombies chased after it. Some of the faster ones even scratched the trunk. The sharp sound of their nails frightened Zhou Hui's children, who hugged each other and trembled. Thankfully, after turning a corner, they got rid of the zombies. It was almost 5 o'clock, and dawn was about to begin. Chi-Chi carefully observed the road signs, and would tell his mother in advance when it was time to turn. However, not every road he remembered was accessible. If some were blocked, he would have to turn and try another. During this time, he had to remember the direction and not get lost. Bailey, the experienced driver, followed her son's instructions completely. She was very obedient, and had no complaints at all. But Zheng Sujia, who was following behind, began to worry as she turned the third corner. Did she even know the road? Why did she feel like she was wandering aimlessly? Was she going back to where she started after turning for a long time? But Zhou Hui, who had a decent sense of direction, saw something was wrong and advised his wife, followed by Li. She should be going the right way, at least in the right direction. What else could Zheng Sujia say? Since she had already followed him, she had no choice but to continue. At first light, she passed an elementary school, and was about to pass it when she was startled by a man who jumped out of a small gate next to the school. Luckily, Bai Li reacted quickly and slammed on the brakes, otherwise the man would have been knocked flying. Before she could even utter that quintessential Chinese saying, she saw the zombies in the school all turning their heads at the slam of her brakes. Damn! The person who was almost hit by the car also jumped and turned to look at her. It was a man in camouflage holding a little girl. In the dim light and the headlights, Bai Li could clearly see the man's face. Chi-Chi also saw him clearly, and couldn't help but blurt out, "Uncle Su?" Bai Li was surprised. Why was Su Bo here? The light was a bit blinding. Su Bo only took a quick glance before hurriedly turning and running towards the parked car in front, child in hand. The zombies in the school chased her out. Bai Li honked her horn, and the zombies chasing Su Bo immediately turned and ran towards her. But just as she reached her car, Zhou Hui and his companion's car behind her beeped twice. The clumsy zombies scurried back again. Bai Li saw Su Bo already in the car, child in hand, and quickly released her foot from the brake. At the same time, Chi-Chi opened another small toy, and threw it with all his might toward the school gate. But he was small and weak, and the toy was light, so instead of aiming for the gate, he only landed on the curb. But that was enough, as long as they could get through. Before Su Bo's car started, Bai Li had already passed him, and was on the way. Zheng Sujia followed behind, her heart racing. The sudden braking had nearly frightened her to death. Fortunately, there was a 7 or 8 meters between the two cars, otherwise she would have crashed into the back of Bai Li's car. But this was right next to her car. Another 10 centimeters would have meant close contact. You don't even know them. Why would you just save them? I'm scared to death. She could understand braking suddenly in an emergency, but why honk to help someone out? Ever since her best friend heard Zhou Hui, she no longer wanted to help others. Whether she knew them or not, she had to think twice before acting. So the beeping sound from his house just now was Zhou Hui's. After all, if Bai Li's car was stuck in traffic, they wouldn't be able to leave. Zheng Sujia understood this, which is why she didn't complain about Zhou Hui. But not complaining about Zhou Hui didn't mean she had no grievances against Bai Li. After leaving the school, Bai Li spotted a gas station on the roadside ahead in the morning light. Chi-Chi reported, "There are no zombies anywhere in sight. It looks safe. Uncle Su's car didn't turn and is still following us." Bai Li wanted to ask Su Bo if Jiang Minglang had come back with him. Entering the gas station, the supermarket was in disarray. Several zombie corpses lay on the ground, the glass doors were smashed, and blood was everywhere on the counters and shelves. She had seen this so often lately that she became numb. Bai Li parked at a gas station, but she had no hope of any gas left. Sure enough, there wasn't any left. Looks like she have to use her gas reserves. Sister-in-law? Soon after Bai Li got out of the car, Su Bo, who was driving behind Zhou Hui's house, drove over. He had intended to thank them, but he didn't expect Bai Li to be the one helping him. Su Bo asked with surprise, "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" "Boss. Didn't you meet Boss?" "Uncle Su, is my dad back?" Chi-Chi also opened the car window and poked his little head out. Without waiting for his mother to say anything, he anxiously asked, "My dad went home to look for us, right?" "Yes, Chi-Chi. I separated from your dad here the afternoon before yesterday. He and your uncle Xiao Zhang went to your house to look for you." But who could have imagined that mother and son would actually show up? Su Bo saw that Chi-Chi was not only safe and sound, but also had the same rosy, tender, and chubby face as before, and his clothes were clean. This was enough to prove that his mother had taken good care of him in the past 10 days, since the apocalypse. On the other hand, his daughter. He turned his head to glance at the skinny and dirty little girl huddled in the passenger seat like a frightened bird, and he felt so distressed that he wanted to slap himself twice. Why had he been so sure her mother could protect her? If it weren't for the eldest child's insistence that he come to look for his daughter, the child would definitely have died at school. Su Bo was thankful that he arrived not too late. He searched from classroom to classroom, and finally found his daughter, who had been hungry for 10 days. She was clever and somehow managed to hide in the dean's office, where she survived for 10 days, relying on 2 bags of biscuits, a bag of tea, and half a bottle of mineral water. The office's window faced the school gate, so she saw Su-bo rushing in. But she didn't recognize her father. She thought he was a kind PLA soldier, so when Su-bo opened the door and went in to look for him, the little girl huddled under the table and whispered, "Uncle, uncle, have you seen my mother?" At the time, Su-bo hadn't been paying attention under the table. He quickly glanced around the office, found no one inside, and was about to turn and leave when he heard these words and paused. He hadn't seen it yet, but his heart sank in pain at those words. When he found his ex-wife's house, she, her current husband, and their son were all safely ensconced inside. His daughter was the only one missing. She said, "There are zombies everywhere outside, and the same goes for their school. She's definitely dead. Even if she were alive, I wouldn't be able to save her. Aren't you awesome? Then go and save her. Get your daughter out." Su-bo was shaking with anger. Without a word, he immediately drove to the school. His cousin, Su-ching, was still in the car with their son. She disagreed, saying a little girl couldn't possibly survive so many days. Going there would be pointless. She'd definitely be dead. Su-bo ignored her. Su-ching, noticing something wasn't right with Su-bo, didn't dare say anything more. Luckily, he didn't give up. Luckily, he went. His daughter hid in the deserted office, staring out the window at the school gate every day, anxiously waiting for her mother to pick her up. Little did she know that they had already given up on her. The boss was right. Why should you give your own child to someone else? Su-bo handed his daughter a piece of chocolate, letting her eat it slowly in the car. Then he got out and briefly explained to Bailey the date they set out and how many days they'd been on the road. Finally, he explained, based on the boss's speed, he must have been home the night before. Without you two, he probably set out overnight to catch up. But it was hard to say when they catch up, or whether they take the same route. Su-bo was right. Jiang Minglang had indeed taken a different path from Bailey. The path they'd taken initially was the same as Bailey's, and they also ended up on the same highway. The difference was that the cars and zombies that had blocked Bailey's way, forcing her to take a detour, had been cleared out by the pig-tailed man and his men, whom she was driving. So when Jiang Minglang arrived, the vehicle had been moved to the side of the road, and some zombie corpses lay there. In short, it was accessible. Eager to pursue his wife, he didn't think twice and just went straight for it. Now, 2 nights and 1 day had passed, and Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda had already surpassed them and were ahead. Of course, Bailey didn't know this. She was still wondering, since Jiang Minglang had left a day later than her, should she slow down and wait for him? There's a storage area inside the gas station. I go in and take a look. Sister-in-law, you and Chi-Chi wait outside. Su-bo hadn't known Bailey had gas in her car, so he wanted to find some for her. Mom, I go in and take a look. Maybe we can find some. After sitting in the car for a whole day and night, Chi-Chi felt like her legs were almost losing their ability to move. After getting out, she jumped several times. Xiaowu excitedly jumped along with him. Xiaofeng hadn't left the car yet, having not yet fully woken up. Go ahead, be careful. Bailey stood at the shattered glass entrance of the supermarket and peered inside. No one was alive, safe. Zheng Sujia also got out of the car and moved to the passenger seat, helping Zhou Hui to the bathroom. Seeing Zhou Hui's legs being lashed, Bailey raised an eyebrow in surprise. She finally understood why this guy hadn't gotten out of the car while his wife was arguing. She also took the opportunity to go to the restroom. Yesterday, she only drank a sip of water and didn't dare to urinate anymore. After all, she couldn't use a bottle like her son did. It was too much suffering. We couldn't take the highway anymore. We better take the side roads next. After returning to the car, Su-bo surprisingly arrived with several cans of gasoline. After filling up Bailey's car, he left a bucket for her. Then he gave one to Zhou Hui and the others, which made Zheng Sujia, who had previously been critical of the rescue, feel rather embarrassed. Mom, I found some towels, tissues, and sanitary napkins. Take them. Chi-Chi ran out of the supermarket with Xiaowu, carrying a large bag of things, and tried to take credit for it to Bailey. Great. Put them in the car. Chi-Chi opened the back door and, sticking her little butt out, stuffed the bags inside. Su-bo explained with genuine admiration, Sister-in-law, you taught Chi-Chi so well. He was holding a knife when he got out of the car, unfazed by the zombie corpses in the supermarket, and even dared to go in and look for things. On the other hand, his cousin's son. Su-bo turned his head and glanced at his own car. It had been parked for quite some time, but neither mother nor son had gotten out. Even just now, when he had carried his daughter into the car, His cousin hadn't said a single word of comfort to the child. He might still be feeling resentful towards his daughter. If it weren't for saving her, they wouldn't have waited so long at the school gate. Although Fanfan's hate was whispered quietly, he still heard it. Su Bo frowned slightly, suddenly reluctant to leave his daughter alone in the car with them, even though she was sitting alone in the passenger seat. Su Bo filled the tank with gas, and put the rest in the trunk. Then, opening the passenger door, he softly said to his daughter, Yu, do you want to get out and walk for a while? Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Even if there is, don't be afraid. Daddy will protect you. Bailey watched Chi-Chi put the things away, and then led Joe Huey's children into the supermarket. He was quite familiar, calling Joe Huey uncle when he greeted him, and was even happier to hear that he knew his father. After Bailey put the gas in the tank and closed the trunk, she turned around, and saw Su Bo getting out of the car with a little girl. Bailey walked over and asked, Is your daughter? Yes, Yu. Call me Auntie. Suyu raised her dirty little face, and whispered hoarsely, Hello, Auntie. Bailey reached up and touched her little head, saying gently, You're so good. Auntie, get you some warm water. Wait. Su Bo had no experience with children. He had only given his daughter chocolate, and a bottle of mineral water, in the car earlier, not realizing she needed hot water given her hoarseness. Of course, even if he had thought of it, there was nothing he could do. He didn't have any hot water. Bailey not only brought over a thermos, but also a carton of milk for Yu. Milk? Mom, I want some milk. I want some. Before Bailey could react, Yu shuddered at the sudden sound of a boy's voice in the car. She quickly stuffed the milk back into Bailey's hands, and threw herself into Su Bo's arms. Her little shoulders trembled violently, as if frightened. This action startled both Su Bo and Bailey. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously looked at Yu in surprise. Her reaction just now was completely subconscious. What could it mean for such a result? It means she's experienced this before, more than once. Su Bo's eyes darkened, and his grip around his daughter clenched into a fist. Su Qing, take care of your son, or I won't mind throwing him out of the car. And don't say any more nonsense to me. You two are not my responsibility. She hadn't meant to say anything harsh, but she truly couldn't stand it any longer. Su Qing hadn't expected her cousin to argue with a child over a carton of milk. Her eyes reddened with anger, and she hugged her son, sobbing, Baby, mommy's incompetent. I can't get you milk. Just bear with it. Chapter 63. Under Su Bo's gentle soothing voice, Yu's mood gradually calmed down, and she drank 3 lidded boxes of warm water in one gulp. This helped her stomach, which had been hungry for days, to relax a little, and she devoured the milk rather voraciously. Su Bo, feeling heartbroken, hurried to the trunk and got her a bag of bread. Su Bo, did you bring your thermos? Yes. He had his own thermos in his backpack, but he hadn't bothered to boil water these days, so he had almost forgotten about it before Bailey asked. Bailey offered him hot water, and he didn't refuse. We were family, so there was no need for politeness. After they finished talking, they were almost done resting. They were looking for seemingly useless daily necessities left behind in the supermarket, especially sanitary napkins. Perhaps because most of the people who went there looking for supplies were men, no one paid much attention to them, so most of them were left behind. But Bailey and Chi-Chi would pick up everything they saw. Chi-Chi knew what a period was. His mother had explained it to him in detail, so he knew it was a necessity for her. To get these things into the car, Bailey unloaded 2 bottles of mineral water, and had Su Bo find some burnable wood and branches at the supermarket and nearby. They simply boiled 2 pots of hot water for their supplies. Although the temperature had risen slightly over the past 2 days, not as cold as before, it was still unbearable to go without hot water. This time, however, Xiaowu didn't help with the fire. Su Bo used a lighter. Xiaowu was a little unhappy about this, but Chi-Chi pinched his open mouth shut, and he whimpered with his round eyes, his whole face a picture of confusion. Chi-Chi always remembered his mother's words. Xiaowu was their trump card. No one except Dad could tell anyone about his fire-breathing ability. I don't know what will happen in the future, but for now, it's a secret. After the water boiled, and was poured into each household's thermos and mug, Xing Sujia hurriedly thanked them. Sighing a bit sheepishly, You actually brought this kettle with you when you go out. You're so well prepared. Of course. But this stainless steel kettle wasn't used very often. It was bought by her father. The old man, nostalgic, always said he wasn't used to electric kettles, so he bought this one when he visited her. Now, she was sincerely grateful to her father. With the hot water, everyone wanted instant noodles. After all, they hadn't had a hot meal in days, and now even a simple bucket of noodles made them miss it so much. It was just getting light. Perhaps this place was a bit remote, with no one around and no zombies nearby, so it would be best to eat before leaving. Bailey generously pulled another bucket of water from her car. It was taking up too much space, so she quickly moved it out so she could put something else. This was what Xiao Fei had helped her put in the car at the beginning. Sister-in-law, I can't keep using your water. You have to keep some. Don't worry, I have more than enough. Water was the biggest thing I filled up in the car before we left. The problem was, none of the water in the car was being used. Whenever Chi-Chi needed water, she just dumped it out, leaving no room for the mineral water. So why keep it? But Su Bo didn't know. He still suggested she keep more, so he only filled a bucket halfway. If it wasn't enough, he used the bottles in his car. Zhou Hui wasn't stingy either, and asked Xing Sujia to bring 2 bottles as well. Bailey had no choice but to share. After finishing their hot instant noodles, both adults and children, contented, got into the car and prepared to leave. This time, Su Bo led the way, taking the same narrow road he'd taken when entering Wuching. The 3 cars successfully exited the city, and were about to go their separate ways, one heading east, the other west. In fact, Su Bo had originally intended to see Bai Li and her son off. He already found his daughter, and his parents were safe in their hometown with their eldest brother. Now, he could be said to have no worries. But the eldest brother hadn't seen his sister-in-law and Chi-Chi yet, so who knows how worried he must be. So he wanted to make sure they were safe. But Su Qing wasn't happy. She wanted to get back home quickly. Just at the gas station, she already learned that Bai Li and Chi-Chi were Captain Zhang's wife and son. They were unexpectedly young and beautiful, and even though Su Qing hated to admit it, this woman was truly capable. She could drive such a large car, and yet, under these circumstances, remain calm and composed, arranging everything with ease. It had to be said that if it weren't for her, none of them would have been able to have a simple meal of hot instant noodles today. On the other hand, last night, when her cousin came into the school in the middle of the night looking for the child, he asked her if she could drive. He meant that after he went in, she would wait in the driver's seat, and when she saw him and the child come out, she would start the car. This way, they could leave efficiently and safely. But she didn't dare to drive. She had her driver's license for years, but she never driven a car, and now she couldn't even figure out the brakes or the accelerator. Although her cousin had only asked her a simple question and didn't say anything, she felt that he must have been disgusted when she said she didn't dare drive. But could she be blamed for that? Her husband had always driven the family car, and he hadn't asked her to practice. Who could have predicted that the world would suddenly end? Su Qing felt wronged. Perhaps she hadn't even noticed she was comparing herself to Bai Li. Of course, she wasn't the only one comparing herself to Bai Li. Xing Sujia was also doing the same. She blamed herself, saying, "Look at how much Bai Li packs when she goes out. Unlike me, I can't think of anything. Our child must be suffering by following me." She had now forgotten her earlier disdain for Bai Li's carelessness on the highway and her reluctance to walk with her. Now, I can't say I'm completely convinced, but I do admire her. Don't underestimate a small kettle. With it, as long as you have water, you can have a comfortable journey home without encountering any danger. Don't worry, Mom. My sister and I won't blame you. Her son, Zhou Jifeng, consoled her. This isn't the first time you've been so forgetful. You just didn't think twice this time. At least you brought the essentials, which is good enough. Xing Sujia, this brat. How dare you say you don't despise me? Chi-Chi, who's 2 years younger than you, knows to give sanitary pads to his mother when he sees them. What about you? You don't even know what brand your mother uses, do you? Zhou Hui and Zhou Jifeng, Zhou Jifeng helplessly said, "It's my fault. Next time we're at the supermarket or something, I definitely help you find sanitary pads. I stock up on them for you." Zhou Hui couldn't help but chuckle. Xing Sujia turned her head and glanced at him. What a joke. You never know what might happen in the future. Stock up a little to be prepared, okay? Okay. I didn't say no, son. Remember this. Stock up on sanitary pads for your mother. I remember. Xing Sujia didn't bother to pay attention to the father and son. She watched Su Bo and Bai Li return to their car after giving their instructions and hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt and got out. She walked up to Bai Li's car window and discussed, "Bai Li, what are your plans? Do you want our 2 families to go together?" Bai Li didn't care. Their hometowns were in the same place, so it wasn't impossible for them to go together. Besides, if they couldn't get along, they could just separate. Xing Sujia continued, "So, do you think we should go ahead or you? I don't know the way, but Zhou Hui has a pretty good sense of direction. As long as we go in the right direction, we get home. Bailey looked back at her son, who was clutching a map, his eyes filled with eagerness. She said to Zhang Sujia, "My sense of direction is pretty good too. Why don't I go ahead? If we don't go the right way, you can honk the horn from behind." "Okay, it's settled then." After parting ways with Bailey and the others, Su Bo drove back home. But before he'd been driving for 10 minutes, he noticed his daughter looking at him frequently. Su Bo kept one hand on the steering wheel and reached over to rub his daughter's head. He asked, "What's wrong, Yu?" Though she hadn't recognized her father at first at school, she eventually did. 2 years ago, her father took her to the amusement park, spent the entire day with her, and bought her tons of stuff, everything she wanted. She remembered all of this. "But," she asked cautiously, "Dad, are you taking me to my grandparents?" "Yes." "Then, what about Mom? Will I ever see her again?" Before Su Bo could formulate a suitable response, Su Qing's son, Fan Fan, in the back seat, interrupted, "Your mom doesn't want you anymore, so why are you still looking for her?" Su Bo's expression suddenly changed. He quickly slammed on the brakes and turned to look at his daughter. A tear welled up in the 8-year-old girl's eyes, but she didn't let it fall. She just looked at her father and asked, choking back tears, "Really?" She really didn't want to believe it. Although her mother was different now, always favoring her uncle's son and always asking her to give in to him. Even if there were 2 cartons of milk at home, she wouldn't drink if her uncle's son didn't give it to her. Her mother said she was the older sister and should give in to him. She gave in, so he still didn't want her. Su Bo wiped the tears from her face with a distressed look. Instead of answering her question directly, he said softly, "Yu, Daddy will always be with you from now on. He will never leave you alone. So can you come with Daddy?" The little girl wasn't stupid. She understood from her father's words. She nodded gently. Su Bo turned back to drive, but his words were a little cold. "Su Qing, watch your mouth and your son. What does a child know?" That's what Su Qing had been mumbling to him. If this wasn't his cousin, and if it weren't for third uncle's sake, he would have thrown them out right now. After not seeing this sister for a few years, she'd become even more outrageous. Elsewhere, Bailey followed her son's instructions, driving steadily along a country road. Despite being in the countryside, it was all asphalt, without a single pothole. The fields on either side were devoid of people or zombies, only fields of wheat waving in the wind, about to ripen. What a shame! Is anyone still harvesting this wheat? Half an hour later, they passed a village. On one side of the asphalt road was the village, on the other, a not-so-high mountain. Bailey, with her keen senses, immediately noticed someone on the mountain, peering down from behind a tree. Bailey sensed at least 3 people. In contrast, the village was completely silent, as if no one had left. Out of caution, Bailey floored the accelerator and sped through the village. Zhang Sujia, behind her, saw her speed up and naturally sped up too. The 2 cars, one in front and one behind, had left the seemingly small village behind them in less than 5 minutes. How strange. Shouldn't life in the village be easier under these circumstances? Why was there no one here? She was starting to worry about her hometown. Her home was on the outskirts of Pingcheng, a town it called, but in reality, a rural village. She wondered what was happening in the village right now. Were her grandparents, her father, and her uncle all alright? She felt a little worried. On the one hand, she worried that if she went too fast, Jiang Minglang wouldn't be able to catch up, but on the other, she was eager to see her family. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Bailey parked the car by a stream. There were rocks and dry branches here, perfect for cooking. After getting out of the car, the 2 families first found a place to relieve themselves. Then Bailey moved a few stones and stacked them in a U shape. She then took out a wok and a bucket of mineral water. This was actually the half-empty bucket that Chi-Chi had filled up while in the car. "Let's make noodles for lunch." With that, she began to work. Zhang Sujia, who had just returned from relieving herself, watched in amazement, speechless. As they were lighting the fire, they saw her dog approach. Bailey had her back to them, and somehow, the firewood under the pot suddenly caught fire. Was the firewood too dry, or was her lighter better? If you look closely, you notice the lighter Bailey had put in her pocket is completely empty. "Mom, there's a lot of shepherd's purse here. Should I dig some?" Bailey turned around and saw Chi-Chi, her knife tucked into her waist, hunched over in the grass about 3 or 4 meters from the stream, holding up a shepherd's purse and smiling at her. "It's so tender. Want to put it in your noodles?" He knew there were no more greens, so nowadays, noodles would just be plain noodles, or with a little salt and sesame oil. It wouldn't taste good, and it wouldn't look good. thinking shepherd's purse as a green vegetable would probably be good. Okay, go ahead and dig it. I give you your bucket. Bailey turned back to the car and pulled out a small plastic bucket with a small shovel from under the back seat. Zhang Sujia, She really doubted she and her son were fleeing like them. Shouldn't a small bucket and shovel like that be used for playing in the sand? Xiaofeng, take your sister and Chi-Chi to pick shepherd's purse. If you don't know what it looks like, ask Chi-Chi. Go quickly. Zhou Hui reacted and quickly called his son and daughter along, then asked Zhang Sujia to look for noodles in the trunk. When they were about to return, they took all the remaining food from home. Remember there was a bag of egg noodles? Bailey stopped him, saying, not this time. I have a box of noodles in the car. More than enough. If you need more later, you can give it to me. It wasn't that she was being generous, she really had a lot. When she and Xiao Fei went to the supermarket together, they didn't take the noodles, so she just loaded them all into the car. Zhang Sujia helped collect firewood for the fire, glancing at the children from time to time. Then she couldn't help but ask Bailey, Chi-Chi actually recognizes shepherd's purse? The key was that she recognized it in the wild. Forget about her sons and daughters. If they threw her into the wild, she might not even be able to find her even after searching for 800 years. When I went back home, my father always took him to the fields. After a while, he became familiar with some of the common wild vegetables. Chapter 64. While the water in the pot boiled, Chi-Chi and Zhou Jifeng and his sister finished digging a bucket full of shepherd's purse. But how do you wash it? Zhang Sujia looked at the still clear stream and asked Bailey, how about I wash it with the stream water first, and then use mineral water? Bailey straightened up, glanced at the gurgling stream, and nodded, okay. Zhang Sujia took the bucket from the children and went to the stream. Chi-Chi blinked, turned around, picked up the empty mineral water bucket by the pot, and got into the car. When he got out, he was sticking his butt out, struggling to drag a bucket of water from the car. Mom, help. Bailey stepped forward to lift the bucket down, glancing down at her son. Including this time, this bucket had been used 3 times. Chi-Chi chuckled and whispered, they won't find out. Bailey had thought about this before. It wouldn't be difficult to keep it a secret. Chi-Chi could just not add the water, or use less. However, that would make life less comfortable for them. So why go together? The main reason she didn't mind going together was because of Jifeng and Jinyu. Children need playmates, and Chi-Chi had a good impression of them. The 3 of them would get along well. Bailey decided to let things take their own course. If asked, she would just brush it off. Even better, she wouldn't ask. So Bailey brought the bucket over and, under Zhang Sujia's distressed gaze, washed the shepherd's purse 3 times. Now was the perfect time to eat shepherd's purse. It was truly tender and fresh. Simply blanching it in boiling water, with a little salt and sesame oil was delicious. If it were wrapped in dough and steamed, it would definitely be even better. So after finishing her noodles, Bailey didn't rush off. She took the children back to digging shepherd's purse. When Zhang Sujia heard her say she was going to make steamed food that evening, she asked with a complicated expression, you even brought a steamer? What kind of steamer? I have a grate. Put water in a wok, place the grate on top, and it'd be steamed in no time. It's impossible for her to bring everything she needed. She only brought a kettle, a small pot for cooking porridge, a wok, and the grate for the wok. Even so, Zhang Sujia was deeply impressed. Chi-Chi, go get another bucket of water. We wash our hair before we go. It's been 3 days since I was out, and my hair is getting greasy. If I didn't have the means, I could endure it, but if I did, why would I? Chi-Chi agreed, picked up the empty bucket, and got back into the car. A moment later, she was back down again, her butt sticking out, dragging the bucket with her. Zhang Sujia hadn't noticed anything unusual, but said distressfully, even if you brought a lot of water, you can't waste it like that, right? Bailey. Zhou Jia, come here and help me. Thinking Zhou Hui wanted to go to the bathroom, she hurried to their car. The passenger door was open, and Zhou Hui put his arm around her shoulders, limping towards a secluded area. He whispered in Zhang Sujia's ear, don't tell Bailey about the water. No matter how many buckets of water the mother and daughter bring out, just pretend you don't know. Zhang Sujia was stunned. What do you mean? You idiot. Didn't you see Chi-Chi carrying the same bucket back and forth? This kid. I'm afraid he let go of the water. After Zhou Hui was injured, he was lucky enough to find a doctor friend he knew well. While he was slapping his leg with a stone, he heard him talk about how, when they escaped from the hospital, one of his colleagues had a lot of water in his hands, and another colleague had become incredibly strong. This doctor friend speculated that the virus might not only turn people into zombies, but might also induce some kind of miraculous superpowers. Of course, the specific transformation would depend on one's body's resistance. Those who couldn't resist would become zombies, while those who could resist would likely remain ordinary people, or perhaps even undergo some kind of abnormal transformation. When his friend told him this, Zheng Sujia was chatting with his wife, so she didn't hear. And throughout their escape, they hadn't encountered anyone with superpowers, at least not overtly. So Zheng Sujia's eyes nearly popped out of her head when Zhou Hui mentioned this. Stay calm, don't show it. Zhou Hui turned her face forward and whispered, for safety's sake, Bailey probably doesn't want others to know about Chi-Chi's special abilities, so just pretend you don't know. No matter how much water he brings, you won't see it. Do you understand? Drinking someone else's boiled water and eating someone else's noodles, how could the secret be kept secret? It must be kept. Zheng Sujia was a man of tact. After her shock wore off, she immediately nodded. Don't worry, I pretend I'm blind and see nothing. After a few seconds, she couldn't help but ask, honey, there are zombies, there are people with supernatural powers. What will this world be like in the future? What will it be like? Who knows? After digging up the shepherd's purse, she washed it clean and packed it in 5 plastic bags. While Bailey was digging up shepherd's purse with the children, Zheng Sujia waited by the kettle. Once the water boiled, she quickly called Bailey. Luckily, she already had a foldable plastic basin similar to the one Bailey had in her car. She had put it there last month when she planned to take the children on a spring outing, but the weather kept them from going. And she forgot to take it out. I wonder if I should thank her for being so forgetful? The shampoo was something the kids had found at the gas station supermarket earlier. Luckily, they had it in the car, otherwise they would have had to wash it dry with water. She felt embarrassed to use Bailey. She was feeding them, so how could she use anything else? The adults and children boiled 2 full pots of water before they finished washing. In the meantime, Chi-Chi brought an empty bucket back to the car to get water. Zheng Sujia, no longer feeling sorry for herself, just used the water without hesitation, pretending she didn't know. After washing their faces and heads, everyone set off again, feeling refreshed. Bailey, when we came here this morning, did you think there was something fishy about that village? Zhou Hui questioned. There's no one in the village, but there is on the mountain, and there are houses on the mountain. You might not have noticed while driving, but there are some tattered clothes halfway up the mountain. They look to me like they're torn. I also saw a half-naked woman running out of a cave, but before she could take 2 steps, a man grabbed her, covered her mouth, and dragged her back. Zheng Sujia's eyes widened in shock. Really? Why didn't I hear you just now? You were driving, and I told you so I wouldn't disturb you. He looked at Bailey, seeing her calm expression, not the slightest bit surprised. He asked, did you see it too? Bailey shook her head. I didn't see the clothes or the woman you mentioned. I only saw a man hiding behind a tree halfway up the mountain. She understood Zhou Hui's meaning. A village like this was most likely controlled by some force, but it hadn't been under control for long, which was why they hadn't dared to stop the car when they came. But if they had known that the 2 cars contained only the child and an injured man and 2 women, they might not have been so lucky. Everyone returned to their cars. Chi-Chi, studying the road and the map, followed the increasingly wide road until they finally reached the national highway. This place was relatively close to the highway, but the intersection was jammed. 7 or 8 cars had collided, all twisted, and there was a large truck among them, completely blocking the road to the highway. Bailey was about to drive over and continue on when Zheng Sujia behind her honked. Bailey pulled over and saw Zheng Sujia approaching. She rolled down the window and asked, what's wrong? Zhou Hui wants to get some gas from those abandoned cars. He knows how to do it. We filled up the tank early in the morning in Wuching. Although we stopped for lunch, picked vegetables, and washed our hair for an hour or 2, we already been driving for most of the day. The tank was half empty, with half still left. Of course, it would be best if we could fill it up. Zhou Hui had Zheng Sujia get a hose from his car and a bucket. While getting gas, the couple tried not to look into their cars, as they were either filled with zombies or corpses. In short, everything was utterly horrible, too much to bear. They quickly filled up their cars, and continued on their way. Because this national highway ran almost parallel to the expressway, and was relatively wide, after an hour and a half, they encountered other vehicles. They ignored them, concentrating on their own. The other person, however, leaned out the window, and kept looking at their 2 cars. Then, perhaps annoyed at their slow speed, a black BMW behind Zheng Sujia, and the others honked its horn furiously. Zhou Hui calmly comforted his wife, drive your own, ignore him. Less than a minute after he finished speaking, the BMW passed them and rushed ahead. Perhaps because they saw a man in their car, they didn't say anything as they passed. But as they passed by Lee's car in front, they rolled down their windows and yelled, "Can you drive? If not, get out of the way. Pull over. Didn't you hear me?" Biley ignored him, as if it were a barking dog, not even slowing down. But the man, assuming she was frightened, yelled even louder, even trying to rush forward and block her car. But before their driver could accelerate, a sudden burst of flames erupted from the car, and the entire vehicle was quickly engulfed in flames. A few heart-wrenching screams rang out, and before the car could stop, the car and its occupants were reduced to ashes. The speed was incredible. The rear window behind Biley opened for 3 seconds before quietly closing again. No one saw it. But the window next to Biley opened silently at that moment. So when stunned Zheng Sujia and Zhou Hui stared at her car, they saw only the window next to Biley was half open. The couple swallowed simultaneously, their hearts pounding. "Zhou Hui, husband, pinch me." Zhou Hui's face turned pale, as he gently pinched Zheng Sujia's arm. "Try harder. Haven't you eaten?" Hiss. "Why are you pinching so hard? Are you trying to strangle me to death?" "Zhou Hui, did we just hit a car?" "Zhou Hui, Drive carefully, don't let Biley get left behind. Who are you looking down on? Don't forget, I got my driver's license before you." Zheng Sujia's forehead was sweating. Undeterred, she returned to the previous topic. "Did that car catch fire?" "Zhou Hui, He nodded firmly. "Yes, it spontaneously combusted. There might be something wrong with the engine. Plus, the temperature is a bit high today." Yes, it was high. It felt like it was at least 15 or 16 degrees Celsius. Zheng Sujia forced a smile that was uglier than tears, wondering whose car would spontaneously combust into a pile of ash in an instant. How terrifying, but why did she feel so safe? "Honey, for the first time, I think it's great that you have classmates." "Zhou Hui, He turned his head to glance at the back seat. Thankfully, the children were asleep, otherwise he would have had to explain the principles of spontaneous combustion to them. In front, and by Lee's car, silence reigned. Chi-Chi, having been taught a lesson for the first time, huddled in the seat, holding Xiu. Beside him lay Tai Dan. His injuries hadn't fully healed, but he could stand up and take a few simple steps, though he was mostly asleep. "Mom, I didn't expect Xiao's fire to be so intense." Both the car and the children were on fire. Biley glanced at her son through the rearview mirror and asked, "Do you regret it?" Chi-Chi bit her lip and remained silent for 2 seconds, then shook her head firmly. "No, who told them to bully Mom? We didn't do anything to them, so why pick on us? So, they deserve to die." The last sentence was noticeably softer. He didn't regret teaching them a lesson, but he was genuinely a little scared. After all, there were 4 or 5 people in the car, and they could all have been burned to death. "You're right, they deserve to die." Biley couldn't let a few scumbags burden her son, so she said firmly, "People like them are a nuisance if they're still around. It's better for them to die." Hearing her mother say this, Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Her chubby hand clutched her heart, whispering, "It was terrifying when I saw the fire burst out just now. My heart was pounding, and it hasn't recovered yet. That's normal, he's only 8 years old, after all. Okay, if you're tired, take a nap. We follow this road from now on. Mom won't get it wrong." At 6 o'clock in the evening, as the sun was about to set, Biley and her group's car was stopped. Someone had set up a checkpoint on the road. Those who wanted to cross had 2 options. One was to go to their base not far away. The other was that if they didn't go, they would have to leave half of the supplies in the car, no matter what they had. This was blatant robbery. There were 2 cars ahead of Biley. She saw that the driver of the first car seemed to have refused both offers, so 7 or 8 thugs rushed up, clubs in hand, and smashed into the car, sending glass shattering. The 3 men in the car were dragged out and beaten, their screams unceasing. Biley narrowed her eyes at the leading thug. Huh? He was an acquaintance. She couldn't understand why she kept running into this gang. Previously, they were on the same road as her, but now they established a base so quickly. She had no interest in figuring out what this base was. She just wanted to get there as quickly as possible and find a safe place to rest before darkness fell. Biley poked her head out the car window. The green ivy in her hand, like an infinitely growing snake, darted forward and smacked the pigtailed man in the face twice, stunning him as he stood by and watched his men beat someone up. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" "Who? Sister?" The thug, startled by this sudden change, stopped beating, but before he could react to what had happened, and why their boss had been hit, he heard their boss call him sister. Bai Li's mouth twitched. Who recognized you as my brother? Chapter 65. Before Bai Li attacked, Zhou Hui and Zheng Sujia were discussing turning back and taking another route. Although Bai Li had a trump card, there were so many people there, they couldn't possibly burn them all. There are too many of them. For safety's sake, let's take another route. Okay, I go get her. Zheng Sujia had already unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door with her left hand, and was about to step out when she suddenly saw Bai Li with one arm resting on the car window, holding a piece of green ivy. That thing was green ivy, right? She knew green ivy was resilient, but she had never known it could be so resilient, growing to over 10 meters in an instant and, seemingly alive, slamming into someone's face. The crisp snapping sound caused Zheng Sujia to retract her foot and slam the car door shut. Zhou Hui was as shocked as his wife. He stared blankly ahead, his eyes wide open, his mind blank. But when he heard the man being beaten call Bai Li's sister, he was bewildered again. Is this Bai Li's brother? Sister, please go easy, sister. Bai Li, she said coldly, don't call me sister. I don't have a brother like you. Also, get out of the way. I need to get through. Sister, please wait. The pigtailed man covered his cheek, stung by the beating, and looked fearfully at the vine in front of him, its head raised like a snake, glaring at him. He said tremblingly, Sister, can we discuss something? No, Bai Li said firmly, glaring at him coldly. Don't think I didn't kill you the last 2 times, and I won't this time either. You should know that if I wanted to kill you, it would be effortless. The young man who had followed the pigtailed man, and was nearly strangled to death by her isn't here. If he were here, Bai Li wouldn't mind giving him a second try. Of course, the others would be the same. As soon as this thought came to her mind, the vines in her hand, like her own thoughts, locked onto the pigtailed man and swiftly wrapped around him, binding him. The others cried out in fear. Brother Pigtailed. Boss. Brother. A brave man raised his knife and moved forward to cut the vines, but before he could get close, another one suddenly appeared, lashing out like a whip and knocking the knife away. You're not afraid of death, are you? Scared, sister, spare me. Lu Luo didn't tie the pigtailed man's neck, leaving him a mouth to speak. Sister, please stop hitting us. We mean no harm. We really don't. I didn't dare. Now he regretted so much why he hadn't thought enough to provoke Bai Li. He thought she'd be a pushover, but she turned out to be a tough nut to crack. Of the 3 men in front, who had been assaulted by the thugs, one of them took advantage of the moment when no one was watching to scramble onto the car, while the other 2 limped to the front and bravely moved the iron fence blocking the car. I didn't know where it came from, but it was quite heavy. One of the thugs noticed their movements and wanted to intervene, but looking at the man with the pigtail, he didn't dare move. After moving, the 2 men glanced nervously at Bai Li, waited for their car to approach, then quickly got in and left. The car in front of Bai Li did the same. Sister, there's a hot spring resort up ahead. It's now our base. I sincerely invite you. Get out. Bai Li impatiently stepped on the accelerator before he could finish, only retracting one vine. The other, with its pigtail tied around it, was still in her hand as the car sped off. Mom, give it to me. Ah. As Chi-Chi took the green ivy, a scream rang out. Perhaps because Bai Li had forced it to grow, this green ivy looked very different from the ones you usually grow at home. Not only was it a luminous green, but its roots and leaves were thick and large, and it was also incredibly strong, stronger than hemp rope. She could easily break it herself, but she didn't know that the last time they tied up the young man, it took them over an hour to cut and discard all the vines. It was quite a struggle. Now, pulling the pigtail against the ground, it was impossible to break it without Bai Li's intervention. For example, a thug ran so fast that he raised his knife to chop it, but there was not even a sound. The knife seemed to hit cotton and bounce back, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Bai Li's eyes widened in surprise as she watched this scene through the rearview mirror. Chi-Chi clutched the vine, her face tense, pulling tightly. Zheng Sujia, following behind, was terrified. She was truly afraid the pigtail would get caught under her car. Zhou Hui had regained his composure by this point. He said to Zheng Sujia, "Don't be afraid. Just run over it, it's okay." "It's okay," Zheng Sujia told herself, but she was still afraid. Thankfully, her driving skills were excellent, so even though she dodged left and right, she managed to stay close behind Bai Li's car, not falling behind at all. After dragging the car for about 3 kilometers, the pigtailed man fainted, and the thugs chasing him gradually disappeared. Bai Li finally reached out to Chi-Chi and, with a single glance, severed the pigtail. The pigtailed man rolled twice, lying across the road. Bailey casually set the piece of green radish aside. Isn't it easy to break? Bailey was surprised. She hadn't dared to attack unleashed before because she was afraid the plant was too fragile and would break easily. Even if she exhausted all her supernatural powers, she wouldn't be able to deal with a few people, and wouldn't she and her child be in danger? That was why she was so cautious. But now, it doesn't seem that way. I have to study this more carefully when I have time. Zheng Sujia, who was behind, turned the steering wheel to avoid the pigtailed man as he rolled. Run him over. She still couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. Until she was in dire straits, she couldn't bring herself to kill a living person. However, Bailey remembered that less than half a minute after she had shaken off the pigtailed man, several cars appeared in the rearview mirror. 1, 2, 3, 4. Her face darkened. She hadn't expected so many cars to arrive at once. During the standoff, she saw one of the thugs run away and guessed he was trying to get help. But at the time, they were quite far away, and she was busy keeping the pigtailed man busy, so she didn't bother to stop him. That's why she was so anxious to leave. Of course, if no one had called for help, she wouldn't have stayed there for too long. She just didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Chi-Chi, fasten your seatbelt. At his mother's command, Jiangqi immediately sat down, buckling his seatbelt properly. Xiaowu and Taidan lay beside him, and Feng Bao jumped from the back of the seat to the passenger seat. Bailey floored the accelerator and honked the horn, signaling Zheng Sujia to speed up. Zheng Sujia honked the horn in response. While not luxury cars, the two cars weren't bad either. Their performance, quality, and speed were all above average. As they picked up speed, they quickly left the 4 cars behind them behind. Damn! Are you going to be reincarnated so fast? The young man behind the wheel asked tremblingly, then, Brother, should we still chase them? Their leader was stunned and tied up. It was obvious that the older woman wasn't buying their plans. She wouldn't go to their base, let alone join them. Scarcity makes things valuable. They had come to join the forces at the hot spring villa. Because of their leader's water-based abilities, they were welcomed and respected. There was also a water-based person in the villa, an earth-based person, and 2 strongmen, a total of 4 abilities. No wood-based people. So, their leader started talking about a woman he met on the road, who had a very strong wood-based ability. This intrigued the leader of the group, who told him to see if he could see her during the interception. If he did, he must bring her to the villa. A formidable, unprecedented wood-type psychic, and a beautiful woman at that. The leader desperately wanted to meet her, and even more so, to keep her. Of course, if she did, she'd have to stay even if she didn't want to. The young man initially thought their boss was courting death. Although the wood type was a woman, her methods and ruthlessness were no less than a man's. Then he thought, if we were to run into her again, do you know where she'd be going? She probably wouldn't even be going down that road. But who could have imagined that by chance, this sister actually did go down that road? Her temper remained the same, abruptly striking out at the slightest disagreement, and leaving without even a moment's delay. Chase! I don't believe I can't catch up to a little girl. Drive faster. Stop acting like you're hungry. This man was the younger brother of the head of the villa, and the young man couldn't afford to offend him. So, even though her heart was reluctant, her body obeyed his command, driving the SUV like a sports car. But Bailey and the others didn't relax either, accelerating. Mom, turn left. Turn right. When the national highway was about to deviate from the direction of their hometown, and the highway couldn't be taken, Chi-Chi had to ask her mother to take the side road. Because they were being pursued, they couldn't care less. As long as there was a way, and the direction was right, they kept driving. Thus, along the narrow country road, which could only accommodate 1 car, they gradually approached a village, and were clearly going through it. It was already 7:30 p.m., and the sky had fallen completely dark. Bailey turned on her high beams, illuminating the clear road ahead. She slowed down slightly, watching the road carefully, and keeping a vigilant eye on both sides of the rural road. Not far away, the sound of barking dogs and lights indicated the presence of people in the village. Not only people, but quite a few. The moment Bailey's high beams flickered on, the village patrol noticed her car. A whistle blew, and a team of about 20 people immediately rushed to the village entrance. Captain, who are they? I don't know. Both cars look nice and large. I'm sure they're packed with stuff. Intercept them? Dare to travel at night? What if they're tough? Even tougher than us? Then intercept? Intercept. Wait. What's going on? It seems there are more than 2 cars. There are 4 more cars following behind. Is this a convoy? Could they be from a different group? Although there's some distance between them, they passed us one after the other at this time, so they're probably traveling together. It's very likely. They were in such close pursuit. I guess those 4 cars stopped to pee, which gave them some distance. So what do we do now? Intercept them? 2 cars can't hold many people, but 6 can't. What if they have guns? Forget it, let them go. We won't stop them. What a shame. We have cars in our village, but they're not as good and out of gas. Sigh, I haven't driven a car in a week. It's nothing if I haven't driven a car, Shut up. A group of people hid in the second-story building of the brigade headquarters at the entrance of the village, watching Bai Li and Zhang Sujia's car pass by, and then a moment later, the 4 cars behind them. After they all passed, the village immediately fell into darkness again, as if the bright light just now was just a dream. Yes, they were following closely. It seems they are really in the same group. It's better to be cautious than to be safe. We're right to be cautious. Alright, keep 10 people on patrol duty, and everyone else can disperse. Elsewhere, shortly after Bai Li and her companions passed through the village, they entered a slightly wider road. Zhou Jifeng woke up, watching the car approaching from behind, and asked his father, "Can I throw the bottle out?" Before Zhou Hui nodded, Zhang Sujia asked, "What bottle?" She hadn't understood her son's meaning at all. But Zhou Hui understood. He smiled and said, "Urine bottle." It was easy for a little boy to relieve himself. He could just grab an empty bottle. Chi-Chi did the same. Because of his sister, Zhou Jifeng rarely relieved himself in the car this way. But this morning, he had been so comfortable, and with the delicious warm water, he drank a bit more. He'd taken advantage of his sister's sleep to relieve himself with the bottle. Zhou Hui instructed his son, "Throw it right." Chi-Chi wanted to do the same too. He had so many urine bottles. But there was no way. Uncle Zhou's family was following behind. Zhou Jifeng opened the rear window, unscrewed the lid of the urine bottle, and swung it at the windshield of the car behind him. With a loud bang, the mineral water bottle hit the windshield, and the lid came loose, splattering yellow urine all over the front of the car. The young driver's hand trembled with fear, and the steering wheel swayed to the side. He reflexively released the accelerator and stepped on the brake. But before he could stop, the car behind him slammed into him, followed by the third. Only the driver of the 4th car reacted quickly, stopping just 5 centimeters from the rear of the 3rd car. The clatter of wheels against the road and the crash of impact from sudden braking suddenly stood out in the silent, dark night. What they didn't know was that in the darkness, beyond the reach of the headlights, pairs of blue, red, and green eyes gradually approached them. "How do you drive?" In the first car, the man in the passenger seat slapped the young man twice, then unbuckled his seatbelt and got out, cursing. The front of the second car was smoldering from the impact, clearly undrivable. The third car wasn't much better. The man in the passenger seat saw this, and became even more furious, pointing and cursing at the others. With a sullen face, he walked towards the 4th car. However, he had only taken a few steps when a furry mass suddenly swooped onto his shoulder. "Ah!" A scream echoed through the night sky. Chapter 66. Chi-Chi, did you hear anything? Even though Bai Li slowed down, she had already left the 4 cars behind her in a matter of seconds. So, only a few faint screams could be heard, and it was unclear whether they were from the gang. Chi-Chi, fearing his mother would take the wrong road, kept a nervous eye on the road ahead, occasionally glancing down at the map. So, he didn't know that the car behind him had crashed because Zhou Jifeng had thrown a bottle of his own urine. As for the screams, it's like being bitten by a zombie. Maybe some zombies are attacking the survivors somewhere. Bai Li thought so too. After a few minutes, seeing that there were still no cars chasing them, Bai Li knew that the gang had given up. Or perhaps, they had been forced to give up after the series of collisions. She slowed down a bit more and said to Chi-Chi, "Look carefully on both sides. Are there any uninhabited yards or something? We can spend the night there." "Okay, Mom." Traveling at night is dangerous in every way. An hour later, Bai Li discovered a small, abandoned factory. She parked her car by the roadside, got out, and shared her thoughts with Zhang Sujia, who was walking over. Zhang Sujia had no objections. With flashlights in hand, they entered the factory, its gates wide open. They had listened intently in the car. There were no zombies, and seemingly no one else. It was a small computer keyboard assembly plant. Shining the flashlight over it, they could see only 2 production lines. It must have been operating normally during the outbreak, as the production lines and long tables were covered in dark bloodstains, and even severed limbs, clearly a scene of hellish carnage. Zhang Sujia swallowed fearfully and whispered to Bai Li, Are we really going to spend the night here? Bailey thought for a moment and said, even if we find a place to stay further ahead, do you think it'd be any better than here? Where aren't there corpses now? It's safer to have only corpses and no living people. Just like before at home, someone had taped a sounding device to their door while they were sleeping peacefully. And wasn't the person who had been chasing them just now also a human? Zheng Sujia thought about it and agreed. She might not have many bright spots, but she did have one good thing. She listened to advice. In everyday life, no matter the big or small, as long as Zhou Hui's advice made sense, she would listen to him. So the two of them pulled down the shutter door of the assembly shop, returned to the car, and drove into the factory, one in front and one behind. Finally, they closed the large iron gate and locked it from the inside. Then Bailey pulled a piece of green ivy from her pocket. Just like before, green vines and leaves covered the bottom, the crack in the door, and all the way up. In the light of the car headlights, it looked like a guard guarding the gate. As she did this, Zheng Sujia stood nearby, her mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. But in the end, she didn't ask any questions. Trying to act nonchalant, she returned to the car, told the children to eat and drink, then relieve themselves, and then get in the car to sleep. Chi-Chi did the same, but he and his mother took an extra step, brushing their teeth before bed. At the same time, a car was swaying from side to side, sprinting away in panic. Brother. They didn't catch up, they didn't catch up. Steady, steady, if you keep driving like this, we both die. The cement road wasn't wide, and if it kept swaying, the car would definitely end up in a ditch. The pale-faced young man in the passenger seat tried to calmly comfort his companions. Tonight, out of 4 cars and 17 people, only the 2 of them were still alive. The young man was the thug Bailey had tied up and nearly strangled. He looked to be in his early 20s, tall and thin. His skin, once dark, was now completely pale. Scared, his name was Izay. He had originally learned barbering from the man with the pigtails. After the apocalypse, the few who had managed to survive their modest barbershop gathered together, hoping to make a name for themselves. Faced with the zombies, which everyone feared, they were fearless and daring enough to kill and chop. With a boss possessing superpowers, they considered themselves powerful and wanted to rise to power. But no matter what, he didn't want to provoke Bailey. When he was forced to chase after her, he was actually quite scared. But there was nothing he could do. No one listened to him. They all thought she was just a woman. No matter how powerful she was, how could she really be? How could she possibly kill a dozen of them at once? Because he was forced to chase Bailey, he deliberately slammed on the brakes when the bottle was thrown. Unexpectedly, the idiot behind him followed too closely, and actually crashed the car. Even more unexpectedly, they would encounter a group of mutant animals, cats, rats, and snakes, each with red eyes, attacking them desperately. Mutated, definitely mutated. People have superpowers nowadays, so what's so strange about animals mutating? It's just that they were unlucky to encounter such a situation when they were so unprepared. If he hadn't reacted quickly, rushed to the 4th car, and urged the driver, who hadn't gotten out yet, to get going, they would have been completely wiped out today, without a trace left. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you never have imagined the sight of those animals attacking them. A rat would slither through your clothes from your neck, and by the time you panicked and untied your clothes to catch it, it already gnawed a hole in your stomach and burrowed inside, devouring it whole. A kitten, its jaws wide open, could rip half a person's head off in one gulp. And then, there were snakes. These animals, once considered natural enemies, now united to attack humans. So it's no wonder they were so frightened. Zay. Lu Lipeng stuttered as he drove hard. You just got here, but you might not know, but our boss and his younger brother have a very good relationship. But today? So many people came out today, including his younger brother, and we're the only ones alive. Zay understood. Lu Lipeng meant that going back would be a dead end. He turned his head and glanced at the road. Because they were so frightened during their escape, they reversed the car and ran without a care in the world. So, they didn't go back the way they came, and he had no idea where they were now. Perfect, no need to go back. A silent night followed. The next morning, just before dawn, Bailey was awakened by Zheng Sujia, who had gotten off the bus to relieve herself. Without opening her eyes, she pulled the blanket tighter around her, then unconsciously stroked the furry creature in her arms with her left hand. After stroking, her hand paused. This feeling wasn't Xiaowu's. Bailey opened her eyes, and was met with a pair of moist, rust-colored eyes. Hey, when did this little thing get into her arms? Tiedon's external injuries had long since healed, but his more serious injuries were internal. If Doctor. And we're here, Surgery would probably be enough to heal him. Now we can only slowly caress it, relying on its own healing abilities. She raised her hand to stroke its little head, then touched the horn sprouting from its forehead. It was about 5 or 6 centimeters long, thin, and glowed silvery white. It looked very pretty. I wonder what its function is, or if it just grew randomly due to a mutation. After raising it for more than 10 days, Tai-En has become very close to them. Are you hungry? Seeing it licking her hand repeatedly, Bailey sat up and placed it on her lap. She glanced back at Chi-Chi, who was still sleeping soundly while holding Xiaowu, and whispered to Tai-En, "You have internal injuries. You need something warm. Wait, I make you some dumpling soup and add an egg." Tai-En seemed to understand her words, laughing at her with his mouth wide open. She put on her coat and opened the car door. As soon as she got out, she could tell the temperature had risen again. Bailey found a spot for Tai-En to relieve himself while she went to the bathroom. Then she washed her face and brushed her teeth, then brought over a few rocks and set up the pot. Just as she turned back to look for firewood, Xingsujia arrived with a bundle. "There's a pile of wood behind the kitchen over there. It's probably leftovers from something. It looks dry and should burn well. Use it first, and I go get some more." The couple was very understanding. They were all working together as a team. If they didn't work, how could they still have the dignity to do what they wanted? It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Although Zhou knew it wouldn't heal quickly, he was still anxious. He was the only man in the two families, and he was a useless fellow. How could he not be anxious? Xiaowu jumped out of the car and ran to Bailey to help her build a fire. As Xiaowu slid open the car door and stepped out, Fenbao also soared out, soaring high into the air. Xiaowu glanced up, then ignored him, wagging his tail and running to Bailey. A red light, only the size of a fingernail, erupted from Xiaowu's mouth and, upon encountering the wood, transformed into a flame. Amazing! Xiaowu's fire was certainly different from ordinary fire, but she had yet to figure out how to control it, and what made it so special. For example, right now, the flames were blazing, and the wood was crackling. It seemed like a simple burn, nothing special. But yesterday, the entire car was reduced to ash. What kind of fire could be so powerful? "Bailey," Zhou said, "if we continue down this road, we reach Ningxing." After Ningxing, there were only 400 kilometers left to Pingcheng. So they traveled 300 kilometers in 3 days? At the same time, Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaodao were about to pass through Ningxing, following the spacious national highway in the new district. However, when he accidentally caught sight of the words Ningxing University on the road sign, his eyes paused, and then, without hesitation, he turned the steering wheel and headed for the new district's university town. "Huh? Where are we going?" Zhang Xiaodao sensed something was amiss and glanced at the direction he was heading. He reminded Jiang Minglang, "Boss, that's the university town up ahead." After the virus outbreak, the once desired paradise of the human world has become one of the most contagious zombie hotspots. There's no way around it. There are so many people, they're easily infected, and they bite so hard. Jiang Minglang was aware of this, but he still had to go. It's just that he hadn't been there before. But since he had to go and see it. "Your sister-in-law's younger brother is studying at Ningxing University. I go see if I can find him." Bai Yang is Bai Li's second uncle's son, but since they are the only 2 children in the family, they've been very close since childhood. Not to mention, Bai Li was raised by her second uncle. Although they are uncle and nephew, they are more like father and daughter. So if Bai Yang is still here, he'd take him away no matter what. This is the new campus of Ningxing University. The road in front of the entrance is new and wide. Bai Yang spent his freshman year at the old campus, and only moved here when school started last September. During National Day, the 3 of them were passing through here on their way back to their hometown. They stopped by to visit the new campus, and then took Bai Yang back home with them. Back then, the weather was beautiful, and the campus was beautiful. But now, the 2 of them were still some distance away from the gate. From a distance, they could see the dense crowd of screaming zombies at the entrance. Something seemed to have angered them, and they were howling and banging against the iron gate. Not only outside, but inside too. And the zombies inside were pounding on the iron gate. Jiang Minglang quietly parked the car far away and, along with Zhang Xiaodao, frowned as they analyzed the situation. "They're all pounding on the gate. Is there something on it?" They were completely surrounded, so they couldn't see clearly. But with the gate blocked like this, getting in wasn't impossible, but it would definitely be difficult. Can you dig a big hole?" "Boss, there must be at least 500 or 600 zombies here." "How big a hole do you want me to make?" Because every new skill he learned was forced upon him by the boss, Zhang Xiaoda had become accustomed to his whimsical ideas. What he wasn't used to was the unpleasant itching sensation of overdrawing his superpowers. Under the gate, make it as big as possible, and preferably cover it up. Zhang Xiaoda, What had he done to anyone? Why had he mutated into an earth type? It would have been much better to have an offensive metal type like the boss. Hurry up, I don't want to stay here too long. To maximize Zhang Xiaoda's superpowers, Jiang Minglang slowly approached the gate a few hundred meters further, finally stopping about 50 meters away. They were already very close. After all, there were a lot of zombies. Boom! With a loud bang, the zombies suddenly seemed to lose their support and vanished. No, not vanish, but their feet collapsed, and a large pit appeared, covering the gate, pulling all 500 or 600 zombies inside and outside to the bottom. Are you okay? Zhang Xiaoda's face was pale, his whole body trembling, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. Jiang Minglang disagreed. I said, you can do it as big as you can. It's within your capabilities. Who told you to overdraw so much? It's okay. Boss, come on in. I need to get some sleep. With that, Zhang Xiaoda leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Jiang Minglang said nothing more, taking a bag of food from the back seat and placing it next to him. Because the new campus is so impressive, besides the main gate, the smaller gates are wide enough for a car to pass through. Jiang Minglang waved at the side gate, and the entire iron gate swung open with a snap. He arrived by chance. After walking around the campus for a while, he unexpectedly spotted 7 or 8 students climbing atop a wall in a corner. They probably knew they couldn't get out through the main gate, so they were trying to escape this way. There were several students, both boys and girls. When Jiang Minglang drove over, 5 of them had already climbed the wall and were bending over, clumsily pulling down the girls below. He peeked over to see a boy in a beige sweatshirt grabbing a girl's hand and pulling her up, snuggling into his arms. Jiang Minglang leaned over and called out, "Bai Yang." Chapter 67. From the moment he entered the campus, Jiang Minglang made his way inside, killing scattered zombies along the way. He always carried a dagger, having been with him for over a decade, and it was incredibly sharp. He was especially good at slicing through a zombie's head. With a simple pop, a thin cut was left on the neck, and the head silently moved on. He had a good memory. When he had come to campus with Bai Yang before, he had heard him describe several places he often visited: the teaching building where he attended classes, the library, the laboratory, the cafeteria. He drove around following his memory, and finally spotted a few people in a secluded corner behind the library. The car was parked beside the library. He had gotten out and walked over after hearing the noise. Zhang Xiaoda leaned against the passenger seat, having fallen asleep from overdrawing his supernatural powers. Among the 7 or 8 college students, he immediately spotted Bai Yang, wearing a beige sweatshirt. The boy had a very long face and looked a good deal like his sister. Whenever they were together, people would mistake them for siblings. Jiang Minglang raised an eyebrow as he watched the girl throw herself into Bai Yang's arms. The girl wasn't unsteady, she was doing it on purpose. Captain Jiang then unceremoniously called out his brother-in-law's name. Hearing the familiar voice, Bai Yang looked up suddenly. When he saw Jiang Minglang, whether out of guilt or some other reason, he pushed the girl aside without mercy. The suddenness of his move caused the girl to scream and nearly fall off the wall. Thankfully, the boy reacted quickly and caught her steady. Once she was firmly seated, he let go as if it were too hot to hold. The girl growled at him with a resentful look in her eyes. Bai Yang. But Bai Yang couldn't care less about her now. He lifted his long legs, draped over the wall, and with a swish, leaped down from the top. He finally climbed. His legs gave way as he landed, nearly sending him sprawling. He felt a pang of frustration. He was going to be looked down upon by his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. As expected, Jiang Minglang looked his thinner brother-in-law up and down with disdain. Didn't you eat? Bai Yang grumbled. No. Jiang Minglang, He was even more furious. He usually seemed quite clever, and if he weren't smart, he wouldn't have been able to get into Ningxing's top university. How could something happen that left him unable to even afford food? Bai Yang felt even more aggrieved. His classmates were hiding together, and he was always the first to go out looking for food. But after finding it, the selfless class monitor told the boys to behave themselves and follow the girls. He also said they couldn't eat all the food at once, they had to save some for later. This meant that young Bai Yang never had enough to eat. He had enough. Today, he planned to escape by climbing over the wall with his roommate, but their idiot monitor accidentally overheard them and called everyone along. There were 32 people in their class, and now only 9 of them were known to be alive. Since we were classmates, we should just go together. Bai Yong figured he'd find a way to separate from them once he got out of school. His family wasn't in the same direction as theirs, so escaping school and going back to their own homes wasn't normal. Who could have imagined that before he even got out, he encountered such a surprise? His brother-in-law came to his rescue. Brother-in-law, my sister? Bai Yong. Bai Yong was about to ask about Jiang Minglang's sister and Chi-Chi, but was interrupted before he could finish. It was He Ningju, the classmate he had just pulled up the wall, the most beautiful girl in their class. She was very upset that Bai Yong had pulled her up the wall and left her there while he ran off alone. She gritted her teeth and called out to him, "Come and pick me up." But Bai Yong didn't move. He said to his classmates with a calm expression, "We already climbed up, so don't waste it. Go ahead and escape as planned. As for me, just leave me alone." It was great to finally get rid of these burdens. Yes, in Bai Yang's eyes, his classmates were a burden. On the day the apocalypse arrived, they happened to be taking an elective class in a large classroom, with students from several classes gathered together, so it was quite crowded. So when the professor and 3 students in the first, third, and 6th rows were the first to transform into zombies, the entire classroom immediately went into chaos. Blood splattered everywhere, and the screams that followed only spurred the zombies to attack and bite even more frantically. Bai Yong sat in the corner of the last row. After the shock, he reacted quickly, grabbing his roommate and fleeing toward the back door. However, He Ningju, who sat in front of him, screamed, his voice piercing his skull. To make matters worse, He Ningju grabbed his shirt. "Shut up, shut up." Unable to bear it any longer, he slapped He Ningju, but it was too late. 2 zombies, closer to the back row, lunged at him with their teeth bared. Those 2 were his basketball teammates from the day before, from different departments and classes. Seeing his former teammates reduced to this state, Bai Yong felt deeply hurt. But he had no time for regret. Helplessly, he grabbed the class beauty, who wouldn't let go of his shirt, and fled with her. Kicking and dodging, they were almost at the back door when the class monitor yelled from the front row, "Bai Yong, save me." He quickly kicked his roommate, who had turned back in shock, in the butt and kicked him out of the classroom. Then, dragging He Ningju with him, he ran out without looking back. He had always thought their class monitor was quite stupid, and in this critical moment, it was fully revealed. He was in the front row, and he had already run to the back door. He was asked to run through the entire classroom to save him. "Who do you think you are? My sister?" After they ran out of the classroom, they were thankfully clear of the hallway. From what they could hear, they could still hear people thrashing around in the classroom. The school building had become a hell. The 3 of them panicked and ran downstairs. They had only run up 2 floors, before reaching the ground floor, when they saw through the corridor window that the campus was already filled with zombies biting people. The screams were getting louder and louder. Seeing the campus had become a dangerous place, the 3 of them had no choice but to run further into the hallway. They finally realized their classroom was the safest place, as it was deserted. I thought the class monitor was dead, but he was surprisingly lucky. 10 minutes later, he brought a few classmates to the classroom. As soon as he saw Bai Yong, he burst into a barrage of curses. "Didn't you hear me calling you?" Before Bai Yong could say anything, He Ningju jumped in to defend him. "Dang Bo, are you crazy? Bai Yong and I are at the back door, and you're in the front row. You want him to save you? You might as well just let him die." "That's right, you're still scolding Bai Yong. Even if he wanted to save you, would he be able to?" His roommate Dong Zimo also spoke up for him. Bai Yong ignored him completely. This guy was seriously ill. Arguing with him made him look like a fool. But he had no idea that he would be stuck with this fool for the next 10 days. The snacks and half a bottle of mineral water they found in the desk holes in the classroom helped them get through the first 2 days. These were also the 2 days they quietly waited for rescue. On the 3rd day, dizzy and dazed from hunger, Bai Yong realized there might be no rescue. During this time, he'd been carefully observing the outside from the window. Some students tried to leave the building and run back to the dorms, but they were often surrounded by zombies, and became zombies themselves. This was the scene they witnessed most often in the past 2 days, leaving everyone with a shadow of fear, and making them even more afraid to leave. "But if we don't leave, we die just as fast, starving to death." So Bai Yong discussed with Dong Zimo, "The 5th canteen is closest to our physics building. Let's go quietly. Without making any noise, they won't notice." Dong Zimo trusted Bai Yong very much and nodded. "Okay, we do whatever you say." Deng Bo disagreed. It's at least 500 meters from here to the 5th canteen, and that's a straight line. If you want to get around the zombies, it's even farther. Bai Yang, don't give me such bad advice. You're going to hurt Dong Zimo. Bai Yang rolled his eyes. So what? Staying here is safe, but what about starving? The key is, they've been eating, drinking, and defecating in the classroom for the past 2 days. It's okay for the boys, but the 3 girls. The restroom was at the end of the corridor, outside the classroom. Bai Yang figured if they were quiet and brave enough, they could go there to relieve themselves. But no one except Dong Zimo would listen, forcing him to open the door. Even He Ningju, whom he had rescued, was afraid to go out. Afraid of going out, but not afraid of embarrassment. Really amazing. It's only been 2 days, but Bai Yang can't stand it anymore. So this time, he wouldn't listen to Ding Bo no matter what. He had to get out. He had to get out. As they were arguing at the door, they accidentally knocked over a desk, and the noise attracted zombies from the hallway outside. The students in the classroom froze in fear. One girl even cried, clutching her hands as she left. Bai Yang was speechless. It's been 2 days, and they're still just children? Still can't adapt. He rolled his eyes, and while the others stood still by the door, he grabbed Dong Zimo and ran towards the back door with the speed of a monkey, trying to keep his footing as light as possible. When Dong Zimo got close, while the others were still stunned, he quickly opened the door, yanked it open, and ran out. Zombies chased them, but when Bai Yang and Dong Zimo leaped down the stairs, they saw that the zombies chasing them had all stumbled and fallen, forming a pile of tentacles. But he didn't come back. He rushed all the way to the cafeteria with Dong Zimo in tow. However, they ultimately couldn't enter the cafeteria because before they even got close, they saw a swarm of zombies inside. Bai Yang acted decisively and dragged Dong Zimo around a corner to the canteen, picking up 2 backpacks along the way. But to his surprise, the canteen had been nearly completely ransacked, with little edible food left. What did this mean? It meant a lot of people had come looking for food in the past few days. Look, why aren't they afraid? How dare they come looking for food? What a bunch of cowards. He and Dong Zimo stuffed everything they could still eat into their backpacks, even the chewing gum. But to his surprise, just as they were about to leave, Ding Bo, He Ningju, and the others chased them. Even worse, they were followed by a swarm of zombies. Bai Yang, how could you do this? How could you leave me behind? He Ningju grabbed Bai Yang's clothes and started accusing him as soon as he entered the canteen, leaving him speechless. Then, he quickly jumped up, closed the glass door, locked it, and quickly pulled the curtain shut. The zombies banged against the glass door, causing the few who entered later to turn pale and shut up. For the next few days, the 9 of them huddled together in the canteen. It was better than the classroom because there was a bathroom, and in the small storage room inside, there was still a box of instant noodles and 2 boxes of mineral water. Ding Bo self-righteously gathered all the food and water together, and in a gentlemanly manner, he gave the girls first, then the 6 boys. Bai Yang was too lazy to say anything more. Whatever, as long as they didn't starve to death, it was fine. On the 8th day, they ran out of food and ammunition and had to move again. During this time, they also ran into some students from other departments, some of whom had escaped from the dormitories, some from the library, and some from the laboratory. They wandered around, finding food here, staying there for 2 days, and managed to survive until now. It wasn't that he hadn't considered running away from school, but there were too many zombies at the school gate, and he couldn't leave. In fact, there were too many on campus. They were chased along the way as they searched for food, and now Bai Yang felt that his running speed had improved significantly. If there was another sports meet, he would have to bid at least 3,000. Bai Yang, is this your family? Ding Bo's question brought Bai Yang back from his memories of the past few days. He looked up at his classmates and saw them all looking at his brother-in-law with hopeful eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle. What's the matter? Is it because his brother-in-law is tall and imposing, giving people a sense of security, that he wants to rely on him? Pa, what the hell are you dreaming about? He's his brother-in-law. And were they deaf when he called him brother-in-law just now? Bai Yang didn't want to argue with him any further. He called Dong Zimo down and said to the others, "We have a long way to go, and we may never meet again. My brother-in-law is here to pick me up. I'm leaving now." He then turned and pulled Jiang Minglang, urging him, "Brother-in-law, let's go." Bai Yang. He Ningju, seeing that Bai Yang was really leaving and ignoring her, was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. "You can't leave. You have to take me with you." Jiang Minglang raised his eyebrows again, looking at his brother-in-law with a playful expression, and deliberately asked, "Girlfriend? How could that be possible?" "Brother-in-law, don't talk nonsense." Bai Yang denied it quickly, as if the word girlfriend would be attached to him if he was a second slower. Jiang Minglang stopped teasing him about it. Now that they found the person, they had to leave quickly. He turned to Bai Yang's classmates and said, "The zombies at the gate have been dealt with. You better find a car and leave as soon as possible." With that, he slapped Bai Yang on the head and left with him and Dong Zimo, not looking back. He Ningju called out to Bai Yang with tears in her eyes, but Nai Helong, with his heart as hard as steel, refused to turn back. Ding Bo couldn't bear it any longer, so he jumped down from the wall, opened his arms, and said to her, "Okay, stop crying. I catch you." "Who asked you to catch me? Go away." The crying was a bit loud, but Bai Yang pretended not to hear. He introduced his roommate to Jiang Minglang. "Brother-in-law, this is my roommate Dong Zimo. He happens to live in downtown Pingching. Can we bring him along?" "Sure, get in the car." "Where are my sister and Chi-Chi?" "I haven't caught up with them yet. I was passing by your school and stopped by to see if you were still alive." Bai Yang, The touch he had just felt for his brother-in-law had completely vanished. He didn't even bother to ask about the person sleeping in the passenger seat. Chapter 68. Considering the possibility of unexpected situations, like before once we hit the road, since we could still cook in the morning, we simply steamed yesterday's shepherd's purse mixed with flour and salt. Because the pot wasn't big, it took 3 pots to finish. Even though they had just had dumpling soup that morning, Bai Li and Xing Sujia couldn't resist the aroma of shepherd's purse. They mixed it with chili oil, and each ate a bowl. Seeing how they enjoyed it, Zhou Hui also helped himself. The rest went into the insulated lunch boxes Zhou Hui and Xing Sujia brought with them, and the rest went into Bai Li's small stainless steel pot. After the 3 children had eaten, they took Xiaowu for a stroll around the small processing plant, and they even found a frying pan and a bucket of salad oil in the kitchen cabinet. There was no room for more in Bai Li's car, so Xing Sujia and Zhou Hui put them away. Just as they were about to leave, Bai Li and Chi-Chi realized Xiao Feng was missing. To be more precise, the little bird had flown away and hadn't returned. Chi-Chi pulled out a whistle and asked her mother, "Can I use this to call Feng Bao?" Although they hadn't heard any zombie sound since last night, who knew if blowing the whistle would attract them? Wait a moment. Bai Li retrieved the green ivy from the gate, while Xing Sujia unlocked it. They each took one of the 2 sides of the iron gate. They had gotten up at daybreak to wash and cook, just after 5. Even though they steamed some vegetables after breakfast, it only took an hour and a half, so it was only a little after 7. The highway outside was quiet, deserted. It was dark last night, so seeing wasn't very clear. Today, as they emerged from the factory, they were surprised to find a pit on the other side of the road littered with torn clothes and bones. Bai Li's face darkened as she thought of something. She hurriedly pulled Xing Sujia back toward the factory. "Hurry, get in the car and get out of here." Chi-Chi, Ji Feng, Jinyu, all in the car. As they drove away from the factory, Bai Li said to Chi-Chi, "Open the window and whistle." Just 3 times. If Xiaofeng didn't come back after that, it didn't matter, it would eventually find them. Beep beep. Thankfully, after the second whistle, the little bird returned, fluttering its wings. Chi-Chi stretched his arm out the window, letting it land on his hand, then returned to the car. Closing the window, Bai Li accelerated. "Feng Bao, you're so brave now. You actually flew out so early in the morning for so long. Tell me, what bad things have you been up to?" "Ah!" Chi-Chi poked its head with his chubby index finger, scolding it, and it grumbled. "You dare to bite your brother? You're rebelling." The child and the bird quarreled for a while, interrupted by Xiaowu's cheerful barking. Until Bai Li reminded Chi-Chi, "Son, watch the road." The road was eerily quiet. Bai Li tensed from the moment she left the factory. Besides keeping her eyes fixed on the road ahead, she occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror. Recalling the scream she heard last night, she had a vague idea of what was going on. It was most likely that the group chasing them had been attacked by mutant animals. Yes, mutant animals. The changes in Xiaowu had been noticed long before, and then the pets in the neighborhood mutated one after another. Pets are raised by humans. As long as they retain their senses, they remain dependent on humans, and won't do anything to them. But what about the wild ones? Even though there are fewer wild animals nowadays, they're not without them. For example, the most common snakes and rats happen to have a strong reproductive capacity. If they mutated and developed a bit of intelligence like Xiaofeng, she couldn't imagine the consequences. Also, the number of feral cats and dogs has been increasing in recent years, some of which are abandoned by humans. They buy them, and keep them for a few days when they're happy, and throw them away when no one wants them. For example, wasn't their little dog, Xiaowu, picked up by her and Chi-Chi? Compared to simply wild animals, these cats and dogs forced into the wild are likely to harbor resentment or even hatred towards humans. The thought of this made Bai Li's scalp tingle. The zombie crisis hasn't been resolved yet, and now here comes a group of mutant animals that hate humans. She couldn't help but floor the accelerator, wanting to get away quickly and get home soon. Mom, Ningxing is just ahead. The road on the left leads to the city, and the road on the right leads to the highway. Should we go into the city? I wonder how Uncle is doing, and if he's even home yet. Thinking of Bai Yang, Bai Li wasn't too worried. As long as your uncle isn't being mean, he'd probably be home by now. Bai Yang can drive, having been trained by her father since she was a child. Although Jiang Minglang might not think he can definitely protect himself. He's also brave enough not to be terrified by a zombie outbreak. As for whether he be infected, Bai Li didn't consider it for now. Because if he were infected, he'd be dead, and there would be no point in her going. If he wasn't infected, he could protect himself and leave Ningxing and return home, so she wouldn't have to go. Thinking of the possible mutated rats and snakes, Bai Li decisively chose the highway. But before she could even turn at the fork in the road, she saw a horrifying sight. A pitch-black python, its tail coiled, its body as thick as her car. It slowly raised its head, its snake-like eyes glaring coldly at her. Bai Li, She felt the hairs on her body explode, even her hands were covered in goosebumps. With trembling legs, she eased off the accelerator and slammed on the brakes. The car stopped about 50 meters from the python. The road wasn't straight, otherwise she wouldn't have seen it so close. Bai Li turned her gaze and saw the billboard next to the python, Ningxing Wildlife Park. Ironically, that massive billboard also featured a black python, its head raised. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Xiao Wu and Tai Dan both let out warning cries, their fur standing on end as they bared their teeth at the python. Ah! Without warning, Fenbao suddenly threw her head back and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Why heart-wrenching? Because it had never screamed like that before. The sound was loud and split, like a broken voice. Bai Li and Chi-Chi both turned their heads to look at it in fear, wanting to pounce and clamp its mouth shut. How could it be so tactless? After the car stopped, she didn't dare move, even holding her breath. Chi-Chi did the same, hugging Xiaowu tightly, breathing lightly. She was afraid that the giant python in front of them, as big as a small mountain, would attack if they moved. Now that was good. Bai Li gripped the steering wheel tightly, ready to turn and flee. It wasn't that she didn't want to retreat, but Zhou Hui's car behind her hadn't moved, and Zheng Sujia must have been as frightened as she was. Unable to retreat, the only option was to turn. However, before Bai Li could even begin to turn the steering wheel, a sudden rustling sound echoed overhead. Before she could react, the sky suddenly darkened. No, it wasn't the sky that darkened, it was. She tilted her head, mouth open, and stared in amazement at the dense, countless birds that flew from nowhere in the sky. As for the variety, how could anyone possibly see them all at once? Ah! Xiao Feng suddenly cried out again, tilting her head to look at Chi-Chi. When Chi-Chi looked at her, she turned back to the car window, then back to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's mouth still agape, he blinked at Xiao Feng, then mechanically reached for the button and opened the window. Fenbao flapped his wings and flew away. Like a streak of white light, it soared into the sky, blending into the flock of birds and disappearing. Bai Li was even more startled. She murmured, "Son, when did our little phoenix fly so fast?" "I don't know." Chi-Chi snapped out of his daze, and pricked up his ears to hear the familiar "ah" again from the fluttering wings of the flock. As the cry faded, the dense flock of birds suddenly formed a circle around the giant python in front of them, chirping fiercely. Normally, even small birds would be afraid of a python of this size. They avoided even from a distance, let alone approach. But perhaps this group was incredibly brave. Not a single one retreated. First and foremost were two birds as large as eagles, as big as eagles, but not eagles, but macaws. You could tell by their colorful and distinctive feathers. There's a large parrot park in the Ningxing Wildlife Park. Bai Li and Jiang Minglang brought Chi-Chi there last year, and also visited Bai Yang's new campus. So she reasonably suspected that most of these parrots, like the python, were likely from the park. As former colleagues, weren't they afraid of it? On the contrary, the python seemed a bit afraid of the two birds. Such a large creature, frightened by the macaw's cry, flinched, then slowly crouched on the ground, winding its way toward the nearby grove. The snake's skin was so hard it scraped a shallow groove in the asphalt. Ah! After the python vanished, Bai Li and Chi-Chi heard the familiar yet distinctive cry of their own bird again. As the cry faded, the flock of birds suddenly dispersed. Half a minute later, the scattered flock had vanished, and the sky above Bai Li and the others was bright again, not a single bird in sight. Oh no, there was one. Xiao Feng sent her companions off and soared back into the car through the open window. Because Chi-Chi hadn't offered her hand to rest on, she angrily jumped on Chi-Chi and pecked at his chubby hand twice. Not satisfied with her pecks, she jumped on his head a few more times. Finally, she leaped onto the passenger seat, glaring at him with her head held high. The car was eerily quiet. Mother and son, as well as the two dogs, were all watching her. Phone. A long moment passed before Bai Li, starting the car, sighed, "You got more than just a brain. What do you call this? It can command hundreds of birds to serve it, like commanding an army of birds. Amazing, my precious. She's worked so hard to take care of it for 2 years." Bai Li's car started and moved forward normally. It was only after Zhou Hui reminded her that Xing Sujia finally reacted and stepped on the accelerator with shaking legs. Seeing her like this, Zhou Hui was frightened. "Xiao Jia, honey, calm down. The python is gone. Everything is gone. We're safe. Stay close to Bai Li, and nothing will happen." "Yes, Mom, stop shaking. Stay calm. Dad, my sister, and I are all relying on you." The more fantastical and unbelievable something is, the easier it is for children to accept it than for adults. Jin Feng already liked Xiao Feng, and now that he had called for help to drive away the python, he had a new level of respect for him. "I'm so envious of Aunt Bai and Chi-Chi. Raising a parrot is so impressive." Zhou Jinfeng, 2 years older than Chi-Chi, was also quite clever, and he remembered his father's advice. Some things are better left unsaid. Hearing her son's voice, Xing Sujia took 3 deep breaths, finally gaining control of her body and calming down. But still, with a pale face, she asked Zhou Hui, "How did this python get so big? If it really attacked them, it could easily swallow their car whole with its mouth. It's terrifying. I guess the python in the zoo has mutated." "So, is Bai Li's parrot also mutated?" "Probably. So, what kind of superpower is this?" Zhou Hui pondered for a moment, then replied, "Spirit? I don't know if it is, but it's pretty impressive anyway." Xing Sujia was jealous. Bai Li had superpowers, but raising a bird with such powerful abilities was a real possibility. Yesterday at noon, when they stopped to cook noodles, she saw the avocet lazily standing on the front of the car, eating bird food. She looked at its plump belly and gulped, wondering if stewing it would taste similar to pigeon soup. After all, it's useless besides looking pretty, so she wouldn't keep one anyway. She never expected to be slapped in the face so soon. It's more than useful, it's incredibly useful, alas. She couldn't envy them enough. Now, looking at their car, there were only 2 useless dogs. 2 hours later, Bai Li drove through the Ningxing exit onto the highway. Better than the Wuqing highway, the Ningxing side was relatively smooth. While there were still a lot of cars, the speed was acceptable. But she also noticed that the only 2 cars coming from the Ningxing Wildlife Park were theirs. The rest were coming from Ningxing City. "Son, keep an eye on the cars outside. Dad might be there. They'd been parked in the field for so long yesterday. If Jiang Minglang hadn't delayed, he should have caught up with them soon." Chi-Chi said in surprise, "Dad knows our car. If he were there, he'd definitely come right over." Bai Li, confused. But she remained serious. "Isn't he with your Uncle Dazi? Maybe your Uncle Dazi is driving, and your Dadsy is asleep in the passenger seat. Your Uncle Dazi isn't familiar with our car, so he might miss it." "Yeah, I didn't think of that. You're so smart, Mom," Chi-Chi said, quickly turning her head to look out the window at the other lane, carefully checking every car that passed them. Bai Li stared ahead calmly, then wiped the sweat from her forehead. 3 hours later, Bai Li followed the traffic to the service area. She planned to use the restroom, rest for a while, and then eat something before setting off again. "Mom, look over there, there's a Ningxing University bus." Chapter 69. Before Chi-Chi could speak, Bai Li had already spotted the vehicle. It wasn't a bus, but a Ningxing University campus bus. Not only was the words Ningxing University prominently displayed on it, but it also featured a black and white abstract sketch by an art student. Facing them from the bus was a large face, half black and half white, its pupils almost absent, a dull, wooden expression. To have such a face painted on a bus that crisscrossed the campus all day. Well, she had never studied art, didn't understand it, and couldn't discern the underlying message. However, the painting was quite apt for the present apocalypse. What a great choice of bus! Bai Li peered inside. No one was inside. Perhaps everyone had gotten off to relieve themselves. She wondered who from Ningxing University had driven this bus, and whether they recognized Bai Yang. She parked her car in a spot parallel to the bus, and then alighted with Qiqi, Xiaowu, and Tai Dan. Zheng Sujia had parked next to her, and was about to help Zhou Hui when the two children went straight to Qiqi, who then helped him take Xiaowu and Tai Dan to the bathroom. The children didn't dare go anywhere else and stayed close to the car. This service area looked as if it had been carefully cleaned. There wasn't a single zombie. Even so, the bloodstains around it still made people wary. Those who went to the restroom went in groups, weapons in hand. After Tai Dan relieved himself, Bai Li carried him back to the car. Then, she discussed with Zheng Sujia and Zhou Hui that the restroom was a bit far from the parking lot, so it would be best for the two families to take turns going, since both their cars were packed with supplies. The couple agreed and let Bai Li take Qiqi first. Bai Li didn't let Qiqi go to the men's restroom. It was all cubicles anyway, so just close the door once inside. Because there was no water, the smell inside was extremely pungent. Ah! Just as they entered and were about to find an empty cubicle, a sudden scream startled the mother and son. Bai Li instinctively pulled Qiqi behind her and looked warily at the young girl glaring at them, her right hand gripping the hilt of her knife. "What's wrong, Zhu? What's wrong?" As soon as she finished speaking, a girl quickly rushed out of the restroom. When she reached her, she nervously turned her head and looked around. Yes, are there zombies? But she looked around. Apart from the mother and son, who had just entered the restroom, there was no one else. Even the women who had come in with her were gone. He Ningju frowned slightly, glanced at Bai Li and her son, then turned to the girl next to her and whispered, "There aren't any zombies, just a boy who suddenly came into the girl's restroom." She didn't finish her words, but her implication was clear. How could a boy be allowed into the girl's restroom? Bai Li gave her a cold glance, but without saying anything, she pulled Qiqi around them and walked straight inside. The girl next to her breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the reason. She tugged at He Ningju's clothes and whispered, "What's the big deal? It's just a child." The girl thought He Ningju was being a little pretentious. Had she forgotten that they had previously shared the same classroom with the boys? So what was the big deal about a little boy entering the girl's restroom? Wasn't it insane for his mother to let him go to the men's restroom alone under these circumstances? No matter how young he is, he's still a boy, and he's already that old. He Ningju was still grumbling, but Bai Li had already found a stall and let Qiqi in. She heard the two girls say as they walked out, "Do you still think this is the past? It's the end of the world, sister." "What's wrong with the end of the world? Even if it's the end of the world, we still need to instill in our children a correct worldview, not." "Okay, Ningju, I know you've been upset these past few days because of Bai Yang, but you should also understand him. His brother-in-law came to pick him up, so of course he had to go home with him." Hearing Bai Yang's name, Bai Li turned to look in the direction the two girls had left. She was a little surprised. Jiang Minglang had gone to pick up Bai Yang, then she was startled again. The two girls had arrived at the service area before her, and from what they said, Bai Yang had left with Jiang Minglang before them. So that guy had gotten ahead of her, thinking about the many twists and turns she and her son had taken since leaving Sioux City. Well, it seemed she would have to speed up next. She pricked up her ears, and faintly heard the girl who screamed initially mutter in frustration, "I didn't say I didn't want him to go with his brother-in-law, but his and my house aren't exactly opposite directions. What's wrong with taking me along? I was so determined to accept his confession." Confession? Bai Yang was going to confess to this girl? Bai Li couldn't help but twitch her lips. What a look, that brat. She decided that when she saw Bai Yang back home, she would wash his eyes with her son's water. Blind, the mother and son emerged from the restroom, and it was Zheng Sujia and Zhou Hui's turn to go to the restroom. Bai Li didn't suggest taking Jin Feng and Jin Yu with her, believing that at this moment, no matter the circumstances, it was better for her children to be under her own watch. As she, Qiqi, and Xiaowu guarded the two cars, several people gradually boarded the Ningxing University bus nearby. Bai Li glanced over and saw 3 girls and 2 boys. But the 2 boys got on and immediately got off, holding a bucket. She saw them running towards 2 boys not far away, who were standing in front of a car with its gas tank cap open. They were trying to drain the gas inside. Zhou Hui had just had the same idea. If they could find some other gas, they could come in and leave their own gas tank untouched. But this service area had been cleared, and the gas station nearby was clearly empty without even going there. So, even if it was an abandoned car, could there still be gas in it? The answer was no. The experienced Zhou Hui, after inspecting several abandoned cars, shook his head at her and Zheng Sujia. If they hadn't gotten it, Then the student certainly hadn't either. As Bailey took out a bucket of reserve gasoline to fill the tank, she noticed the students, who were scowling and discussing a solution, were looking at her. A few people whispered, thinking they were speaking quietly, but Bailey could hear it all. "Old dang, how about we go ask this woman for some gas? She has a lot in that bucket, definitely more than enough for one car. Wouldn't they just leave it there if they couldn't? Gas is so hard to find, they might not give it to you. How would you know if you don't ask?" Well, she was so naive. She had to negotiate for a while before asking someone for gas, pushing and shoving each other. Then a tall, thin man with a long face approached her. But Bailey had already filled her car with gas, closed the lid, screwed it on, and put it in the trunk, pressing the button to close it. She ignored the boy who happened to be walking in front of her car, stepped past him, got in, and slammed the door shut. Then she started the car and drove away. Zhou Hui and Zhang Sujia had also filled up their gas tank and were about to grab a bite to eat before leaving, but when they saw Bailey start the car, Zhang Sujia quickly followed. She glanced in surprise at the awkwardly faced boy standing where Bailey had parked her car, and asked Zhou Hui, "What's that guy doing?" "He's probably trying to get gas from Bailey. I saw they've been to several cars, but none of them have gas." "Out of gas? He's asking others for it. How naive is this college student? Also, there were other people filling up their cars just now. Why didn't he ask others for it, but specifically Bailey? Is he thinking a woman with a child is easy to talk to? Oh my goodness, you're capable. Why don't you just grab it, strangle you?" Zhou Hui chuckled. "Ever since we were in school, Bailey's figure and appearance have always been misleading. In my second year of high school, I remember a vice principal transferred to our school. He happened to be Chung Siyun's uncle. Chung Siyun is the one I mentioned before, Bailey's desk mate in freshman year. She had a large, pale red birthmark on her forehead and was not very talkative, but she had a very close relationship with Bailey. At first, none of us knew the new vice principal was her uncle, until she happened to run into the vice principal's wife at school, getting food from the cafeteria. Guess what? If she hadn't been driving, Zhang Sujia would have gotten in and started choking him. Why are you keeping me in suspense? Come on, what does Chung Siyun's uncle and aunt have to do with Bailey? It had nothing to do with Bailey, but she and Chung Siyun were together at the time. They had eaten together, and were leaving the cafeteria when they ran into the vice principal's wife, holding a basin. The woman, upon seeing Chung Siyun, raised the basin without a word and smashed it over Chung Siyun's head. The basin clattered to the ground, and then, not only that, she started hitting Chung Siyun by the hair. The cafeteria entrance was bustling with activity, shocking everyone. Bailey was the first to react. Seeing the other person grabbing Chung Siyun's hair, she grabbed hers too, pulled it back, and slapped her twice in the face. Then, she kicked her in the leg. The vice principal's wife, in pain, let go of Chung Siyun and went to grab Bailey. Unexpectedly, Bailey swung the other person by the hair and then kicked her in the stomach, sending her crashing backwards to the ground. The back of her head hit the concrete with a loud thud. Unfortunately, no blood was drawn. The woman lay there for a few seconds before getting up and trying to continue the fight. But other teachers had already arrived, so there was no way they would let her continue. So, in the end, she just smashed a basin on Chung Siyun's head, tearing out a few strands of hair. This only resulted in her getting beaten even harder, a gamble that ended in failure. It was then that we realized Bailey was not as weak and delicate as she appeared. She was a skilled fighter. Zhang Sujia felt that Bailey's beatings were satisfying, even just from hearing them. However, she wondered, since your vice principal is Chung Siyun's uncle, why would his wife hit his niece? Is there a conflict between the two families? But even if there's a conflict, it shouldn't be about one child, right? Zhou Hui scoffed. Who says it's not? Everyone's first reaction after hearing this is similar to yours, but our vice principal's wife is different. She has a bad relationship with Chung Siyun's mother, and she's heard that Chung Siyun's grandmother favors her family. So, she's angry, and when she saw Chung Siyun at school, she wanted to beat her up. Luckily, Bailey reacted quickly, otherwise Chung Siyun's beating would have been in vain. She's a person who, perhaps because of the birthmark on her face, has a certain self-esteem and wouldn't budge even when hit. I understand, Zhang Sujia sympathized with her. Luckily, she met Bailey. Otherwise, someone with low self-esteem would have felt even worse after being beaten for no reason. So what happened next? How was the matter resolved? Zhou Hui said, then it got even worse. First, that woman filed a complaint, accusing Bailey of assaulting a teacher's family. She then went to the principal and had him expelled. Then she waited near the girls' dormitory every night, intending to beat Chung Si-yoon again. During that time, our school was in turmoil because of her. It was a huge mess. Does your school have a teacher's family compound? Yes, it's very close to the girls' dormitory. And then what happened? Bailey wasn't punished, was she? Punishment? How could that be? After learning about the incident, Teacher Bai pointed at the vice principal's wife and cursed her. That was a complete disrespect to the vice principal. He had the means. Teacher Bai was the most educated teacher in our school, recruited from the city by the principal. Our school's physics scores were on par with any other school in the city, so the principal and the director usually treated him with respect. And who would take a newly transferred vice principal, with his shaky foundation, seriously? Furthermore, it was his wife's fault in the first place. Even our homeroom teacher had told the vice principal to give an explanation to Chung Si-yoon and Bailey. And his wife kept blocking Chung Si-yoon at night. We believed he tried to stop her, but he couldn't. Later, Chung Si-yoon's parents came to school. Chung Si-yoon's mother immediately confronted the vice principal's wife, and Chung Si-yoon's father almost attacked the vice principal, but she wouldn't budge. The vice principal finally sent her away, and the matter was finally settled. Recalling the sensation the incident caused at school, Zhou wanted to laugh. Did you know? Before the vice principal sent his wife away, our entire class surrounded his house. Literally, the entire class went and completely blocked his door. I forget who suggested it, but everyone was so excited, yelling at her to apologize to Chung Si-yoon and get out of school. And it wasn't just class 2. I also noticed students from classes 1, 3, and 4 going over there. I don't know if they were just joining in the fun, but everyone stopped attending classes and just stood there. Even the homeroom teacher couldn't get them to talk. Thinking about it now, I was young after all. Over a decade had passed, and Zhou had almost forgotten about it. He only just remembered it while talking to his wife. Zhang Sujia looked surprised. Your class is so united. Not entirely. Maybe. Zhou couldn't remember the reason. Was it out of justice? Out of anger? It could all be possible. After all, they were at an impulsive and passionate age. It was fine with their classmates, but being bullied like that by an outsider, an adult at that, was definitely unacceptable. Not to mention, they had Teacher Bai as their backer, so they weren't afraid. What was wrong with the vice principal's family? Just gave them free rein to beat up students? What Zhou didn't know was that Bailey hadn't had enough. After learning that the woman had cornered Chung Si-yoon that night, she planned to give her another beating. After all, she and Chung Si-yoon were practically inseparable, so wouldn't it be natural for her to help? Unfortunately, they only managed to corner her for 2 or 3 days, and each time, the vice principal pulled her away, leaving her clenched and unclenched fists. Chapter 70. Knowing that Jiang Minglang and Bai Yang were ahead of her, Bailey couldn't help but feel anxious and wanted to speed up. But the further she went on the highway, the slower it got. After passing the service area, a number of cars cut in from the various intersections, forcing what used to be a 40-mile speed to a 20-mile speed. Bailey's sharp eyes noticed that some of the approaching cars were in a state of extreme distress, their sides clogged with something black that looked like zombie blood, but also had some fur on it, and some were even clearly feathers. This reminded her of Feng Bao's bird army. A war with humans? Bailey craned her neck and glanced up at the sky. She didn't see a single bird, but she noticed that the once clear blue sky, with its white clouds, was now slowly drifting in from the distance. Soon, the entire sky darkened. She felt a pang of fear. Was it going to rain? As if to confirm her thoughts, the sky darkened, and dark clouds gathered. Soon, a string of fine water droplets hit the windshield, followed by a continuous stream of water droplets, and a gentle drizzle came down. The rain wasn't heavy, but it was dense, just like the drizzle that had lingered in Suzhou for half a month before the apocalypse. Bailey frowned slightly, feeling a little irritated. Son, I have a feeling the rain is going to get heavier. Before it gets dark, let's get off the highway at the next intersection. Find shelter before dark and leave early tomorrow morning. She absolutely wouldn't drive while tired, but if she spent all that time on the highway, she'd have to drive even if she didn't want to. Mom, the road ahead is to Kangzhou. We're out of Ningxing now. We only need to go through 3 more cities to reach our hometown. That's great. Come on! Come on! The mother and son cheered each other up, which made Bailey feel a little better and less anxious. Patiently, she edged her way to the fork in the road. Without hesitation, she turned the steering wheel and headed down. Zhang Sujia, who was following behind, was stunned for a moment, but after Zhou Hui's reminder, she quickly followed Bailey out of the long line of cars. As for where Bailey was going, The couple didn't worry at all. They went wherever she went, the final destination was the same. After exiting the highway, Bailey suddenly noticed something was amiss. Mom, are those zombies? Seeing the staggering figures in the rain and fog, Chi-Chi couldn't help but exclaim. This place was very close to the highway, so it shouldn't be surprising to see zombies. After all, with so many cars coming out of the city, it was bound to attract some. But the strange thing was that as their car approached, the figures disappeared, continuing in the same direction. It was as if something ahead was attracting them. Bailey felt a vague sense of unease. Neither she nor Chi-Chi had ever been to Connecticut, and they didn't want to go any further. They had originally planned to find a safe place to shelter from the rain and rest after getting off, but now it seemed unsafe. Bailey made a decisive move. Leave Connecticut, but getting back on the highway was out of the question. She could only continue along a small road not far from the highway, braving the rain. Mom, the zombies here seem different from ours, or is it the rain that's changed them? Chi-Chi was a diligent scout. Ever since he saw the zombies ignoring them, he'd been leaning against the window, peering out. Of course, this was mainly because there were so many zombies here. As the car drove forward, they could see strange figures in the rain. They didn't chase the passing cars, but instead rushed forward headfirst. The scattered zombies seemed to be heading towards a single destination. Mom, do you think there are zombies that don't pay attention to sound, but are more sensitive in other areas like smell? It's possible, Bailey assured her son. After all, everyone has different abilities, so it's normal for zombies to be different. The mother and son's guess was correct. The zombies here are extremely aggressive in the rain, and are particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. Without the stimulation of blood, they will settle for sound. The zombies Bailey and her companions had just passed were like that. The strong smell of blood had driven them towards a 3-story building inhabited by humans. The side of the building facing the road was covered in blood. It was 6:30 p.m., and it was completely dark. Bailey, who had originally not planned to stay overnight in Connecticut, had no choice but to find an unoccupied courtyard on the outskirts of Cannes. After a quick inspection, she drove in. Then, she and Zhang Sujia closed the large red iron gate and, as usual, wrapped it with her green ivy. You must be tired after driving all day. Eat something and go to sleep. I keep an eye on the outside. Zhou Hui didn't know that the green ivy Bailey had wrapped around the gate actually served as a warning. Just like last night, he let the 2 women and children go to sleep first. He stayed on guard until midnight, and then went to sleep if there was nothing else. The yard was half covered with a tarp, and their car was parked right underneath it. In the pitch-black night, raindrops hit the tarp, making a soft, pattering sound. Bailey, her legs cramped from exhaustion, simply ate a few packets of dried eggs her son handed her. She didn't even bother brushing her teeth, simply rinsing her mouth with warm water before closing her eyes and falling asleep. Chi-Chi grabbed a blanket from the back seat and covered her mother with it. He then took Xiaowu and tied Dan out to relieve themselves, then carried them back in and fed them a few fish intestines. Then he locked the car door, took off his coat, and slept under his own blanket. Ah! At midnight, Zhou Hui, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Screams shrilled from afar, followed by the sound of running. Zhou Hui sat up, staring nervously at the gate. He could tell there were at least 3 people running towards him. Of course, they wouldn't necessarily come to this yard. After all, there were several others nearby. The house next door was also empty, and the door was still open. The chaotic and hurried sounds of running suggested something was chasing them from behind. Zombies were unlikely, as if they were, there would be footsteps, and they would be separated from the people in front. But Zhou Hui only heard a few mixed human footsteps, and behind them there seemed to be nothing. So what was chasing them? Ah! Another scream rang out, very close to the yard they were in. Zhou Hui turned his head to look at Bailei's car, but it was too dark to see anything. So he didn't know if Bailei had woken up. Zhang Sujia was awake, but she remained half-lying, motionless. Mainly out of fear. Pa! Someone fell to the rain-soaked concrete pavement, followed by another terrified scream. Ah! Get out! He probably meant to yell get out, but before he could even utter the word get out, Zhou Hui heard a crisp crack. He immediately gripped his knife, his scalp tingling as he stared at the door. From outside came the sound of crack, crack and other sharp teeth gnawing at bone. As for the people who had just screamed and fled, they were likely dead, because neither the screams nor the sounds of running were heard. Zhou Hui stared at the door intently, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his back. He didn't know what had attacked those people, but the sound of gnawing at bones reminded him of the giant python he encountered that day. Of course it wasn't that, because Python certainly wouldn't eat people like that. But it was precisely because of the unknown that it was even more terrifying. Zhou swallowed quietly, then suddenly stiffened. His gaze met a pair of dark green pupils that appeared through the crack of the gate. Cold, bloodthirsty, murderous intent. Those dark green eyes stared straight at him. Zhou felt his heart stop, his hands and feet cold, his head buzzing, and his entire body unable to move. Close my eyes, close my eyes. He repeated this to himself, but it was no use. He clearly felt that his eyes no longer belonged to him. He couldn't move his gaze at those dark green eyes. Just as he was struggling to breathe and his head was spinning, the green ivy clinging to the gate suddenly moved. No, not moved, it grew. In the blink of an eye, the entire iron gate was engulfed by the green ivy. Vines stretched out from the gate, bending their heads to stare directly at the intruder. A dark green eye finally slid open from the crack in the doorway, silently taking a few steps back, looking up at the vines with indifference. Huh? Finally able to breathe, Zhou hunched over, gasping for air. Zheng Sujia scrambled up from her chair, and was about to ask Zhou about something, but he covered her mouth and gently shook his head. Bai Li sat on her chair, peering through the green vines at the thing outside the gate. What was that? It had a wolf-like body and a cat-like head, but it had no whiskers or tail. A four-legged beast, but that wasn't important. What mattered was its hostility towards humans. It had just eaten 2 people, and yet it still wanted to eat more. Because I have pets myself, Bai Li felt she could tell it hated humans. Perhaps it wasn't eating people out of hunger, but simply out of a desire for revenge, killing anyone it saw. Bai Li closed her eyes, and suddenly, several more vines sprouted from the gate, each one bearing its claws and fangs as it pointed directly at the four-legged beast. She had to seize the initiative, to show it that the people here weren't to be trifled with. Sure enough, seeing the plants before them bearing their fangs, Sabu Xiang took 2 steps back. But fear wasn't in his indifferent eyes. Instead, he grinned contemptuously, as if taunting Bai Li. These plants of yours are no match for me. As if to prove his strength, Sabu Xiang suddenly leaped at least 10 meters into the air toward the gate, easily enough to leap into the courtyard. But before it could even enter the courtyard, 2 vines whizzed skyward, snapping twice at Sabu Xiang. To avoid the vines, Sabu Xiang had no choice but to return to the gate. As soon as its 4 feet touched the ground, several more vines swung from the gate, snapping and lashing at it. The Sabuxiang's pupil shrank, and it dodged the blows with a few nimble leaps, then leaped back, at least 10 meters away from the gate. When it looked back at the gate, the Sabuxiang's previous disdain had faded, and it gazed at the vines with a serious, thoughtful expression. About 2 minutes later, this Sabuxiang, a form of unknown mutation, turned and left. In the courtyard, in Bai Li's car. Her face was pale, her whole body trembling, her vision blackening, her forehead covered in fine, dense sweat, and her entire body, even the joints between her bones, ached. She knew that tonight her powers had been more than overdrawn, they had been overdrawn. Because she had just telekinetically induced so many bursts at once, and was also wielding the green vine to fight the Sabuxiang. Fortunately, it had finally escaped. If it hadn't, she wouldn't have been able to withstand another attack. Mom! Chi-Chi had woken up at some point. He seemed to notice Bai Li trembling. He quickly got up and reached for his thermos, opened it, and held it close to Bai Li's lips, whispering, "Drink some water." Bai Li gulped down the water from her son's hand. Only after she had finished the thermos did she feel alive again. Her eyes could gradually make out her son's outline in the darkness. "Don't worry, Mom's feeling much better. Have a piece of chocolate." "Yeah." After Bai Li ate a piece of chocolate, the pain in her body subsided. Chi-Chi whispered, "Mom, what was that just now?" "I can't tell. It has a wolf-like body and a cat-like head, but it has no tail. It looks weird." "Huh?" Chi-Chi was startled. What kind of animal has mutated? And why has it grown like this? He thought of Xiao Ai from their neighborhood. Although her size had suddenly expanded many times, her appearance remained the same, unchanged. What Chi-Chi didn't know was that he was still talking to his mother about Xiao Ai in the middle of the night, and when the drizzle subsided at dawn, he saw her. After a midnight battle, Bai Li's superpowers were exhausted, and she quickly fell into a deep sleep again. The next morning, the drizzle finally stopped after a night of drizzling. Bai Li was still extremely exhausted, but she was awakened by the green vine at the door. She opened her eyes slightly, looking at the group of cats and dogs outside the gate, and was stunned. Looking more closely, she saw that the Sabu Xiang that had been here last night was squatting on the ground about 200 meters away, its dark green eyes glaring coldly at the gate. Shit, is it because it thinks it can't win, so it's calling for help? Unfair martial arts. I have Xiao Wu burn it to death later. However, before Bai Li could send out her own dog, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in sight. A husky-sized figure, with orange fur and a big fat face. Xiao Ai, why did it end up here? Why was it with Sibu Xiang? Chi-Chi, wake up, wake up! Jiangqi sat up with his eyes closed, sleepily asking, what's wrong, Mom? There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chi-Chi, who had been very sleepy, suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes wide and said, bad news first, good news later. The bad news is that a group of cats and dogs are blocking the gate and surrounding us. Huh? Chi-Chi asked in surprise. Why? That Sibu Xiang brought us here last night. I guess he wants revenge, or even more, to kill us. Chi-Chi, unfazed, hugged Xiao Wu in his arms and snorted, it's still unclear who will kill whom. So what's the good news? The good news is that I saw Xiao Ai. It seems to be in cahoots with Sibu Xiang. Chapter 71. Xiao Ai? Chi-Chi was startled. Why did it get here? After asking, both mother and son fell silent, remembering that when they left the neighborhood, Xiao Ai was still perched in the tree outside its window, eagerly waiting for its owner to open the door and let it in. That auntie is really... Chi-Chi didn't know what to say. Bai Li looked at him and asked, given your relationship with Xiao Ai, would it come in if you called it? Probably. In our neighborhood, it's Ye and I who get along best. That auntie was Xiao Ai's owner. When they took Xiao Ai for a walk, she loved watching it play with him. She seemed really nice back then, and was especially kind to Xiao Ai, but why? The thought of Xiao Ai being abandoned by her owner filled Chi-Chi's heart with sadness. This sadness made him roll down the car window and muster up the courage to shout, Xiao Ai. Besides Xiao Ai's reaction outside, the shouting startled the family of 4 in the car next door. Zhou Jifeng suddenly leaped up from the back seat, where he was half reclining, and banged his head against the car's roof. Zhou Hui opened his bloodshot eyes, and turned to look at his son in shock. Sifeng. Dad, was it Chi-Chi who just called out? Who was he calling? Zheng Sujia and 5-year-old Zhou Jinyu looked bewildered. Then the 4 of them all looked out the window. Xiao Ai, I'm brother Chi-Chi. The 4 Zhou family members responded with a question mark. Who was he calling? The 4 of them spun their heads around the yard, but couldn't spot a single person. A chill ran down their spines, but that wasn't the end of it. As Chi-Chi shouted a second time, a gigantic creature suddenly and silently appeared on the courtyard wall beside the gate. A cat-like yet not quite. A giant cat? It was clearly a cat, but it was just too big. Zhou Hui's scalp suddenly tingled again, as he remembered the pair of dark green eyes he had seen through the crack in the door last night. Thankfully, this cat's eyes weren't green. Xiao Ai. Seeing Xiao Ai actually come in after hearing his call, Chi-Chi immediately smiled happily. Xiao Wu also barked out the car window, as if to greet it. Xiao Ai, what brought you here? Meow. Just wandering around. Did you accidentally stumble here? Meow. You're not alone, you brought a companion? Meow. The 4 members of the Zhou family were stunned. No, how could he have deciphered so much meaning from a simple cat meow? Zheng Sujia thought of a possibility. She quietly leaned closer to Zhou Hui and whispered, can Chi-Chi understand animal language? He only had 2 dogs and a bird in his car, and they kept chirping and talking to them almost like people. This showed that Chi-Chi possessed the ability to communicate with animals. Zhou Hui thought about it and agreed. He breathed a sigh of relief. If that were the case, he wouldn't be afraid anymore. We're just passing through here, staying for the night. Can you ask your friend to move aside and let us go? Meow. The conversation between the child and the cat was one of me saying something and it meowing, and me saying my own words and it barking its own. But after a perfunctory call, Xiao Ai paused noticeably. It lowered its eyes to look at Chi-Chi, then turned its head to look out the door. Xiao Ai, you're so kind. I knew you agree. Then tell them to go away. Mom and I will go open the door. This time, Xiao Ai didn't call out, because its head hadn't turned, still staring out the door. Chi-Chi saw it was communicating with Sibu Xiang, so he shut his ever-talking mouth and patiently waited for Xiao Ai's response. Suddenly, Xiao Ai opened its mouth and meowed at the door. Then, a rough, sharp cat cry echoed from outside. The sound was like sand scraping against concrete, sending a pain in the head, as if something was scratching inside. But it seemed that only the adults, Bai Li, Zhou Hui, and Zheng Sujia, were affected. The 3 children were fine, feeling nothing. Xiao Ai turned to look at Bai Li, who had her head resting on the steering wheel. She was furious. She arched her back against the wall and barked, meow. Out the door, her fur standing on end. Woof. Xiao Wu was also furious, baring his teeth and whining. Chi-Chi understood. The Cebu Xiang outside was refusing to listen to Xiao Ai's demands, and refusing to let them go. He was furious too. We provoke you. Why wouldn't you let us go? He was going to get Xiao Wu out of the car and teach them a lesson. Oh, and Feng Bao too. If that didn't work, he could just let it howl, and call the army of birds to help. What a lousy Cebu Xiang. Did he really think he was that powerful? It had been past midnight until now. Bailey checked her watch. It was 5:40. 4 or 5 hours of sleep wasn't enough to restore her overdrawn superpowers, so Bailey was actually still aching. But no matter how painful it was, she couldn't let her son carry the bird and the dog down by himself. Stay in the car, everyone. Don't go out. After getting out, Bailey went to the next car and told Zhou Hui and his family, "This big cat is from our neighborhood. It's quite familiar with Chi-Chi and won't hurt us. But there's another four-legged beast outside that came in the middle of the night last night and won't let us go. Chi-Chi and I will go check it out now. Don't move." Is that green-eyed monster outside? The fear of being paralyzed and unable to move came back. Zhou Hui hurriedly said, "Be careful not to stare at that creature's eyes. It seems to be able to control a person's body." Bailey was surprised. "What do you mean?" "Last night, it stared at me through the crack in the door. At that moment, I couldn't move. It felt like I was being controlled by it." After saying this, he remembered that Bailey had used the green radish to fight it last night. Hadn't she looked into its eyes? What he didn't know was that Bailey had seen the four-legged beast through the green radish, not with her own eyes. "Okay, I got it." Thankfully, Zhou Hui reminded me of this, otherwise, getting out later would be a real hassle. She returned to her car and pulled out 2 pairs of glasses, one large and one small. She was nearsighted in one eye, but because the prescription wasn't severe, she only wore them occasionally when driving. As for Chi-Chi, his were plain glasses, the kind of black-framed, panda-shaped glasses children wear. The mother and son put on their glasses, Bailey holding Xiao Feng on her head, Chi-Chi flanked by Xiao Wu. Each of them, armed with a knife, cautiously walked toward the gate. Zhou Hui, in the next car, fell silent after observing Bailey's actions. She actually thought that wearing glasses to meet the green-eyed monster's gaze would prevent it from controlling her. Zheng Sujia's eyes lit up when she saw this, and she praised him heartily. "Bailey is really smart. Look at you, you didn't think of wearing glasses, did you?" Zhou Hui, He glanced at his wife, with a complicated expression. "So, is this the difference between men and women? Last night, the green ivy had been spawned from nowhere, and the entire iron gate was now shrouded in lush green. It was so lush, with not a trace of the red iron gate visible. It looked like a fairyland gate, quite artistic. But it was also eye-catching." Bailey walked to the door, and without her even needing to consciously connect, the green ivy automatically made way for her, allowing her to see through the crack in the door. Xiao Ai was still standing on the wall, staring out, seemingly still confronting the four-legged beast. About 5 meters from the gate stood a group of relatively normal cats and dogs. Of course, normal only in appearance. As for whether they were just ordinary cats and dogs, that was hard to say. This Cebu Xiang really thought highly of her, having gathered over 20 of them. However, the situation seemed a little complicated at this point. The cats and dogs that had originally gathered together had split into 2 factions, one on the left and one on the right, each baring their teeth at the other. Bailey and Chi-Chi exchanged glances, and both mother and son understood that these cats and dogs belonged to Xiao Ai and Cebu Xiang, respectively. Their disagreement had led to a conflict, so naturally, each group was standing behind its own leader. That made it easy. Bailey no longer hesitated and flung the door open. As she and Chi-Chi walked out, Xiao Ai hopped down from the wall and stood beside them. It had been dark last night, so I couldn't see clearly. Now that the rain had stopped and the sky was getting brighter, Bailey was shocked to discover that the gray body of the four-legged cat wasn't covered in wolf-like fur, but rather its own skin. It was bumpy and uneven, with numerous gray bumps like pustules, bulging and bulging, as if they would burst open and blood and pus would flow out. There were also numerous small, thorny balls, like acne on a teenage boy's face, one next to the other, except that they weren't red, but a strange, abnormal gray. Except for the head, the body and limbs were bald. There was even a patch of gray skin on the neck that collapsed, as if it had been burned. Bailey's mouth widened slightly in surprise. She had a vague suspicion that the cat, which she had originally labeled four-legged cat, had become so bald because it had most likely been abused before the apocalypse. An even more cruel theory was that its fur had been plucked out alive. If the cat's fur had been shaved, its skin couldn't be like this. That would explain why this cat was so hostile to humans. And its tail, it wasn't tailless, but cut off. Bailey felt pity for the cat for a minute, then regained her composure. After all, no matter how pitiful it was, it had nothing to do with her, because its fate wasn't her fault. But now, it wanted to kill her. Bailey drew her knife and glanced at the gray cat. She didn't meet its deep green eyes. Instead, she lowered her head, called Xiao Wu over, and took him 2 steps forward. Xiao Wu opened his mouth, and a ball of red light burst forth. When it reached the group of cats and dogs baring their teeth at them, it suddenly transformed into a blazing flame, startling them so much that they immediately shut their mouths and turned away in terror. In the blink of an eye, the gray cat's minions had vanished, leaving it, alone and motionless, standing there. But it was no longer as calm as before. Its hostile gaze shifted from Bailey to Xiao Wu, with a caution and thoughtfulness not seen before. Meow. Suddenly, Xiao Ai meowed again, its pale blue eyes darting towards the gray cat, as if in warning. Why aren't you leaving? The gray cat looked at Xiao Ai, its dark green eyes locked with his for about 10 seconds before turning and running towards Kongzhou City. Bailey looked in the direction the gray cat had left, and suddenly her scalp tingled. She finally understood why she felt so strange upon entering Connecticut. Could it be that so many people had already died at the hands of the gray cat, or something similar? There might not be many living people left in this city. That's why, after getting off the highway, she felt like she entered a dead city. And those zombies, weren't they indifferent to passing cars or sounds? Wasn't it just the sheer volume of blood that was attracting them? Bailey turned to look at Xiao Ai, approached it, touched its head, and asked softly, Xiao Ai, do you want to come with us? Her hometown was big, and she wasn't worried about running out of food, so having Xiao Ai around wasn't a problem. But the big orange cat had no intention of joining them. It rubbed its head against Bailey's palm, then lowered its head to rub against Chi-Chi, then glanced at Xiao Wu and Xiao Feng before turning and running away with its minions in the opposite direction of the gray cat. Because of them, Xiao Ai had been forced to abandon the gray cat's company and find another place. Bailey breathed a sigh of relief. This was all for the better. Although Xiao Ai had been abandoned by her owner, she hadn't been abused and shouldn't have become an enemy of humans like the gray cat. This way, she'd have a better chance of survival. What a shame, Mom. If only Xiao Ai had come with us. Chi-Chi was reluctant to leave, and at the same time, he thought once again of the little wild cat Fantong. He raised that cat from infancy, so how could it have disappeared with the apocalypse? Could it have turned into a zombie cat? The thought of this possibility filled Chi-Chi with worry. Bailey didn't dare stay here any longer. After returning to the courtyard, she told Zhou Hui and his family to leave quickly. She didn't even have time to eat breakfast. She drove for over 2 hours, completely out of Connecticut, before finding an empty factory. As soon as the car stopped, she slumped down in the seat, took a glass of water from Chi-Chi's thermos, drank it, and closed her eyes. Mom, get some sleep. If you get off the car, don't leave the factory. Let Xiao follow you. Her energy was so depleted that it couldn't be replenished in just one night's sleep. Judging by her current condition, she might need at least 3 days of rest. Mom, go to sleep. I won't go far, don't worry. Looking at her mother's unusually pale face, Chi-Chi was deeply worried. She couldn't eat anything right now, all she wanted was sleep. Then she'd sleep a little longer. He got out of the car with his 2 dogs and a bird and whispered to Zheng Sujia, who was approaching, that she was tired and needed sleep. Zheng Sujia cooperated, lowering her voice. She quickly closed the front door, leaving the 3 children to stay by the car. She, holding the knife Zhou Hui had given her, wandered around the small factory. She didn't dare enter the workshop, but knowingly pulled down the shutters. Then she took the 3 children to eat and drink, then looked around. Chapter 72. It didn't rain today, but the sky remained gloomy, like a human heart. After a drowsy sleep for who knows how long, Bailey was awakened by the sound of banging on the door. What a noise! Her eyelashes fluttered, and she tried to open her eyes, but they felt heavy. Perhaps she overdrawn her supernatural powers last night, and her body was still exhausted. Bang, bang, bang. Someone inside, open the door, hurry. Stop talking nonsense, just bang it open. Mom. Even though Chi-Chi really didn't want to disturb Bailey at this moment, after all, Mom had only slept for over an hour, and her complexion hadn't recovered yet. But he couldn't help waking her up now. Although Uncle Zhou's car was blocking theirs, Uncle Zhou's leg wasn't healed yet. With so many people banging on the door, was Aunt Zheng supposed to handle it all by herself? That was definitely not an option. He glanced down at Xiaowu, then up at Feng Bao. Finally, with a sigh of resignation, he decided to wake Mom first. Bang! After hearing Chi-Chi's shout, Bai Li hadn't even opened her eyes when the door suddenly banged open with a loud crash. Someone from outside slammed it open. Shame on you, huh? Wow, that Jeep back there is even more exciting. Big brother, give me that one? Why? I broke the door open. So annoying. Bai Li's head ached from the noise. She wanted to respond to her son, to open her eyes, but her eyelids remained heavy and she wouldn't budge. She wasn't plunged into darkness. Instead, she was filled with green everywhere. She was completely enveloped by the green, feeling breathless. Mom, Mom. Chi-Chi's worried cries reached her ears, yet they seemed distant and near. She knew a group of people had broken in. She wanted to comfort him, to tell him not to be afraid, Mom was here. But she couldn't fully wake up. Bai Li was extremely anxious, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead, making her already pale skin seem almost transparent. Mom, what's wrong with you? Seeing that he couldn't wake Bai Li, Chi-Chi finally realized something was wrong. He pulled out a tissue and repeatedly wiped her sweat. Worried, he touched his forehead to hers. He didn't feel any heat. That meant she didn't have a fever. But why did she look so distressed? He turned to look at Xiaofeng and ordered decisively, Feng Bao, call your bird army over and drive those people away, okay? But for some reason, the little bird stared at its mother with its dark eyes, motionless. Feng Bao? I'm loving you in vain. Xiaowu, come here, next to your brother. I open the window a little, and if anyone comes, you can burn them to death. Woof. Xiaowu is the most reliable. They had just agreed, and the rear window was opened about a quarter of its way, because if it was too small, Xiaowu wouldn't be able to fire his fireballs. The group that had broken in had already surrounded Uncle Zhou's car, and 4 more were heading their way. Until then, Zheng Sujia and Zhou Hui had been glancing over at them. When they noticed Bai Li hadn't sat up, their eyes were filled with worry. She had fallen asleep from exhaustion the moment she arrived. It was the first time they had seen Bai Li like this. Zhou Hui vaguely guessed it had something to do with last night's battle, and the green-eyed monster they had driven away this morning. And then, without a moment's rest, they set off. It looked like she was truly exhausted. And just at this moment, she ran into a gang of robbers. They seemed to be staying somewhere nearby, and were out looking for supplies. They robbed anyone with a family, who was less powerful than them, and easy to bully. Zhou Hui wanted to get out of the car, but Zheng Sujia held him back, saying, your leg isn't healed yet. If you get out, you only get beaten. But could she avoid it by not getting out? The moment the door was flung open, Zheng Sujia wanted to start the car and rush out. But she knew she couldn't. Bai Li wasn't awake yet. They couldn't be so heartless as to abandon her and her child and run off. Zhou Hui would never allow her to do that. So in the end, she had no choice but to start the car and pretend she was about to hit someone, so they wouldn't get close. But there were too many of them, and they were also very bold. They watched her throttle, laughing and standing in front of the car, axes in hand. When Zheng Sujia actually ran into them, she quickly dodged. She didn't dare move too far forward, as that would mean she wouldn't be able to block Bai Li's car. So, after moving forward as if to hit the person, she immediately backed away. For a moment, she was filled with nervousness and fear, her palms, soles, and forehead covered in sweat. Zhou Hui's face was ashen, one hand clutching a knife, the other clenched into a fist. Jean Feng huddled in the back seat, holding her sister, a look of terror on her face. You dare to hit someone? Smash it. The gang of thugs, seeing that the occupants refused to get out and obediently handed over the car and its contents, finally lost their patience and attempted to rob it. The reason they hadn't previously robbed it was because they didn't want to damage such a fine car. They wanted to drive away intact. Now it seemed this family had been incredibly rude. Then don't blame them for being rude. They beat the person to death, and then drive away with the car. A burly man, already impatient, leaped forward at the command from his eldest brother, raising his iron rod and smashing it against Zheng Sujia's windshield. Watching the iron rod descend, Zheng Sujia trembled with fear. She couldn't retreat, for she had already backed up to Bai Li's car, the rear of her car practically touching the front. So she could only charge forward. Zheng Sujia's face paled, her body stiff. Just as she was about to put her foot on the accelerator for a fight, the man, who had leaped and was about to land on her car, suddenly froze in midair. No, not froze, but a vine, seemingly emerging from nowhere, had strangled his neck. One end of the vine seemed to have come from the tree leaning against the wall 10 meters away. Although he was caught in midair for about 2 seconds, His body was pulled towards the tree. With a thud, a branch about the thickness of a thumb pierced his neck. At that moment, the scene was utterly silent, a pin drop audible. Swish, swish, swish. Before the invaders could react and flee, countless vines of varying thicknesses suddenly erupted from all directions, each one precisely aimed at the necks of the invaders, and pierced through them like kebabs. For a moment, the sound of pew, applause, was incessant. Ah! Help! Run, run! At least half the people had their necks pierced directly, losing the ability to speak. A few screamed in agony out of reflex, while a few, quick to react, turned and fled without a word. After the apocalypse, many people clearly realized that the louder the noise, the faster the death. But even so, some still couldn't control themselves. Seeing two sturdy men about to flee the factory, Zhou Hui decisively ordered Zheng Sujia, "Hit them. Quick! If you're going to kill them all. Don't let any escape." Zheng Sujia stiffly moved her foot to the accelerator, and was about to step on it, when two vines suddenly shot over the roof of their car, and whizzed forward, leaving after images. Zhou Hui blinked, and when he looked again, the vines had already pierced through the stomachs of the two fleeing men. Zheng Sujia, her legs trembling, slid her foot back to the brake and asked hoarsely, "Honey, are they all dead?" All dead? It seemed like they were all dead. From the first vine's appearance to the complete destruction of the dozen or so men, it seemed like less than 2 minutes. The speed was so incredible, it felt unreal. It wasn't the first time they had seen Bai Li use this move, but it was the first time they had seen it pierce the neck to kill someone. And with such lightning speed. Zhou Hui looked around but couldn't find anyone still alive. "Mom, Aunt Bai seems to be lying there." The two were shocked. How could she not wake up after killing so many people in an instant? As it turned out, Bai Li was indeed still awake. Zhou Hui and Zheng Sujia stood by Bai Li's car window. She was covered with a blanket, her body still in the same half-lying position as before, her eyes tightly closed. For a moment, they were both silent. "Chi-Chi, your mother. I can't wake you up, and I don't know what's wrong." Chi-Chi was also confused. His mother's eyes remained closed, and no matter how he called her, she wouldn't wake up. But the green ivy vines outside the car seemed to have a mind of their own, attacking and killing people on their own. Their fierce momentum and murderous intent filled him with fear. This was completely different from the previous instances where she simply tied someone up. So, Mom was consciously controlling the vines even in her sleep. At the thought of this possibility, Chi-Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. "Wow! Amazing! It's impressive, but she have to stay here until she wakes up." Zhou Hui and Zheng Sujia didn't dare force Bai Li to leave. What if it was related to her special abilities? So, in this situation, they could only wait patiently for her to wake up. "Sijia, go get these people's cars." A dozen people drove out in 3 vehicles, including a van, apparently used to store supplies. Zheng Sujia was surprised to find half the van already filled with stuff. Instant noodles, mineral water, various snacks and drinks, and most surprisingly, 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot. She drove all 3 vehicles into the factory, and quickly ran to help Zhou Hui move the body. "I move it, don't move." "Okay, move them to the workshop and throw them all inside." Zheng Sujia toiled alone for over half an hour before finally dragging all the bodies into the innermost workshop, then lowered and locked the shutters. Zhou Hui, leaning on his cane, went to the street outside the factory, trying to clear up any traces left by the men, in case any accomplices came looking. However, he knew he wasn't a professional, and if their accomplices had been more careful, they would have a very high chance of finding this place. Now he just hoped Bai Li would wake up before anyone came, so they could leave quickly. But at that moment, he could never have imagined that Bai Li would sleep for 3.5 days straight, without waking up once. Chi-Chi and the others were so worried that they briefly wondered if he fainted from hunger instead of sleeping. It wasn't until 8 o'clock on the morning of the 4th day that Bai Li slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear. "Chi-Chi? Wow, Mom, you're finally awake." Chi-Chi leaped from the back seat into her arms, clasping her and crying, "Mom, you scared me to death. You wouldn't wake up, you wouldn't wake up." The child's tears streamed down his face, his sobs agonizing. Bai Li hugged him, her voice soft and soothing. "Mom, it's okay. I could actually hear you these past few days, but I just couldn't open my eyes. I felt like something was holding me up, and my eyelids were so heavy. Bai Li? You're awake." Chi-Chi's cries startled Zheng Sujia and Zhou Hui. Before Bai Li could finish, Zheng Sujia hurried over. Seeing Bai Li sitting soundly in her seat, she breathed a sigh of relief. Finally awake. At first, they didn't feel anything. They were so exhausted that they could sleep for a whole day or 2. But when she still hadn't woken up the next day, the couple grew worried, but they didn't dare show it, fearing Chi-Chi would get scared. Then, by the third day, they felt like they were living a year, so worried they didn't know what to say. Zheng even placed her hand under her nose several times. Thankfully, her breathing and temperature were normal, which calmed their anxious hearts a little. Gurgle. Hearing the sounds coming from her mother's stomach, Chi-Chi stopped crying and hurriedly turned to pour her mother some water. Zheng heard it too, and smiled. Do you have self-heating hot pot? Can I get you some tomato flavor? Okay, thank you. During the 3 days Bailey was asleep, they hadn't felt like cooking, other than boiling some water. They mostly ate self-heating hot pot and instant noodles. They waited in agony until now, finally waking her up. Over dinner, Bailey listened to Zheng and Zhou Hui recount the events of the past 3 days. As expected, the gang had accomplices nearby. They had found the place the next morning. Unlike the first wave of arrogance and banging on the door, the second wave simply stood outside and politely asked if they had seen 2 SUVs and a van. Zhou Hui of course said no. Then, without further ado, the gang left. On the third day, yesterday, several more vehicles passed by the factory. These people had already passed by, but then they turned back and stared at the green ivy hanging from the door for a long time. Finally, he approached Zhou Hui and asked if he had caused the green ivy to grow. Zhou Hui's thought was that either this person himself was a wood element, or one of his friends or family was. Otherwise, it would be impossible to tell at first glance that the green ivy was abnormal. To prevent others from noticing the strangeness, Zhou Hui deliberately dragged all the vines Bailey had caused to grow to the workshop entrance, leaving only 2 tiny ones stuck in the crack. Even those 2, seemingly inconspicuous ones, had been spotted. Zhou Hui didn't answer directly, but simply asked, "What's the matter?" Then the man handed Zhou Hui a note, telling him that if he had nowhere else to go, he could come find him there, and he would offer him a position in compensation. Zhou Hui then took out the note and handed it to Bailey. But Bailey refused. She ate without looking up, tear it up. She was going home. How could she possibly have nowhere to go? Upon waking from her sleep, she felt a little different in her body, as if she had more strength. Bailey had a vague feeling that her wood element must have advanced. Chapter 73. She hadn't eaten in nearly 4 days, so even though she was starving, Bailey managed to control herself, eating only a box of self-heating hot pot and drinking half a cup of warm water. She stood up, stamped her feet, stretched her limbs, then glanced up at the gloomy sky and said to Zheng and Zhou Hui, "We've been delayed for a few days. Let's get going now." Zhou Hui nodded, then pointed to the van parked in the corner behind them. "Please collect the stuff in there, and load everything you can into the van. I got enough gas, enough for a day's drive." If it weren't for Bailey, they wouldn't have gotten their loot. They'd been eating and drinking from the van for the past few days, which was already a bargain. So whatever was left was Bailey's to do with. They could take what she couldn't fit. Bailey didn't hesitate, picking out some food and supplies and stuffing them into the van, leaving most of it for them. It wasn't that she was being generous, it was simply too much. Her family's car was already quite full when they left Suchong. Even after they met Zhou Hui and his family of 4, they didn't eat much of her food, and they stuffed quite a bit more along the way. So even now, the trunk has been constantly full. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they finished packing and were about to get in and leave, someone suddenly knocked on the factory's iron gate. Perhaps because Bailey had woken up, seeing someone approaching again, Zhou Hui and Zheng were no longer nervous, only cautious. "Everyone get in the car, I go check." Zhou Hui, leaning on his cane, limped to about 3 meters from the gate and stopped. "Brother, how are you thinking?" It was the young man who had given him the address earlier. To prevent them from resorting to force, he didn't say anything final, merely saying he'd consider it. But he didn't expect them to come back so soon. Zhou Hui offered a lame excuse. "Sorry, I have a family to support, so it's not convenient. I won't be able to go." The young man raised an eyebrow, stared at him for 3 seconds, then smiled. "Everyone has their own aspirations." "Very good. Then, see you later." Without waiting for Zhou Hui's reply, he turned and left. He was quite prompt, not arguing further. After losing sight of anyone through the crack in the door, Zhou Hui opened it, waited for Zheng to drive up, opened the passenger door, and got in. The car pulled onto the highway, Zheng pulled over, and Bailey continued to drive ahead. "Brother Xiao, are you just letting them go like that?" Not long after Bailey and the others left, a car turned around at an intersection not far from the factory. The man with the crew cut was speaking in the driver's seat. while the young man from earlier was sitting in the passenger seat, gazing thoughtfully at the two departing cars, muttering, "They can't leave." The crew cut turned his head toward the factory. "They disappeared right here in the mainland. We searched everywhere except this factory. Brother Xiao, do you think? We find out if we go in and take a look." "Okay." 5 minutes later, they found more than a dozen bodies piled together in the factory workshop. Also, in a corner not far from the workshop, they saw a pile of unusually green radishes, speckled with black spots. "Like blood?" The young man looked at the nearly identical bloody wounds on the necks of the dozen or so people, his pupils trembling. At the same time, Jiang Minglang, Bai Yang, and Zhang Xiaoda had returned to Yunqi village, their hometown in Pingcheng. But what frustrates him is that Bai Li and Chi-Chi haven't made it home yet. The good news is that Grandpa, Grandma, father-in-law, uncle, and aunt are all safe. Seeing Bai Yang get out of Jiang Minglang's car, Aunt Li Xiu rushed forward and hugged him, tears streaming down her face. She'd been terrified for so many days. She wanted to go find him, but she was afraid of taking the wrong road. If she didn't go, she was worried he wouldn't come back. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Li Xiu hadn't slept a single good night's sleep in these tormented days. Minglang, where are Lizzie and Chi-Chi? Bai Xiangtian saw his nephew get out of the car and thought his daughter and grandson were inside, but when he looked over, no one was there. Bai Xiangtian also looked at Jiang Minglang, his face pale. He asked with trembling lips, "Minglang, where are her mother and daughter?" Bai Li's grandmother's legs went weak, and Grandpa Bai held her tightly, preventing her from falling to the ground. However, Grandpa Bai's face wasn't looking good either. The whole family looked at Jiang Minglang with pale faces. Even Li Xiu, unable to bear the thought of crying while hugging her son, quickly let go and slapped him. "Where's your sister? Where's Chi-Chi?" "Lizzie's fine, Dad. Chi-Chi's fine too. Don't overthink it, don't overthink it." Jiang Minglang scratched his head in frustration. He'd been rushing so hard, how could he have overtaken them again? He sighed helplessly, "We took the wrong road. When I arrived in Sucheng, they had just left, and I immediately chased after them. I didn't expect to miss them again after chasing them all the way. Dad, Uncle, take care of Grandpa and Grandma. I go back to find them now." With that, Jiang Minglang turned and was about to get in the car. "I go with you." "I go too." Bai Xiangtian and Bai Yang shouted at the same time, the former glaring at the latter. "With your tiny body, why are you going? Stay home." Bai Xiangtian is 54 this year. Even after retiring at 35, he's been diligently exercising, maintaining a robust physique and excellent physical fitness. Furthermore, after returning from the military, he's contracted 2 orchards and toiled in the fields year-round. He's certainly no match for the delicate Bai Yang. Even if he could, Bai Yang wouldn't dare contradict his uncle, he's afraid of him. Bai Yang looked to Jiang Minglang for help, hoping he'd speak up for him. He really wanted to find his sister. But Jiang Minglang hadn't brought anyone with him. He said, "Dad, when I entered the village, it looked unsafe. You can't leave. You need to stay home and protect Grandpa and Grandma. Don't worry, with Dazi and I here, we definitely bring them back safely." With this, Bai Xiangtian gave up his insistence. Because Jiang Minglang was telling the truth, their village was indeed unsafe. On the first day of the apocalypse, Bai Xiangtian had originally planned to deliver vegetables to the street vendors in the city. He had already packed everything and loaded it onto the truck, but just before departure, the engine developed a problem. While repairing his car in the backyard, he suddenly heard screams erupting from the village. His home was at the northernmost end of the village, right next to his orchard and vegetable patch. The few houses in front of him were deserted, their children all working in the city, leaving only the elderly to look after the homes. But the screams weren't coming from the houses in front of his, but further ahead, as if there was some commotion in the center of the village. At first, Bai Xiangtian thought 2 families were arguing or fighting. This kind of thing had happened before. His father, the retired principal of the village primary school, was often asked to judge right and wrong. He refused countless times, but people still asked, which was extremely annoying. To prevent anyone from coming, Bai Xiangtian, still clutching a wrench, strode into the front yard without even putting it down. He instructed his father, "Bai Qiming, I lock the gate. Don't open it, no matter who comes. Remember, we don't get involved in other people's affairs, okay?" I know. Lock it, lock it." Bai Qiming was also annoyed. Often he didn't want to go, but the brigade secretary was his nephew, and since he invited him, he had to give him some face, right? "Xiangtian, why do those screams sound off to me?" Grandma Bai, he Shu again, was standing in the yard hanging clothes. She strained her ears to hear the screams, frowning. Why doesn't it sound like a fight? I go check it out. You too, don't go anywhere. Just stay home. Bai Xiangtian also sensed something was amiss. He put the wrench down, jumped on his electric scooter, and left. But when they reached the door, they still locked it. The old man was already 77, and while he looked strong, he couldn't afford to be constantly tormented by them. When they built the new house, they chose the northernmost location, seeking peace and quiet away from the village. Bai Xiangtian could never have imagined that when the apocalypse arrived, that very distance would actually protect his family. No one knew who had bitten the first person, but when Bai Xiangtian went to investigate, the road in the middle of the village was already stained red with blood. The village was in chaos. From the second to the fifth day, except for those who had become zombies or were bitten to death, every household kept their doors shut. Everyone was terrified, bewildered, and unsure what to do. After all, Bai Xiangtian had served in the military, so he was much more resilient than the average person. Moreover, during the few minutes when the internet was back online, he received a WeChat message from Jiang Minglang, giving him a general understanding of the situation. On the third day, after he reinforced the gate to ensure even zombies couldn't get in, he drove around the village and took the northern road to the town's high school to pick up his younger brother and his wife. Luckily, on the first day of the apocalypse, Bai Xiangtian and his wife didn't have classes. They argued furiously over a math problem, neither willing to let the other out, thus avoiding the first wave of zombie attacks. This allowed them to safely wait for Bai Xiangtian. However, the sheer number of zombies in town was beyond their expectations, and returning home took quite a while. On the sixth day, Bai Xiangtian grabbed his family's axe and began clearing out the zombies. Their village wasn't large, with fewer than 200 households, and excluding those who had left to work, clearing out the zombies wasn't difficult. The difficulty lay in the fact that once you began clearing, people would take it upon themselves to take responsibility, and if you didn't finish, they accuse you of slacking off and scold you. Bai Xiangtian had a bad temper, so on the third day of cleanup, he was told through the courtyard wall to clear out the zombies next door, which he refused to do. Then, the village secretary, who was also his cousin, under the slogan "Those who are capable should do more work," ordered him to clear out the zombies trapped in his house, as he had already taken care of almost all the zombies hanging around outside. Bai Xiangtian ignored him. To be honest, if it weren't for his own parents, he wouldn't have bothered with the ones outside. His daughter and her family hadn't returned yet, and he was very upset. He had initially cleared out the zombies partly to distract himself, and partly to train himself, so he could better protect his family later. But he hadn't expected to be treated as if it was his duty, as if he were being morally blackmailed. As expected, human hearts are the most unpredictable. On his way back, Jiang Minglang happened to see a group of people gathered in the village. One of them was pointing in the direction of his house, with a hostile look on his face. He recognized it as his father-in-law's cousin, the village party secretary, Bai Xiangyuan. He usually had a good relationship with his family, so what had happened? Jiang Minglang didn't have time to ask for details, but simply told Bai Xiangtian to be careful of the villagers. But as he was leaving, Bai Xiangyuan stopped him. "Minglang, why are you leaving again after just getting back?" "I'm not leaving, I'm going to pick up Bailey, and we'll be back soon." "Is there something going on? Lizzie didn't come back with you?" "We got separated on the way, but she's driving and should be home soon." "Is that so? Then, can I ask you a favor?" Jiang Minglang narrowed his eyes, and said calmly, "Go ahead. Our Xiaohua hasn't come back yet either. Go pick up Lizzie and, while you're at it, go to Jiancheng and bring our Xiaohua back as well. Minglang, I know you're capable. This shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" Jiang Minglang was practically chuckling at his words. Jiancheng is south of Sicheng, while their hometown, Pingcheng, is north of Sicheng. He already said Bailey had left Sicheng and returned home, and might already be near Pingcheng by now. Why was he still asking him to go to Jiancheng? "Sorry, uncle, I can't go to Jiancheng. I need to find Lizzie and Chi-Chi first. Please move aside." Bai Xiangyuan didn't move. The smile on his face faded, and his voice choked with sobs. "Minglang, Lizzie has been smart and capable since she was a child. Unlike our Xiaohua, who's dull and clumsy, in poor health, and not as capable as her sister, and can't really take care of herself. Even if you don't go pick up Lizzie, she'd find a way home safely. But Xiaohua can't. She needs..." "Uncle," Jiang Minglang's face turned cold. He asked, "Your son isn't home?" Bai Xiangyuan, a shrewd man, understood Jiang Minglang's meaning immediately upon hearing him ask. But he ignored the question and continued to play the victim. "You're her brother-in-law. Isn't it only natural for a brother-in-law to save his sister-in-law? Besides, you're going out anyway, so a little extra distance won't matter. So uncle, please. Zhang Xiaoda couldn't bear to listen any longer and leaned over to interrupt him. Uncle, I don't think you need to ask my brother to go to Jianshan to pick up your daughter. Do you know why? Why? You just said your daughter's health isn't good, right? That's a disaster. On the first day of the apocalypse, those with poor health have almost all turned into zombies. Even those who became zombies without being infected by the virus will be bitten and turned into zombies if they can't protect themselves. Besides, Jiangcheng has a large population. If your daughter couldn't take good care of herself, she'd probably be a zombie by now. Please accept my condolences. But it doesn't matter. After all, if you lost your daughter, you still have your son. You won't end up alone, right? Bai Xiangyuan, His face was livid with anger, but he didn't know what to say. Taking advantage of his distraction, Jiang Minglang stepped on the accelerator and drove past him. From a distance, he could still hear Zhang Xiaoda's voice. Uncle, if you get a chance, go buy some gold ingots and paper money to burn for your daughter. Chapter 74. Brother, why are you wasting so much time talking to him? We can't even finish our journey. Zhang Xiaoda assumed Jiang Minglang was being considerate of Bai Li. After all, no matter how shameless this man was, he was still his sister-in-law's uncle. Even though they were a distant relative, they were still quite close. I'm afraid he'd do something bad to my father-in-law and the others after we leave. Huh? No way. Even if he did, wouldn't Uncle Bai be able to handle it? He might be thick-skinned, but I don't think Uncle Bai and second uncle are pushovers. Could they really be bullied by him? You don't understand, Jiang Minglang sighed. Grandpa's education was funded by his eldest brother, Bai Xiangyuan's father. When he graduated, he fell ill again, and it was his eldest brother who sold everything he had to fund his medical treatment. Because of this, Grandpa's eldest brother didn't marry until he was in his 30s, and he only had one son, Bai Xiangyuan. The old man is sentimental, especially as he grows older, becoming more nostalgic. You can imagine how tolerant he was of Bai Xiangyuan. So, even if my father-in-law and second uncle were disgusted with Bai Xiangyuan, they had to tolerate it for the old man's sake. When it came to the elders, Zhang Xiaoda couldn't say anything. So, brother, wasn't what I said just now wrong? It's okay, I already said it. There's no right or wrong. I was just furious. I never seen anyone bossing others around so easily. He wants to take his daughter home, but he's unwilling to let his son take the risk. Why should he? An elder's favor is theirs. It shouldn't be expected of a younger generation, right? Jiang Minglang scoffed. Everyone understands that. Do you think he doesn't? He's just trying to take advantage of the old man while he's still around. He was shrewd enough to know that everyone, from my father-in-law and second uncle to your sister-in-law and Bai Yang, had a negative impression of their family. By the time the old man passed away, the relationship between the two families would inevitably fade, perhaps even cease. Shameless. Forget it, let's not talk about him. On our way back, the Pingjiang Bridge was the most difficult to navigate. Your sister-in-law and Chi-Chi weren't there yet. Were they stuck on the bridge? Elsewhere, after leaving the factory, Bai Li and the others drove along the road for about half an hour before gradually sensing something was amiss. Even before she fainted, they had already left Hangzhou and were now in Pingcheng. Beyond Pingcheng, they would reach their own city, Pingcheng. Despite the proximity of the two cities, they were not nearly so close, separated by a river over a kilometer wide. So, to return to Pingcheng, they had to cross the bridge. The Pingjiang Bridge was the only way they had to take. But they were still a long way from the Pingjiang Bridge. It's quite a distance away, so how come there are so many people walking ahead? They're people, not zombies. The people she met before she fell asleep were all driving cars anyway. Now, only 3.5 days have passed, and no one can even drive? Or maybe it's not that there are no cars, but that there's no gas. With the apocalypse approaching, the longer time passes, the fewer people will be able to drive. Bai Li slowly stopped the car and turned to ask Chi-Chi, "Son, is there any other way?" Chi-Chi looked up at the sign ahead, then at the map, his face stern. "Mom, this road takes 30 kilometers directly to the Pingjiang Bridge, and then across it to Pingcheng. But if you take any other route, you have to enter Pingcheng, then go east to west, through the entire city to the West District, which is about 70 kilometers. From the West District, 10 kilometers south, there's a Siosi Bridge. You can cross it and get to Pingcheng." Bai Li was surprised. "Is this marked on the map? So detailed?" "No, it's from our previous trip to Pingcheng. Dad told me about it." "You were in the car then?" Bailey, She shouldn't have asked that question. Bailey got out of the car to discuss it with Zheng Sujia and Zhou Hui. Ultimately, the three of them decided to stick with this route. It wasn't that they didn't consider the second option, but the risk of getting into the city was too great. It looked like 70 kilometers, but who knew how many detours it would take, and how many days it would take. So let's try the closest route first. The car moved forward again. When it came up behind the hikers, she honked her horn, and some people gave way at first. But the further they went, the fewer people gave way. Some men even noticed a woman driving, and not only was there no man in the passenger seat, but there was actually a dog. Some people were furious. Has human status become so low now? Worse than a dog, they can only walk on their own two legs, while dogs ride in cars. What are you pressing? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Some quick-witted people approached by Lee's car window and negotiated with her. How about giving us a ride? It's not free, and I have food and water in my backpack. Oh, I have a piece of jade and a Patek Philippe women's watch here, both of which you can give me. I have a watch too, and other goodies. Miss, can you give me a ride? You idiot, do you understand first come, first served? I said it first. What right do you have to butt in? You're the fool. I didn't agree. Bang. Bailey hadn't even lowered the car window when a fight broke out between several people outside. She glanced out the window, paying no attention. Boom, boom, boom. Although the car didn't move, the increased throttle made the people blocking the road jump, and they instinctively ran to either side. Bailey seized the opportunity to move forward, driving for nearly 1,000 meters in one breath. A little further, and she would be right next to the car in front. But just then, an old woman suddenly threw herself against the backseat window, banging on it and begging, I can't walk anymore. I really can't walk anymore. Please give me a ride. Please let me get in. Because the suddenness of her attack startled Chi-Chi, he quickly moved to the middle, away from the window. Girl, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a tradition passed down by our ancestors. Please have mercy on me, and let me get in. As the old woman threw herself at her, Bailey noticed the little boy behind her, about 7 or 8 years old, about Chi-Chi's age. So if she agreed to let the old woman get in, it wouldn't just be one person, but at least a grandparent and grandchild. Did they see her, a woman with only a dog and a child, and decided to extort money? Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked her instead of the other cars passing by. Ah! Xiao Feng suddenly cried out without warning, and Xiaowu, taking advantage of the situation, followed suit with a bark. Chi-Chi grabbed Xiao Feng and scolded her, You ignorant child, why are you yelling at this hour? But before he finished speaking, the sound of the old woman banging on the window outside suddenly changed. A muffled sound was heard, followed by her scream, Ah! Grandma? The old woman stumbled back 2 steps, each hand banging on the window a gash. Blood gushed out, dripping onto the ground. Bailey turned her head to look at the rear window. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but it felt as if something had just covered the window, fleeting, lasting no more than a second. Looking back at the old woman, she saw a long cut on her hand, blood still oozing out. Just as Bailey looked over, the old woman also looked up. Their eyes met, and she took 2 steps back in horror. What's wrong, Grandma? What's wrong? The boy was puzzled to see that his grandmother's hand was injured, not that they hadn't gotten in the car. It was just a few bangs on the window. How could she get hurt? Hey, you heard my grandma. You can't leave. You have to take her with you. Baby, we're not getting in anymore. We're not getting in anymore. The boy was smart enough to use his grandmother's injury as a pretext for a scam. What he didn't expect was that his grandmother stopped him from moving forward, and despite her bleeding hand, she dragged him away. She looked so nimble, and she didn't look like the person he just described as unable to walk. The car was completely silent. After a long moment, Chi-Chi looked down at the little bird in his arms and asked hesitantly, Fengbao, did you just do something? Woof. Xiaowu, stop messing around. I'm not asking you. Fengbao, tell me, when you barked just now, did you do something? Of course, Xiao Feng couldn't answer him, but she tilted her head, her dark eyes meeting Chi-Chi's, innocent and pure. Pretend you know how to act. Chi-Chi poked its head, then looked up excitedly at her mother. Mom, did you see what just happened? What did Fengbao do out there that actually injured both of that old lady's hands? I didn't see it clearly, but there's definitely something there. Bailey was feeling very complicated at the moment. She felt that this apocalypse had brought many benefits to their family. I remember now, Chi-Chi suddenly exclaimed. He put down Fengbao in his arms, slumped over the front seat, and said to Bailey, Mom, remember I told you about 2 people knocking on our door and getting burned to ashes? Bailey nodded. I remember. What happened? Didn't Shio's fireball miss our door? Now I know why it didn't. Why? Bailey also had a vague feeling, but she kept quiet, letting her son speak. Foambao screamed first, and then Xiaowu unleashed the fireball through the tiny gap below. Normally, the door would have burned, but ours remained intact, undamaged. What does this mean? It means something's wrapped around the door from below, or protecting the entire door, so it remained intact when the fireball passed. What do you think, Mom? Is that right? It seems. That's the only explanation. But what kind of superpower is this? Foambao, I didn't expect you to be so powerful despite your small stature. Not only do you have an army of birds, but you also have such a powerful superpower. You're almost as powerful as your brother. Chi-Chi felt his ability to release water was incredibly powerful. He was like a mobile bucket. After all, there was a water shortage, and people couldn't live without water. After what happened to the old lady just now, even though the others didn't see how she was injured, they understood that while there were no men in the car, this woman was no pushover. So when Bailey drove forward, few dared to stop her. Zheng Sujia followed closely behind her. As long as she could move forward, she would move forward too. This helped her avoid being harassed. Of course, one reason was that Zhou Hui was sitting in the passenger seat. Zhou Hui, did you see what happened to that old lady just now? Was she stabbed by glass? Zheng Sujia, She turned her head to glance at him quickly, and nodded numbly. Yes, you're right, it was glass. Whatever it was, that was it. But the couple were actually shocked. They had thought Bailey and her son had played all their cards. Wood, water, birds. Which one wouldn't be a hot commodity, but who knew they had more? Although neither of them could see what this card was, it was undoubtedly powerful. Extremely powerful. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with 10 kilometers left to Pingjiang Bridge, there was a sudden commotion behind them. Zombies! Zombies are coming! Run! The already crowded street suddenly became a chaotic mess. People scrambled forward, squeezing cars so hard they couldn't move. One idiot, for some reason, honked his horn furiously. Passers-by angrily slammed his car and yelled at the driver's seat, "Why are you honking? Are you complaining about the zombies being slow? I honked whenever I wanted. What's it to you? Stay out of my car. Get out of here. Still honking? If you do, I smash your car." The last sentence seemed to have given everyone a warning, as someone banged on the windshield and windows with a stick as they fled. Knock and run. Then the sound of shattering car windows could be heard, and the people inside erupted in angry curses. Seeing this, Bailey pulled the car over as far as she could, stopped, and turned off the engine. Since she couldn't leave at this point, she might as well rest. We'd probably be traveling all night tonight, so Mom's going to get some sleep now. Mom, you go to sleep. I watch you. No need to watch you. You and Mom, go to sleep. Her car stopped, and Zheng Sujia naturally stopped behind her. Bailey turned off the engine, and she did the same. But within 3 minutes, she saw several vines suddenly entangle the outside of Bailey's car. Before the couple could react, 2 vines swooped down from the car in front, extending to the roof of their car, then engulfing their car as well. Aunt Bai, are you planning to rest here? Zhou Jifeng, even quicker than his father, immediately understood Bailey's intention. Seeing how crowded it was, the situation was incredibly congested. They simply stopped moving and decided to wait until the turmoil was over before making any plans. Anyway, it was impossible to move forward or backward. The main issue was that everyone was rushing forward, which could easily lead to accidents. But Zheng Sujia turned her head and glanced back. Old people, children, men and women, all she saw were people. No zombies were in sight. Zhou Hui advised her, "Don't worry. Even if zombies were approaching, they wouldn't notice us right now because the noise ahead was much louder. Hurry up and lie down and rest for a while." Judging by Bailey's expression, she'd probably be traveling tonight. Hearing her husband's words, Zheng Sujia breathed a sigh of relief. Following his advice, she reclined the seat and, imitating Bailey's example, tried to calm down and rest. Chapter 75. As everyone panicked and scrambled to get on Pingjiang Bridge, a strange scene unfolded on the road. 2 cars stopped by the roadside. Lush green vines entwined them from front to back, their leaves slowly unfurling, facing the road. Passers-by who noticed this scene stared in shock. But it was only for a moment, as they were quickly shoved forward by the rushing crowd behind them. The distinctive ho-ho sounds of zombies seemed to be getting closer. Mom, the car's soundproofing was excellent. Chi-Chi ignored what was happening outside, turning to look at the Zhou family car behind her. "Wow!" she exclaimed, her mouth wide open. "You seem different than before." "Yes, it's different. Controlling these things feels much easier now than before. Son, Mom's wood element must have advanced." Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. "I understand. It's like a game, where the characters level up, becoming increasingly powerful. So Mom, have you advanced from level 1 to level 2? Level 1, level 2? Bailey closed her eyes and smiled. Things like superpowers probably only appeared within the past month, and I don't know how many people possess them. But regardless, they're definitely still in the exploratory stages, and probably haven't reached a stratum yet. Okay, enough about this. Mom's going to sleep for a while." Although they had only driven a little over 20 kilometers that day, they encountered a lot of turmoil. They hadn't relaxed for a moment, and were even more exhausted than a day of driving on small roads before. So, not long after lying down, Bailey fell asleep. Chi-Chi was about to sleep too, but Xiao scratched the plastic bag with his paws, then looked up at him with a pair of wet dog eyes. "Poop again? Eat less. Didn't you see your mother doesn't even dare to drink water?" He grumbled softly to Xiao, then opened the plastic bag and tirelessly took on the role of poop shoveler. What if he didn't? You can't let him hold the poop in, right? Otherwise, how can he stay in the car? Shoveling 1 is shoveling. Shoveling 2 is shoveling. After Xiao finished, Chi-Chi poked Taidan with his index finger and whispered, "Are you going to poop?" Tiadan's injury was better than before, as evidenced by the fact that he slept less each day. However, he still didn't eat or drink much. Taidan was asleep. After being poked awake, he impatiently moved to the other side, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep without lifting his butt. "You're not going to pull it, are you? Don't call me if you want to pull it later. You can't pull it into the car, or I throw you out." Chi-Chi threatened Taidan, then tied the plastic bag shut and looked up at Xiaofeng. Little Bird was tilting its head to look out the window, intently focused, looking at something indistinct. Chi-Chi also looked out the window, but he was looking at the other side, at the road. A tall, thin man was trying to grab a backpack from a woman's back. When she refused to give it, he kicked her. The woman fell to the ground, and someone running behind her stepped on her calf. She couldn't help but cry out in pain. Even though she fell to the ground and her leg was stepped on, the woman still held on to the bag strapped tightly. Seeing that he couldn't get it away, the man, in a rage, raised his hand and slapped her face hard. With a bang, the woman fell to the ground. The man turned his head to look at the zombies that were less than 20 meters away from him, turned around and ran away. The crowd gradually receded, and almost everyone who needed to run had already done so, save for the woman who had fallen to the ground and tried twice to get up. She turned her head to look at the approaching zombies, her eyes filled with despair. She thought she was doomed, but when she turned and saw 2 strange cars covered in green vines in front of her, something suddenly occurred to her. She clasped her backpack to her front and rolled under by Li's car. Chi-Chi was stunned. One of his hands was still on the rear window switch. He had just wanted to open it a crack and tell the woman to get under their car. Although Mom had said that people's hearts were unpredictable and that we should be especially wary of strangers, this sister looked truly pitiful. He hadn't let her get in the car, only told her to hide under it. Shouldn't she be fine? But before he could do that, she had already gone in. Well, that's fine. The horse sounds grew closer, and the ground trembled under the swarm of zombies. Like bloodthirsty demons, they pursued the crowd ahead. A large crowd of people made it easy for people to be trampled. Screams and wails could be heard from time to time, and Chi-Chi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How foolish. Still screaming at this hour? Even for the sake of survival, you have to hold it in. It's been almost a month since the apocalypse. Don't they know that zombies get excited when they hear screams? On the other hand, none of the zombies who passed by their 2 cars paid any attention. The girl lying under the car breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. She tried to move her right leg. Although it still hurt, it wasn't as excruciating as before. Being able to move it meant the bone was probably fine. She felt a little relieved, thinking she'd rest under the car for a while. Once the pain subsided and the zombies had all passed, she could figure out how to get out. However, she wasn't expecting anything. Just as she finally let out a sigh of relief, a rustling sound suddenly rang in her ears. It was completely different from the sound of a zombie's footsteps. The girl's eyes suddenly widened, her scalp tingling as she slowly turned her head. Then, she gasped, her hand clutching her backpack suddenly covering her mouth. The railing, about 2 meters from the car, had suddenly become covered with a swarm of colorful snakes, large and small. Each one held its head high, its tongue barking, as it slithered and hissed towards her. Two of them, with red and yellow stripes, had already scrambled down the railing and were approaching her. The girl, who hadn't cried during the beating just now burst into tears. Snakes? She feared snakes the most. Stay away, stay away. She didn't want to die in their mouths. But she couldn't move at all. For one thing, there were zombies on the other side, and for another, her legs were still aching, making it difficult to move. The girl closed her eyes again in despair. Forget it, let her die. Even if she survived, she wouldn't be able to walk home safely. She was a sophomore this year. Her name was Xiaomin. After the apocalypse, she and several classmates were trapped in the dormitory for over 10 days. They finally escaped, but when they arrived in Pingcheng, their car ran out of gas, and they couldn't find any more. They had no choice but to get out of the car and walk home. On the way, a female classmate got a ride with a fellow villager and left with them. But Xiaomin couldn't stop her fellow villagers, believing they kept glancing at her chest. But she couldn't stop her classmates, believing they had a car. Xiaomin thought, if she couldn't even take care of herself, how could she care about others? Forget it, just leave if you want. As they were about to leave Pingcheng, they experienced another commotion, and she became separated from the other students. But unexpectedly, as they neared Pingjiang Bridge, they ran into a senior, one of the people who had escaped from school with them before, and they were from the same hometown, both from Pingcheng. But people's hearts were unpredictable. She treated him as a friend, but he actually tried to steal her bag. He said his own bag had been stolen, and with the zombies about to arrive, and the unrest about to break out again, he actually wanted to take her things and escape, simply because she refused to give him an extra pack of cookies. In the end, when he couldn't take her, he even beat her. Thinking of this, Xiaomin's tears flowed even harder. She was so unwilling to accept it. She had walked such a long distance, so close to home, only to die here. But as she cried, she realized something was wrong. It felt like so much time had passed, but why hadn't the snake come to bite her? Xiaomin quietly opened one eye, then froze. She slowly opened her mouth, staring in shock at the snake entangled in vines. No, at the vines that held the snake. Was it really a plant she knew, a pothose? She had no idea where all those pothose vines had appeared from. Not only did they entangle the snake, they also seemed to frighten. A leopard? Is that a leopard? Xiaomin saw a leopard standing on the railing. It didn't jump down, but instead stared at the car warily. After about 2 minutes, the leopard turned and leaped into the bushes behind it, quietly scurrying away. Only then did Xiaomin notice the crooked sign behind the railing. Pingcheng Zoo. So the leopards and the snakes all escaped from the zoo? No matter where they came from, the vines on this car seemed unfazed. Realizing this, Xiaomin breathed a sigh of relief. As she trudged along the road, she saw a sturdy jeep passing by. A woman wearing a mask was driving, with a dog in the passenger seat and what appeared to be a child in the back seat. Many people had tried to take advantage of this car, but this woman seemed completely unfazed. No one knew what she had done to it, but anyone who approached with such intent was inexplicably injured. An old woman said that when she tapped on the car's windows, she couldn't even reach the glass. All she could see was cold, hard metal with burrs. Others didn't believe her, but she showed her injured hands. From the palms to the fingers, they truly looked like they had been pierced. Shortly after the old woman finished her story, a man also commented that this car and this woman were eerie. Her car couldn't be touched. It couldn't be touched. Xiaomin believed this completely, otherwise, how could she have leisurely parked by the roadside and slept while zombies charged towards her? Who could do such a thing? It takes immense strength and self-confidence. At this thought, Xiaomin couldn't help but shrink. She clasped her hands together and bowed to the car, apologizing in her heart. Sorry, sister, I'm just hiding here. I didn't mean to use your car, and I won't bother you. I leave as soon as my legs can move again. Bailey, of course, couldn't know what Xiaomin was thinking. Even Chi-Chi had fallen asleep by then. Only Xiaofeng was still staring out the window with its dark little eyes, its head tilted to one side. After the snakes were entangled in the vines, a flock of birds fluttered over. One of them, with its wingspan nearly 2 meters, was an eagle. It opened its mouth and bit a snake caught in the vines. With a powerful tug, the snake's head and half its body slipped into its mouth, leaving the remaining half entangled in the vines. In a short while, the eagle had dismembered the entire snake, half swallowed and half remaining entangled in the vines. Miraculously, not a drop of blood was seen. Even more miraculously, why didn't the vines attack the eagles? Xiaomin, hiding under the car, was bewildered by this scene. What she didn't see was that the snakes weren't bleeding, but that the blood that did bleed was absorbed by the vines and leaves when it came into contact with them. Bailey had no idea her green ivy could actually drink snake blood. She had simply given her plants a warning before bed, telling them to keep away any malicious creatures. The eagle, summoned by Xiao Feng, had no ill intentions, so the green ivy let it eat the snakes. But it wouldn't give it all, it insisted on keeping half. For some reason, Xiaomin suddenly remembered eating in the school cafeteria and finding a half-eaten caterpillar in her dish. She felt a little nauseous. At 7 o'clock in the evening, after a 3-hour nap, Bailey woke up with the urge to urinate. She rolled over and sat up, looking forward first. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see a thing. She glanced to her left, right, and back, and the same thing happened. But her eyesight was good, and she could see Zhou Hui in the car behind her still asleep. That was good. She wouldn't be too embarrassed to urinate. After she finished, she noticed that there were many snakes entangled in the vines. No, many half-snakes. Bailey stared at the half-snakes for a few seconds, then waved her hand in disdain. Then, from the ditch under the railing, a series of snapping sounds came. This time, she didn't throw the vines away. She wrapped them around the roof. After she finished, Zhou Hui in the car behind opened his eyes. He opened the door and got out, asking Bailey, "Shall we leave now?" "Yes, let's go check out the front. There's someone lying under your car. Wake her up." As usual, Zhou Hui would remain vigilant for a while they and the child slept. So, Xiaomin saw it all, rolling under Bailey's car before the zombies arrived, the snakes behind them being caught in the vines, the leopards coming and going, the eagles devouring the snakes. Only after the last zombie passed by their car, and there were no more behind, did he close his eyes and rest. Xiaomin hadn't expected to fall asleep while hiding under someone's car. She had simply wanted to wait for the zombies to pass, and then leave when the danger was over. But why had she fallen asleep while waiting? And she slept so soundly and peacefully, she didn't wake until someone called her. She hurriedly crawled out from under the car, blushing as she apologized to Bailey. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep. I just wanted to hide for a while. We're going to cross the Pingjiang Bridge, so hurry up." Bailey said only this before getting in the car, starting the engine and turning on the lights. Xiaomin stood there for 3 seconds, then said thank you to Bailey, slung her backpack over her shoulders, and strode forward. After a good night's sleep, even though she hadn't eaten tonight, she felt surprisingly alert. It was strange, the 3 hours she spent under the car had been the best sleep she had in days. 2 cars passed by one after another. Xiaomin had expected them to disappear quickly. After all, they had 4 wheels, while she only had 2 legs. But she hadn't expected the 2 cars to be driving so slowly that she could see their rear ends all the way through. Their orange lights had become her guiding lights for the night. Chapter 76. Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda arrived at Pingjiang Bridge at 5:30 p.m. One end of the bridge was Pingcheng, the other Pingcheng. The section near Pingcheng was crowded, but relatively peaceful. The occasional sounds of fighting and scolding were mostly caused by friction while walking, not particularly intense. In the first month of the apocalypse, while social rules were gradually crumbling, years of established habits remained, and people still had some respect. Even if they wanted to do something, they wouldn't do it openly in such a public place. Of course, the situation was more complicated in secret. Alas, in normal times, everyone rushed to big cities like Pingcheng, Ningxing, and Sicheng. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, with no water, electricity, or gas, everyone is flocking to the countryside again. Pingcheng is primarily an agricultural city. To the second-tier and first-tier cities south of Pingjiang, it's just the countryside. But Bailey's choice to settle in Sicheng wasn't entirely because it was a first-tier city with good development. She chose that place partly because she attended university in Suzhou and was familiar with it, loving this city known as the Jiangnan Water Village. But the second and main reason she ultimately decided to stay was Jiang Minglang. They graduated from the same high school, and while they weren't in the same town, they lived relatively close. Jiang Minglang had a very poor relationship with his parents. While his grandmother was alive, he was able to maintain some semblance of serenity. But when she passed away, his parents, for some reason, didn't inform him, causing him to miss his grandmother's final journey. It was this incident that completely broke off his relationship with his parents, and they never saw each other again. His initial plan was to move away from home, never return, and never see the gang again. But Bai Li's appearance derailed his plan. After all, Yunqi village, where his father-in-law lived, was only 10 kilometers from Fengqia village, where his parents lived. Bailey knew full well that he deeply hated the Jiang family and wanted nothing to do with them. So, she abandoned her original plan to return to Pingcheng to teach after graduation and settled in Suchong instead. This way, she only had to return home during holidays or festivals. At first, Bai Xiangtian was very unhappy with this arrangement. He only had one daughter, and naturally, he wanted her close to him so he could care for her more easily. Furthermore, Jiang Minglang's work kept him away from home often. This meant that Bailey could be anywhere, and there was no need for her to stay so far away from home in Suchong. But then, when Jiang's parents came to Yunqi village to cause a scene, Bai Xiangtian understood. If his daughter were in Pingcheng, even if Jiang Minglang wasn't home, the Jiangs, with their shamelessness, would definitely run to the city to look for their daughter at the slightest illness. They didn't care whether they ever raised Jiang Minglang or not. You're our son, and your wife is our daughter-in-law. If we're sick, you have to take care of us. If you're not around, your wife will take care of us. Sever ties? Who agreed to that? A big forest has all sorts of birds. Bai Xiangtian was also quite impressed. It was his first time seeing such parents. Does Z, stop talking nonsense. Hide the car quickly. We have to walk. If your sister-in-law drives, she'd definitely be squeezed in. The horns blared continuously, but the road was so narrow, and there were many cars on the side that had been damaged and wrecked in the early days of the apocalypse. This meant that only a limited number of cars could be driven. Those walking on foot resented those driving. They outnumbered them, and no matter how many times they honked, they wouldn't let them pass. If you dare, just crash into them? Jiang Minglang parked their car in a secluded spot under the bridge. Zhang Xiaodao placed one hand on the car and raised the other. Suddenly, the car was completely covered in mud, looking like a pile of dirt at first glance. Oh no! There are zombies behind us. The two men jumped onto the bridge railing, intending to walk along it against the flow of people. But before they could even take a step, their sharp eyes and ears heard the distinct ho-ho sounds of zombies in the distance. From the other side of the bridge, Jiang Minglang could even hear the commotion of the crowd behind them. The sounds of running, the jostling and cursing, the cries of crying. His sharp eyes first scanned the cars on the bridge, but he didn't see the familiar one. He then took another look at the crowded situation on the bridge and decisively ordered Zhang Xiaodao, maintain order here and try to get them across as quickly as possible. Don't delay. I go inside and see if I can find your sister-in-law and Chi-Chi. Okay, brother, be careful. With that, Zhang Xiaodao whipped a long knife from his waistband and kicked a man who was deliberately pushing the elderly and children back while pushing forward. He cursed, "You're pushing me. If you don't keep your hands still, I chop you off. Listen up, everyone. Walkers, this side, drivers, the other. Cross one by one. Anyone who pushes me again, I throw them into the river. If you don't want to die, do as I say." This was a time to make an example of someone. He first grabbed the man and hoisted him onto the railing, then smacked him in the face with the flat of his knife. With just one blow, one side of his face swelled up dramatically, reddening with blood. It was a terrifying sight. The crowd suddenly quieted down considerably, each one standing still, looking at Zhang Xiaodao with fear in their eyes. Did you hear me? Line up. Soon, two lines formed on the bridge, cars on the left, pedestrians on the right. Despite the trepidation, the speed of crossing the bridge increased significantly, especially for cars. Before Zhang Xiaodao arrived, most drivers could barely move. The crowds were so thick that it was impossible to drive. Originally, Pingjiang Bridge was divided into two lanes by railings, one from Pingcheng to Pingcheng, and the other from Pingcheng to Pingcheng. But now, the lane from Pingcheng was completely blocked. A pile of scrapped cars lay there, most with deformed fronts and rears, some blackened by oil leaks and fire. In short, it was a pile of cars that were clearly unusable. As a result, only one lane remained. After Zhang Xiaodao maintained order across the bridge, cars began to disembark one by one, and the crowds, after leaving the bridge, swarmed towards the first public bicycle station not far below. If cars can't run without gas, how could bicycles be ridden? As more and more cars and people crossed the bridge, the commotion behind grew more pronounced. Even Zhang Xiaodao, on his side of the bridge, could hear cries of people desperately trying to survive, such as "Run! Zombies are coming! Help! I can't run anymore." This caused the people queuing up ahead to cross the bridge to also become increasingly anxious. But because Zhang Xiaodao stood on the railing like a plague god, knife in hand, periodically pointing the knife at the jostling crowd and cursing, despite the commotion behind, the lineup ahead continued to cross the bridge, and the crushing crowds of people didn't appear as severe as before. Elsewhere, Jiang Minglang walked inside, searching for someone. When he reached the middle of the path, a voice suddenly called out in surprise, "Brother Lang?" The person who called him immediately rushed over and grabbed his trouser leg. "Is it really you, Brother Lang? Are you here to save us? Brother Lang? I'm so tired, I can't walk anymore. Hanchio, hurry, call Uncle, Uncle is here to save us." Jiang Minglang frowned slightly. He stepped back, pulled his trouser leg free from the filthy hands, and said calmly, "Who are you?" "Jiang Sini, She looked incredulous. "Brother Lang, I'm Sini, your cousin, your real cousin. How could you not know me?" Of course Jiang Minglang knew Jiang Sini. Not only was she his cousin, she was also Bai Li's classmate. When he married Bai Li, it was she who had meddled in his affairs by notifying his parents and telling them where Bai Li's family lived, causing them to go to Yunqi village and cause a scene. Of course, Jiang Sini wasn't the only one who knew about his marriage to Bai Li. Many of their high school classmates knew. But most of them also knew his relationship with his family wasn't good, so no one bothered to tell the couple. Only Jiang Sini, for some unknown reason, actually told the couple that he was a live-in son-in-law of the Bai family, and that the Bai family should have given them a betrothal gift. Just as they wanted to buy a car for their second son, they went to Yunqi village to confront his father-in-law, demanding a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift. Humiliation or embarrassment didn't matter to him. After all, that couple had never considered his feelings since he was a child. They'd beaten and scolded him in public, and even went to the school to confront the teachers, telling them he was useless and unworthy of attending school. He'd been through so much, and he'd become numb. So it's not surprising that they did more things to embarrass him. But he didn't want to embarrass the Bai family or his father-in-law. So later, he went back to Fengqiao village during his vacation, and beat their precious second son severely in front of the couple, and told them that in the future, everyone had better keep their distance. Otherwise, if they picked on him once, he would come back and beat the second son. If he got angry, he would kill him and break the legs of the two old guys. At worst, he would have to pay for it with his life. Anyway, he had lived enough, and he was not afraid. Maybe it was the fierceness in his eyes that really scared their family, and they were also afraid that he would be serious. I agreed to the letter of severance written by him, and signed and fingerprinted each of them. After this incident, a brother from the village, who had a good relationship with him, accidentally overheard what Jiang Sini said to her mother when he returned home for the Chinese New Year. Only then did he know what this cousin, who looked gentle on the surface and always smiled sweetly when she saw him, had actually done. He was truly baffled. They were children of two different families, with no vested interests involved. Why would she harm him? Could it be because he lived with his grandmother since childhood, and she given him all her energy and delicacies, leaving her and her brother feeling unbalanced and jealous? What a lunatic. Everyone knew that he'd been disliked by his parents since childhood, the most pitiful child in the entire Jiang family. So, was she even going to steal his grandmother's love? Jiang Minglang hadn't seen this cousin in almost 10 years. After severing ties with the Jiang family, he long since let it go. There was no point dwelling on unimportant people and things. Internal friction was unacceptable. So, regarding Jiang Sini, he chose to forget and not take it to heart. After all, he had his own family, people he cared about, and plenty to do with his wife and children. He was busy and happy. Didn't you say I'm a son-in-law of the Bai family, and no longer have any connection to the Jiang family? In that case, how can you be considered my cousin? After Jiang Minglang finished speaking, Jiang Sini's face suddenly turned pale, and her gaze shifted away from Jiang Minglang, clearly feeling guilty. Jiang Minglang snorted coldly, and turned to continue walking. As for Jiang Sini and her daughter, what did they have to do with him? The road was a mess, with broken limbs, half-necked heads. The closer they got to Pingjiang Bridge, the more bodies there were. It was obvious that those who didn't have time to escape had been eaten by zombies. The car was jolting over the bodies, so Bai Li hadn't driven very far before Chi-Chi was awakened. "Mom, Chi-Chi, we're almost on Pingjiang Bridge. There's no one or zombies within the range of our headlights. I'm just not sure what's ahead. Will it be the same as here, making it through smoothly?" Chi-Chi rubbed his eyes, looked forward, then back, and asked in surprise, "Mom, there's no one ahead. Why are you driving so slowly?" Bai Li said seriously, "It's nighttime, and the road ahead is uncertain. We can't drive too fast." "That's true." Chi-Chi agreed with her mother. "Prepare a small toy that makes noises. If the zombies from before are ahead, we'd be ready to throw our weapons." "Okay, Mom." Chi-Chi grabbed her small backpack, unzipped it, and carefully counted them. There are only 4 toys left. I hope we can make it home. The car drove onto Pingjiang Bridge, but Bailey continued to drive slowly. Even though there was a smooth stretch of road, devoid of human remains and zombie corpses, she didn't speed up. It wasn't until she had driven about 400 meters that she saw the zombie corpses on the bridge begin to increase in number. Not only were they numerous, but they had all been neatly moved to the side of the road, leaving the middle path clear for her to drive smoothly. Mom, there's someone here who specializes in dealing with zombies, and has even cleared a path. What a kind person. Bailey agreed. Yes, so selfless. After all, some people wouldn't even leave a path clear even if they killed zombies. This person was different. They killed him, but after that, they'd be better off with zombie corpses blocking your path. What kind people? Since that's the case, then they should be good people too. Chi-Chi, have Xiaowu breathe fire on the corpses outside. Burn as many as possible. She drove slowly anyway, so by the time they got there, the bodies would be mostly burned and the road would be clear. Most importantly, the girl following their car wouldn't be too frightened once they got there. But in reality, those who had survived the apocalypse weren't as terrified of zombies as they were at first. Xiaowu, do you see those corpses? Burn them all. A ball of red light shot out of the rear window. With a puff, flames danced and crackled in the darkness. The roadside quickly became empty, filled with piles of ash. But Xiaowu's powers hadn't been practiced much, and after only 8 fireballs, he opened his mouth and coughed, unable to spit out any more. Chapter 77. Here it comes, it's finally here again, Zheng Sujia, who was in the car behind, called out excitedly to Zhou Hui, look. I told you that last car fire was related to Bailey, and you said otherwise. Zhou Hui, did you forget? It was you who said the car might have spontaneously combusted. Because they hadn't seen Bailey perform fire-related abilities since then, and because they hadn't noticed a fireball leaving the car at the time, they initially used it to fool themselves, and in the end, somehow, they took it as the final conclusion. Now, Zhou Hui's eyes widened. That fireball had come out of the back window. He turned his head and glanced at his wife, truly impressed by her eyes. She was closer than he was, yet she still thought it was Bailey. But thinking of Chi-Chi's water powers, Zhou Hui couldn't help but gasp again. Fire and water don't mix. How did this little creature manage to possess 2 powers simultaneously? Xia Min, jogging along about 300 meters from the rear of the car, stuffed chocolate into her mouth and encouraged herself. Hold on. Even though the Pingjiang Bridge is built on the widest section, it's less than 3 kilometers long. You're already on it, you'll be across soon. Hang on. She knew the 2 cars ahead were driving so slowly because of her. She couldn't give up, she had to survive, or she'd be letting others down. She was so filled with such a sense of urgency that when she glanced at the zombie corpse lying on the ground, she remained completely unaware, unfazed. Just as Bailey had thought, anyone who could survive nearly a month in the apocalypse was essentially a person of considerable courage. At the very least, one shouldn't be afraid of corpses. There was one last bottle of water left in her bag, and to cross the bridge quickly, Xia Min stopped saving it and took 2 sips after finishing her chocolate. But before she could swallow the last sip, a ball of flame suddenly shot up in front of her. Cough, cough, cough. Because it was so sudden, she choked on the remaining half-mouthful of water in her mouth. Coughing violently, she stumbled and almost tripped herself. Thankfully, she managed to catch her balance. Otherwise, if she had fallen, she would have definitely fallen behind the car, and would have been a waste of the car's headlights. Xia Min's feet blew, and she ran even faster. Those 2 hours of sleep hadn't been in vain. Now, she felt full of energy, and amidst the rising balls of flame, she was getting closer and closer to the car ahead. When the distance between them was within 100 meters, the unmistakable roar of a car engine could be heard from behind. Xia Min kept running, only glancing back briefly before quickly looking back again. Several cars approached, and she assumed they were crossing the bridge like her. Although she desperately wanted to avoid being exposed to the headlights, the road was narrow, and on the bridge, there was no way for her to dodge the cars approaching from behind. This made Xia Min run faster, eager to catch up with the car in front. Regardless of whether the older sister would protect her, staying closer to her felt her chances of survival would be better. Bailey, who was ahead, also saw the flashing headlights from behind in the rearview mirror. The engine was loud and powerful, and in just a few seconds, they had closed the gap to within 200 meters. Chi-Chi, who was feeding sausages to Xiaowu, whose superpowers had been depleted, turned to look behind the car, muttering with a sullen face, "Are they sick? Making such loud noises so late at night, Are they afraid the zombies won't hear? When they stopped to sleep that afternoon, many zombies had swarmed onto the bridge from Pingcheng. Even though there were still many bodies lying on the roadside, who knew if they were all dead? What if there were more up ahead? What a bunch of idiots. Just as she cursed inwardly, Chi-Chi suddenly exclaimed, "Mom!" The car behind her was roaring towards her. Even though Xiaomin had tried to pull over, the car behind her didn't pull left, but right. The front of the first car was about to hit her, leaving her with nowhere to hide. In the nick of time, a vine suddenly shot out from the roof of the front car, swung in front of her, and with lightning speed, it wrapped around her waist, then lifted her up and yanked her onto the roof of the first car. With a thud, Xiaomin was thrown onto the roof, dizzy. But even though her body was struggling, she breathed a sigh of relief. Beads of sweat mixed with tears from her eyes pattered against the car roof. She bit her lip tightly, not daring to cry out. Caw! The moment Xiaomin was pulled away by the vines, the driver of the car that was trying to hit her instinctively slammed on the brakes. The piercing sound was particularly abrupt on the night bridge. What are you doing? Bailey and Zhengxujia hadn't done anything yet, but their own group was getting anxious. Mainly, the vines pulled the people away so quickly that, aside from the car involved, the three cars following closely behind didn't notice what was happening. Naturally, they had no idea the first car had tried to hit them. Why stop? Go ahead. Sure, Xiaoming, are you looking for death? The first car stopped, and the others behind it had to follow suit. But was this the right time to stop? Thus, the three cars behind cursed at the first car. It wasn't until the second car honked its horn that the driver of the first car finally came to his senses and bravely resumed driving. But his speed was much slower than before. Brother Ming, the first car. Did you figure out what was going on? Sure, Xiaoming looked sharply at the black Jeep blocked by the Volvo. The girl they had just wanted to hit for fun was now lying motionless on the roof of the car, covered in vines. In the light of the headlights, the leaves of the vines glowed green. Vines like green ivy. Sure, Xiaoming remembered that Brother Xiao had gone out a while ago and came back to say that they had all died on the mainland, succumbing to several vines. Sure, Xiaoming's face was grim, his eyes fierce. It was the gang that killed the mainlanders. Xiao Huang, hit them. Hit them. A mere wood-type dared to kill his brother. It would have been fine if he hadn't run into them, but now that he had, there was no reason not to seek revenge. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Ah? Hit them? Xiao Huang was a little hesitant to hit them. He had just listened to Brother Meng's advice to hit them, but in the end, he didn't hit them, which scared him. The most important thing was that the rescuer up ahead looked incredibly powerful, and clearly not someone they could afford to mess with, especially since Brother Xiao wasn't there. He was in the fourth car from the back. They seemed close, but if something happened to his car, distant help wouldn't quench their thirst. Brother Xiao wouldn't be able to save them. Brother Meng, let's calm down. Let's talk to Brother Xiao after we cross the bridge, and then seek revenge on them, okay? Not so good. Sure, Xiaoming's eyes widened. He raised his hand and slapped Xiao Huang on the head, cursing, "Whose man are you? You dare disobey me? What? You want to be Brother Xiao's man? That's for sure." The slap nearly knocked Xiao Huang into the nearby railing. Seeing this, he raised his hand and slapped him in the face again. Xiao Huang managed to steady his hands, but his legs couldn't. His foot, which was on the accelerator, accidentally pushed down hard. Bang! Bang! The first sound was a body suddenly flying up, hurtling towards their car at high speed. The second sound was the car losing its balance and crashing into the right railing of the bridge. Due to the high speed, the railing was bent into a bow shape, and the entire front of the car collapsed. The engine emitted smoke and a hissing sound. Shit! Sure, Xiaoming rubbed his forehead, finding a hand full of blood. A piece of the shattered windshield had hit his head. Luckily, he dodged quickly, otherwise his skull would have been pierced by the glass. Sure, Xiaoming was furious. He yanked off his seatbelt. The car door wouldn't open, so he kicked it. After 2 kicks, the door buckled. With the third, the entire door flew off. Yes, Sure, Xiaoming was a power user. Precisely because of his immense strength, he was self-righteous, believing no one could rival him. That's why he acted recklessly and recklessly. The group had originally planned to establish their own base in a villa complex in Pingcheng. They recruited a number of people, designated several villas for offices, and gathered over half the supplies from Pingcheng's major supermarkets, filling 6 warehouses. However, they were caught off guard. 5 hours earlier, the animals at the Pingcheng Zoo, not far from their villa complex, had suddenly gone berserk and attacked their nascent base. A bear smashed down their gate, killing and injuring most of their men. 2 wolves also began cannibalizing them. They had no choice but to abandon their base and flee for the Pingjiang Bridge. But Sure Xiaoming couldn't do anything about the bears and wolves, so how could he do anything about the men? Already furious at being chased out of their base by a bunch of beasts, being bullied by a wood-type antagonist intensified his rage. He ignored Xiao Huang, whose face was covered in broken glass. He immediately rushed to the second car after getting out, opened the passenger door, and yanked his companion out. As soon as he got in, he urged the driver, hurry up, catch up to those 2 cars ahead. I'm going to beat the shit out of them today, or I'm not sure. The driver was confused, but he was more perceptive than Xiao Huang, knowing that this troublemaker in front of him was not to be messed with. So, he took his word for it and chased after him. Bai Li, who was in front, glanced in the rearview mirror, continuing to drive calmly at her own pace. Of course, the current speed was much faster than when she'd been specifically looking after Xiaomin. While he still had to take care of her, at least he didn't have to worry about her catching up. Mom, are you still throwing it? It was Chi-Chi who suggested throwing the body into the car behind. Thanks to his idea, Zhou Hui's family's car would have definitely been rear-ended. But after destroying one car, another one kept coming. It was really annoying. It seemed as if she made a mistake trying to stop them from hitting someone. Bai Li used her vines to scoop up another corpse, and casually tossed it back. However, the expected noise didn't happen this time, as the corpse collided with a dirt wall midway and rolled to the ground. Then, as the car approached, the dirt wall vanished with a swish. Bai Li saw this in the rearview mirror, her expression instantly becoming serious. Earth element. She had encountered an earth elementalist. While she didn't know their strength, judging by the way they just conjured a wall of earth from the ground, their defensive abilities were definitely quite good. Excellent, she's good at attacking. Mom, there's a fight ahead. Chi-Chi turned his attention from the back to the front, his face wrinkling as he heard the familiar hoarse noises. The good guys haven't even finished off all the zombies yet. Damn! They're being attacked from both sides. What he really wanted to curse was the stupidity of the people behind him. Just because his mother hadn't told him to hit someone, they were still biting them. What a psychopath! Chi-Chi, get those little noise toys ready. Bai Li slowed down. As she approached the fighting area ahead, the vines on her roof began to move, targeting the car behind. As expected, as the vines lashed out, the earth wall reappeared, blocking the vines and protecting the car. Unfortunately, the car was moving very fast, or perhaps the person using the supernatural power was slow to react, so their car crashed into the earth wall. With a loud bang, the not-so-thick earth wall was shattered by the car. Bai Li immediately picked up another corpse and threw it over. This time, it did hit the car, but only slightly, as it suddenly braked to a stop. The passenger door opened, and a tall, muscular man, at least 185 centimeters tall, emerged, knife in hand. With a sullen, menacing look, he ran towards the 2 cars. Had he heard the zombies and the fighting ahead, knowing they would have to stop soon, so he came over to teach her a lesson? Dad? Chi-Chi's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, and the sound of her calling out Dad made Bai Li's heart skip a beat. The car's high beams were on, and as they drew closer, besides the hollering zombies, she saw a familiar, tall figure she had been thinking about day and night. Jiang Minglang was wearing the same jacket as her and her son, with a fluorescent strip on the side that stood out. His expression was stern, and he held a knife in his hand, but not far ahead of him, another knife was hacking at zombies. To the uninitiated, it would have been a ghost. Dad? Confirming it was her real dad, Chi-Chi's nose bubbled with excitement. She rolled down the window, stuck her head out, and shouted. Attracting zombies or not, she didn't care. He had Dad around, he wouldn't let anything happen to him. Jiang Minglang, frantically hacking away at zombies, first sent several cars approaching. Then, before he could look up, an unexpected, heavenly sound echoed. Who was this? Who else could it be but his little brat? Jiang Minglang suddenly looked up, his eyes piercing the familiar jeep approaching from the front. In the driver's seat sat the head of his family, the one he had been searching for so long. Finally, Jiang Minglang's eyes were slightly bitter. He had finally found a family, and he would rather something happen to him than let his wife and daughter lose a single hair. Luckily, just by listening to the brat's voice, he knew he hadn't suffered much during the journey. His wife had taken good care of him, and now that he was back with him, it was his turn to take care of them. Chapter 78. Dad. At Chi-Chi's shout, the zombies attacking Jiang Minglang in front of him, the last wave, turned and headed towards Bai Li. But Jiang Minglang couldn't let them touch his wife and child right under his nose. He jumped onto the railing, and the knife he was using to chop zombies in front of him whizzed forward. With a few puffs, the heads and bodies of the zombies in the front were severed. He leaped and dodged the zombies nearby. At that moment, a children's song, accompanied by cheerful music, suddenly blared from the other lane blocked by traffic ahead. I have a little secret I never dared to tell you. The nursery rhyme wasn't loud, but it was enough to attract zombies at night. Jiang Minglang looked up at his son, a smile in his eyes. He had just seen the thing slip out of this kid's hand. It was obvious that it was one of the free toys he received from the trial classes at the tutoring center. He had quite a few of those things at home, usually piled on his toy shelf. Every time he came home to help him tidy up his room, he wanted to throw them all away. They were so flashy, useless, and of poor quality. But who could have imagined that one day they would be useful here? While the zombies couldn't hurt him, their numbers could hinder him, especially now that he was alone, which was a problem. But as soon as his son threw his musical toys, all the nearby zombies rushed over, and the pressure on him eased. In fact, he hadn't completely stopped the zombies here. There were still quite a few people on the bridge near Pingcheng who hadn't crossed yet. After all, relying solely on foot, and with families dragging their children along, the crowds pushed and shoved, so it was inevitable that they would move slowly. Even though Zhang Xiaodao was maintaining order at the bridgehead, he alone could only do so much. He was aware of this, so he simply ensured that the bridgehead was clear. As long as those who reached the bridgehead could quickly disembark, those behind would follow quickly. Jiang Minglang purposefully let some zombies pass. On the one hand, it was to urge them to move faster and not dawdle. On the other hand, it was to relieve his own stress and ease his mind, so he couldn't expend all his energy on this. After all, he had no obligation to protect them all. If they wanted to survive, they had to pick up their swords and rely on themselves. As for whether the zombies would bite anyone after they passed, that was not his concern. After all, he had helped to block most of the traffic by himself, which was a good enough job. Bailey stopped the car about 100 meters from Jiang Minglang. He had to stop. There were either zombies or corpses ahead, and there was no way to get through. Even if she could use the vines to roll the bodies and fling them to the sides, it would take time. As soon as their 2 cars stopped, Shi Xiaoming and the 3 cars behind him quickly caught up. Jiang Minglang didn't engage the zombies. He once again leaped and dove on the railings. When the distance between him and his wife was only 50 meters, he looked up and saw several vines spurting out from his car. They swept up the bodies on the ground and slammed them behind him, knocking down several zombies chasing him. The others who ran behind him were tripped, and then the zombies piled up on top of each other like a pyramid. Jiang Minglang turned to look at his wife, his eyes shining. But his face quickly hardened, his eyes piercing as sharp as a knife as he stalked towards the man behind him, knife in hand, with a ferocious expression. If he were out to kill zombies, he admired his manliness. But who is Jiang Minglang? One glance revealed the murderous intent in the man's eyes, and his target was the 2 cars his wife and his wife were in. While he didn't know who was in the car behind his wife, since they were together, he couldn't let him touch them. He leaped down from the railing, the knife whizzing past him, darting toward Shi Xiaoming. Not good. Xiao Zikai, who had already moved to the middle car, saw the knife flying towards him. His eyes widened, and he instinctively shouted, "Xiaoming, back off." Shi Xiaoming didn't retreat. His eyes were fierce, and he raised his knife without hesitation to meet it. Dang! The sound of the 2 knives colliding wasn't as loud as expected. Of course, it might have been the accompaniment of the nursery rhyme, which made the sound less loud and less serious. Shi Xiaoming possesses the power of strength. He used immense force in that attack just now, effectively knocking Jiang Minglang's knife flying. He was quite pleased with himself. A hint of ruthlessness etched across his face. You're unlucky to have run into my hands today. What element, right? Being able to control a knife means you're a gold element, right? No matter what element you are, no matter how rare, I turn you all into death elements today. Just now, I heard the kid in the first car calling out for his daddy, and then this man ran towards the car, and then vines helped him fend off the zombies. So, this guy and the woman in the jeep are a couple? Wait, a woman? The wood element who stopped him from hitting people and killing the mainlanders was a woman? Shi Xiaoming was seething with rage. After all this time, he'd been fooled around by a woman. This was simply an insult. By then, Jiang Minglang had already passed their family's jeep and Zhou Hui's Volvo, quickly reaching Shi Xiaoming. The knife that had been sent flying spun around and landed in front of him. Shi Xiaoming took 2 steps forward, slashing fiercely at Jiang Minglang with his knife. Unexpectedly, before his knife even came down, he was kicked in the stomach. By the time the pain reached his brain, he was already flying backward, hitting the front of their car behind him. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. This single blow nearly sent his knife flying. But he hadn't seen how or when the man struck him, and he hadn't even reacted to the kick in the stomach. Shi Xiaoming's not-so-bright mind belatedly realized that even with his supernatural powers and increased strength, he was still no match for the man before him. He huddled on the ground, clutching his stomach. His face flushed red from the pain, veins throbbing in his forehead, and a fishy, sweet taste lingered in his throat, ready to burst. Xiaoming. Xiao Zikai hurriedly got out of the car, but he was still a step too late. After Shi Xiaoming was kicked and knocked to the ground, the same knife swung toward him again. Xiao Zikai quickly erected a wall of earth, but he couldn't stop the knife completely. At least a quarter of it had already sunk into Shi Xiaoming's body. Ah! A scream rang out, startling everyone present and attracting the attention of the zombies ahead. Some even forgot about the nursery rhymes and rushed over, sniffing the blood. Seeing this, Xiao Zikai, despite the risk of his supernatural powers being overdrawn, erected another earthen wall to block the zombies. Cold sweat already covered his forehead, and his heartbeat was extremely rapid. Looking up fearfully at the man in front of him, he pleaded, "Brother, my younger brother is blind. Please be magnanimous and spare him this time." At a glance, Xiao Zikai could tell that Jiang Minglang was no ordinary person. This wasn't just because he was a gold-type supernatural, but also because of his aura, his skills, and the murderous aura he exuded. Although many people had taken lives after the apocalypse, he was different. Even their boss, Shi Xiaoming's eldest brother, didn't possess the aura that made him afraid to look directly at him. At the same time, he was furious with Shi Xiaoming for not just running away and looking for trouble. Xiao Zikai's perception was sharp. Just now, Jiang Minglang had indeed intended to kill Shi Xiaoming. This guy might seem clueless, but he's incredibly ruthless. He's a potential threat and can't be spared. You already said he's blind, so why should I let him go? Xiao Zikai, Hearing Jiang Minglang refuse to give up, the people in the 3 cars behind him all got out. There were more than a dozen of them, some armed with sticks, some with knives, and some with axes. It looked like a gang fight. "Brother Xiao, why are you afraid of him? If you dare to touch me, I fight him." "That's right, with so many of us, we can't beat him," the group shouted, seemingly competing to see who was louder and more powerful. Although they had seen Jiang Minglang's attack earlier, and were wary of him, he was still alone. As the old saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. 4 hands. Suddenly, a hush fell over the scene, as if everyone's necks were being strangled simultaneously. Their cries were stuck in their throats, and not a single syllable could be uttered. Xiao Zikai's eyelids twitched, and he looked with fear at the woman who had gotten out of the jeep. She held something in her hands, but emerald green vines sprouted upwards like free money. As she moved, each vine resembled a green snake with its mouth wide open and tongue spitting, its head raised towards them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. He inexplicably remembered the necks of the dozen or so colleagues at the factory. So, the true Wood-type psychic was this woman, not the lame man he dealt with before. Xiao Zikai realized he hit a wall today, and 2 very hard walls at that. Bailey didn't move forward. After getting out of the car, she only walked 5 or 6 meters before standing still. They were just a bunch of scumbags. Jiang Minglang could handle them alone. She got out of the car just to help, because she didn't want to hear their screams. It was too annoying. When Zheng Sujia saw Bailey get out of the car, she quickly asked Zhou Hui for a knife, asking if she could help. She'd get ready first. But the car door barely opened a crack when Bailey, who had just walked over, slammed it shut again, without even a glance at her. I understood. This meant she couldn't get out and cause more trouble. She whispered to Zhou Hui, "Is this your senior from the military academy, Bailee's husband?" Zhou Hui nodded, still looking out the window, his face filled with admiration. Brother Lang is amazing. It was the first time he'd seen Jiang Minglang in action. The speed of his kick was unbelievable. All he could think of was amazing. And the shadowless kick from some movie. He was almost home, and he didn't know if his cousin had returned. If he had, he'd have to brag about it, and tell him he witnessed Brother Lang's kung fu. Zhou Hui knew so much about Jiang Minglang because he and his cousin Zhou Lei were classmates and good friends. Zheng Sujia also looked out the window, puzzled. He's so handsome and so talented, why wouldn't his parents like him? Excellent. You asked a question everyone wants to know the answer to. It's just that parental favoritism is often unreasonable and the most hurtful. Outside, Jiang Minglang had no idea someone was speaking up for him, but even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. There was nothing to be upset about. He had no ties with that couple anymore, so naturally he wouldn't question why they disliked him. He hadn't cared about it in the first place anyway. Want to join us? Sure, I have no objection. Jiang Minglang glared at the group across from him with a sneer in his eyes, his sword swirling in circles. The group that had previously been shouting and clamoring for war and killing now stood motionless, silent. What? You're not going to fight anymore? Fine, if you don't, I settle my score. Jiang Minglang was referring to Shi Xiaoming. He still wasn't going to let him go. Xiaozikai came back to his senses. He took a deep breath, bowed to Jiang Minglang, then raised his head and said, still with a sincere expression, brother, it's better to resolve a feud than to create one. Today's incident is primarily my brother's fault. In theory, you can beat him up or kill him as you please. But while my brother may not have much ability, his brother is also a superpowered person, and he has over 100 men under his command. Before, there were over 300, but due to the mutant animals' rampage and attack on the base, most of them were killed or injured, resulting in heavy losses. But Bosher was a man of great loyalty, preferring to cover the rear rather than let them go first. So, even if Shi Xiaoming was courting death, Xiaozikai still had to protect him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Boss Shi. He didn't finish his words, but Jiang Minglang understood his meaning. Killing Shi Xiaoming was easy, but offending his eldest brother wasn't worth it. It truly wasn't worth it. Jiang Minglang had wanted Shi Xiaoming's life to eliminate future trouble, but if killing him would only cause more trouble, then it would be better not to kill him. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. In that case, I take his arm. As soon as he finished speaking, the knife, which had been lodged about a quarter of the way into Shi Xiaoming's chest, suddenly yanked out. Shi Xiaoming screamed in pain again. Puff. Since it hurts, he might as well suffer enough. Before the scream ended, his right arm had already fallen to the ground. This time, Shi Xiaoming didn't scream again, for he had fainted from the pain. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Xiaozikai's forehead. He struck down without hesitation, decisively killing. What a talent! If only Shi Xiaoming hadn't been so ruthless as to offend him. Then he could have helped Bosher win him over. And then, there was his wife. Her wood element seemed quite remarkable, at least unlike the one in their base, who could only grow flowers and plants. Even so, Bosher still treated that woman like a treasure. It couldn't be helped, wood elements were too rare. No, there weren't many espers in the entire base. So, as an earth element, he held a special position within the base. It was just a shame, the base was destroyed, and they had to rebuild it. Blood flowed from Shi Xiaoming's arm like a faucet. Xiaozikai, exhausted from his esper power, felt completely limp. He ordered someone to bandage him to stop the bleeding. Several grown men rushed forward, unaware of the meaningful look in Jiang Minglang's eyes, as he turned and left. Chapter 79. Seeing the matter resolved, Bailey turned and got into the car. Jiang Minglang followed her, opened the back door, and got in. Dad. Chi-Chi threw herself on him, and Jiang Minglang held him close. The two of them spent a long, affectionate moment together. A tough man with a soft heart, that was Bailey's assessment of her husband. Judging only by Jiang Minglang's appearance and his typically serious, sharp-lined face, others might assume he was a reserved, stern man. In reality, the opposite was true. Every time he came home on vacation, he made no secret of his longing for her and her daughter. Kisses and hugs were a regular occurrence. So even though he wasn't home often, Chi-Chi still clung to him. At that moment, Bailey's expression softened. She restarted the car, swung out two vines, and, while they swept up the bodies on the road and flung them to the sides, she slowly drove forward. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Bailey saw a flash of light. If she was not mistaken, it must have been a dagger. A moment later, someone behind her shouted, "Brother Xiao, the car's flat. Brother Xiao, what should we do? Without medicine, Brother Ming's bleeding won't stop. Ah, my arm. Ah, what is that?" The group was clamoring, unable to keep quiet. The man bandaging Shi Xiaoming's arm couldn't stop the bleeding, and Shi Xiaoming's face grew paler, his breathing weaker, and he was in a state of panic. Just then, the wall blocking the zombies suddenly collapsed. The children's song "I Have a Little Secret" died abruptly after two crackling sounds due to the depletion of batteries. Ho ho! Ho ho! Fueled by the clamor and the smell of blood, the zombies rushed toward Xiaozikai and his group like crazy. The area in front of the car suddenly became empty. Bailey hurriedly threw the bodies blocking the road to the sides, then sped forward. "I thought you really let them go." Jiang Minglang looked exhausted, but content as he held his son. After waiting here for ages, he finally saw his wife and son. Isn't that satisfying? But he was also extremely tired. After all, no matter how strong your body is, it's not made of iron. Why bother doing the exhausting work yourself when you can get help from others? It sounds nice to save an arm, but in this situation, with the bleeding unstoppable and no medical help available, how could he survive? Of course, the most important thing was that the smell of blood would stimulate the zombies. He glanced in the rearview mirror. The group was now trapped by the zombie horde. He was lucky to be alive. Jiang Minglang changed the subject. What's going on the roof? How could he not see a large person lying there? Oh, I forgot that sister was still up there. Chi-Chi had truly forgotten Xiaomin, because he suddenly seen his father. Sitting in his father's arms, he chattered about how the sister on the roof had her bag snatched but refused to let go, then rolled under their car to avoid the zombies. He concluded, it's because mom saved that sister up there that those people are chasing us. They're like mad dogs, so annoying. Bailey had no idea that the dozen or so people she killed in her sleep were in cahoots with Xiao Zikai and Shi Xiaoming, and that one of them, Dalu, was Shi Xiaoming's sworn brother. Not only did she not know, but Zhou Hui didn't either. After all, when Xiao Zikai tried to recruit him, he hadn't asked him about any of them beforehand. Jiang Minglang looked down at his energetic son. His face was just as chubby as before, and his clothes were spotless, practically the same as before the apocalypse. Unlike the children he'd seen before, all skinny, gaunt, and filthy. He pinched his chubby little face with a sigh of gratitude. You're so lucky, kid. Look how well your mom takes care of you. What else? My mom's husband isn't around, so she's the only one taking care of me. Jiang Minglang, You little brat, are you implying something about your dad? As soon as the last group of people from the Pingjiang Bridge to Pingcheng had exited, Zhang Xiaoda saw high beams shining down. Brother, you worked hard. A few men at the back of the crowd, having finished killing the last zombie, waved to Zhang Xiaoda, and turned toward the two cars parked under the bridge. They were the last two cars to exit the bridge, and they could have left once they got off. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoda was struggling to maintain order alone, they left one driver behind after getting off the bridge, and the five returned to the bridge to help Zhang Xiaoda maintain order. When zombies approached, they ran back to kill them. In the martial arts world, these people would be chivalrous warriors. They looked righteous. Zhang Xiaoda exchanged names with them, and waved goodbye. He squinted at the approaching black car with its high beams on, wondering why someone was lying on top of it. Could it be that there wasn't enough room in the car, so they had no choice but to lie on top? TSK, and they even used two sticks as ropes to secure it? Quite a creative idea. He planned to wait for the car to pass, then go find his brother. Uncle Dazi. Zhang Xiaoda was stunned, then his eyes lit up with ecstasy. He happily trotted forward and called out to Bai Li, who had rolled down the window, sister-in-law. Chi-Chi, come down quickly and give me a hug. Dazi, we haven't dealt with the zombies back there yet, so we have to block the way. After both cars had cleared the bridge, Zhang Xiaoda erected a mud wall on the bridge. Entering Pingcheng territory, Zhou Hui and Zhang Sujia breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally almost home. He opened the passenger door and exited the car, leaning on his cane. Brother Lang. Jiang Minglang turned around, surprised. Zhou Hui? He hadn't expected that Zhou Hui's family would return with his wife. Zhou Hui's cousin, Zhou Lei, was a good friend. Although they hadn't seen each other often over the years, they had kept in touch. A month before the apocalypse, Zhou Lei had called him to ask when he was going to take a vacation, as he wanted to take his girlfriend on a trip to Sichuan. That guy had been hurt so deeply before that he still hadn't gotten married. But at least, he was interested in dating. He heard this girlfriend was introduced by a colleague, and after meeting her twice, and feeling she was a good person, he started dating with the intention of getting married. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, he might have been able to attend his wedding before the new year. What a pity. Yes, I'm Zhou Hui. I didn't expect Brother Lang to still remember me after all these years. Zhou Hui, usually mature and steady, now seemed like a naive young man in front of Jiang Minglang, his smile a bit shy. Jiang Minglang laughed. Have you forgotten that when we were in our senior year, your brother needed food from you when he wasn't enough, and when you ran out of money, you run home to eat? He truly envied Zhou Hui and Zhou Lei. Although they were cousins, they were closer than brothers. In their senior year, they were so busy studying that they only had one break a month. Whenever they needed food or clothes, their family would bring them to them. That couple didn't care about him, and his grandmother was old, so he never received gifts. And Zhou Hui always brought Zhou Lei's gifts, always bringing two, because Zhou Lei had instructed him in advance. So even though they hadn't seen each other for over a decade, and the boy had changed, Jiang Minglang still recognized Zhou Hui instantly. When Jiang Minglang talked about his school meals, Zhou Hui smiled. Living expenses are nothing. From childhood to adulthood, I never kept my New Year's money warm. My brother always found a way to get it away from me. But as I grew up, I took advantage of him. When I bought a house, he didn't let me take out a loan and lent me all his savings. Later, when we had 2 children, he gave me 50,000 yuan each. I felt so embarrassed, thinking I'd pay him back after he got married and had children. But he's in his 30s, and still hasn't gotten married. Alas. Zhou Hui sighed, clearly understanding the reason his brother remained single. It was late at night, and this wasn't the place to talk, so the two of them chatted briefly. Jiang Minglang then helped examine his leg. Although he wasn't a doctor, his frequent missions meant he had some knowledge of simple fractures and dislocations. It's healing well. Keep the splint in place for now. Remove it in 2 weeks. We were all so lucky to have Bai Li on this trip. Otherwise, my wife and I wouldn't have been able to get the children safely to Pingcheng. Ouch. The two turned to see the girl on the roof, helped by Zhang Xiaoda, jumping down from the roof. But for some reason, he suddenly pulled back, instead of reaching up to help her as she landed. The girl, still carrying her backpack, lost her balance and stumbled, falling to the ground. Jiang Minglang, what's wrong? Then, the next second, the guy called out the girl's name. Xiaomin? So this is someone he knows? Do they have a grudge? Xiaomin rubbed her numb right leg and looked up blankly. Her dust-stained baby face was confused for a moment, then her eyes widened and she spoke unconsciously. Uncle Zhang? Zhang Xiaoda's already sullen face darkened even further. Uncle? I'm only 26. He said this little girl didn't look very bright, and sure enough she wasn't. He frowned and asked, why did you get in my sister-in-law's car? Xiaomin was about to speak when he impatiently interrupted her. Forget it, your brain can't explain it. We crossed the bridge now. Where is your home? Do you want me to take you there? If not, just leave. Don't you know how to stand up and talk first? Is the ground warm? Look at you, you're still a college student. What year are you in? Junior, right? You're a junior and your reactions are so slow. It must be hard for you to survive this journey, right? Xiaomin, Jiang Minglang and the others, Is this guy angry? He glanced at Zhang Xiaoda in surprise, thinking that this was the first time he's spoken to a girl like that. Something's wrong. Zhang Xiaoda's attitude and words brought tears to Xiaomin's eyes. She sniffed, stood up and brushed off the dirt on her body, then turned to look at Bai Li and bowed to her at a 90-degree angle. Sister, thank you for saving me today. My name is Xiaomin, I'm from Pingcheng, and my home is in Jingxi Garden next to Yangwan Avenue. If we ever meet again, I definitely repay my sister for saving my life. After saying this, he raised his sleeve to wipe the tears from his face, said goodbye to Bai Li, and turned to leave. He didn't even glance at Zhang Xiaoda again. Uncle Dazi, why were you so mean to Sister Xiaomin? Zhang Xiaoda's face was already grim. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, he lowered his head and flicked him on the forehead. Little brat, I'm only a few years older than her. How can you call me uncle and her sister? Chi-Chi clutched his forehead in pain and said innocently, but she looked so young. Xiaomin had a baby-like face, and at first glance one might mistake her for a high school student. Zhang Xiaoda turned to watch Xiaomin's departing figure. The girl was slender and delicate, yet stubbornly refused to turn back. Although Pingcheng was his hometown, the city was pitch black at night. Who knew how many dangers lay hidden within? He scratched his head irritably and turned to Jiang Minglang. Brother, I want to see her off. After all, she's someone I know. What if she gets killed? Jiang Minglang wanted to retort, none of your business? Thinking it over, he waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. After you drop her off, go straight back to Yunqi village. By the way, after you pick her up in the car, put your mouth under her ass. Zhang Xiaoda, Seeing the person getting further and further away, he quickly ran to where the car was hidden and drove after them. Bai Li, Jiang Minglang, and Zhou Hui didn't waste any more time, getting in their cars and leaving. Zhou Hui's home wasn't far from Bai Li's village. Both were on the outskirts of the city, only about 5 kilometers apart. So the two cars were still traveling the same route. Hey, get in the car. Zhang Xiaoda quickly caught up with Xiaomin, but no matter what he said, Xiaomin refused to get in the car. Xiaomin, can you please stop being so childish? You're risking your life, don't you? You said it's my life. I have the final say over it. What does it have to do with you? It doesn't matter, but since you share a dorm with my niece, I give you a ride. Xiaomin paused, turned to look at Zhang Xiaodao, and twitched her lips sarcastically. Didn't you just say you didn't like me calling you uncle? Now you're bringing up your niece. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaodao realized he'd gone too far, and said awkwardly, my cousin calls me uncle because of our generational differences, but I'm only a few years older than you. How can you call her that? Xiaomin and Zhang Xiaodao's cousin's daughter were classmates at Wuching Medical College. Last year, Zhang Xiaodao was on leave and home. His cousin, who had settled in Shenzhen, asked him to deliver something to his daughter at school. Zhang Xiaodao happily agreed. When he arrived at school, his niece, who was only a few years younger than him, was with Xiaomin. The girl had a baby-like face, fair and clean, with dimples when she smiled, making her look adorable. But her eyesight wasn't very good. After delivering the items, he went to a nearby internet cafe. He saw a couple cuddling next to him, looking so affectionate that he couldn't help but stare at them several times. Unexpectedly, on his way home that afternoon, he saw Xiaomin and the boy together at the bus stop. He observed them for a while, and from the way Xiaomin looked at the boy and her expression, he could tell she liked him. TSK. She looked so cute, but she was blind. Originally, this had nothing to do with him, but on the way home, he found himself calling his niece and asking her to warn her roommate that the boy already had a girlfriend. The next night, he found himself asking his niece if she had tried to persuade Xiaomin. Uncle, are you seeing things? That's Xiaomin's high school classmate. He came to Wuching because of her, to the nearby industrial college. He's been pursuing Xiaomin for 2 years, and she's just about to accept him. How could he have another girlfriend? Zhang Xiaodao frowned. Xiaomin doesn't believe it, does she? It's not that I don't believe it, it's impossible. Zhang Xiaodao laughed in anger. That guy is amazing. He's playing 2 girls at the same time, and he's still making the girls believe him. The next day, he went downtown again. With his skills, investigating a young boy was a piece of cake. This time, he didn't look for his niece, but went straight to Xiaomin. But he didn't expect that after he kindly helped her identify the scumbag, she would end up blaming him for meddling. This made Zhang Xiaodao furious. Even though it had been a year, he still felt furious when he thought about it. Chapter 80. Why not? My classmate is your niece. Out of courtesy, I call you uncle, just like her. Is there a problem with that? Zhang Xiaodao, No, calling him uncle is a no-no, right? He said with a headache. Can you get in the car first? As long as you get in, I even call you grandpa, not just uncle. Xiaomin, She stamped her feet in anger. Who's going to call you grandpa? Who are you taking advantage of? Zhang Xiaodao saw her eyes bulge with anger, her cheeks puffed up like a goldfish. Suddenly, his anger vanished, and he even found it funny. But he remained serious. If you don't want to call me uncle, don't call me uncle. As long as you get in the car, you can call me whatever you want. Xiaomin felt his words were strange. After careful consideration, she couldn't find the strangeness. But she was indeed tired, and her legs still ached. And the darkness ahead was pitch black, like the gaping maw of a monster. It was impossible to say she wasn't afraid. After chewing her lower lip and pondering for 2 seconds, Xiaomin turned and walked to the passenger seat, opened the door, and got in. Even though she had only met this man twice before, he was Gigi's cousin, a soldier, and a member of her sister's family. Shouldn't he be trustworthy? What Xiaomin didn't know was that while she had only met Zhang Xiaodao twice, Zhang Xiaodao had thought about her countless times, and each time he did, he became furious. As soon as they met today, this anger erupted uncontrollably. If Su Bo were here, he would definitely be able to guess who Xiaomin was. Once, while drinking, Zhang Xiaodao drunkenly said he saw a girl in Wuching. She had a beautiful nose, eyes, and a small mouth. He had a crush on her, but unfortunately she was blind. They all thought the girl couldn't see, was truly blind. They all felt sorry for him. After all, people in their line of work couldn't stay home all the time. How could you take care of a blind woman? What's more, Zhang Xiaodao already had an elderly grandmother who had worked so hard to raise him. He couldn't possibly have a blind wife to look after him, could he? It wouldn't be appropriate. So they all told him to forget it, and find someone else. He was so drunk at the time that he had no idea what he was saying. When he woke up the next day, he found a lot of photos on his phone. No, pictures, downloaded from the internet. Su Bo patted him on the shoulder and said, finding a wife isn't easy in our line of work, but if you do find one, you have to find one who's in good health. It doesn't matter if you can't find one for now. Just look at the photos and comfort yourself. As for the one you have in mind, forget it. He was completely bewildered and horrified. What did it mean to find someone with an intact body? What did that even mean? Jiang Minglang didn't know about this though, because the bachelors didn't like to take him out for drinks. They all thought he was annoying after drinking a couple of glasses of cat piss, and talking about his wife and son all the time. If he weren't the team leader, they would have ganged up on him. Zhang Xiaoda finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaomin get in the car. After asking for directions to her house, he cautiously looked at the road while casually asking, "It's quite far from Wucheng. How did you get back?" Xiaomin was also looking at the road, and at the city she had grown up in. The familiar streets and buildings were now desolate, no longer prosperous. Shops had been smashed open, bloodstains stained at the doorways, bodies, and a mess of destroyed items. At first glance, the atmosphere was one of desolation and decay. A feeling of helplessness and sadness welled up within Xiaomin. She murmured softly, "I hid in the dorm for over 10 days, then escaped with a few classmates. We eventually found a car and barely made it across Connecticut. Then, unable to find gas, we abandoned the car and walked." She was relatively clever. When they emerged from Foggy City, they found a small supermarket. While everyone else stuffed their bags with bread, instant noodles, and biscuits, she exclusively grabbed small, energy-boosting items like chocolate and Snickers bars. She refused to take any drinks, only small bottles of mineral water. Thus, although her bag didn't look bulgy, she actually carried quite a bit of food, yet she avoided being robbed mid-trip. One of the girls she was with was forced to leave by a boy because she had packed too much bread and instant noodles. At a time like this, it's foolish to still think about talking about schoolmate camaraderie. Knowing this, Xiaomin remained vigilant throughout the journey. Even though she was riding in the same car with him, she didn't dare relax for a second, even sleeping with one eye open. During the break, she even took the initiative to find food and drinks, keeping only a small portion for herself and sharing the rest with the driver and a few other boys. Because of her tact, the boys didn't bother her, let alone touch her shriveled backpack. It wasn't until they abandoned the car and started walking that a senior student, who was traveling with her, after having his own bag snatched by some survivors, decided to steal hers. The Pingjiang Bridge wasn't long, but the road conditions were unclear, and it was unclear how long the journey would take. Should she take a detour? Under these circumstances, if she didn't have food, it would be practically certain death. So Xiaomin didn't back down, even when she was being beaten. She was just thankful she was not far from the woman's car when she was attacked, allowing her to roll under it and escape. But there was no need to elaborate on this with Zhang Xiaoda. After all, they weren't familiar with each other. Zhang Xiaoda thought her words were simple, but seeing her dusty appearance, he knew it hadn't been easy for her to get here. "So what about that high school classmate you liked? If you liked her so much, why didn't she come back with you?" she thought to herself, then said it out loud. "Why didn't your two-timing boyfriend come to your rescue? Weren't we high school classmates? Logically, he should have saved you and brought you back to Pingcheng." Xiaomin, Was there any need to be so sarcastic? But she also remembered that she had taken his kindness for granted, and her behavior was indeed inappropriate. "Thanks for reminding me. Ever since I found out he had a girlfriend at their school last year, we've been apart and haven't seen each other since. Luckily, I never agreed to be his girlfriend, otherwise I wouldn't have been a mistress." According to Zhang Xiaoda's investigation, he and his girlfriend had been together for over 6 months. The engineering college and the medical college were both in the university town, not far apart. Perhaps many people he knew he had a girlfriend, but she was the only one who didn't. Thinking about it, it's no wonder Zhang Xiaoda called her clueless and slow-witted. She was quite silly. Hearing Xiaomin say she'd broken up with that guy and hadn't seen him since, Zhang Xiaoda's frustration suddenly vanished. In a good mood, he drove over a large pothole without dodging or avoiding it. Xiaomin exclaimed, "Little." Before she could even utter the word heart, the car had already passed the pothole without a single jolt. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she turned to look at Zhang Xiaoda. "Are you?" "Ah, I remember, you erected a mud wall on the bridge when we got off it." At the time, she hadn't recognized Zhang Xiaoda, but later, angered by what he said, she'd forgotten the incident. "This is an Earth-based ability, right? Similar to that Sisters Wood-based ability?" Zhang Xiaoda said proudly, "Yes, it's Earth-based. That's my sister-in-law. Her last name is Bailey, and she lives in Yunqi Village, on the outskirts of your Pingcheng. Yunqi Village, I know there's a baiga orchard there. Their fruit is famous and delicious. Every year, many people come to order it before it's ripe, and if you're late, you can't get it. That's Uncle Bai's orchard, my sister-in-law's." Zhang Xiaoda thought carefully. Yunji village seemed to only have a few orchards owned by Uncle Bai, so the one Xiaomin was referring to must be his. My mom loves his fruit. Xiaomin hadn't finished her words when the car turned onto the sunny avenue leading to her home. In the headlights, she saw several zombies ahead, turning and stumbling towards her, having heard the noise. Running in front was a face she knew all too well. Mom! Tears welled up, blurring her vision. Zhang Xiaodao fell silent. After so much hardship, he returned home with hope. But he didn't stop. He used a mud wall to surround the female zombie in front, then turned around and passed her, continuing straight ahead. Xiaomin didn't dare look back. She covered her face with her hands, crying uncontrollably. She remembered calling her mother the day before the apocalypse. She was fine and told her aunt had given birth to her second child, and wanted her to help care for her during the confinement period. Caring for a new mother is so tiring. She disagreed and asked her mother to turn down her aunt's offer and hire a confinement nanny. The money wasn't bad, so why bother her mother? At that thought, she suddenly lifted her face from her hands and looked back. The place where her mother had just stood was not far behind her aunt's neighborhood. How could it be such a coincidence right here? She tried not to overthink it, but her mind couldn't stop. Xiaomin. Zhang Xiaodao, did you see clearly just now? My mother. She turned to look at Zhang Xiaodao, but she wasn't sure what she wanted to ask. It was too confusing. Her mind was swirling. Her mother's face, all white and vain, then her aunt's face, always with a calculating fake smile. Your mother was wearing home clothes and had a wound on her neck. She probably didn't contract the virus herself, but was bitten and transformed into a zombie. And she must have been bitten at home. Zhang Xiaodao had no idea what she wanted to ask, but he tried his best to recount everything he had just seen. But when he said the last sentence, though cruel, he still had to warn her to be mentally prepared. If she was really bitten at home, who else is there in your family? My dad? I'm an only child, and my parents are the only ones at home. Xiaomin understood Zhang Xiaodao's meaning. She turned her head blankly, staring blankly ahead. 15 minutes later, the car arrived at Jingxi Garden. Unlike other residential complexes, the iron gate here was surprisingly still intact. Furthermore, there was an extra layer of security outside. A figure swayed in the security room. Zhang Xiaodao's headlights shone toward the main gate, and 4 people emerged. What are you doing? The man in front, holding a powerful flashlight, shone it in Zhang Xiaodao and Xiaomin's direction. Our neighborhood security guards. Although he was a familiar face, Xiaomin didn't feel safe. She turned, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Xiaodao rolled his eyes, and Xiaomin quickly changed her tone. Zhang Xiaodao, could you please take me inside? What happens next? If you're dad, do you plan to stay home or come with me? Xiaomin was surprised. She had never thought Zhang Xiaodao would take her away, just as she had never imagined her mother would become a zombie. All the way back from school, she'd been thinking most about how the 3 of them would survive in the apocalypse after returning home with her parents. If the neighborhood couldn't survive, where would they go? She hadn't thought of being with anyone besides her parents. Zhang Xiaodao glanced at her, easily reading her thoughts from her expression. Hello? Didn't you hear me? What are you doing here? Don't park here unless you have anything to do. The 4 security guards' faces were filled with impatience. Although the zombies on this street had been cleared, there weren't many at the moment. But some still emerged from the complex from time to time, and being led here would be a hassle. Xiaomin rolled down the window and leaned over to the security guard in front. I'm a resident of Building 15 here. I need to get in. Come down, so I can see who you are? Yes, come down. Our complex isn't accepting outsiders right now. We need to check. We can't just say yes and let you know. Still need an inspection? How? Zhang Xiaodao sneered. He unbuckled his seatbelt and said to Xiaomin, come on, I go in with you. After the car shut off, the light in front of the gate darkened. The 2 men got out and walked towards the small gate where the security guards were stationed. The cars behind him suddenly erected 4 walls, surrounding the car in the middle. The security guards inside were all shocked by this scene. Superpower. Since the apocalypse, these 3 words have been popping up frequently. The most common reference is someone's sudden increase in strength. Some also talk about the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but they're rare. At least they haven't seen any. So this person is an earth element, if they could just keep him in the complex. The deputy captain's eyes flickered. As Zhang Xiaodao and Xiaomin approached, his expression softened. Xiaomin pulled out her ID card. The address on it showed Building 15 of Jingxi Garden. The deputy security captain smiled. I remember there were people in building 15. I saw your father standing in the yard yesterday. In fact, he recognized Xiaomin the moment he laid eyes on her. After all, this complex consisted of townhouses, so there weren't many residents. That's why they chose to stay here, treating it like their home. Of course, they hadn't been able to claim any of the houses here before, but now they could choose any. Hearing her father was home, Xiaomin's anxiety suddenly eased, and she breathed a sigh of relief. So this is your boyfriend? Xiaomin was stunned, about to deny it, but Zhang Xiaoda nodded and asked stiffly, "Can I come in?" Yes, of course. The deputy security captain, noticing Zhang Xiaoda's displeasure, quickly opened the small door with a smile, adding, "Please drive the car in. It's not safe to leave it outside." Xiaomin glanced at the deputy security captain, whose attitude was completely different from before, with a complicated expression, then at Zhang Xiaoda, but remained silent. "Go in first. We talk about the car later." Zhang Xiaoda stepped forward, opened the door, and took Xiaomin's hand as they walked inside.